The last dungeon with monsters was successfully cleared by a team of heroes elected for this mission. The dungeon began to gradually collapse, so one of the chosen heroes called everyone to the exit from it. He called everyone to a continuous movement without stops, otherwise they will die and their mission will be useless. From the gradually collapsing dungeon began to run out and crawl out the demons who wanted to kill the heroes. The heroes fled and looked around, slowly realizing that their number surpasses them, and they could not escape from the crowd of demons. Suddenly, one of the heroes stopped the escape, turned towards the demons and blocked his comrades. His comrades also stopped and tried to dissuade him from self-sacrifice, but he was unshakable. Turning to them, he gave the last smile of each of his comrades and said his last words. Without thinking twice, he asked those who survive after this dangerous mission to write his biography as a hero who sacrificed himself. Before this mission, people lived in peace and tranquility, not realizing that they were not the only ones in this world. They coexisted peacefully with each other, not even suspecting the terrible neighbors that they lived among them. Faced with a shoulder with an unfamiliar figure in a cloak, a random guy from the street was in shock that someone was knocking him so. Turning to the one who knocked him down, he immediately began to run into the man who had shot down him and demand an apology. Not finishing to speak, he fell into a stupor from a terrible creature who was not a man who was seen. It was a demon, a representative of the race that lives underground, and they had nothing to do with what was on the surface. At one point, they were tired of living locked up, and they began to get out to the surface to install their dictatorship there. At first, people tried to escape and take their feet away in horror, but they were everywhere and merciless. Unable to contrast something, humanity turned out to be as close to destruction as it had never been. Humanity tried to fight back, but no firearms and equipment worked against demons. The reason for this was that demons possessed an art that previously not known to humanity: magic. It was thanks to such a skill as magic that the demons managed to remain intact and unharmed, and they repelled any attack of people. However, this could not continue forever, and soon the same ability to appear in people too, allowing to apply reciprocal attacks. It was those whom the unknown power endowed with magic that became superhumans, whose possibilities were outside the human borders. Having gained such incredible and unknown to people earlier skills, superhumans were able to unite and discourage the attack of demons. The demons lived in the dungeons which the supernomers gradually cleaned one after another, not giving demons of hope of salvation. And finally, at one point, only the last dungeon remained, and humanity will win. It was then, in the spring of 2005, the 7 strongest superhumans gathered to put the end of the tyranny of demons. They went down to the main lair of demons, the last dungeon of the gate, and cleaned it from all the demons that lived there. They put an end to the continuous war of people with demons and saved humanity, for which people called the 7 Saviors. After the victory over the demons and the cleansing of the gate, the 7 Saviors gained great wealth and glory and became celebrities. But also in the war there is no loss, and this reminds that one of the 7 Savior has never returned from the battlefield. It was the leader of the 7 Savior, William, the only one who did not return and could not enjoy rewards and glory. At a time when all survivors after the cleansing of the last dungeons became celebrities and bathed in wealth and glory, William, thanks to which this war was successfully finished, became a legend, and a huge monument was erected in his honor. 17 years after the 7 Saviors ended the war, a sports match was held between France and South Korea. The France team attacked, but for unknown reasons the team of South Korea could not hold a blow. Mike was the main favorite in this match. He played for the France team, looked beautiful and played great. His skills made it possible to perform such things on the field that he carried the team of South Korea to fluff in their own territory. He was such an incredible player that I could alone pick up 6 murders in a row that commentators noticed. Commentators torn from what they saw and were perplexed from the fact that the International League never visible such a player. They also noticed that if he will continue to play at this level and higher, he risks the 3 of the best players in history. Of all the players of the South Korean team, only Marie survived, a skilled player with a whip, whose skills were also on top. Due to the fact that her whole team was literally dry, she had very little chance of victory, but she is not one of those who just give up. Without hesitation for a second, she confidently went on the offensive on Mike, using her proprietary lash as a weapon. Closing closer, she delivered an accurate blow to the chest in the chest, after which a grave silence reigned in the stands from the expectation of the result. Since she was the daughter of one of the 7 Saviors, everyone had high hopes on her, but she missed. Mike deftly dodged her blow, starting a quick movement behind her, which put her in a disadvantage. He noticed that she was a strong player, but her team dragged her down, after which he delivered her a final blow and finished the game. The commentators were delighted that Mike was so strong that the whole team was not enough to stop him. Spectators sat in complete disappointment and were perplexed that there used to be a lot of talented superhumans in Korea, but they lost this way. The head coach of the team of South Korea also recalled how they successfully smashed the demons, but now they are not the same. It was a complete shame for him for the nation, which made 2 of the 7 saviors of humanity. The commentators confidently agreed that the French were very good, but because of the defeat of Korea, their people are now not easy. The social networks were already torn by angry and disappointed messages about how such a great nation could lose with such a bang. Disappointment was already ending in the stands, and anger and rage began to appear due to the fact that they failed at an international match. Mason is one of the 7 savior, as well as the head coach of the Korea team, was disappointed in himself and the 3rd failure in a row. Mike and the audience were right. Marie was really a very strong player with great potential, but the team pulled her down. Yes, indeed, they used to say about Korean superhumans that they were the most powerful and hardy. But all this remained in the past. Mason walked along the corridor and could not drive his team out of his head, repeating in his head that everyone who knows at least something went abroad. For a second, he also remembered the 2nd Superman from Korea, the deceased William, and summed up that not only left, but also died. After a little more walking along the corridor and going to the coaching, he stopped in front of the photograph of the 7 saviors and began to intently examine it. He greeted William that he was depicted next to him, and sadly added that it was very sorry that he was not there now. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and the guy leaned out because of her, telling Mason that everything was ready for an interview with him. Turning to him, Mason did not honor him with an answer, but only said nothing, sighed a couple of times and continued to soak in the clouds. After standing a little more, he began to go to the exit of the room, saying aloud that he needed to bring public apologies. He also added that under his coaching the team is going through the worst time, and he needs to leave the coach. The guy tried to dissuade him, but Mason was adamant, and only once again said that he would report his departure in an interview. He also added that if he can change something, it is if William returns from the other world, and he better quit the team for reputation. While the guy was trying to convince him, Mason in his thoughts involuntarily rejoiced that he would finally quit this position. Suddenly, in the front pocket of his jacket, the phone rang, and this sound pulled him out of the deep thoughts into which he was immersed. When he removed the phone from his jacket pocket, he was very surprised, since the president of the association called him. Picked up the phone, he heard the voice of the president, who did not even greet him, but immediately asked if he watched the news. With a sighing with displeasure, Mason said that he was aware that the head coach humiliated the whole country, as he is him. Mason was simultaneously surprised and dissatisfied with the fact that the president interrupted him, saying that he was trying to say not about that at all. After listening to the president's message carefully, he fell into a stupor from what he heard and asked the president to repeat again. In the very place of the city where the monument was erected by the deceased hero from the 7 saviors, lightning struck in the sky. Something fell from the sky right near the monument, creating dust clouds, which people began to look around in fright. Gradually, in the center of the city, a huge crowd began to gather at the foot of the monument to the hero of the war with demons. All of them stared at the body of a man who fell from heaven, the Superman who died 17 years ago and the hero of the war, William. Mason continued to stand in a stupor, removing the phone from his ear, from which the director's indignant cries came. At first, an incomprehensible flash of lightning, then a fall. This could all mean only one thing. William returned alive from the other world. William was surrounded by monsters, locked from the outside world, and nothing else was left but to stand to the last. The demons attacked him in front, from the sides, from the back, and it was never possible to guess which side they attack him next time. There were thousands, hundreds, millions of them, and they all crawled on the ground, soared in the air, but they had something in common. They all wanted to kill William. Despite the fact that William was exhausted and alone, he did not give up, but only confidently grabbed his sword stuck in the ground after the blow. The demons who were preparing for the next attack looked angrily at him, waiting for the next moment to attack. William chopped demons without mercy and fatigue until he could say with confidence that the gates in the dungeon were sealed. Having sealed the gate, he sank into one knee with fatigue, leaning against the sword, and the remnants of the demons immediately attacked him. William rose and again took his weapon in his hands, blocked the road to the demons to the exit from the dungeon. Already swinging his sword, he understood that they were unlikely to end to his death, but clearly understood that he would be fighting to the end. Suddenly, William abruptly opened his eyes and rose on the bed, trying to balance the rhythm of his breath and slow down the knock of his heart. Slowly realizing that he was not in the dungeon, he began to ask himself the following question. Where is he then? Suddenly, his attention was attracted by the voice of a nurse who entered the ward and was pleasantly surprised that he woke up. Having looked at her angrily, William missed all the enthusiastic phrases passed and demanded an answer to the question of where he was now. I ignored his question. The nurse asked about how his well-being, and then replied that he was now in the hospital, which was very obvious. William could not connect events in his head. A minute ago, he was locked in a dungeon, and now he is in the hospital. A scream involuntarily broke out of him when he heard that it was not 2005 on the street now, but 2022, which was why he was in a slight shock. The nurse tried to calm him down, but she herself did not fully understand how to correctly explain to him what was happening. Suddenly, a brilliant solution occurred to her, and grabbing the remote control that lay near her, she turned on the television channel on the TV. Showing the screen, she tried to somehow explain what was happening from the outside, based on the news release there. On TV, the news was transmitted that the Superman who disappeared 17 years ago returned and is currently in the hospital. The host also clarified that according to the information received from witnesses, William fell just at the foot of his own statue. Another mentioned detail was that he was in his armor at the time of the fall, and over the 17 years, not a drop changed externally. The result was the opinion of experts, which was that the reason for the return of William was a temporary anomaly. Still sitting in bewilderment, William could not believe that he had been going on from his campaign in the dungeon for 17 years. The nurse once again confirmed that everything said on TV is true. Otherwise, there would be no horror outside the windows of the hospital. Looking out the window, William saw crowds of cars and journalists, who literally guarded him, waiting for the moment he left. An evil grimace immediately appeared on his face from the realization that over the years, everything is changing except journalists. Having discarded these unpleasant thoughts, he turned to the nurse that stood nearby for help and asked him to bring him a mirror. After a couple of minutes, she found and brought him a mirror, looking at which he became convinced that he had not matured a drop during this time. Thinking that he certainly cannot be so young at 47 years old, he also came to the conclusion that it could be a temporary anomaly. Suddenly, an insight came into his head, and he frantically turned to the nurse with the question of what was done with his money. The answer sounded instantly, as if in advance prepared. All his monetary condition was donated to the support fund. From his house, due to the fact that it was the house of the deceased celebrity, they made a museum, and now it is a public place, not his house. Hoping at least for something, he still asked what was done with his car, but she also managed to sell her at a charity auction. Sitting in a stupor, William stubbornly tried to come to terms with the fact that in this world he was a hero. But in fact, from the realization that he was homeless, he bent up and said that if he knew about this situation, he would have set aside some money. The nurse again tried to reassure him. After all, he is a hero, so he was not destined to stay in poverty, and he has friends. She also added that his friend should come soon and she needs to leave, so if he needs something, then it will be necessary to click on the call button. As soon as the nurse left the ward, anxious thoughts again covered William, not giving absolutely no rest. Yes, everything was different outside the window, and the news and other factors proved that the future was the future, but he still could not believe it. Having thought about everything, he came to the conclusion that he would ask Mason about everything, and now he needs to conduct introspection. Slightly straining, he applied his ability Analyzing Gaze, after which his eyes began to glow. William's ability, Analyzing View, made it possible to visualize and analyze the abilities and talents of living creatures. The main advantage of this ability was not only that it did an analysis of skills and talents in the present time. She also allowed to see the potential of the chosen being and analyze his skills and talents in the future. It was thanks to this ability that William got the opportunity to develop much faster than the superhumans surrounding him. Soon, thanks to his incredible skills and this ability, the glory about him scattered around the world, and he became the commander of the stripping group. And because of his ability, he saw the potential in Mason, who asked for his disciples, for William was a very strong Superman. Having analyzed his skills, William realized that in fact, Mason was not a loser, but a talented Superman with just huge potential. Once again, looking at his skills, talents, and potential, William was convinced that he had this ability not to have this ability and agreed to take Mason. Sitting in the hospital and considering his indicators, William at first did not notice anything strange. Everything remained the same as it was. However, at one point, one line, which stood out among the rest, attracted his attention. The willpower with a value of 110. He was in shock because he remembered that the willpower is such a parameter that could not be raised above than 100 units and then 110. He also noticed a new ability that he did not have before, looking at which he saw its name: immortality. He sat in even greater bewilderment, considering a new ability, since he had not noticed it before. William thought a little more and put forward the theory that such an incredible ability was given to him for that battle in the dungeon. From his thoughts, sharply distracted the noise in the corridor and voice, and after some time, a knock on the door, so they came for sure to him. In the first glance, a man was an unfamiliar person in the opening, but the more he peered into him, the more familiar to the devil he noticed. Realizing who he sees in front of him, he still could not fully believe that Mason, his old friend, could change so much. Mason, in turn, looked at him with a mixed sense of joy and surprise, from which he almost pierced his tears. As a result, having accepted the fact that his old friend William is really alive and sound, Mason still burst into tears, looking at him with joy. William grinned in response and even laughed slightly, noting that over the years, Mason became very sentimental, as for a Superman. Getting a handkerchief from his jacket and wiping his tears, Mason smiled joyfully in his mouth, saying that it was possible to cry because peacetime in the yard. They dressed and went out onto the roof despite the fact that it was already dark, because everyone lit the lanterns of the luminous city and continued to stand, drinking coffee. William pricked Mason with the question of whether he finished crying, and he only replied that over the years there are more and more tears in you than before. Picking up a cheerful mood, William threw back the phrase that he was far from the realization of this phrase because he was still young. He also asked Mason about whether he had fulfilled his promise, in response to what Mason asked in surprise about what promise we were talking about. Grinning back, William reminded Mason of his promise to write his biography when they leave the dungeon where they fought. Mason replied that specially for this, he hired Gostos the writer, the famous writer Fantasy Romaniacs, and a very solid monastery was obtained. He also added that in addition to the biography, documentary, and feature films were shot, and everything looks like mythology there. Suddenly, sad thoughts again covered William, and he again began to worry about what to do now. Standing on the roof, he sorted out the information about the current world in his head, still surprised at how much new is here. Having decided to diffuse the tense environment and break the silence, he decided to make fun of himself that he was a hero, but a homeless person and unemployed. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Mason assured him that he had him one way or another, his friend who would help him in any trouble. William was surprised at how much Mason grew up while he was gone, and asked how he had money. Mason replied that he had money from raids, as well as a prize, and he naturally made some investments in his future. William was at a loss from the fact that business still did not fall apart, taking into account the fact that the head was at the head as Mason. Mason grinned nervously, cringed, and admitted that he had entrusted the whole thing to a professional because of his own inability. In response to this, William was delighted and poked Mason to the side, saying that they were both unemployed, and for some reason, this fact was very pleasing to him. Having a little hesitation, Mason uncertainly said that he had another job, which was very surprised by William, and he asked what kind of work it was. Judging by the appearance of Mason, he regretted that he had said this, so he was silent for a long time. But as a result, he still quietly replied that he was working as a national papernaia coach. William asked him, because due to a very quiet answer and the noise of the street, nothing was heard at all. But Mason was digging on his phone. A little more rummaging on the phone, he handed it to William, and he saw on the screen the sign, Final of the European Eyeing Championship. William carefully examined the flickering pictures on the screen, and with every second to watch, he had more and more questions. He noticed that dangers cleared by them 17 years ago were shown here, and he was at a loss, as he thought they were destroyed. Mason explained that this is a virtual reality, the Battle of Superhumans, where the dungeons are an arena of the battle, but his surprise still remained. He also explained to him that this is a kind of business that was always afloat, but after their victory gained frenzied popularity. In the expression on William's face, it was clear that he was slightly disappointed, and he added that, in his opinion, this is just childishness. In turn, Mason tried to convince William, saying that high-class players are comparable to 7 saviors by force. From the passion of the game process, William began to gnaw at the tube without taking his eyes off the game, spreading the standard, understandable, in response to the Mason phrase. Continuing to watch the match, he finally asked the most obvious in this situation, but the most unwanted to Mason the question of where Korea was, where. Without waiting for an answer, William turned his head in displeasure to Mason, asking him about the state of his hearing, and repeated his question. Without waiting for an answer for the second time, he asked his question again. And he also saw a garbage at the other end of the roof and decided to try to get into it. William also noted that despite the small population, they had a lot of talented superhumans, so they are definitely not the last. Nervously swallowing after this phrase and a little stir, Mason uncertainly told the truth that he did not want to voice him for a long time. After Mason said that South Korea was the last, William's hand fluttered, and he missed a glass past the trash. He continued to stand as if Doug, trying to understand whether Mason said just a joke, or is it really true. After standing for some time, William gathered his thoughts and turned to Mason with a mixture of surprise and indignation on his face. For some time they stood on the roof and then went down, got into Mason's car and drove along the night street. Mason tried to justify with abstruse thoughts why Korea loses to everyone, and William only grunted displeasedly. Mason uttered a few more morals and ended his fact that this is why their country is the weakest in this sport. William was slightly indignant at the stupidity of these words, but looked out the window under Mason's speech that the authorities considered the Koreans too dangerous. And this was the reason. Mason continued to say that because of his own fear, the authorities limited the capabilities of the Koreans, and even him. This time, William agreed with Mason and noted that even in his time the strongest super entities left abroad. Mason only nervously grinned in response, and William added that it would be worth breaking their kneecaps at the time when it began. Mason also noted that William at that time watered the president and politician with a very large amount of dirt, so their actions are natural. He continued that he led this to the initial topic of the conversation. It was because of these riots that they cut their wings and the level of players fell. Mason decided on the proposal of William. He had already begun to speak the phrase, but he in turn cut it off with a refusal, not allowing 3 words to say. Mason was indignant that William did not want to go to the sport, but he just wants to sit down and sitting in one place. William, in turn, was indignant and said that he did not want to live more like a Superman and left everything in that cave, but wants to live like a person. He also added that he is clearly not the person who will fight for others, so he refuses about this sport. Remembering the childhood, William talks about how he fought for survival and respect in the place where he was brought up after receiving the super hell. He decided to end his small monologue with the thought that at this time he wants to live for himself, and this is not bad. Suddenly, he remembered another detail and reminded Mason that the journalist did not give him a passage. And if he went to sports? Mason decided to joke and asked if he was forced to play his blood thoughts about the battles, for which William only laughed. Mason turned away, leaned back in his chair and again began to look at the road, saying that he was actually while postponing thoughts about sports. Suddenly, William violated the silence with a statement that the Korean supernomers are not so losers as the media, and Mason described them. In response to Mason's questioning look, he pointed to an advertising shield outside the window, on which a girl with a good figure was depicted. He noticed that she had a pretty figure and eyes, and she is very pretty in itself, so everything is in order with supermen. Mason sighed heavily and told William that he was talking about his daughter now, in response to which William choked on surprise. William stated that she had recently been 6 years old, to which Mason reminded him that 17 years had passed, and she was now 23. William tried to defuse the situation, trying to beat his words as a joke, making his daughter clumsy compliments. Mason cut him off, stopping the horror that came from his mouth, asking William to at least be silent, after which he apologized. In such silence, they continued to drive along the night street, and purple lights were lit by the road, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After some time, they drove up to a large and solid house, and when they stopped near the gate, the navigator informed them that they had arrived. An adult girl came out of the house, but she had such a joy on her face from William that it seemed to her about 20. Without removing a smile from her face, she said that she was very glad to see William, since she had not seen him for a very long time. And it's nice to see the deceased alive? William said that in turn he saw her a week ago, and in response she answered him that she managed to get very old for this week. Turning to Mason, she said thanks to him for visiting William and brought him to them, but he replied that this was the lesser that he could do. Looking at their happy faces and listening to their spiritual conversations, William really realized that he had returned to life. He returned to life, to that life, in the being of which there was no struggle for survival and wars, but only calmness and serenity. Having talked a little more, they went into the house where they changed William in normal clothes, gave food, and he sat down behind the telly. Suddenly, he jumped on the sofa from the shock, as they began to transfer the very drama that he did not have time to watch before his death. He bent in half with happiness, and emotions overwhelmed him. He realized that it was for the sake of this moment that it was worth returning to life. It was for the sake of this moment that he threw back death from himself, and it was for the sake of such moments that it was worth living. That was his opinion. William stuck in chips, lay down on the sofa, and only did that. He joyfully said that he would stare at the telly without stopping. The face of Mason passing by was horrified when he heard that William would look through all the dramas from 2005 to 2022. Running to William, he began to resent in shock the fact that he was going to watch TV for days on end, and tried to dissuade him. In response, he only said that Mason promised to leave the topic of sport for now, so he deservedly has the right to rest. A few days later, Mason approached William again, but not about sports, but about the problems with journalists that the house was guarded. Looking through the curtains at the chaos that took place under the windows of Mason, William only wrinkled and muttered several curses. A whole crowd of journalists and reporters with cars and cameras crowded under Mason's house in anticipation that William would show himself. William, in turn, was not going to leave the house and only beat himself on his forehead from the fact that these journalists had already got him, not even to mention him. Looking a little more out the window from the couch and thinking a little, William got up from the couch preparing to say something. When Mason looked at him in surprise, he told him that he was going to finish all this tomorrow and once answer them all the questions. In the end, he added that he does not plan to make more meetings, so he will make them behind him once and for all. The next day, everything was ready. Thousands of cameras were directed in only one place, to where William was now. Everyone was extremely surprised by such an early appearance, as they thought that they would have to stand under the doors for at least another month. Everyone was also surprised that he was behaving quite restrained, although he has a displeased look, but he had already left and is ready to start the conference. Taking the microphone in his hands, he uncertainly began to speak his speech that he himself was surprised at his return, and knows no more than all of them. While he was talking to the journalists, Mason was surprised how restrained and culturally he tried to talk. However, at a certain moment, everything approached the phrase in which William said that after this conference, no one else approaches him. Although short-lived, the hope for the normal interview of Mason was destroyed, although he was not surprised by such a statement. William said that everyone has the right to ask one question, each of which he would give an answer, and immediately began to take off their hands into the air. At one point, one of the journalists raised his hand, and when Mason asked him, he began to ask a very uncomfortable question. He began his question about what William asked if he had heard from Mason about the game as a battle of supermen, to which he was given a positive answer. Having received a positive answer, he decided to add the question that Mason most did not want to hear, whether William would go to esports. After this question was raised, the crowd was immediately worried. Everyone began to throw their eyes because it excited all those present. Mason had already come to terms with the fact that complete lawlessness would take place here, and there would be just a cloud of such uncomfortable questions. William, in response to this question, without thinking twice, stated that at the moment he had no desire to go to esports. The journalist did not lag behind him and continued to sit, demanding from William not only refusing, but also the reasons for this refusal. William was already starting to bother this bond member old man journalist, so he answered him in decay that he did not consider it necessary. The old man tried to go the other way. He tried to take him weakly, saying that he was feeling incapable of it. William was not so stupid as to buy for such a cheap provocation, so he replied that he would have thought so if he were an old man with bald patches. As a result, he stated that he did not like this sport, and this is not discussed, and he, in turn, is not a clown to do what others want. In order to somehow seem decent, he went to the microphone and tried to summarize the conversation, adding that he tried to satisfy everyone. When William already turned and was about to leave, the last journalist, whom he ignored and did not give an answer from the crowd. He said that a certain James Walker spoke about him and said that the head of the Seven Saviors has long been in the past, and asked what he was thinking about this. William was surprised to hear this name because he hoped to never hear it again and asked the journalist. The journalist confirmed that he is talking about James Walker, an American Eeyore sportsman who is called the best tank of America. William was even more surprised and asked the journalist about whether he was really one of the best. The journalist said that he was not, and the best three is Michael Bernard, France, Jack Mayer, Ireland, and Daniel Mansk, Germany. He said that James Walker is an outstanding player of America, but even more so, he is not included in the top three. William disappointedly rubbed his forehead, saying with irritation that even after so many years he continues to pester him. He thought, and confidently gave the journalist the answer that if he did not even enter the first 3, then he would not talk to him. William also said that if he wants to fight him, he would not do it in the game, and let him come and tell him in the face. He viciously looked into the camera and added that he was buried by James Waker with his own hands in the garden. Somewhere far, this program was watched by other people who grinned, admiring the courage of the recently returned William. The president of the Korean sports agency grinned, looking at the TV, anticipating how James would deal with him. After what he saw, James Walker himself squeezed the phone in his fist, which is why he cracked and fell apart into small pieces. He called out to Wood, his agent, and notified him that he urgently needed tickets to Korea. The next day, Mason's house was raised on the ears in the morning due to a call from the Korea Esports Association. Mason notified that they would have the Premier League with the United States, but William only interfered with watching TV. He told him to go to talk on the phone in another place, and Mason only closed his eyes with displeasure from the conversation on 2 sides. When Mason finished talking on the phone, William asked him about what was the reason to interfere with him to watch TV. When he heard that there would be the Premier League with the United States, he did not react in any way and returned to the TV, and Mason reproached him that he was to blame for this. After Mason accused William of this, he was indignant and asked what he did to be guilty. Mason sighed and reminded William how he publicly sent the chief player of the United States at a recent conference with reporters. He also added that most likely after such a loud statement on television, he will be beside himself with rage. Mason also added that he had not entered the top 3 was too loudly a statement that he was trigger. As a result, he added that James could not fight him, so he would take out evil on the team. But William only sent him again. From the suddenly surging problems, Mason grabbed his head, and William wished him good luck and said that he would not be here until he was. Mason looked at William as a traitor, but he no longer paid attention to him because he was interested in another question. He turned to Mason and asked if Marie would come because he said earlier that she was a player of the national team of Korea. After some time, a knock of doors was heard in the corridor, rustling, and then a female voice very loudly called his mother. William jerked in surprise, lying on the couch and quietly indignant at how loud you could be. Mason's wife stood in the corridor and joyfully greeted the arrived Marie, but was surprised that she arrived so early. Marie, in response, was surprised by her mother, only smiled and replied that she arrived so early only because of William. Having examined the room, she did not see William anywhere and asked her mother about where he was, after which she was immediately taken to the living room. When they entered the room, William from the sofa joyfully greeted Marie, who froze in the doorway. After a few moments, her face began to change and was already blurred in a happy smile throughout his mouth. Still smiling joyfully, Marie scattered and jumped on William, hugging him and leaving him on her back. Why, he began to wheeze. William raised himself and reproached Marie that she was no longer small and she should not do this anymore. But she did not listen to him. Turning a little more, William also smiled and said that he was also glad to see her, but he thought that she had already forgotten him. In response to his statement, she said that he always played with her and treated her with sweets, so she could not forget him. William, in response, only laughed and noticed that the children were growing very quickly, to which Marie proudly stated that she was already 23. He asked her if she came here only because of the Premier League, to which he received an answer that he was the main purpose of the visit, and then the league. They laughed a little more, but suddenly the expression on Marie's face changed, and looking into his eyes, she turned to him with a question. She asked if William really is not interested in esports, not looking away from his eyes, but she did it carefully. William, in response, only sighed heavily and asked. Not Mason Lee persuaded her to persuade him to do this. In response to the question that followed, why he refuses, William poked his finger at the TV screen. Marie looked up at William, took his hand and asked if he would not agree if she asks him. When she received a negative answer, she looked at him offended and said that he was not the same as he was before. William reacted indignantly to this statement and stated that they had all changed here, and not he. Marie turned away by resentment, saying that he had always fulfilled her requests before, but William recalled that this concerned only sweets. After sitting a little more, Marie again turned to William with a different request. To go with her for the avatars test in the association. William was again not enthusiastic about this idea, so on TV the finale of the drama that he watched was now transmitted. Marie, despite his displeased face, looked at him with an imploring look, which helped to break him down. Although William was displeased, he agreed to go with her for the avatar test. Besides, Mason was busy, so there was no one else to go. Rising from the sofa, he asked where the association was located, to which Marie replied that he himself would find out everything soon. The association was a large building, which rose among the rest of the heights of medium height, and also had a special design. Inside the association of William and Marie, the worker met a middle-aged man and asked to follow him. He said that Marie would help to test her avatar and led her to the chair necessary for immersion. Marie sat in a chair, put on a helmet, and looked quite at William while the last steps of training were held. When the preparation ended, the image of Marie was released on a large screen in front of William and an association employee. Marie was in the dungeon in full combat readiness and checked how freely she could move. She asked her to create some kind of enemy, and tinkering a little, the employee created her a huge monster. Looking at how skillfully the employee recreates previously real monsters, William was surprised at how people learn to do it all. The employee explained that this game is virtual reality, and with the help of technology they create real images of monsters in dungeons. He also added that players who first come to the association are invited to create their own avatar. Having processed the information received a bit, he again turned to the screen with the desire to see what Marie was capable of. Marie scattered and jumped above the monster's head and wrapped her around his huge neck with a wave of whip. Grinding the whip, she at high speed inflicted a blow to the monster with a sword in the second hand and cut off his head to him. Having worked a little more than the control panel, the employee said to Marie that synchronization is successful and it can come out. As soon as Marie came out of virtual reality, she immediately ran to William to ask his opinion about her skills. William smiled and pinned her, saying that her skills are not bad, like a 6-year-old girl, and she has great potential. She again invited him to try, but she repeated to play in the league that he only had to try, but he would not play. Marie also added that she just really wants to see him in action, as she heard a lot about his skills from Mason. She grew up, but due to the fact that William died, she could not look at the skills that she heard from her father's stories. Unable to resist anymore, William exhaled irritably and gave his consent to the avatar test. At first, Marie did not believe her ears, and then joyfully looked at William, who reminded her that it would be only once. The employee who stood nearby and listening to their dialogue said whether William really wants to test the game. He said that as a rule, they first make testing of abilities and then create an avatar. After William's displeased gaze, he added that since he was not going to compete, then testing is not necessary. William examined the seats that stood in the room and asked if he would sit in them or everything would be different. The employee pointed to 2 colleagues who hardly dragged the weapon and said that he needs to take it, otherwise he would be unarmed. When the employees dragged the weapons, they fell without strength, and William easily took it and noticed that it was quite light. The employee said that this is the most similar weapon to what he had, to which William said that everything was fine and threw out the shield. He said that he would be normal without a shield, and he also ends with patience, so he needs to be accelerated. Sitting in a chair, putting on a helmet, and holding a weapon in his hand, William decided that it was still worth seeing what kind of game it was. In front of William, a blue glow shone, while against the background the analysis and scan of his body was carried out. Soon he ended up in a spacious blue hall, and the employee said that he was in the virtual room of the training room. Inspecting his body, William realized that the sensations are very similar to the sensations at the entrance to the gates of the dungeon. Suddenly, near his head, a small screen arose from nowhere, on which he saw a joyful Marie and an employee nearby. Having walked a little and softening his body, William asked him to be created the same enemy as created for Marie. The employee accepted his request and began to type something on the keyboard, and as a result, a monster appeared before William. The monster flew over William and looked like a slope, and a little closer, William saw Salarbana in him. He said that he did not look like those he saw, and the employee answered him that this was a special individual, and only aura can be injured. The employee also added that this individual is generated according to the data on the strongest of the existing individuals of the Salarband. After thinking a little and processing the information received, William exhaled with annoyance and threw the spear unnecessary. He extended his hand towards the Salarband and snapped his fingers, after which a huge stream of energy literally erased it from reality. The employee looked at the monitor and could not believe in what he saw, and Marie only said that it was just incredible. She said in surprise that he killed him with a click of her finger, and William was indignant, saying that there was nothing special. The employee objected that, although Salarban is not the strongest of the monsters, it is impossible to kill him with a click of his finger. William again sighed with annoyance and asked the employee to stop jokes and generate a monster to him more. While the employee was looking for him a suitable monster, he continued to inspect himself and realized that he did not feel the difference between life and this place. He again turned to the employee and said that although it was the strongest Salarban, he could not get along normally. Suddenly, his attention was distracted by a voice that said that Salarban is unrealistic to compete with the strongest of superhumans. Suddenly, the system failed, and the employee tried to do something, but the penetration from the outside was no longer interrupted. It was an attempt to connect with this virtual world from an external source, and, unfortunately, it was completely successful. In the air, not far from William, the avatar, unfamiliar to William, was generated and began to fall to the ground, shouting something. It was James Walker, who was connected from the outside, and when he fell, he viciously looked at William and asked whether his proposal was still in force. He stood in a fighting stance, waiting for an attack, but William completely ignored his presence and looked somewhere to the side. He again turned to William, asking why he was so surprised, because he called him, or he was so frightened. From the fact that William completely ignored him, he completely brutally, and saying that he would prove that William's power was worth nothing, he attacked the first. He pushed away from the ground and rushed towards William, who did not even try to defend himself, and wished him death. Having struck, he made a hole in the floor, but William did not hit the blow, and William himself disappeared somewhere, which James was surprised. Suddenly, William's voice was heard behind James, why he fell into a stupor, and said that he certainly could not scare him. William sharply appeared in James' wake behind his back, and once again repeated that it could not be so, that he would be afraid of a fight with him. He added that he just thought very much about one idea and how to crank her in battle with James. James stood in front of William and carefully examined him, not understanding where he got such power and confidence. Marie and the employee still stood in misunderstanding from how James Waker managed to get inside their system. Suddenly, the door behind them swung open, and 3 people entered the room. Mason, director of the Korea Sports Association and Walker manager. The director of the association grinned and waved his hand, telling them not to be worried, because this battle is carried out with his permission. Now Marie and the employee were sitting even more shocked, as Mason said that he was busy, and now he was standing here, so with the director. Director George explained that everything was agreed and agreed on everything in advance. They simply forgot to inform them about it. After he explained everything, he turned to the manager Ella, manager James Waker, and asked if everything suits her. She said that they were grateful and satisfied, since this battle was a very difficult request for Korea. George recalled how William was in his ears in debt to him at one time, so then he could not refuse anything. He also added that he was very grateful to Ella and James, since because of this case they will most likely be able to interest William with esports. So far, William and James fought almost on equal terms. William saw all his movements and easily repelled attacks. At one point, James jumped away from William, and William admitted to himself that he was better than he expected from the very beginning. For the reason that James was stronger than expected, William decided to apply his analyzing look. Thrusting his eyes, William brought a table in front of him with the characteristics of James Waker and began to carefully examine. First of all, 2 indicators were striking at once: strength and endurance, which reached their 100% significance. William stood and continued to analyze James, and he was indignant and asked why he was just standing and looking at him. William again ignored him and finished the analysis, coming to the conclusion that he was not just a talker, but a standing fighter with potential. After he finished the analysis of James, he remembered the ability that he discovered when he was in the hospital. Throwing on the attack, he thought that on James would even be better tested than on a Salarban. As soon as he saw that James was swinging, he stopped and looked intently at him, waiting for a blow. James did not let down, and the William was thrown into the other end of the room, causing a fatal damage to a person. On the other side of the screen, everyone sat in complete shock from the fact that William had just allowed himself to cause a mortal wound. James Walker himself also stood at least shocked from wow that William allowed him to conduct this attack on him and get on his own. Suddenly, William's voice made him turn to the side where he flew, and again stand in a stupor from the fact that he is still alive. James barely managed to dodge the object that flew in his direction from the puffs of smoke at great speed. Turning back to the wall, he saw that it was a spear of William, which he threw, and this created even more questions. Again, turning to where there were still puffs of smoke from the fall of William, he could not understand how he could survive. A cough was heard from the smoke, and then William's indignant voice, who asked why so much smoke was caught up here. As soon as the smoke was dispelled, James saw William, who was sitting on the ground, whole and unharmed, but with a cut off. Grinkling, William looked at James and said that he would show him something unusual. James stood in a stupor, having no idea about how William managed to survive after such a strong attack. William said that he received this superpower after an unsuccessful meeting with death, so now he is immortal. Having examined himself again, he noticed that his ability quickly treats wounds, but in this way their duel would not be honest. William thought a little and called out an employee who was still in shock near the game control panel. He told him that at the moment he was immortal, and he received this ability after he gained his second life. Adding that with this ability the duel becomes dishonest, he asked if it was possible to somehow turn off this ability during the battle. While the employee turned his new ability to him, James stood and could not believe that William was immortal. William turned to James and said that he was immortal, but would not give him a chance to justify his defeat by his immortality. James only grinned in response and said that he was really a showback, as they say, should be checked how rumors are lying. William answered him that there are rumors because the real experience of the battle with him cannot be conveyed in any words. James said he was tired of meaningless chatter and ordered William to get up and finally start fighting with him. William, in turn, was in no hurry to get up and stated that he should first defeat the 3 strongest before this battle. Listening to ridicule that he was not even included in the 3 strongest, James began to gradually lose his temper. Without waiting for the moment when William got up, he rushed to him, but he only grinned, realizing that he pressed the patient. William managed to stand before James would have reached him, and they crossed his weapon, but William only smiled. Suddenly, the same situation was repeated as at the very beginning. Sekir James was in the ground, and William disappeared somewhere. Also suddenly, as it disappeared, also suddenly appeared. William's mocking voice came from James behind him. Turning around, he saw that William was standing his back to him, but his spear, which he beat from behind, was already centimeters from his face. Having gathered all his strength, James was able to react and jump back, to which William only grinned satisfactorily. In his thoughts, William condescendingly praised James's reaction, but also noted that this was not enough. He was already tired of all this, so he picked up his spear and, with thoughts that it was time to end, prepared for a throw. Having calculated the spear flight path, William added part of his strength to the throw and threw him towards James. When the spear flew to James, it hit the shield, throwing it back with such force that it barely stood on his feet. James stood and did not fully understand where he was, since he was very much hit by an explosive wave, and thoughts were confused. He realized that William was specially aimed at the shield, since his spear specially changed his trajectory, which was a very high level of magic. William stood in front of James and joyfully inquired him that he won, and did not plan to continue the battle. James was indignant in response, saying that the spear had passed along the tangent, and he was still able to continue their duel. William answered him that he specially left him alive since James never defeated him with such a huge shield. He continued his instructions, saying that if James is large, then this does not mean that it is necessary to take the same large shield. He said that because of the large shield, his review is limited, and James sees very poorly what is happening around him. In the end, William added that 100% is sure that James from childhood blamed tunnel vision. William said that most likely this is why he chose such a large shield, to block the blows and have time to look around. He also added that this would not work with strong opponents, reminding him of how he easily went behind him. As a result, William told James that he should change his large shield to a smaller one, and with his level of dexterity it will be a wise solution. James asked if he was lying, to which William replied that he would not, since even following his advice, he would still be a head below him. Having received such an answer, James could not decide for a long time and gather his thoughts, but said that he would try to do so. Mason at that moment on the other side of the screen stood in a slight shock from the fact that William was teaching a very strong enemy. Having received a satisfactory answer, William said that he ended here and will go further to watch his series. Remembering one thing sharply, he turned to James and said that he should pay for the consultation. James answered him that he would pay, provided that he would receive another duel with James in the Premier League in a week. William answered him that he was not going to play in any battle, since he still has a whole bunch of dramas and series. James sharply grabbed William and began to beg him to fight him in the league, and even offered him money for that. He continued to eat on William, claiming that with his abilities he should fight and not sit endlessly on the couch. All those present in the hall looked at the monitor in a stupor, as they did not expect such an act from James. Only one person was not shocked. George, the director of the association, he smiled, realizing that this was his chance. A few days after the battle, William still lay on the couch and watched the dorm, which was transmitted on TV. However, suddenly the broadcast was interrupted under the pretext of an important message, which is why William rose on the couch. Instead of the drama, they turned on the channel with the news where the message was transmitted about William and about his career in esports. The presenter said that after a duel with James Waker, There were hopes that William would still revise his decision. In the end, the presenter said the main news: William agreed to take part in the league, provided that America would defeat Korea dry. After this message, William for a long time could not realize what he had heard, and then he already jumped from indignation. Literally 10 minutes passed, and he was already in George's office and pushed all his anger on him. While he was indignant and tried to get out of George even a drop of information and explanations, he was sitting his back to him and was silent. He demanded to tell him who distributed this information and said that he would strangle this person with his own hands. He was also interested in where the video with James's proposal came from the network, in which William was cut out. While he continued to speak, George got up and abruptly made him a bow, apologizing to him several times, then forced him to shut up. George said that Walker was too influential at the international level, so he could not refuse him. William was slightly confused by such revelations and tried to return the conversation again in the right direction, but no one listened to him. George interrupted him, not allowing a word to say, and assured William that everything would be in order, and he raised the situation. He told William that he had put forward impossible conditions. The victory of America over Korea is dry, with a score of 11-0. George added that everyone agreed since he said that William was only interested in a strong team, and he did not need to worry. William sharply interrupted the director's monologue, shouting that he does not care about their showdowns, and he was not interested in battles. George once again assured William that his condition is impossible, so there is no need to worry so much. In addition, he decided to put pressure on Pity and said that they were familiar for a long time, and William could help him at least once. As a result, he said that he would sacrifice all the profit to William's favorite funds, where he often allocated money. William stood and suffered all this, repeating to himself that if it weren't for the past, he would have had to naive him for a long time. In the end, his patience burst, and he gave his consent, clarifying at the same time that it was only at once, no more. George was so happy about his answer that he was about to kiss him, but William was able to drive him away from himself. William once again asked George about the conditions. They should kill at least one American in a match, and that's all. George joyfully confirmed that he understood everything correctly, and he should trust him, since everything will be fine. George, due to the fact that they were already gathered, suggested that they have dinner together in honor of the conclusion of the transaction. Just in case, William specified whether their director treats, to which he received a positive answer, and therefore agreed. Leaving the office, George silently apologized to William, looking at the filled forms with a score between the teams. The next few days, the TV was torn by the news about William, which was why he started to hurt, so they did not show the dramas. Once again, he regretted that he had contacted George, and realized that from the very beginning he should have cut off all the connections with him. Having decided to distract from endless news releases, he turned off the TV and went to the glass door, looking into the yard. Suddenly, some kind of noise was distracted from his thoughts, and turning his head, William saw Mason and Marie, who trained in the yard. Mason coached Marie and developed speed and dexterity in it, forcing to quickly move from side to side. At one point, Mason threw the ball into the air, which Marie instantly saw and grabbed with the help of a whip. Mason said that this time Marie had a very good speed, but you need to accelerate even more, because she is a support player. Standing behind them and listening to how Mason is trying to teach Marie to be support, William noted that this was a waste of energy. In order not to cool down just like that, William decided to analyze Marie's skills and used his analysis skill. He noted that she has a pretty good speed, but her dexterity has already reached its limits. William also noted that the maximum values of dexterity and speed would not be compared to Mason, so that she cannot live up to his expectations. He still could not believe that Marie was assigned the role of support. Since at least such an approach worked with Mason, Marie is another case. Marie sank down on the grass, voiced that she needed a break, and William at that time slowly approached them with Mason. When he came closer, Marie noticed him, but he was still immersed in the thought that everything was bad if the team in this form. Marie asked him, did he see how she trained, to which he answered what he saw, and she also did not have to focus on dexterity. Mason tried to object, saying that Marie did not reach the right level a little, but William interrupted him. He told Mason that Marie is not him, and she needed a completely different approach, different from what was to him. William said that it is necessary to stop developing speed and dexterity, since it will not be able to become the same as he before. He also added that Marie has already reached her maximum in dexterity and in a whip, so you need to focus on another. He said that Mason decided to make her support due to the fact that their abilities are similar, but they are completely different. William turned to Marie, asking her the question of what she would do after she grabbed the enemy with a whip. After Marie replied that she would just bring him to the team, William immediately reproached her for incorrectness. He said that she herself needs to be interrupted from opponents, so it is worth focusing on strength and fencing. He came up and took Mars' whip and sword, saying that he would show everything now but only once, so you have to look carefully. Swinging with a whip, he struck the training doll, wrapping his whip around it, after which he took the sword more comfortable. By a moment, he later pulled the whip, which pulled the doll to him, and cut it with a sword into 2 even parts. Having finished, he laid the sword with a whip to the side, asking Marie whether she understood the example that he had just shown to her. Having not received an answer, he continued the lecture, saying that it was impossible to kill the enemy with a whip, so it is necessary to develop fencing. Having completed explanations and instructions, William announced that Marie needs to make 500 approaches. Mason and Marie fell into a stupor after William called such a huge number of necessary approaches. Seeing that after his words they did not budge, William began to push them so that they accelerated and began to do. He said that there are 14 days left before the league match, so they have very little time at the moment. At the same time, John, manager of James Waker, admired how his abilities grew up in such a short time. James himself also listened in surprise reports on changes in his life and physical indicators. John noticed that James became much better, like a fighter after changing his approach to defense. He also added that his weaknesses have already stopped being such, so he could soon become the top 3. Naturally, he noticed that one way or another, for significant results, long and stubborn training needed, since it is still difficult for him. After that, John said that they could gain great benefit in this situation, and James asked to clarify in money. Thinking and making several calculations, John declared James the amount they could receive, about $10 million. James plunged into thought. Because $10 million is a very considerable amount, and every day they do not offer this. Having finished thinking, he looked at the TV, where they transferred the program about William, and said that all this money needed to be sent to him. The manager fell into a stupor, and then began to appeal to common sense, but James was inexorable. According to him, it was money for the consultation. Stopping, he looked into the space in front of him and shouted that he had sweat, that he would drag William into the arena. A certain amount of time passed, and the match between the national teams of Korea and the USA finally took place. Commentators said that, with a high probability, all their viewers with great impatience were waiting for the meeting of these two teams. They also mentioned that they would soon find out how the confrontation of William and James Waker would end. They said that this would be exciting, but now they need to present the participants of each team. Having first presented the Korea team, they moved to the performance of the team from the United States, whose players were seriously configured. This time, Marie was the commander and leader of her team, so she was awarded a separate place in the performance. From the USA, James Walker was the leader, which was not surprising, with his potential and determination. William sat and looked at it all through the screen and in his thoughts, prayed for showing a good result. The dungeon in which they will fight is an old castle of the underworld called the Palace of Marta Borni. There are only 3 floors in this dungeon, and each will have its own boss, and the hordes of skeletons will block the road to the teams. On the ground floor, the teams will encounter a boss skeleton warrior, a huge monster that destroys everything in its path. On the next floor, the main obstacle for both teams will be the boss, which is called the Knight of Death. Well, as a final boss on the 3rd floor, as many as 2 monsters will act: Bone Dragon and Lich. Commentators also noticed that many on this day look at them for the first time, so they considered it necessary to remind the audience with the rules. Well, finally, the teams were given the opportunity to go out and go to their places, and the audience joyfully greeted them. In the end, when the teams took their places, the commentators announced that the match was finally starting. On the ground floor, the US team immediately met with skeletons, and commentators admired their honed movements. The US team very quickly coped with the crowds of skeletons, cleaning the rooms of the dungeon one after another. They admired how quickly and rapidly the US team coped with such a huge number of skeletons. Commentators noticed that despite the fact that their movements were slow, but the blows were accurate and timely. After that, the commentators switched to the Korea national team, as it was interesting what they were doing at that moment. Looking behind the movements of the Korea national team, they admired the incredible speed they move. After observing them for some time, they realized that the Korea team did not kill monsters but simply ran through them. They did not kill a single skeleton in any room or in the second, but simply continued to run forward, ignoring their existence. Mason stood and watched their movements and encouraged them in his thoughts in the hope that everything would go clearly as it was planned. Commentators recalled that the Korea team was known for its protracted game, but now they have a clear goal: to kill the boss. They also noted that this tactic has a very high level of risk, but if successful, they will immediately receive a lot of points. If you kill the main boss of the floor, then it will be closed for some time, then the Korea team, and wants to use this game. This will give them a very strong odds in front of the players from the USA, so they very quickly ran all the rooms and reached the boss. Commentators and stands simply torn when the Korea team approached the first boss in this dungeon, a skeleton warrior. Switching again to the American team, they were at a loss, as James Walker simply stood and waited for something. One of the members of the US team settled in an ambush in a room with the boss and was waiting for something, and this caused great surprise among commentators. Players from the US national team were mocking the stupidity of the players of the Korea national team and offered to go to the second floor, but Walker refused. He said that they needed to enter the room with the boss, and the member of his team said that he would lend Walker his strength. The Korea team at that moment almost finished beating the boss, and Marie flew forward to deliver the last blow to the skeleton. Suddenly, right in front of the moment when she had to finish the boss, James Walker flew out of the shelter and knocked her right in flight. The whole team of Marie stood in a stupor without the opportunity to move, because he flew so unexpectedly that no one even noticed. Mason realized that he used the power of his member on the Urigan command, thanks to which he was able to move so quickly. Thanks to this strengthening and strong impetus, Marie threw it to the side and, hitting the wall, she was instantly killed. James said that it was a good idea to beat the boss right away, but only victory is important in this game. This is the main reason for their defeat. After his words, absolutely the entire national team of America flew out of his back and began to attack the already weakened skeleton warrior. Having carried out literally a few attacks on it, they finished it off, and the system informed that the floor would be closed in 10 minutes. Despite such a head start, James Walker decided that everything needed to be finished right here and gave the order to attack the participants of the Korea national team. The national team of America mercilessly attacked the Korea national team and began to shred them to the right and left, not giving a chance to escape. Commentators noticed that the Korea team was very weakened after the battle with the boss, so their positions are very deplorable. Standing before the last living participant in the Korea national team, James Walker swung and said that this time they finished. After he said this phrase, he swung harder and cut the last player, finishing the first round. Commentators solemnly announced that the US team won Korea in dry, and the second round will begin after a complete restoration of forces. Marie walked along the corridor in the thought that they could not do anything again, and they lost again with the defeat. She was also very upset about the fact that William made so much effort, but they all turned out to be in vain. Entering the room where their team was resting, she stood on the threshold of surprise, as William was sitting inside and already instructed their team. He said that he was sobbing bloody tears at the moment when he looked at their game, and their team should listen to his advice. Someone from the national team tried to object, saying that their coach is Mason, but William only ordered him to close his mouth, after which all the questions were disappeared. William said that he had not the slightest desire to get into this situation and this game, but he decided to regret them. He said that their idea to quickly kill the boss was really good, but the Americans are stronger than them in all respects. Also, William added that it does not matter how many times they will fight with the US team. The chances of winning will always be 0. After that, he said that he had not just come here, and if they listen carefully to him now, they will be able to kill Walker. William said that the Palace of Martha Borney is one of the dungeons that he passed with the president of the association. He assured them that this is a very light location. Only the third floor would pose at least some danger to them. However, the problem was that with their level of skills, even such a light dungeon would be a big problem. He also said that they had a pretty good plan, but it would be nice if their plan also worked. Their main problem was the lack of intelligence. They immediately rushed to the boss without even following the actions of the enemy's team. Then he reproached them for the fact that they had no ability to think in advance. They would not be able to fight with the United States, even if they killed the boss. He summed up that the Korea team deservedly was defeated, as they missed the elementary foundations. William hit himself on his forehead from disappointment at the level of the game of the national team, and also regretted Mason who trains them. After standing a little more in such a pose, he announced that the past still could not change, so the conversation about the first round can be finished. William once again asked for silence and said that, "Now you can go to the point, and he will tell them how to act further." The second round began the next day, and the commentators immediately noticed that the US team moves more actively than usual. They suggested that they specifically use tactics with division into two groups to quickly defeat the Korea national team. Commentators noticed that such tactics are better than the rest of the USS, the tank of the team, James Waker. They were about to bury the hope of the victory of Korea, but the sudden action of Marie made the stands and commentators freeze in shock. Marie, barely appearing on the battlefield, immediately rushed forward, starting to act more actively than she did before. Commentators were surprised that the national team used to play from defense, but now, Marie changed his position and acts completely differently. This time, William sat satisfied, looking at the actions of the Korea national team, since everything was still clearly according to his plan. He also noticed that if they do everything in clarity according to him, then they will have a small chance to win. Marie, after a conversation and training, ran around the dungeon with complete confidence that they would win this round. The scout of the U.S. national team, as the last time, stood in the shelter, but he informed James that he did not see the players of the Korea national team. Walker told him that he and several more members of his team remain in ambush, since there is only one passage there. Suddenly, while James was already looking forward to the battle with William, the wall began to tremble behind him, and noise began to come from there. Turning to the noise, he saw that part of the wall behind him began to collapse, and a bright light appeared due to faults. After a few moments, the wall finally collapsed, opening James's gaze, a secret move from which members of the Korea national team began to run out. William told them that the first step towards the victory over Waker was a successful intelligence, as it is necessary to find out the number of players near the walker. He said that this time the Korea national team will not have a goal of hitting monsters or killing a skeleton warrior, as this is the wrong path to victory. William told them that only one passage to the palace was known to the players in the Battle of Supervisors, since they were not in a real dungeon. He told them that there is also a secret passage connecting the sides of the Korea national team and the U.S. national team. The passage is hidden in the wall, but it will help Marie with the search. This will help them find out what the team of their opponents plans. Further, after intelligence, all 11 players of the Korea national team will go along a secret passage. They will be divided and attack the U.S. team. As a result, William encouraged them before the game, wishing good luck and saying that this time they will definitely be able to defeat the U.S. team. Also, before the game, William approached Marie and gave advice on how to kill Walker. She needs to beat him on her feet. Marie was surprised since James Walker is a near-battle fighter, and the legs clearly cannot be a weak place with such a strong player. William explained to her that on his advice, Walker changed his shield, but was still not used to the fact that he did not protect his legs due to small sizes. He said that after winning them, it is not to put a desire to give them a single point, so they will follow all the parties. William asked him to trust him, and if they do everything as he said, then because of an unexpected attack, they will have every chance of victory. Flying out of the secret passage, Marie noticed that the national team of America really did not suspect this, and thanked William. Commentators were torn, not having time to comment on the sudden attack of the Korea team from a secret passage to the U.S. team. The support player in the team of Marie put on her the effect of fiery concentration to make it easier to kill opponents. Fiery concentration is an effect aura that allows you to make opponents around the carrier weaker. Although the attack was sudden, James Walker quickly adapted and prepared to beat off the sudden explosion of the Korea national team. Looking around, he saw the members of his team fall one after another, and confidence in victory became much weaker. While he stood and watched his team, Marie had already managed to earn several points for 2 murders. Suddenly, he noticed support players who decided to attack him from the back, but managed to react and earn a 3rd murder. Having adapted a little, he shouted to his whole team that everyone needs to gather here, since the situation is critical. However, it was a little late. They were already surrounded by 8 players in the Korea national team, and there were only 3 of them themselves. The players of the Korea national team did not stand still and attack them, and the players of the U.S. national team were not so rapidly and accurately reflected their attacks. James Walker was not going to give up and began to give a rather strong rebuff, earned another murder, throwing his weapon. After he threw his weapon, only the shield remained in his hand, and it was at that moment that he felt Marie behind him. Turning around, he did not see her behind his back and fell into a stupor, because he was sure that she was there a second ago. Marie fell upon Walker with a crushing attack, running out of his shield where she was in a blind zone for him. The attack of Marie caused a huge damage to James, but she already ran behind him, stopping her offensive for a second. When James thought that he was given a second chance, he felt a whip on his leg and realized that this was the end for him. Marie pulled the whip with all her might, and James Walker fell on his back, unable to defend or resist more. Looking around, he saw how the other members of his team had already killed, having received glasses for this, and resigned to the fact that they lost this fight. James continued to lie on his back and watched as Marie slowly but decisively reducing the distance between them. When she came closer, he asked if William told them how to hold this round in a new way and win. Marie did not answer, but only directed the sword to James, allowing him to say his last words before she kills him. James said nothing, but only grinned at how cleverly they outwitted them and won this battle thanks to new tactics. Mason was in shock, listening to commentators, who announced that the Korea team already had 5 murders and they were gone. William, who was lying on the couch next to Mason, only grinned, saying that he was telling him that they had wounded Walker. The second round ended, and the commentators could not calm down, wondering how the Korea team was able to surprise everyone. Yes, the match ended in the victory of the US team, but they still showed such a result that they never showed. The Korea team was defeated only because they were attacked by the second part of the US team at a time when they had almost no strength. However, all the same, despite the defeat, the Korea national team was able to kill 5 opponents and make more noise than the US victory. They also showed a repetition of the explosion of the wall, which made a secret move to secret. This moment was the culmination of today's game, and in the center of all attention was the player, the captain of the Korea team, Marie, who personally committed 4 out of 5 killings. She stood joyfully and accepted all praise and enthusiastic cries, realizing that they mentally won this match. Mason, as the head coach of the Korea national team, stood on stage, and recently arrived journalists had already interviewed him. The reporter said that in this round his words were able to show a completely different level and asked about his impressions regarding this. Mason replied that he, like his team, believes that it was an excellent experience and they are not going to stop there. The reporter also noted that in this round their team used a hidden move, which was impressive, and asked if they themselves thought up before. Mason smiled, confirming that many really surprised such a move, because no one even suspected this passage. He also said that the game was held in a specific place, so before the second round, they requested special assistance. While he was saying this, he looked towards William, who was sitting aside on a bench and watched the interview process. Seeing his gaze, William turned irritably, realizing that he again conceived something connected with esports. Further, the interview was taken from Marie, who was still shining with joy, and with the same mood introduced herself as a reporter. Surrosing in response, the reporter noted that she showed a good result and asked whether she had a new approach to training. Marie replied that she trained a lot and had a lot with William, and also that his secret move was precisely his idea. Listening to the fact that Marie was saying a reporter, William sighed irritably and realized that they would not let him live calmly. He also asked a rhetorical question about why they always mention him in their conversations in various interviews. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him, who answered his question that they simply tell the truth no more. Seeing the director of the association behind his back, William irritably answered him that he needed to give an interview and not chat with him. The director, in response, said that he was already too old for an interview, so do not drive him away from where he feels good. In response to William's question about why he was mistaken near him, George replied that he did not need a reason to be near. George asked if his idea was to use a secret move, to which William nodded, clarifying that it was perhaps in vain, because it was only a sport. As a result, he was indignant, saying that this was the only normal solution since the level of the team was very low. The director missed his words past his ears and asked if he was teaching Marie, since she completely adopted his battle style. William got up from the bench and said that he had no particular desire to teach Marie, but George said that he still had talent. In response to the last phrase, William proudly spread his hands and confirmed his words, saying that he was really magnificent. The director decided to try luck for the last time and invited William to try to find the best use for his skills. William was indignant because he had already won the dispute between them, so he is not obliged to participate in any competitions and games. The director said that this was his last sentence and he would no longer pester, but asked to listen to him. He said that the new season will start soon, the higher league, where the best players in the world of superhumans will compete. After listening to this, William skeptically asked if the director was going to offer him to participate in this major league. The director objected, saying that it would be brazenly on his part, but I would like William to simply join the team. He sadly looked down, realizing that he would most likely refuse, as in the past times, while William answered him what he would think. Not immediately realizing what answer he received, George asked William to repeat his words, to which he asked if he had deaf from old age. George was still standing and could not believe that William agreed to think about his offer, because he constantly refused. William said that it was a fascinating, but even more exciting to look at how Marie fought. In the end, he added that all the same, the real dungeons disappeared so he can only try his strength in the battle of superhumans. To joy, George grabbed William, grabbing him and starting to stroke his head, saying that he voiced his decision very well. He also added, showing William the screen that the video with their team scored several million views in just an hour. Comments under the video were torn from admiring and joyful comments, where they praised William and Marie. Escaping from the director's grip, William said that he seemed to be old, but not to occupy his strength, to which he replied that he was just very glad. William objected that, in fact, he only said that he would think, and George should not hope much because the chances are 50-50. Contrary to the expectations of William, the director of the association only shone even more and said that there were no problems and let William think well. William asked whether there was really a little time left to the Major League, as George told him. When he received an affirmative answer, he thought, because for such events they choose the best of the best. After a little thought, he turned to the director of the association, saying that even in case of consent he has several conditions. The director looked at him in surprise but did not object, as it would be dangerous for a solution, and asked what the same conditions he had. He also added that he was ready to do everything that William will only ask for, since he needed to drag him into the team in any way. William, when he heard consent, grinned joyfully, clearly planning some very interesting idea that promises to be fun. The next day, Mason stood in the garden opposite William and did not understand how he should react at all to what he had just heard from him. In response to Mason's indignant exclamation, William said that everything seemed to be very clear and explained to him accessibly. He said that George promised to fulfill any of his desires if he agrees to participate in the battle with the high-level teams. William also added that because of this he begins a new life, although he wanted to spend it on the couch in front of the TV. He also explained that since he took up such a serious business, then everything must be done perfectly and properly. William said that he did not think that he needs training, but given the level of players in his team, he will have to drag everyone behind him. Mason apologized that he had taught them poorly, and said that he understood his motivation, but did not understand what he was doing among his plans. William lazily explained that after Marie, he is the next one who is at least something of himself. And besides William, no one can kill him. Mason was indignant that William could not kill him, to which he answered him that he had not held a weapon in his hands for 17 years, so who knows. William also added that such a great coach will not scare him, but during this time he will try to bring him into a normal form. Just in case, Mason specified whether William understands the fact that he is no longer as strong as before. He is already 48. Having analyzed it with his ability, William really saw that over the years all his characteristics have fallen in their meanings. After a little thought, he came to the conclusion that returning all his characteristics to the previous level is possible and not so difficult. Smiling mockingly, he asked Mason if he understands that from tomorrow, a real hell was coming for him. Remembering how hellish were the training of William, Mason realized that from tomorrow he would have come to an end. Sitting in the office, George sorted out the conditions of William in his thoughts. He will be in a team with Marie, and Mason will also participate. He also imagined how much the event will have, and how many sponsors will appear when 2 of the 7 Savior will be in the same team. The director of the association marked the news that Mason and William would be in the same team, which instantly scattered on the internet. On all newspapers and sites of the media, news was already actively walking that Mason, Marie, and William would fight in the same team in the Major League. Mason stood in his yard and listened to comments from William, who asked him whether he remembered what he taught him. The answer is, if your technique is lame, then you need to move faster than the enemy, after which William was indignant that he remembers everything, but did not. Mason said that he understood, and try faster, after which he began to concentrate and prepare for the attack. After a small pause, he made a jerk and rushed towards William, who stood opposite him with a shield. As soon as he reduced the distance between them, he swung and made a shield on the shield, which William put up in front of him. After the blow, Mason moved away from William and asked if his result was arranged this time or not. When William told him that he had managed to make more blows earlier, Mason asked him to make a discount at his age. He also bent and complained to William that at his age it was very difficult for him to endure such training. In response, William only told him not to whine, since before he would call such a training easy scumbag. In response to the claim that they are already sticking out here for 8 hours, William replied that the series began soon, so they need to hurry. Mason objected and said that the series would wait, since they need to go to one place today. They came to the building of the Association of Assistory of Korea, where at the entrance they were met by an already familiar employee, Ethan, who turned out to be an administrator. Also, William was introduced to the person who was next to the administrator, Brown Turner, a member of the World Battle of the World Organization. William was dissatisfied with the situation, as he remembered that he had already tested his avatar not so long ago. He was explained that this was only a test version, and for a complete and accurate creation of an avatar, several tests need to be passed. Ethan also explained that despite the fight with James Waker, their whole test affected only William's physical capabilities. They need to collect all the statistics and data so that the character is as consistent with William from reality. They also clarified that there were no problems with complete synchronization, but it is always better to copy data from reality. In response to William's questioning look, Ethan explained that complete synchronization is possible, where the avatar is you, only in the virtual world. He also added that the avatar can reveal skills that have not yet appeared in reality, which changed William's idea of technology. When William admired the level of technology, Ethan said that this is a secret development, and employees are scattered around the world. William was suspicious of this information, suggesting that the force could be based on the force that copies the real world. He once again clarified whether they knew how everything is arranged, since the creators can pursue some other goals besides esports. Throwing away sad thoughts, William said that even in the event of a monster's attack, he will be able to kill them all. William was taken to a special room for verification and said that they would need to check its speed, strength, and aura. At first, there was a check of force that was carried out using a machine, where it was necessary to pull the handle. After waiting a little, William pulled the handle and put a sufficient amount of strength, but she was tight even for him. After the machine gun calculated the force attached for a jerk, William was asked to twitch the handle several times. When William finished the test for strength, Eaton and the rest noticed that the power indicators are not as large as for the hero. The next check was dexterity. He needed to press both switches in different ends of the room. When William began to carry out the test for dexterity, everyone was shocked by the fact that the tank was able to move so quickly. After the system informed William that the test was completed, he stopped and asked about the result. The result did not suit him, so he passed the test again, gaining the desired 971 score. He turned to the administrator, asking what maximum score was received when testing dexterity. When he was told that the highest result was 1,007 points, Mike Burner received. He recognized this name from the videos that he watched. William also said that they say that this Mike Burner is as fast as Mason in his youth, but he doubts it. William liked to score points in this testing, so he concentrated for the next attempt. He felt that it was in excellent shape today, so he could score a score above the previous ones. Having finished the concentration, he ran away and touched the two switches as quickly as possible. Looking at his movements and then at testing results, those present could not believe the numbers that were burning on the screen. On the screen of the testing apparatus, the number of thousands burned, which said that William had speed like the fastest player in the world. William thought about the fact that he did not have the maximum indicator of dexterity, but he was able to equalize with the fastest supernomers. Thinking that, perhaps, he could go beyond his own capabilities, he asked to once again pass the test for strength. Twing by the handle of the already familiar apparatus, William thought that the main thing is concentration, and it was she who decides everything. All those present, only in complete shock, watched how the indicators grow with each test. William stood and analyzed himself, coming to the conclusion that he had already reached the limit both in strength and in dexterity. But he needs more. He thought that such a rapid growth of characteristics cannot simply be associated with a concentration, but there should be something else. He remembered that he had once experienced such a feeling. When he fought in the very last dungeon from which he got here, William recalled that it was at that moment, on the verge of death, he was able to exaggerate his indicators and raise the will above the maximum. Following the logical thoughts followed. And why then fight at all, if he will defeat anyone with immortality and willpower? This began to seem very suspicious to him. Everything indicated that someone wants his participation in the battle and his crushing victory. After that, an aura check followed, for which an incomprehensible white sphere was placed in front of William. In order to check the aura, he was told to touch it, after which he noticed that there were no such exact methods for measuring the aura before. He remembered how he trained diligently to raise the aura level to 100, but in vain, because the level of the aura is very difficult to change. As soon as he began to pour his aura into the sphere, everyone again fell into a stupor since every second it only increased. At the moment when William began to pour aura into the sphere, he was 100% sure that now his aura was at the maximum. When he asked about the result, they announced his trembling voice that he had just set a new record in the level of aura in the history of mankind. William did not bother this drop, and he only confirmed this with a pleased look, saying that for him this is a couple of trifles. He was told that he beat the previously existing record, which belonged to one of the seven savior, Charlotte. William was surprised that she had such an indicator, but guessed that despite the lack of power, she went forward due to her self-confidence. The administrator notified William that all the checks were successfully completed, but he needed to clarify one moment. He told William that during the game he could not use his newly acquired ability, Immortal. William did not surprise and did not upset this fact, because it was logical that in this type of game it would be too strong. A few days later, a certain cult began to rage again, singing the honors of William and its achievements. They believed that thanks to their faith William, they would lead them to the light, and they would gain salvation, and the world would remain intact. They believed that the world would soon collapse, and they believed only in William's forces. And the most important among them raised a photograph of William above his head. He told everything that, thanks to their faith, William he heard them, and rebelled from the dead in order to save this world. He also called back to the faith of others and said that if they continue to believe, then soon the time will come. William and Mason were in the yard when the noise of the representatives of this cult flooded the whole street and prevented them from training. William did not understand what kind of huge crowd of people in raincoats who did nothing but screaming his name. They continued to stand at the fence and shout his name, but in their phrases sometimes "our savior" and "we believe in you" were sometimes found. William asked Mason whether this was journalists, but he answered him that this was the William community, who consider him their god. Hearing the name of this community, William began to sort through the moments when he could see them before. Suddenly, insight surged against William, and he asked if he took these guys for reporters when he was in the hospital. Mason confirmed his words and said that they believed that the world would fall soon, and William only considered them a bunch of idiots. Mason said that they continue to believe in him only for the reason that he literally rebelled from the dead, which William did not like. William said that they would teach them a lesson, and went in their direction, and Mason's screams and requests could no longer stop him. Suddenly jumping onto the fence, he rose above the crowd of people in raincoats and loudly ordered them to stop his mouths. After a little pause, they continued to shout their phrases, and William again asked them to close their mouths. After he asked them to shut up a second time, they listened to him, and William tried to reach some kind of compromise. When he began to talk to them, they continued to pour their phrases from time to time, so his patience burst. William in a rude uniform sent them all away, adding that if they again follow him, he would kill them. He also called them a bunch of crazy people who would just follow some person throughout the day. People in the crowd began to whisper, gradually coming to the conclusion that William thus experiences their faith in him. They suddenly surrounded him, looking into his eyes and chanting his name without a stop, pushing him closer to the fence. William backed away because he did not expect such pressure from them, taking into account the fact that he promised to kill them all in this case. Mason, who stood and watched everything from the side, realized what would happen now and involuntarily backed back. William began to boil and quietly, but so that everyone heard, said that if they would not leave in 10 seconds, he would kill them all. Literally 10 seconds later, William was already sitting on the mountain of bodies, but he did not kill them, but only cut down, since there were even children among them. He turned to the boy, the last one who remained conscious, and asked if he would follow him or not. After the frightened boy replied that he would no longer follow him, William smiled and let him go. Going down to Mason, William reached out and lazily announced that they could continue to train again with calm souls. Mason told William that he was just crazy, to which William did not react in any way and asked for more information about the cult. Mason did not receive his answer, but only said that they need to go, since crowds of journalists will soon run here. When William suggested killing them, Mason was indignant and said that they would attract even more attention to themselves. While they stood and calmly spoke, behind them from the roof of a tall building watched an incomprehensible silhouette in a cloak. Feeling the stranger's gaze, William turned in that direction, and Mason asked what happened. Not seeing anyone on the side from which William felt a threat, he reassured Mason and said that it simply seemed to him. A few days later, Agent James Waker, an agent of the U.S. Battle of Supervisory Association, arrived at the local Korean airport. Oliver, that was the name of the agent, said that he was glad to visit Korea again, and hopes that the era of supermen would return to this beautiful country. His companion said that he was already able to pick up a bunch of supermen from here in the United States, but Oliver said that he could not pick up the best. She told him that the seven saviors were never interested in the battle. Only Charlotte was interested, but lost interest due to restrictions. Oliver said that despite the fact that he had missed talented superhumans earlier, he would not miss now, and William will belong to him. Suddenly, a person who arrived at the airport forced them to interrupt the dialogue and with surprise to look at his arrival. The airport included an elderly man who was clearly very familiar, but clearly undesirable to agents from the USA. It was Jake Rend. He was an agent of the Battle of Super Management Association of Europe, and his presence did not mean anything good. He slowly approached the agents from America and greeted them mockingly, pretending that he had not recognized them at first. He wished that this battle was honest, to which Oliver grunted indignantly, thinking that it was easy for him to say. While Oliver and Jake stood and aggressively threw their eyes, reporters have already switched attention from them to other arrivals. The airport also arrived at the Moreau brothers, the owners of the Paris club Lumiere, which William destroyed the business with dungeons. They dreamed that they should take an autograph from him, or even better, to force to sign a cooperation contract in them. All these famous people stood and silently looked at each other, realizing that they all arrived in order to get William for themselves. Suddenly, silence reigned at the airport, and the sound of the heels of a woman who had just arrived. Charlotte, the youngest of the seven savior, entered the airport and asked where her younger brother is now. William admired how many people gathered on the day of the match, where he would first act as a player of battle. He also joked that it was good that the population after the war with the demons was reduced, for which he received a remark from Mason. Mason, in everything else, asked William at least this time to keep himself in his hands, but did not receive an affirmative answer. William simply ignored his question and went forward along the red carpet, realizing that there will be a lot of fun soon. While they walked along the red carpet to the entrance, crowds of reporters began to push them, and Mason asked why all this. William only smiled and, turning to him, said that he needed to carefully protect him from this crowd of curious reporters. And the crowd of curious reporters itself was already on the way to both of them, shouting right on the move and demanding from them at least some interview. Mason found the best way out of the situation and, pushing William into the thick of the reporters, quickly faded from there. While William casually answered questions from the surging crowd, he mentally cursed Mason and imagined what he would do later. Reporters asked meaningless questions. What is your condition? What do you feel before your first game? However, the last question was that he knew that Charlotte also came here, attracted his attention, and he clarified whether it was true. When he heard in response that she came here to visit the younger brother, he fell into a stupor from the fact that he was called that. Barely how free from annoying reporters, William aggressively began to open hundreds of doors in search of his own. While he went around the premises, he still heard discussions about his ear, and this began to annoy. When he still found Mason and Marie, he did not immediately run in, but found out if they knew about Charlotte's arrival here. Hearing this, Mason did not react in any way, and Marie was even delighted with her presence in this game. Mason went to William and warned him not to run into reporters who were ready to gobble him up. William, in response, asked to remind you who abandoned him and left the reporters to a complete and merciless torn apart. Mason said that he should better prepare for a meeting with Charlotte, and William hoped that she was not in order to take revenge here. Charlotte was the youngest of the seven savior, originally from China, and had a huge and impressive force. She was born and raised in a rich family as the only daughter, and from childhood developed her abilities in herself. In her then 17 years, she felt like a queen and hated William, who lowered her from heaven to earth. He constantly scolded her, pointed out mistakes, and treated her rudely because of her arrogant character and small willpower. William constantly shouted at her, reported for the slightest miscalculations, which very quickly began to get her out of her temper. She also constantly heard from him the words that there was nothing more useful besides the enormous power in her. Remembering all this, Marie and Mason advised William to buy a tuxedo, as soon the funeral is outlined. Having touched this topic a little more, Mason threw unnecessary thoughts out of his head and said that they had things to do more than Charlotte. He turned to the whole team that gradually gathered near them during their small dialogue about Charlotte. Mason's main task at the moment was to get the trust of players to himself, otherwise he will be a very bad captain. He mentioned that the rules for conducting such games are known to many, but in view of the fact that there are new players among them, he would explain everything again. Athletes are divided into a team of love and a team of hope, and then hold a charitable game. The love team includes the players of the national team and the team of hope. All newcomers, except Marie. Mason declared himself the leader of the team, captain, since he has a lot of experience in the preparation and organization of teams. Then he pointed out that William would participate in this game, after which William lazily greeted those present. Mason also mentioned that he had not held a weapon in his hands for a long time, so he hopes for each of those present. He was addressed by the deputy leader of the team with the phrase that they would not lead, and hoped that he would lead them to victory. William stood and listened to Mason's appeal, admiring his ability to push his speech, making sure that he was really suitable for the role of the captain. Applying his analyzing look to scan Mason and Marie, William was convinced that there would be a great team of them. Another thing was the rest of those present, in which William could not see anything particularly useful. Suddenly, the high indicators of one boy, who, along with the others, was delighted with Mason, still caught his eye. The abilities of this guy were also very direct, and their use could be of great benefit. William also noticed that he had a very large limit of strength, 90, so he had a very great potential. William thought that if you train it, then he could become a very good tank, and called him to himself. The guy stepped forward and introduced himself as the name of Charlie, and also called his position, the main player who brings damage. William was shocked by the fact that a near battle player brings the main damage, and asked, but the guy could not connect a few words from excitement. William asked him for the third time if he was not tanking, to which Charlie already clearly replied that he was not, but he always dreamed of being such a tank as William. William with annoyance noticed that he did not even know about his second force, and the reason for this is his incorrect choice of his position. He suggested that he was given such a strange role because of the appearance, because how such a thin guy could be a tank in the team. William sighed and asked Marie to bring him a shield, to which Charlie reacted with excitement because he did not know what they were going to do. He held out Charlie's shield, after which he took his own, but he still did not understand why he was given a shield, because it was an attribute of tanks. William did not pay attention to his questions and began to show Charlie the basics of using the shield, since there was little time. Charlie tried to object, saying that his role was to bring damage, but William answered him that he was an idiot, and his role as a tank. In the crowd, they began to talk that William is really crazy to change the role of the player less than the day before the game. Charlie from fright tried to appeal to the captain's help, Mason, but he only shook his head, because William knew better what to do. Having listened to William's angry speeches, Mason approved Charlie's new role, announcing a new distribution of players and roles. Charlie was shocked by how quickly they changed his position, and from how much it was ignored. William tried on armor and noted that it was very strong, but at the same time unusually light, and Mason only confirmed this. Mason's expression was not particularly funny, but he explained this by the fact that he never thought that he would have to put this form. Remembering something, Mason turned to William, saying that there would be no problems with weapons, and he prepared something for him. After several minutes of expectations, William took a spear from Mason, which was exactly like how he fought in the dungeons. Mason also warned William that despite the fact that he was strong, he fought only with monsters but did not fight people. He noted that due to the fact that the rest fought only with people, they will have more experience than both of them together. After listening to such a sad speech, William only smiled, saying that there was nothing to worry about, and called Mason as a joke, Captain. Continuing to smile, William carefully looked at Mason and offered to show the excellent game of his older sister. Before the start of the match, the stands were torn from the number of people and screams, since the presence of two saviors was a sensation. William noted that even in appearance it is clear where the national team, since the characteristics differed from them. Their characteristics were on average at the level of 70 points, and their average level was 60, which gave superiority. William asked Mason what he was guided by during the recruiters of the players, and received the answer that it was important for him that the indicators were approximately equal. It was a standard type of selection, to select the players so as not to gain too strong or too weak to the team. Suddenly, William's attention was taken by the impudent player who, it seems, did not care at all. William noted that despite the zero interest, he has very good parameters, but the mental force is a full bottom. While he was thinking that he had so small limit, and he did not even develop half, the guy began to feel a little uncomfortable. He tore William from thought, not very politely asking what he was staring at him, after which William asked if he was telling him. He replied that he was telling him, remembering how he still annoyed him for a different series of different reasons. He remembered how he saw him at the previous match when Korea competed with the US team, where he behaved like an arrogant idiot. While he was thinking and in thought insulted William, William decided to change places with his teammate to be closer to the boy. Having changed places, William immediately asked where this guy came from, since he sees how much he does not like him. He confirmed that he did not like William, since he behaved very arrogantly on a match, and it is unlikely that anyone would like it. He also added that this arrogance was so disgusting because he had never before participated in the battles, but William only laughed. Seeing how, despite his arguments, they laugh at him anyway, the guy wanted to be indignant, but William interrupted him with a question. William, with a smile, asked who was the father of the boy, to which he replied that his father is the vice president of the association. From the conversation, their voice distracted their voice, which came through the speakers above their heads, who asked them to go to the arena. When William already wanted to go, the guy called him, asking what he had in mind by this question and what he knows about his father. William lazily threw over his shoulder that nothing special. He was just wondering who and how he could grow such an idiot. While the guy was pouting with indignation, William added that it was difficult for him to breathe in the same air with such, and he hates arrogant. However, in the end, he still thanked him, because of him, William had a desire to win this battle and lower the boy. When the commentator announced William's exit to the arena, the stands began to burst with renewed strength and volume, which was not surprising. While he was going to his place, the commentators noted that the day had finally arrived when they would see William in the Battle of Superman. Let the match were charity, but in the stands you could see many: James Walker, Jake, Oliver, and other famous people. Also at the stands were attended by the Morrow and Charlotte brothers, who especially wanted to observe the game of William. After the beginnings of the game, commentators said that the first match will be held in Ajas Spiral Cave. The Ajas Cave itself was 3 circles, in the center of which there is a secret path, which leads to the dungeon. The Love Team personified the national team of Korea, and members of the Seven Savior played for the Team of Hope. Shortly before the start of the match, Mason gathered his entire team and began a briefing to discuss tactics, actions in the game, and other things. He said that both teams will begin movement at the same time. Each from its point, Hope begins with the 5th, Love with the 1st. These zones are located opposite each other, so they will begin to hunt in the 5-1 zone and will advance to the 5-2 zone. After Mason said that William 1 would go to the 5-3 zone and kill the local boss, bringing additional points to the team. It was also stated that they could cross the enemy's team at one of the stages, but Mason, William, and Marie will deal with them. Just in case, Mason assured the team that it doesn't matter how many opponents will be. The 3 of them will lay as much as they like. Listening to this, William did not understand why they simply could not go the wall to the wall and win, and why Mason was so insecure in his abilities. However, after thinking a little more, William threw back these thoughts, as it was a good chance for him to understand the battle of battle and stretch. In the 5-1 sector, the starting point of the Hope team, players have already appeared, and Mason immediately ordered everyone to build and take up positions. The main source of damage was again Marie, as her abilities allowed her to do this easier than the rest. Mason acted as a support player, as he did at the time when he and William cleaned the dungeon for the dungeon. William and Charlie acted as tanks, since they had unique innate abilities and talents for this role. Looking around in the dungeon, a strange but slightly pleasant feeling of nostalgia for dungeons surged on William. It was especially pleasant to see again how William put it: black rubbish with paws, since killing them is a complete pleasure. In the sector 1-1, the starting point of the Love team, everything was not as smooth and coordinated as the Team of Hope. The captain of the Love team reminded Thomas, the guy with whom William spoke, that he had to beat spiders, but he only snapped back. Thomas was the main player who caused damage, but at the moment his thoughts were not scored by what was needed. He could not throw William the mocking face of William, and was literally burning to take revenge on him in this game. He continued to think about him and revenge on him every second, and even when huge spiders fled to him, he continued to curse William. Distributed from such thoughts, Thomas almost burned half of his team, but did not notice this, but only vowed to kill William with his own hands. At this moment, a Team of Hope successfully cleaned the premises, and William set up a shield to Mason to launch it into the air. Having scattered and jumping away from the shield that William set him, Mason flew into the thick of the monsters at high speed. Having reached his destination, he exposed the sword and began to kill the monsters to the right and left, not knowing fatigue. When he realized that there were too many monsters, he gave a signal to William, and he covered it with a shield, giving the opportunity to move away. Commentators at this time admired their coordinated work, calling this a real duet of 7 saviors. After some time, they are together, but without large power costs, they successfully cleaned the first zone. Looking around, William and Mason noticed that only one side was left, and without hesitation rushed right there. Watching how easily and masterfully they cleaned the zones, Charlie noticed that this match is easier than their usual matches in the arena. He also admired William's amazing skills, not understanding whether he was always so good or recently made a jump in the level of skills. After William made an ordinary attack, but made a lot of damage, Charlie realized that he had witnessed William's famous reception. Charlie realized that he should not cool down and began to fill the shield with an aura, noting that it was unusual for him. He also rushed into battle with spiders, but always kept in his head that now he needed to concentrate the aura both on the sword and on the shield. It was very difficult for him at the beginning, since he did not use the shield at all before, and now it was also necessary to fill it with an aura during protection. Watching Charlie from the side, William was surprised at how much jump he made in his skills in the tank and the concentration of aura. Having watched a little more, William also decided that it was too boring to cool and began to look after new monsters. Looking at himself a huge spider, he rushed to him, and when he decided to attack him, he immediately covered himself with a shield. As soon as the spider ran into the shield, William again applied the same technique that Charlie saw, instantly killing the spider. The brothers that watched from the stands screamed with joy that they saw a signature technique, a meter attack, and turned to Charlotte for clarifications. Charlotte confirmed that it really was a meter attack, which really seems to be an ordinary spear blow. Meter attack is an attack, thanks to which the spear follows its target at a very high speed, amazing the target within a radius of a meter. It is thanks to the super sulfur and hone technique that he creates an ultra-suffering attack, from which it is almost impossible to evade. Despite the complexity of the technique, William is always calm and relaxed when performing, which makes the technique so inconspicuous. Charlotte said that this is a technique when performing which you can't make mistakes, but he applies it playfully. What is now? What is 17 years ago? Not noticing the last remaining monster, William asked his team that he was already clean. Hearing a rustle behind his back, William turned sharply and sent the impoverished monster into flight to the next use of the technique. Seeing that the monster is still alive and trying to run away, William concentrated and prepared for a throw of his spear. Alternating the distance to the target, he threw a spear and it flew towards the monster, dissecting the airspace. When the spear reached its goal and finally finished off this monster, William smiled joyfully and said that not a single monster would escape from him. The zone was completely cleaned, so Mason gathered his entire team near him to praise and voice a further plan of action. When he reached the moment where it was said about the transition to the next section, he realized that there was no William nearby and began to look for him with his gaze. Charlie stepped forward and said that after the murder of the spider, he went on in the zone 5-3 and said to pull up to him as quickly as possible. Mason exhaled irritably, saying that this was the right decision on his part, since he acts with the calculation. Having a little estimate how the situation could turn out, Mason waved his hand and led his team further to the 5-2 section. William, in turn, successfully reached the 5-3 zone and stood in front of the local boss, a huge and merciless sickle. Standing in front of him, he did not even know where to start, so he decided to begin, and decency to say hello to such a huge monster. Still not moving, William added that he had long wanted to fight him, and Serpent was already beginning to show aggression. Ignoring his sharp movements, William closed his eyes and began to concentrate in order to defeat him faster. Having stood a little more, William opened his eyes, stood in a defensive rack, taking a comfortable weapon, and shouted to the Serpent to attack. Serpent did not force himself to wait for a long time and, first hissing on the entire space of the dungeon, rushed into the attack on William. William deftly dodged the first attack of Serpent, slipping on the floor under his huge body, easily reacting to the attack. Finding himself under his head, William again decided to use his technique, so he gathered all his strength in his hand with a spear. As soon as he felt that it was time, he cut the sickle right down his neck with a spear, forcing him to loudly hiss from pain to the whole dungeon. William tightly held a spear in his hands and did not let him out of his hands, clearly realizing that he had won in this battle. After some time, his whole team reached the dungeon, where William, apparently, was tired of waiting for them. They stood and silently looked at him, while William told them that he thought that they would need more time for cleaning. William himself was sitting on the body of a defeated sickle, so that the stupor and the silence of his team could be understood. William realized that the more monsters you kill, the stronger you become, and you can only see the changes after the round. It was the awareness of this fact that has motivated William to give everything else to his team, and to do others himself. He turned to Mason and Marie and said that they were heading after him, to which they nodded in the affirmative. Once again, looking at them carefully, William said that he has just a magnificent plan, and a smile lit his face. Leaving the destruction of small monsters on other fighters, the three main players of the Nadezhda team went to hunt for the Team of Love. William flew forward and thought that he could defeat the serpent from almost one blow, which was a strong result. He also kept in his head the fact that, thanks to the murder of monsters, he could increase his strength in battle. The main problem was that its current aura was at too low, which did not suit William extremely. Mason was distracted from his thoughts, who said that they would soon go to the love team, so why William has no plan? William replied that he saw in their team a boy who looked like Charlotte. He was also strong physically, but clearly not mental. He added that he did not know if he would be among the players present on whom they go out, but in extreme cases he will come up with something. The captain of the love team announced that they would share. 6 people will go to the 11th sector, and 5 will go to the 9th. After they finally finished cleaning the current sector, they followed the order of the captain and quickly divided. While they calmly cleaned their sector, Thomas again inaccurately addressed force, since his thoughts were again scored not by the game. He made sure that thanks to the glasses for hunting, his aura is already yellow, which means that he could definitely resist William. Thomas was so immersed in his thoughts about the fight with William that he had already ignored the orders of the captain of his team. He once again checked his aura, deciding for himself that with such an aura he would easily crush him, and his tank barely managed to protect him from a spear. The spear bounced from the shield and still hit Thomas a little, which is why he fell into a stupor, as he did not feel William at all. Having recovered from the first shock, they scored alarm that they were attacked by another team. The second part of their detachment already wanted to stop the cleansing and go to their aid, but the second part of the Hope team came to them. Charlie was at the head of the coming detachment, and their task was, if not eliminated, then at least detain this part of the love team. Charlie stood and slightly nervous, as he first led the detachment and never acted as a leader before, but it was too late to retreat. He remembered how William told them about this plan, that after the victory over the serpent, they should help them with an attack on the love team. At that time, William noticed that they are a national team, so it will not be easy, but they will be able to kill them all to one. Remembering these words, Charlie stood, holding in his head another phrase of William that when they finish, they would come and help them. At this time, William jokingly wondered how they could block such a strong spear throw, but Mason did not understand the joke and objected. Stretching, William prepared to throw. Mason climbed onto the shield of the enemies and quickly deal with them. Having concentrated, he made a jerk, launched Mason into the air towards the grouping detachment of the love team. After he launched Mason to them, he decided to throw a spear to them in addition. But this time, the throw will not be weak. Having concentrated again, William threw his spear with catastrophic power, which flew faster than the bullet towards the opposite team. Having barely tracked the trajectory of throws, the love team considered that they chose Thomas's main goal, given the conversation before the game. Thomas himself continued to stand in a stupor, unable to move, and looked at how Mason was rapidly approaching him. Suddenly, at the very last moment, Mason applied his teleportation ability and attacked the tank closest to it. The second, which stood behind him, was still shocked, but found the strength to make an uncertain swing. Mason, in turn, barely managed to react so that he would not be demolished previously with a spear of William, which came perfectly in the second tank. While he was sitting, the remaining members of the enemy team said that it was necessary to defeat him before his teleport was reloaded. Suddenly, Marie also took part in battle, jumping high into the air and wrapping Mason's body with a whip to pull it out. She smiled cheerfully, because for the first time she participated in the battle with relatives and can provide them with real help. She jerked the whip and dragged Mason away from the enemy team so that he could calmly and safely go aside. Mason, thanks to the help of Marie, calmly reached William and used a teleportation to Marie to transfer her to them. William scanned at Mason, calling him an old man, to which he reacted as violently as his breathing allowed. William only laughed in response and stated the fact that they successfully dealt with the tanks. If the 3 of them remained against the 3, then there is only an option to arrange a duel 3-by-3 between the remaining players. Thomas and his team stood in shock, looking at how confidently William and his partners figured out 3 members of the love team. William continued to joyfully and solemnly declare plans for further actions, saying that they would be divided into pairs. Thomas looked at his decisive actions very scared because he did not expect that they would attack so suddenly and successfully. The situation in turn was quite happy with commentators, as they can see a duel between one of the strongest players. They admired the magnificent solution that William's detachment pretended to attack Thomas, but attacked all the tanks. Commentators also noticed how amazing how elegantly William controls its impact and speed. Having a little more discussing William's actions, they decided to switch to the actions of the match that was currently coming at the moment. Thomas still stood in a stupor and looked at how William's partners quickly ran past him and attacked his team members. His partners rained down like Mason and Marie's sharp and strong attacks, so he remained one of the detachment. It depends on how quickly his teammates lost his team. He said that this was impossible. But William was already approaching otherwise. After he told Thomas that there was nothing impossible here, he delivered a crushing blow to him with a shield, sending him away from the game. While Thomas flew into the ground from the blow, William shouted to him that he should finally stop whining, otherwise this was bored. Also, William was still looking at how Avatar Thomas leaves the battlefield. With anger, nevertheless called him a stupid major. While William and his detachment slowly dealt with Thomas, the detachment Charlie was surprised to listen to the murder announcement. The one who controlled the detachment that Charlie faced was indignant at the fact that they managed to lay so many of their players. Without thinking twice, he rushed into battle, urging the others to follow his example, because if they win now, then the victory will be behind them. He chose Charlie with his goal, as the new position of this player outraged and insulted him, the tank. Charlie, standing in front of the player attacking him, recalled William's instruction on how to handle the shield and sword correctly. When he was finally attacked, he remembered that the first step was to defend from the blow, and then the counterattack followed. When he realized that he had successfully blocked the blows of the player attacking him, he removed the shield and attacked him with a sword in the second hand. The player, whose attacks he successfully repulsed, stood and looked at him indignantly, not understanding where he got such good defense skills. He also added that Charlie did not even have the slightest idea of how to tank correctly, and attacked him again. After this attack, Charlie realized that he should act faster, and stumbled, but the announcer announced that William was gaining a third murder. William managed to arrive and help him as promised, adding that Charlie is well done, but the rest should be left to them. He smiled in the face of the remaining detachment and said that in 5 minutes they would finish with them and move on to the next stage. After the end of the game, commentators announced that Mason was the best player in this round. In a room specially allocated for the team, the whole team congratulated Mason on his achievement after a long break. Listening to delighted exclamations, Mason thought that it was not easy to return at his age, but these feelings were worth it. Turning to William, who silently sat on the side, Mason thought that this all happened only thanks to him. Seeing his views directed in his direction, William did not pay attention to them, as he was busy with another matter. In the series, which he watched with such zeal, there was a decisive moment that left him in shock. Commentators announced that the second round would begin soon, and they will declare a new location, a complex dungeon with altered gravity. The Maze of Death is a dungeon in which the rooms of the stairs are intertwined in front and behind, and gravity presses on players with tenfold force. They also clarified that William previously cleared this dungeon, but a lot of supermen died here. In the end, the commentators added that it would be very interesting to see the first liquidator again in action. After Thomas looked angrily at William again, he went forward with his thoughts about why, after awakening, so many idiots surround him. He began to sort through his head a list of those idiots that James Waker met earlier, as well as the cult, which he investigated by heels. William also noted that in addition to the sect and James Waker, he was surrounded by such idiots like Thomas. When he sat in his place, he threw back the thoughts of these idiots and said that he decided to show them a real game. Putting on the helmet, William was already ready and anticipated the battle that would now show everyone in this dungeon. Also, when he connected to the game, he added that even though this battle would be magnificent, but much worse than they could imagine. When the whole team loaded into the death maze, Mason decided to conduct a short interview before the game. Mason has already begun to speak his speech, starting with the fact that the Labyrinth of Death is a very complex location. But William interrupted him. When Mason asked William what was the matter, William answered him that he would go forward himself, and then they would catch up with him. After this phrase, Mason asked William whether he remembered how the labyrinth was arranged since the raid, to which he received a positive answer. While Mason once again recalled that only 17 years had passed for William, he asked him, did not change the dungeon in the game. Mason answered William to his question, saying that the dungeons were not changed, and he can go. Only let not make stupid things. He jokingly calling Mason the grandfathers. William said that everything would be in order since he promised the show, and they should only wait. At approximately remembering the layout of the dungeon, he realized where the love team is now starting. and with all his might pulled in that direction. Marie asked Mason if he was sure that William could be released at the moment against the whole enemy's team. Mason assured her that let William look like a loafer, but he has a tremendous combat experience and he responsibly approaches the assignment and he has a plan. Having said the last phrase, he remembered the character of William, and once again prayed to someone that William still had a plan this time. While he was standing and worried about the presence of a plan, William, in turn, dissected the dungeon at great speed. Monsters and main opponents of both teams in this location were skeletons, decorated in the style of mummies from old tombs. Stopping in front of the first heap of such monsters, he smiled, seeing that everything was the same as at the time when he defended this dungeon. Having looked at these monsters a little more, William rushed in their direction, joyfully shouting that he had not seen them for a long time. William moved between the groups of monsters very quickly, leaving not a single living behind their backs. His spear very quickly dissected the space of this dungeon, and even altered gravity could not slow down its blows. The shield also did not lie idle and served him with a very good tool in order to break through the crowds of enemies. He used his shield in order to break through the crowd of monsters and then scatter them all in different directions. Before the way that he chose, 2 skeletons became his last obstacle, with which he also easily dealt with. Having jumped into a huge hole, he thought that if a year passed for him, then the rest had been 18 years from the moment of stripping of this dungeon. William once again became convinced that gravity was still increased 10 times, and it would be difficult for a beginner to get used to it. Falling down, William calculated the distance and threw the spear so that later he would catch on and avoid falling. He also noted that if you know this dungeon very well and got used to gravity, you can shorten your way. Thanks to the abbreviated path, he literally in a couple of minutes reached the place where the love team was. Seeing William, they were in a stupor, since at first even 10 minutes did not pass, and he already found them. Seeing surprise on their faces, William explained to them that even in the first round he realized how they would act in the second. Having told them about this, he turned to them and said that they were already dead, since he read their actions. The captain of the love team left the stupor and ordered everyone to get together to attack William right now. He also added that William clearly could not come here alone, so they should divide into groups, surround him, and attack. Looking at their fussy actions, William thought that they were clearly in a hurry with conclusions, because he is really alone. He also noted that the regrouping in this situation was a good solution, but in any case, it will overdo them all. Having decided to play with them a little, he activated his ability to analyze the view to appreciate the enemy forces. He began to sort through the ability of players from the enemy team, but could not find the right one. At one point, he nevertheless found the player suitable for him and instantly killed him with a spear throw. While the whole team looked at the flying ally in shock, the announcer, against the background, announced that William had already earned 1 murder. William, in turn, looked cheerfully at their surprise, mocking, because the player would never have survived before his blow, since he has low dexterity. William regretted that he had spent 1 spear, but decided that he had enough of the remaining 3, and began to look for the enemy's team with his eyes. Not finding them eyes, William realized that they were hiding and realized that he would still have to go upstairs. While he was going upstairs, the enemy's retreating team was gathering at one point for discussing tactics. The team, along with the captain, was surprised how he found them so quickly, because it destroys absolutely all their plans for this game. When the captain was told that he was alone, the captain objected that his partners were perhaps hiding somewhere nearby, and this is such a plan, to distract them and attack. Commentators discussed the fact that after such active movements, William froze in one place and does not move. William understood that given their speed and time to escape, they probably just hid somewhere. He with his eyes found for himself a point at which he would beat, but noticed that the chances are 50 by 50. Although you can't check it yet. You won't know. Having stood a little more and calculated the distance, William waved a spear, filling it with his aura for throwing. Having shouted into the void that love should return, William threw his spear to a previously selected point with all his strength. The love team was able to notice a spear flying in their direction in the form of a small flash just before the approach. While they were surprised to look at how their ally pierced the spear, William was happy that he correctly calculated their position. The captain and other members of the love team stood and looked at the spear, not understanding how William was able to find and get them. Commentators also sat in a state of shock and small in a stupor from how exactly William could calculate the location and get. After the announcer, against the background, voiced that William had already scored a second murder, William was pleased that he had guessed the enemy's position. William also added that they already mentioned that on this day, everyone was waiting for the most exciting match in the history of the Korean Battle of Super Number. While the commentators praised William, the love team was still in the middle of the site and looked at the place where their ally was previously. Thomas immediately lost his temper, saying that it was necessary to attack right away, and he could defeat one. But what will happen if two were attacking him at once? While Thomas continued to hysteria, the captain asked him to calm down, saying that he continued to track them up while they were standing still. He also added that they could be divided in intelligence, but for them it will be too few that Thomas was again indignant. While they stood and argued, William had already approached them and watched how they quarrels among themselves. Thomas was able to notice the presence of William, but did not give in mind, saying that he hates his entire team, and he himself could deal with William. When the captain objected to him again, saying that he should take care of the aura, and then unite and attack everyone at once, he again became furious. Thomas said that in this team everything forbid him everything, and he was tired of it, so he himself will deal with William, and threw a fireball into him. Thomas stood and with pleasure looked at the place where William stood before. A huge flame was blazing. He stood and mocked William, saying that he was not the most intelligent, and he read him, having sucked him that he would appear behind him. Suddenly, William's voice interrupted Thomas's ridicule, forcing him to be shocked by the fact that William had experienced his attack on him. William asked Thomas if he believed that he himself disarmed him, because if he really wanted to hide, then he would never have noticed him. Having told Thomas a few more offensive remarks, William suddenly disappeared, and the love team lost him from its field of vision. Thomas still stood in a stupor from the fact that William was so earnest to block his blow, without even dodging him. The captain noticed that the power and aura Thomas is at a high level even for the Premier League, so they placed him in the position of the main player of the inflicting damage. He told Thomas that he should catch William, so they will be divided into two groups, from which one will hunt monsters. He said that the second group would pretend that they were going north, and when he followed them, they would kill him. The captain also added that, due to the glasses scored for hunting the second detachment, they will probably be able to lay William. Commentators noticed that the love team began to hunt William, but it is unlikely that it would give them as simply as they think. They added that they think so only for the reason that only the main of the seven saviors knows the death maze best. William at that time stood and watched them from the shelter, but remained disappointed with the speed of which they made decisions and attacked them. Commentators did not have time to comment on William's actions and shouted that he noticed a love team and was preparing to attack 3 fighters. William landed right in the center of a small group of 3 people so that they all scattered in different directions. Looking around, William smiled and said that they came up well, but their plan was still very far from ideal. Cutting the space next to all 3, he noticed that all 3 were the main players who caused damage. Looking at them again, William asked them if they are weak as the rest of the love team or not. Having not received any answer to his questions, William decided to get down to business and swung over one of them. The player he swung over did not manage to react to his movement in any way, and soon the announcer, against the background, announced that William was already gaining the 3rd murder. After William removed the 3rd player on his way, he looked around to choose the next goal for the attack. Having prepared his meter throw technique, he pierced another player, after which the announcer, against the background, announced the 4th murder. After the 4th murder, William turned to the last player from the 3, which he attacked, and said that now his turn had come. Hearing that now it was his turn to get out of the game, the player did not want this, and in fear began to back away. He tried to escape from William, but the spear that he threw after him caught up with him, and the announcer, against the background, announced the 5th murder. While the announcer continued to repeat the number of killings of William, he considered that there were only 6 people from the love team. The fact that he so easily interrupted 5 people from the love team, literally half, gave him the motivation to kill the rest. The audience, who at that moment sat in the stands and watched the match, could not believe that he was their compatriot because of his strength. Everyone sat in shock, including James Waker and those who came here in order to get William to their team. Commentators noticed that many players are worried, and with excitement are waiting for the results of the confrontation between William and professional players. Such a phrase also sounded that it would be interesting to know what result would be in the match between William and James Waker. Charlotte sat in shock and watched how strong William turned out to be a player, and realized that he really returned. Mason contacted William and asked when he managed to lay 5 people, and he replied that he did not like something. He also asked William where he was, because most likely they will soon finish and be able to join him. William said that this information is unlikely to be needed, since while they come, he will finish and finished the connection. He moved very quickly between the dungeons and literally instantly faced the last detachment of the love team. He asked if they were waiting for him, and also said that he promised to come early, and he fulfilled his promise. The captain of the love team gave the command to gather and ordered everyone to work according to a previously developed plan. When they began to regroup, William was surprised that they were prepared quite well for meeting him. After a few moments, William was surrounded by 3 groups of 2 people, the result of the separation of the last detachment. William grinned at their tactics and thought that most likely they would attack him with the whole crowd, trying to extinguish him. After he understood their simple strategy, he decided for himself that no matter how hard they tried, he would deal with everyone, starting with the nearest one. Suddenly, his enemy accelerated sharply and struck, which was quite unexpected for William until he saw his ability. Despite the surprise, William was able to block the blow, noting that his ability is pretty good. William noted that this is his only opponent who can accelerate so much, but does not understand why he is so bad. Having struck him, William was pleasantly surprised that he was able to dodge his first attack, which was quite fast. William also added that despite the fact that he is fast, he still cannot avoid defeat, since he does not calculate the actions in advance. William struck him and sent him into flight, while the announcer, against the background, announced the 6th murder committed by William. The player of the love team scaredly turned to Thomas and ordered him to use his fire explosion to stop William. Thomas did not begin to resent in any way, but only used his ability, throwing several fireballs in William. Running out of smoke, the player of the love team shouted Thomas so that he helped him find William since he was nowhere to be seen. Not finding William anywhere, this player screamed with powerlessness and ran into the smoke created from Thomas's fireballs. After he ran into smoke, silence reigned on the site, since absolutely nothing was heard. Neither the player nor William. After a few moments, the smoke dispelled, and the body of the already murdered player flew out of there, illuminating the flash of the silhouette of William. While the announcer was already announced the 7th murder of William, the team captain and Thomas stood and could not believe his eyes. William only stood and looked at them, making it clear that he would not give any mercy in this game to any of them. While they stood and continued to look at how he easily scatters all members of their team, he managed to earn 2 more murders. After he finished dealing with the rest of the love team, only 2 remained, Captain and Thomas. William turned to them and cheerfully asked a rhetorical question. Are they going to attack 2 per 1? They did not answer his question in any way, since they were shocked by the fact that even in the match against the French the situation was not so deplorable. While they stood and could not understand what to do, William analyzed their ability to analyze the view with his ability. He noticed that the captain had good characteristics, but he have been so for the reason that many people have a much larger aura than him. The captain had already ended with strategies with which he could defeat William, so he turned to Thomas for advice. William was outraged that the captain showed such disrespect to him, turning his back to him and cut him with one wave. Thomas stood in a stupor next to the place where his captain used to be, while the announcer, against the background, announced the 10th murder. Thomas continued to stand in a stupor, while William, mocking, turned to him, continuing to humiliate him with every phrase. When Thomas again found the ability to move, he began to back, counting on some unknown forces and salvation. While he continued to pray to William to stop, he had already swung a shield over his head and invited him to die. Thomas's face lost its natural form from the power of the blow that William put in this swing with his shield. The remains of Thomas's body perfectly adorned the wall of the dungeon after the outburst of William, while the announcer, against the background, announced the 11th murder. Commentators could not believe their eyes, since just for the first time in the history of the Battle of Superhumans, the team was destroyed by 1 player. The reaction of the affected spectators immediately began to break all the social networks, since everyone was delighted with what result was shown. Also, while William and the rest of his team walked near the stands, commentators said that the words that William needed time to adapt is stupidity. While he and Mason walked past the stands, William drew attention to the drone, which all this time flew above them, and asked what it was. Mason explained to William that this was a camera, thanks to which you can shoot a scene from different angles at any height. As soon as William heard that this camera passes the image on a large screen on the air, he immediately showed the middle finger in it. Mason immediately attacked him and tried to make him give up, but William told him that it was just very fun. Mason silently dragged him along, and when William asked him where he was dragging him, he replied that they were going to give interviews. When they went to the stands, the presenter was already waiting for them there, and when they approached, she introduced herself. Mason also introduced himself to her in response, as a player of the team of Hope, and William only nodded because everyone already knows him. The reporter said that they showed an incredible game, and at first she would ask him a few questions about the game. When she asked if they guessed that everything would end so quickly, Mason replied that they could not even suggest. He said that during the match he simply decided to completely trust the skills of William, which had its fruits. After he answered a few more questions, the reporter switched to William, saying that there were also several questions to him. She said that in the first round he surprised everyone, but in the second he shocked everyone. And could he believe that he could do all one? William replied that by itself because in the first round he took a weapon, and excitement woke up in him, and in the second he enjoyed all. After this question, William thought and began to sort through all the mistakes that the love team made in his head. Having decided to pin Mason, he said that they have problems in a coach who does not see the potential of their abilities and cannot set up a position. When the reporter asked to say something for the players, William replied that while their skills are at the bottom, then you cannot wait for the results either. But he also added that in our time, everything can be achieved with the help of money, hinting that he should be hired in the role of a coach for money. When William and Mason were already sitting and driving in a car, William asked why they were going home, not home, but somewhere to another place. When Mason answered him that they were going to celebrate, William was indignant, since he plans to watch the next series in the plans today. Mason answered him that he could watch the series on the internet, but today they have a holiday, so he needs to be present. He also asked William why he said about changes, because he was not interested in the battle, so the meaning of the phrase was incomprehensible. William replied that he simply gave advice, and then was indignant at how such players could put on such absurd positions, and where the coach was looking. In response to this, Mason answered him that he should look at himself because after the salvation of humanity, he signed up for the coaches. He also remembered that despite everything, one of the seven savior heeded the advice of William and became an excellent coach. When William said that in this country they simply do not understand how to teach, Mason invited him to begin to teach others. William answered him that even though he did it for free today, then in the next times it will be if only he is paid for it. When Mason was indignant, William thought a little and offered not money for coaching, but a small service from him. The first condition of William was that Charlie must be put on the main position of the tank, as it would be fair. He also added that the player against him poorly controlled his speed, so that it should be used as an element of surprise. And then William voiced his last condition. He asked Mason to remove Thomas from the team forever. Mason specifically did not agree with William's last condition and said that he could not just drive him out. When William asked if he was afraid of the deputy president, Mason was indignant and recalled that he was one of the seven savior. He said that in Korea there are simply very few outstanding supernomings, and Thomas is just the one who is one of these. When he said that he had a strong aura, William answered him that he had very little willpower, and this was the main reason for their defeat. When Mason tried to object, William put a point in the conversation, saying that at first there was a mental force, then physical. After that, William put an end to, saying that this was his final decision, and he would need to be transferred to the deputy. Soon they drove up to a huge and sparkling hotel, inside of which a huge number of people were already. Marie, as soon as she saw that they had arrived, immediately began to run to them from the other end of the hall with a happy smile on the whole face. When she ran up, she said that there was just an incredible bar with very tasty vodka, which very much surprised William. While Mason annoyedly headed for the chairman, Marie argued with William you can drink vodka or not. As a result, she was able to break William. But when he loudly said that it was time to get drunk, the reporters immediately noticed him. They began to whisper among themselves, discussing the fact that they should chat with him and interview him. Oliver already wanted to go and start talking to William, but his companion stopped him from this decision, saying that there were too many reporters. She also added that he is unlikely to agree to immediately sign a contract, and they need to be careful. But while they had a different one, another approached him. Those who were ahead of Oliver turned out to be Jake. He went to William and immediately turned his attention to himself. When he came up, William was surprised that he arrived here and now wants to talk with him. While they stood and discussed various topics, Oliver stood aside and was angry that Jake was able to get ahead of him. After thinking a little and examining this situation, Oliver realized that Jake could not take William to himself in any case. Oliver took into account the fact that William is not like other players, and if he cannot understand William's feelings, then Jake could not. Jake at that moment was already finishing his conversation with William and in the end, extended his business card under the pretext that he called him. Marie was surprised that William knows English because, From the age of 13, he only did that he was running along various dungeons. When she said that she thought that they both did not know English, William began to laugh at her, calling her a stupid baby. When Oliver was finally convinced that Jake had gone from William, he already decided for himself that he would talk to him and headed in his direction. Oliver had already headed in his direction and even called out William, but he was again ahead of him. This time, two brothers who were in charge of the club. They joyfully ran to William and asked if they could have a conversation between them in English. When William sighed, tired, and answered them that he also knew French very well, they were delighted with this fact. When he asked if they were the owners of some club, then Marie explained to him that they were the owners of the best club in the world. She also said that Mike Bernard is also a member of their club, and by the way, he includes 3 players in the world. When William realized what was happening, he asked two brothers whether they were going to invite him to their club once came to him. When they said that they were not going to invite William to their club, he was surprised, and they explained that they knew that he would refuse. They said that this, of course, would be a great honor if he entered their club. But they came here only for Marie. William was delighted that they were not going to invite him to their club and asked Marie whether she was going to join their club. She immediately began to rejoice and thank them in several languages, so William asked her to calm down. Just in case, William asked them whether they came to pick up only her, not him, but they said that they would not lie to the hero. They said that they were not interested in the role of support. But she was able to reveal her talent when she took the position of the chief player causing damage. They also added that they think that Marie will be a great addition to the team after several training. Just in case, they also mentioned that if William also goes to them, then everything will be just great and a dream team will turn out. William did not upset them and said that he would think about their proposal, in response to which they promised him the best contract. When he was surprised that they had so thick wallets, they answered him that there was no reason not to spend money on such a player. They also clarified that they were his long-standing fans and want to give him a weapon, and whether he was against it, but William did not refuse. They thanked him for agreeing to talk to them and think about their proposal, and did not dare to distract him anymore. They ran away as quickly as they came running, and after their departure, William noted that they were still devils. William said that he was very tired of these conversations and would better go home. But Marie was very interested in what they told him. He did not pay attention to her and said that before going home they would drink a little, and Marie still tried to get the answer out of him. When William heard a voice behind his back, he reacted very irritatedly as he was very tired of conversations. He turned around, unculturally and rudely turning to the one who called him and asked who dared to distract him. The man that had distracted him introduced himself as a secretary of the Blue House, and William was surprised at what the Blue House wants from him. When he asked William whether he knew about the merit system, William specified that system that should provide supermen after the end of the war. When he said that this was a complete crap, they answered him that this was not a deception, and since 17 years had passed, he was assigned the first level. When William asked what a joke, he answered him that he needed to pay everything for 17 years of his absence. After that, he made some calculations and announced to William that if you call specific numbers, then this is 2.5 billion out. After this conversation, William stood and scrolled this conversation in his head again, thinking about where to spend money. He also accounted for the money that James Walker listed him, and Marie asked him what he was doing. William again heard his steps behind his back and prepared for the next conversation, which really did not want to lead. The man who approached him introduced himself as Oliver Pellman. He was an agent of the Association of Super Nhis from the United States. William quickly realized what all this was going on, and said that he did not want to work anywhere and would not accept any offers about this. Oliver tried to get out of the situation and said that he wanted to offer only one thing, and William needs to listen to him. He told him that he did not fully understand the new world for him, and at least once he saved it. But since then, it has passed as many as 17 years. After this phrase, he told William that in the future this issue could be resolved, and William asked him what he meant. He said that William will soon understand his place here, meet new people, determine the goals in life, will be able to become part of the new world. Oliver also added that he should not worry too much, and if everything happens according to him, he will be glad if he calls him. After he said goodbye to William, he asked his companion Lee said nonsense, and she answered him in places yes. Looking at the business card that Oliver gave him, William thought he was quite strange and a little stupid in appearance. Marie said that Oliver is one of the best agents in the United States who work with superhumans, and he is called a money ghost. After she told him that he had taken with him a lot of Korean superhumans, William said that there was not a single word about money. She also said that Oliver once made an offer to her dad, and there were a lot of money spinning there. Soon, the presenter announced the beginning of a charitable dinner in honor of the recent game. He also asked to introduce a person who was responsible for raising funds and donating the largest amount. After the host declared his name, William was in a little shock, as he himself did not expect to donate the most. Despite his surprise, the presenter stubbornly invited him to rise on stage in order to make a speech. William was not sure where to start, so he was determined for a long time with where to start the appeal and began to count how much money he had. The person who approached him recently today prompted him that he had more than 1.5 trillion. He also told William that he had already transferred all funds to personal accounts both to him and Mason, as promised. Being a little shocked by what he called the whole amount in front of everyone, William spoke slightly uncertainly. He explained his uncertainty by the fact that he heard only about the payment of 2.5 billion, and his joy is slightly amazing. He decided to dilute the situation by saying that he may rejoice for the reason that this money finally belongs to him. After that, he again took a small pause, thinking what to say before such a large number of people. He began by the fact that 17 years had passed since his victory, and during this time, while he was not alive, a lot has changed. He also said that everyone says that he saved the world, and many believe that he had committed a great sacrifice with his act. However, William said that he fought by no means for the general recognition or salvation of the world, but for the sake of fun. William also said that if they had not destroyed the evil completely, then he would like to continue to fight him by cleaning the dungeons. He also called this the reason for the lack of joy in those moments when everyone thanks him for salvation. That's what William was specifically proud of, this specifically in that children with whom he can help with this money have a chance to grow. He said that the possibility of these children to become worthy people for him is more expensive than the salvation of the world, and unhappy children will become less. When William descended from the leading stage, thanked him for his speech and already switched to the next stage. Going down from the stage, William heard a familiar voice, who said that in his speech he was very much bent. George asked William whether he was trying to compensate for his behavior with money, to which he replied that it was just such a life. George answered him that this was not an excuse, and he was simply born a problematic child. After William asked what he needed, George asked him if it was necessary to treat the national team so hard. He also added that it was just terrible to behave in a charity game, and now the higher league of the Korean battle has become a playground. When William asked what was the matter, George became furious and asked who the government considers superhumans monsters in human form. When William asked if all this was because of him, George confirmed his words, remembering him the situation with reporters. He also said that because of William, the reputation of all superhumans has deteriorated. But William said that everyone began the first. George calmed down a little and said that he came not only because of this, and there is another problem. William could join the national team as a coach. After George said that money too would not be a problem, William politely refused his offer. As a reason for his refusal, William said that he now had other things to have, in addition to training the Korean team. When they rode with Mason in the car, he asked William why he nevertheless refused George's offer. William replied that he now wants to independently become the owner of a separate club and train them. As the reason for this choice, he called the fact that he could not look at the Korean team without tears, so he himself will collect his team. When Mason told him that it would be necessary to pay more than 20 billion for this, William did everything. He also asked Mason if more money would spin when they moved to the second league, which caused his indignation. Mason was indignant and asked if he was doing all this only for the enrichment, to which William asked if it was all this time. After they arrived at Mason home and got out of the car, one woman attracted the attention of William. On the other end of the street, he saw a woman in a dark coat, which quickly and rapidly moved clearly in their direction. In this woman, he recognized Charlotte, the youngest of the 7 savior, and the one with whom he clearly did not want to deal. Mason immediately teleported to Charlotte and asked what she was doing here, but she did not pay attention to him, answering that she had a business. William looked at her and did not understand what she was thinking about, although before her everything was written on her face and everything was obvious. With the help of an analyzing gaze, he decided to scan her abilities and noticed that she had a pretty good statistics. He also noticed that she had a new super vital called the location and was surprised that she became so strong. Without giving a look, he asked her what she was doing here and whether she wants to kill him. She replied that she had a thought about it, but he was immortal, so that she did not come for this, to which William reacted skeptically. He said that she did not go out to kill him, and whether she came here because of the old grievances and let her not forget that she was alive, only thanks to him. Charlotte replied that she had no offense against him, and he had already suffered enough for her life, as she thinks. William was surprised that she did not appear by his life, and asked what she needed then. Hearing in response that she only wanted to make sure that he really returned, he was surprised, since this is clearly not what he expected to hear. After she said that she was convinced and saying goodbye, she left. He continued to stand in shock, not understanding what was happening. He continued to wonder why she came to him, even when she disappeared from his field of view, since it was not like her. Looking around, she looked at William for the last time and remembered how her activities were in the Seven Saviors. She remembered how William scolded her, reported, asking if she was ready to answer if everything falls apart because of her. She sat, cried, complained that she was tired, said that she wanted to go home and had enough of her. While she was sitting and whining, she did not notice how a huge monster crept up from behind and was ready to strike a mortal blow. Charlotte thought that she had to use a quenching beam, but obviously did not have time to apply it. She could not concentrate, so running away was already useless, so she simply accepted her death. When she closed her eyes a few moments later, she heard William's voice, who said she was not even capable of this. William held her in his arms and the defeated monster fell behind him at that moment while he was just looking at her. Charlotte was simply struck by William's beauty at that moment, while he was trying to achieve an answer from her to the question whether she had a celestial. It is for this reason that at that moment she fell in love with him, and she came that evening to make sure that he really returned. After William had checked his account the next day, he already immediately thought which club would buy him. Mason asked if he had already learned to use the internet bank and whether he wants to become the owner. William confirmed that he wants to become the owner and says that he thinks that it will be fun and profitable. Mason also added that if he needs something, then he can help, and whether he needs help with the purchase of a club from the KB1 League. William asked what was the meaning of this if he has enough money and what is it for KB1 League. Mason explained that 7 players play in KB7, and in the long run it is better to take KB7. William asked if there are no less players there, and Mason replied that it was easier to manage a family than 11, since it is much more complicated. After that, William said that he would just buy KB2 for himself right now, and Mason asked him if he wanted to read more about clubs. William turned with a joyful face to him and asked why he would read about them if he simply asks George. When William called George, the phone literally torn in his hands from the volume of his screams. When William asked him what options were, George explained that there are 3 teams that he could sell him in the future. When George said that he could take them at least now, William did not believe him at first, and then asked where to look at them. William went to the arena, where there was currently a match between the purchase team and the other team. Fans in the stands were not for the team that William was going to buy, and apparently they did it rightly. Many spectators looked doubtfully at William, who was wrapped in everything that could not be known to him. William did not pay attention to the fact that people would begin to sit down from him, because he followed the purchase team. When the teams that will play began to call, the team that is going to buy William was clearly not confident. He noticed that one of the guys had quite good characteristics, but he was some kind of too lethargic. After the audience shouted forward without stopping, forward, forward, William began to resent that they did not stop doing this. Then another guy attracted him from the purchase team, and he analyzed him with his ability analyzing gaze. William was surprised how he was put on the position of support player in his physical data. Looking at his superpower, who allowed to put a protective barrier, he thought that it was most likely because of her. But then he looked at his indicators and noted that because of their high edge, he could become a good player to damage. He obviously did not think that he would see something like that here, because he needed to simply train him correctly and you can go into battle. Then another player attracted his attention, whose strength and willpower were close to 90, which was high. Paying attention to his superpower, which made it possible to increase speed, strength, and dexterity, William noted that this could also be useful. Looking at the rest of the team, he realized that no one else stands out, and only these 2 can be used at least somehow. When he looked at the bench where the spare players were sitting and looking at the statistics, he was surprised how one of them was there at all. His attention was attracted by a red-haired girl who simply stood and was ill for her team, and her indicators were clearly higher than some of her team. Her strength reached the maximum, but dexterity and speed had very high indicators that almost reached their maximum. After that, William drew attention to her superpower, who allowed her to jump forward 20 meters and compared her with a flea. After that, he thought that this was not the worst ability, but in inept hands this ability could even harm. After the match was over, William thought that he had not seen such losers for a long time. However, after thinking a little, he took off his glasses and thought that it would be even more interesting to train a team of such idiots. After the match, George called him and asked if he had already chosen the team, to which William replied that he was choosing lawmakers. 2 days later, the Association of the Battle of Supermanians Korea was sold to the Club of Lawmakers in William's hands. The former team owner wished William and said that he would believe in him and support him to the end. After buying this club, information about this scattered throughout the internet and filled all the news. In the comments, people were unhappy and asked why he simply did not become a player and did not think that the coach's work was suitable for him. After George congratulated William on the purchase, he said that it was ridiculous because he is also glad to shove this whole load on him. When the director said that he himself agreed, and this was not subject to return, William said that he was not going to refuse this work. George asked him if he came up with how to manage the team, and William replied that everything was as always, just to look at the players. And after that, the director of the tale that he finished with the projects, so he needs to leave, and then saw a new purchase of William. William said that now he will have to drive a lot to different places and does not want to pull Mason so that he would take him. Sitting on his new motorcycle, William also added that the owner of the club should be able to spend the right money, and he copes with this. William on his motorcycle could very quickly cross the city on Kenbu's highway. Many drivers were unhappy that he traveled along high-speed roads on a motorcycle so without a helmet. They were also indignant, calling him a goat or an idiot due to the fact that he still drove along high-speed roads on a motorcycle without a helmet. However, everything changed after the driver saw that it was William, so he did not wear a helmet, so that there were no complaints about him. When the drivers saw that while driving the motorcycle William, they decided that everything was in order, since he was immortal, and it is clear why he was traveling without a helmet. They also added that removing the helmet also allowed them to recognize him, and this suggests that he can make very correct decisions. When William came to the building of the Clubhouse of Lawmakers, he was not particularly delighted with what he saw. He noticed that the building is some kind of gray and dreary, and the situation here is generally the same dreary. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him, who told him that the entrance was forbidden here, and was surprised at such impudence. The one who turned to him apologized, because he did not recognize him, and did not think that he would drop so late, and introduced himself as a coach of the team of lawmakers. After analyzing his abilities, William realized that he would be a good support. But for some reason he was sitting on the role of a coach. To this decision, his statistics prompted him, as well as his 2 abilities, which allowed to restore life and inspire allies. William grinned and asked him how old he was, and he was surprised at this issue and replied that he was 43. William said that he was born 4 years earlier, and therefore 4 years older, and he did not understand what he said to. When he asked William what was the matter, William replied that he, it turns out, was older, and he agreed with him. After that, William said that he would call him a brother, and he would call him the senior, and asked him to show him everything. His newly minted brotherly showed him the environment, but told in detail everything, including the dining room, office, gym, and hostel. When he said that the club has 14 players, William said that he did not understand why there are a lot, but at least there is equipment, albeit the old. The last thing that his new brother showed him was the training hall in which there were 11 modules. Looking around, William noted that it was pretty good and spacious, but the minus was that there were fewer modules than players. When he asked Brayton why it happened, he replied that the technique is very expensive, but they don't have much money. William noted that he did not like something in the club and there is something to work on, but he will cope, since the players are the main problem. Turning to his brother, he asked to show him the fighters right now, which he was very surprised at. William said that he did not see the point of not rushing events, and therefore ordered him to call everyone who is currently in the hostel. Turning to those who came, he asked if they were aware that he was William, the new owner of this club. Mia, the girl he saw in reserve, answered him that she was very glad to meet him and introduced herself back. Saving for herself that she really looked something like a flea, William asked if she was training with a bow. After his question, she jumped aside in surprise and asked how he understood what he replied, that for him to determine such things is a trifle. After that, William said that she is unlikely to fit the position of a player who was damaged, to which she only sadly agreed with his words. He also noted that in terms of characteristics, she also had much standing out, but he decided for himself that he would act differently. When he told her that he would make her the main character of the team, she looked at him in surprise, not believing her ears. When she asked him what he had in mind, he told her that she would be their angel. This did not give any more information. He voiced to her that her new task was to morally destroy the enemy, imperceptibly depriving him of his mind. After a few more minutes of the conversation, he asked the question that no matter how much she trained, she has no improvements. She thought a little to this question and answered sadly that this was true, because whatever it may be, she was hopeless. William heard these words and joyfully said that it was, so she was dismissed and should leave the team. It turns out that it was all her thoughts, and she thought that if she was admitted in her weakness, then these thoughts would become a bitter reality. However, when she heard that William did not expel her, she was very surprised and at the same time rejoiced, not believing her ears. When she looked inquiringly at William, he told her that he had already said that she would become the main character of the team. When she asked if this was a joke, he said that he was seriously and she has a special talent, and this is visible. After that, she asked if he had in mind not shooting from a bow, and he answered her in a rude form that anyone was able to own ordinary onions. After that, he explained that he saw another talent in her, a talent for running, and she runs very well, which can be used very correctly. She was surprised that he chose this particular talent, since she did not suspect him, and he said that she needed to focus on this. He gave her an example that she would jump like a goat, shoot from a bow, and make a bustle, for example, finish monsters instead of opponents. He also added that thanks to her super cly, when the opponent begins to catch her, she will be able to use her skills in order to leave there. When she asked him if he meant that she would need to make a feint, he replied that it was. William also added that she would hold a position, and during the battle, it will not be left without attention, but it will not be possible to catch it. As a result, William said that her main task is to make another team normally sweat when they catch it. She uncertainly asked him that if she would do everything that way, then she could really take a leading position. When William replied that if she tried well, he may become a member of the national team, she was very delighted. Mia immediately rushed to him, asking if this was a joke, whether he was lying, and whether it was true, to which he gave her his consent. She immediately got up in her mood, sorting through her head that she would be in a leading position, as well as a member of the national team. She jumped around and very much thanked William and said that she would work hard, and he noticed that she was definitely a flea. When he called the next, he did not immediately go into the room, and this annoyed a little from the very beginning. The one who entered was introduced as Henry, and told William that he was playing on the position of support. William noted that he first sees such a wood among supermen, and there are only unique personalities here, when looking at which he would like to laugh. When Henry said that they told him that he called him, but did not specify on what issue, but that William said that he was no longer in support. After these words, Henry was very surprised and began to try to convince William that he had played his whole life in the position of support. William irritatedly answered him that he was not a support player now, but he again objected that he was, perhaps, some kind of mistake. Henry stood and thought what was happening. He suddenly called him and without warning removes from the position of what he wants from him. William at that moment looked at his characteristics in order to make sure that he is definitely suited for the position that he wants. When he told him that he will from now play in the position of a player who was damaged, then Henry literally fell into a stupor from what he heard. In response to his surprised look, William told him that he had a talent for owning weapons, and these are not just empty words. After the phrase spoken, Henry uncertainly asked William whether he ever watched how he was playing. William did not want to admit that he had chopped off during their match, and said that who would take a team at all without finding out everything about it. Henry told him that he had a low indicator of strength and dexterity, and William replied that it was because he was used to retreating and defending himself. When he asked if the support should behave so much, William exploded and ordered him to stop arguing, since he certainly does not know better. William noted that he could not stand support players, since 9 out of 10 such players usually do not fight, but simply stand behind. After that, William noted that 1 out of 10 is still not like that, and Henry is one way or another. He told him that he will have at least 2 superpowers, and when such players cover the rear, their potential is more and more revealed. He asked Henry whether he was superpowered by him, and he answered this, confirming William's words. William said that this is his first weapon, and the second he would give him independently in order to improve his skills. When Henry asked him if he was going to make him a support, which could not only stand behind but also fight, William finally exploded. He grabbed Henry by the collar and told him that he would be the main player to bring damage, who has over the superprets of the support, and he was just stupid. After that, William asked Henry why he clung to this support so much, and was he not afraid to just take weapons and go to battle in the forefront. He told him that he should not make such an approach the basis of everything, and if he wants to succeed, let him listen to what he tells him. After that, Henry asked if everything would work out if he followed the advice of William, and William replied that it was important how much effort he would make. After that, as a result, William asked if he wants to stay with the support or wants to change everything, but he can stay and everything will be lost. He asked him what he would choose as a result, and whether he likes to be just part of the team that takes the last place in the league, or Henry wants to take a step forward, change his life for the better, and take a new position for himself to improve his skills. After that, Henry thought a little, swallowed nervously, and shook his hand in William, saying that he would become the main player to bring damage. After William left the hostel, his brother asked him if he finished getting to know the players. William turned to him and asked if he could find another coach since they need a good swordsman. When William said that he needed a person who will teach Henry to handle a sword, the brother tried to object that he was in the position of support. When William said that he was now the main player who was damaged, the brother was shocked. And William said that for Mia, he also had to prepare everything. William added that children from the first group need to increase endurance, since he noticed that during the matches their opponents did something and pumped their own. After that, William asked if he could go, and having received a satisfactory answer, he went to the motorcycle. But then he remembered something else. He turned to his newly made brother and asked if they could change the name of the team, the owner of which he became. The next day, William sat and rackled his head over what to do next, because he completely did not understand which decisions to make. Mason came up and told him that he did not look very, and asked what happened, what William asked him to lag behind. Mason said that he was worried for the reason, because he doesn't even look at his dramas, and is it because of the lawmakers? Mason also said that William told him that there are 14 players, and whether he would expand the composition. Mason wanted to say a few more words, but William abruptly jumped up, which scared him a little. William silently headed for the exit, and when Mason asked him what he was going to do, he replied that he was going to conduct a set. Approaching the window and looking at the street, William said that he would have to arrange a casting of new participants. He also noted that a bunch of journalists under the windows can be very much to pick up with this task. He scored his new brother on the phone and said that he needed to help and he needs to update the team a little, which surprised him again. When he asked if William wants to change the composition seriously, William replied that yes, and whether he had any problems. After he told William that this would result in large cash expenses, William asked him to stop complaining. William was a little angry with the stupidity of his assistant, but as a result, they agreed on everything. William thought that it was necessary to somehow impress the new players, and told brother that the set in their club would be open for 3 days. When he asked if there would be 3 days, as they usually last a month, and William replied that there were enough 3 days, when he went outside and greeted the journalists, they looked in his direction in surprise, clearly not expecting him to see him here. They asked him whether he was ready to give them an interview if he went out, and he answered them that he was ready, but on one condition. He said that he would answer all the questions, subject to the condition that they will do some necessary service for him. After this phrase, one journalist from the crowd raised his hand and asked what William needed so that they could get answers. William told them that within 3 days, a set of his team will be opened, and they need to post a message about this on the internet. After that, information about the recruitment of players into his club immediately scattered over the internet, and millions of applications immediately flew to him. The next day, the Brayton gained William and said that he was sent a lot of applications, and William asked if there were at least a few thousand there. He only replied to him that at the moment he had exceeded 70,000, and he does not understand where so much, but William told him to calm down. He told William that he was concerned because now is not even a season, but there are so many applications, but William asked him to remain calm. When he arrived at his main office, his brotherly poured a huge pack of paper on the table and said that this was all the resume of superhumans. William immediately began to review them and said that he would quickly rake, and after that he would immediately conduct an interview. All supernote after the awakening of strength undergoes a physical test in the association of their country in the same way as William passed it at one time. William sorted out all these resumes, indignant that everything here is some dead. Someone has not enough strength and still full of reasons. He was very annoyed by the fact that through paper he could not analyze them with his ability, analyzing the view, and understand the potential. After he was a little induced, he decided that still needed to review all the applications, and maybe there is something worthwhile. At one point, his gaze fell on the resume of a young guy named Lucas, who worked in the delivery service by courier. He noted that his strength and dexterity is barely 1.5 times more than that of the gold medalist of the Olympic Games, and it costs almost nothing. However, William noted that the superlace of this guy, visual telepathy, she can convey not only objects, but also show others what he sees himself. Realizing that this ability can be used very competently, he decided that this guy interested him and put his resume aside. On the same day, they interviewed, and their first client was a young guy who immediately said that he was a longtime fan of William. William turned to him and asked if he participated in the matches when he was a high school student, and he said that yes. But he soon stopped. William did not understand the meaning of his phrase and asked if he changed his mind right now, once he applied for joining the team. The guy began to make excuses and said that he simply really wanted to see William personally and ask for an autograph, that he was very angry. After William in a rough uniform began to expel him from the office, he asked why he was doing so cruelly with the fan. William was indignant and hit him, after which he added so that he would definitely tell everyone that William sent him and he was very cruel. After the Brayton, William asked him to restrain himself. He did not pay attention to him and asked to bring the next candidate into the office. After the guy was taken out of the office, the rest of the candidates stood in a little surprised that he came out of there in this form. The next one to the office was called a guy named Lucas, the one whose resume interested William earlier. He uncertainly entered the office and introduced himself to William and his brother sitting in front of him. The brother immediately began to review his resume and asked him why he came with such low indicators. When he turned to William to ask why he had come here at all, he saw that William was very interested in him and was surprised at this. William applied his ability, analyzing his eyes, and began to revise the guy's characteristics to make sure that he had not miscalculated anywhere. He also noticed that the guy had 3 superpower, which would bring very great benefits if he could open them. He also noticed that one of the superhell was a transmission of the aura, and it is very useful, a command superhell with great potential for use. He once again reviewed the resume to make sure that the guy did not know about this ability and whether he had indicated something else interesting. He asked Broughton whether Lucas was really born in 2000 seconds, and he replied that everything was right, and he and Mia are peers. After the Brayton told William this information, William looked at Lucas with interest and realized that it was fate. After a little thought, he turned to Lucas and turned his attention to himself, preparing to ask a few more questions. He asked Lucas if he had the experience of the battle in the battle, since he only indicated the delivery service, and he replied that he had no experience. After that, William asked why, in this case, he sent an application. Because he had very low indicators, so he does not pull the role of the player. Lucas said that he knows this perfectly and understands everything, but since childhood, his dream was to get into the battle as a player, and this is his chance. He also added that others may see him just so weak and worthless, but in the submission of this application, he is absolutely serious and sure. William also said that there are several more things that interested him and asked how far the Lucas telekinesis works. Lucas replied that this was about 2.5 kilometers, and he can use the aura to find out the approximate location. He also added that he could find another player within the range of aura, but he has to search manually, because this does not work on the autopilot. William grinned because he can use his ability to detect, and everything is much better than he expected. He said that he had finally found a nun with whom their angel of the team would work, and the brother did not understand what he was carrying at all. William once again asked the name of Lucas, and he repeated him, not realizing that he was now threatening. William withstood a dramatic pause, and after several seconds of silence joyfully declared Lucas that he was accepted into the team. After Lucas joyfully could not believe in his happiness, the brother downloaded from his place and asked William whether he said seriously. William explained to him that he would be a great partner for Mia, which the Brayton was even more surprised. William explained to him that the construction could not be unsuccessful and that the team's strategies will be built on the basis of the work of these two. That same evening, players and all other participants of the club Longers decided to note the formation of William by the owner. Everyone celebrated, drank, ate what they themselves prepared, and asked everyone to love and complain at this holiday. William noted that despite the concern, the atmosphere in the team is normal, and after that one of the players greeted him. Turning, he saw the player whom he celebrated at the match after Henry, and he introduced himself as the captain of this team. Having looked at him, William remembered that he had really seen him earlier at competitions, but he was not particularly interested in him. He was not interesting to him for the reason that this is a standard tact in which there is nothing special, but he is too good for such a team. He said that he wanted to thank William for investing in their team and doing everything in his power, so as not to disappoint him. He also asked William to take care of them, and said that he was hoping for mutual cooperation between them. When he left, William noted that he was open and sincere, so he is an ideal captain for the team. Turning back, he noticed that Mia and Lucas from the very beginning got along well with each other and had a pleasant conversation. After thinking a little, he called these two to him, after which they joyfully ran to him, waiting for what he would tell them. William announced to them that they were new members of the second group and they would participate in the battle as one, so he asked them to live together. He said that while the angel was extracting information and praying for the forgiveness of his soul, behind her back the whole party is played by a gray nun. After that, he added that Lucas would act as a nun, which again very much surprised both of them. Having finished telling, he said that they would discuss everything later, and now they should just relax and have fun. When they moved away from him in slight confusion, he was convinced and rejoiced that now the team was at least minimally equipped. The last thing he had left was to change the name of the club, which he did not like very much, and his hands scratched him to change it. Having thought a little more about the new name, William shouted to the entire site, calling for general attention to himself. As a new club name, he chose YSM, and under the name, they played their first match in 3 months. Commentators who commented on this game announced that today's game will become a test of their new strategy. William looked at his players and wished them to do everything that they did in training, and did not do anything superfluous. When he asked Lucas if he understood what to do, he asked William from Wilm if he was all fine, but he told him he was not steaming. William gathered everyone around him and announced that the day had come when they show everything they learned in 3 months of training and had fun from the heart. The first round of the match of the Battle of Super Management between the new William team and another team from Korea was successfully declared open. Mason's wife thanked him for inviting her to the first match of his new team. When she asked why Mason himself did not come, he said that he was just waiting for something and did not dare to come. When she asked if he was working with his guys according to a different method, William answered her that she could not even doubt it. He smiled and asked him to show her an incredibly exciting battle that he was personally. The dungeon of the first round was a canyon of the Bizard, a picturesque place, in the reality of which cannot be found. Earlier in training, Mia overcame 100 meters in 3 seconds and did not even dust out during this and did not knock her breath. William noted that she had an incredible talent for running, and Lucas also became much faster and more resilient than before. The runner told William that Mia was a real treasure in this regard, and he also heard that Lucas had no experience in the battle. William did not give in, saying that their progress is not very different, but in fact he simply understood this with the help of his ability. The coach told him that his instinct was striking, but this should be expected because it was William that at one time revealed Mason's talent. The coach also said that as soon as they work out the style of the game of Mia, they will get good results and will be able to bring it to a real game. For 40 days of training passed and 50 days were left before the competition, and Mia still continued to train hard. Her teammates were surprised at how she could be caught taking into account the fact that she moves so quickly and jumps so much. Watching the results of her training, William said that now they can definitely apply the deterrence strategy. When William asked the team his impressions, they answered him that the feeling that the capture speed is half as usual than usual. And after that, William asked what infuriated them the most. When I received in response that there was a great dynamics, he praised Mia. After he praised her, she answered him with a smile, but excitement reigned in her soul. She still considered their director the best person because he said that he would make a heroine from a player who is not even in the team. She also remembered that he said that she could become a member of the national team if she trained, and it is difficult to believe in it. Mia also noticed that her nerves were already at the limit and whether she had done it well, but then a voice led her out of her thoughts. When the voice of the captain of her team led her out of her experiences, she jumped out of surprise and asked who called her. When the captain asked if she was worried, she immediately waved her hands and replied that not a bit was worried. He reassured her, saying that she did not have to pretend, and since this is her first game that she is nervous, this is absolutely normal. The players of the team standing behind him confirmed his words, and one said that when he first went on the field, he was even sick. As a result, the team captain said that she could be nervous as much as she wants, but she should not doubt her abilities at all. He also said that the leader of the Seven Savior himself believes in them, and she will become the best game thief in history. After his words, Mia stopped worried, inspired and confidently answered that everything would be so, and they could win. The captain said that they were a team that national heroes gathered and trained, so they should fight with dignity so as not to disgrace him. He raised his hand up and said that they would not do everything as they agreed, and the team supported him with joyful cries. When the players of the new team divided and began to move, the commentators suggested that this was a 4 or 4-3 strategy. After that, they noticed that one team of 3 people crosses the dungeons, ignoring the monsters. And this is restraining from the very beginning. This group of 3 quickly moved through the dungeon, ignoring the monsters and jumping from their native air objects to others. Suddenly, Having reached a certain distance, they stopped immediately after such a rapid movement forward and began to wait for something. Lucas told them to wait a bit, picked up the stone from the ground, and began to monitor the location of the enemy team with the help of telekinesis. He combined the ability of telekinesis with the transfer of the aura, which allowed him to act as a scout and calculate the location of the enemy. Having spent a stone between different air islands, he finally found the enemy's command, which moved in one of the sides of the dungeon. He said that all four move in one group and showed the direction in which they would need to move. Mia sat on the ground and prepared for a jump to instantly catch up with the enemy's team in a matter of seconds. Having pushed off the ground, she flew into the air, already until the next air island, which was at an altitude of tens of meters from them. She made incredible and beautiful air movements, jumping from one island to another, showing very high mobility skills. Finally, she was able to get to the enemy team and was a little shocked by the scale of the battle with the dragon that took place there. When she was convinced that the enemy team did not notice her, she transmitted the information to her team that she had reached the goal. Seeing that there are no strong players nearby and the dragon already has very little life, she prepared for a shot from a bow to finish off the dragon. The enemy's team still did not notice her and was preparing for the last blow that were going to inflict this dragon. The detachment commander ordered them not to relax and said that they had almost caught up with this dragon. They had to inflict only the last blow. Suddenly, the arrow of Mia cut out the air and finished off the dragon, not leaving the enemy team and the chance to gain experience from it. They were upset that they lost points for the monster, and they were annoyed by the fact that YSM was simply engaged in theft of other people's monsters. The team captain ordered one of the players to deal with Mia, and he headed in her direction at a great speed to eliminate her. Mia looked at how he was rapidly approaching her, and was a little not sure that she could dodge, but in the end, he gathered her strength. This player struck the place where Mia used to be, but she had already managed to move to a completely different place. He got angry, believing that she was mocking him, as she just jumped up and instantly turned out to be in another place. He tried to catch up with her several times, but she only mocked him and quickly moved from one place to another, leaving him a chance. This player was annoyed by the very fact that he could not catch up with her, and he was also very picked up by her mockery of him. The commentators noticed that Mia slightly rejoiced the players from the opposite team, moving so fast that the enemy does not have time behind her. The commentators also noticed that the supply of MII arrows is not endless, and sooner or later they would end. Mia turned to Lucas so that with the help of his strength, telekinesis would give her a new quiver with arrows. Lucas instantly applied its ability, and Mia in his hands turned out to be a completely new quiver with arrows, correcting the only drawback. In turn, Lucas had already laid himself a bedspread in the shelter where he was, and took out Manhwa to read. Having settled down comfortably, he conveniently laid out the upholsters with the arrows, and told Mia to turn to him if she needed something. Commentators were shocked by the fact that Lucas was just in the middle of the match and began to read Manhwa. A few weeks before the match, when Mia trained for the upcoming match, everyone tried to catch her, but they did not succeed. Looking at how she plays, William noted that Mia had a congenital talent to enrage people and get them out of himself. He also noted that the main snag is that Lucas requires a safe place to use its abilities. Then William decided to accompany Henry during the search for the shelter of Lucas, as his super wish will help to protect himself from monsters. Suddenly, William drew attention to the fact that Lucas found a secluded place and laid out Knuckles with arrows in front of him. After he handed over the first colch at Mia, William noticed for himself that it looks very sorry. Brayton William also noted that Lucas will be in this shelter until no one comes to pick it up. This time, William already voiced his brother aloud that the way Lucas does his job looks pretty sorry. After that, he said that if Lucas is so careful, then let it look better than a clowning than somehow stupid and sorry. For this reason, William decided that Lucas would just lie and defiantly read Manhwa during the game. While he was reading Manhwa, shells flew over him, but he remained unnoticed, continuing to supply Mia with shells and resources. At this time, Henry protected him from several crowds of monsters, and the commentators noticed that they were observing truly spectacular battles. Henry coped with his task perfectly. The monsters scattered to the right and left, and he successfully coped with his new role. Well, while Henry continued to fight the monsters around him, Lucas continued to enjoy reading. The audience was shocked by what William was doing, and were indignant at what clowning they arranged here. Suddenly, Lucas received a request from Mia to transfer it another arrows, and, taking the quiver in her hands, handed it to her with the help of telekinesis. It depends on how this match goes. William could not restrain himself and just sat and laughed at all voice right on the stands. Mason's wife laughed and asked William if he told him to play so, but he replied that it was just funny. William said that he knows how to find talents where no one sees them, and even scares him how good he is. He also mentioned that Mason did nothing in order to remove Thomas from the team and put Charlie's tank in the position. Mason's wife said that he mentioned that now there were some disputes and showdowns, and mentioned, and did not mention. Mason sighed heavily and said that when problems arise, the coach should know how to solve issues with all cruelty. Suddenly, the commentators announced that it was time to get distracted by one another player, and this immediately attracted the attention of William. Commentators said that 2 more players joined the enemy team, and they began to make the situation for MII very dangerous. Lucas closed his book and prepared for action, telling Mia to spin like in a frying pan, because there is no way back. Trying to take her jokingly for weakly, he asked her if she could hold out until help arrived. Mia confidently replied that she could, and rushed directly towards the enemy team, distracting their attention to themselves. Seeing a sparkling blade in front of her face, she thought that for the first time she was facing face-to-face with the enemy players. But, despite all the difficulties, she remembered how William said that she would become a member of the national team, and also remembered the words of the captain. In her memory, the words of her captain were still cut out, which he said that they were a team that the national hero gathered and trained. She vowed that she would do everything in her power, and began to run and dodge at a double speed, luring the enemy's team to her. She quickly moved from one place to another, and the enemy's team did not understand that she was leading them behind her, and continued to pursue her. They began to discuss among themselves that they were moving too slowly, but in no case should they miss it. With all their might, they tried to catch her and fled after her, but Mia continued to run stubbornly. Having run a few more meters, she scattered and jumped down the next island from a break, thinking that they would not follow her. Looking around, she saw that they were not behind her and jumped after her after the lower islands. They were already almost close, and said to catch her faster, because if they were hesitated, then the difference with glasses will become very large. In the end, they drove her into a corner and, standing on the edge of the cliff, she looked at the members of the enemy team standing in front of her. Looking around, she realized that she was standing on the edge of the cliff, and there was nowhere else to run away, which means that this is the end. When one of the Black Prophetic team said that she could not jump from such a height, she answered cheerfully and asked if. When she began to wave her hands cheerfully and began to ask if she had nowhere to run, and they drove her to a dead end, they did not understand what was happening. While she continued to carry random nonsense, they began to talk among themselves, asking if everything was fine with her. While they were talking, Mi's team arrived at her help and was already descending her back along the wall of the island. The captain of the William team said that this time they would not miss them, and they came to an end. Mia, in turn, said behind them that if everything is not fine with her, then there is nothing to be done. She will have to call for help. Mason's wife, who was sitting next to William, was surprised how this match was exciting. Commentators, in turn, were torn by the admiration of the tactics of the new team, since thanks to her, the enemy team missed time. At that moment, while they commented on all these actions, part of the enemy team was already paralyzed and eliminated by members of the William team. When they almost finished, the remaining fighters of the enemy team arrived at the place, but it was already too late, as time was over. The first round between the William team and another team from Korea ended in a score of 9-0. And this was their first victory in a long time. Commentators announced that this was the first so interesting match in a long time, and today they discovered a new treasure for themselves. They also added that a breathtaking union was born before their eyes, and now they have high hopes, and the audience began to praise them. Mia and Lucas stood in the center of the stage and simply bathed in the delighted exclamations of spectators from the rostrum. Feeling William's gaze, Mia turned towards the rostrum on which he was sitting and caught his gaze that she felt. She read on his lips that he told her that he said that she would succeed and he was happy for her. After that, she remembered his words that he would make her the main character, and this made her heart glow and her face to shine. She looked joyfully at him, letting all her types understand that she was grateful to him to the core for being here and gets these praises. Commentators have already officially announced the whole hall that the William team wins in the first round. A pure victory in the first round was a complete surprise, and the result shocked everyone, including the enemy's team. The enemy's team began to worry and get angry, having lost himself, and the William team was only inspired by further success. Further, Mia and Lucas played a crazy batch for restraint, and in the second round too, without leaving the opponents and a chance. It was for this reason that in the second round they also won just an incredible victory, defeating the enemy's team to 0. Standing after the match on the stage, Mia held the microphone in her hands and thanked the one who was the first to find her potential and made her a player. Immediately after this victory, the news about this duet scattered through all the media and simply filled everything. People in the comments praised how annoying the playing style of Mia had and how good it is. Also, people wrote that for the first time they see that in their country they were so cool to play restraint, and they organize fan clubs in their honor. Also, people noticed that, of course, she could not do anything without Lucas, and he also deserves his praise. It was also mentioned that William built a strategy in advance for the union of Mia and Lucas, and this had its fruits. A few days later, when William was lying at home, Mason tried to shake out of him at least a share of information about where he found these children. William called him an old bore and said that he would just answer him that someone else had chosen them, and he simply agreed with him. When Mason said that in any case these guys are talented, William confirmed this, saying that he had a talent for such things. When William asked about Charlie, Mason replied that he agreed to be a tank if he suffered national symbols, and there were disputes. Mason also added that other coaches in their country do not really love him, and it is quite difficult to convince a particular player for any actions. William abruptly rose from a lying position and said that it would be ridiculous to see how they would sing in front of the greatest coach, referring to themselves. Mason said that they would not say words across William, but in his thoughts he realized that he was seriously stuck. Suddenly, Mason heard the most unexpected question that could be heard from William. William asked Mason how much he wanted to take the money to sell him Charlie in the team. In the news about the continuous series of victories of the YSM team, which has already gained 5 wins in a row, scattered over time. Brayton William was just delighted and with a joyful face showed him the news that they already had 5 victories in a row. He even began to cry and say that finally there will be at least some holiday on their street that it began to annoy William. William asked him to calm down, saying that these were only 5 victories in a row and this is not a record. In response, the bro told him that they had never won so many times in a row, and the internet community would almost idolize them. William said that this happened because he was always right and remembered how he constantly ached, to which the brother apologized to him. William said that it is too early to rejoice, because the basis of their strategy is Lucas, and now all teams know about it. When he asked brother what to do, he told William that they would now have to defend Lucas. William said that he was smarter than it seems. Then he touched him very much, but did not pay attention to it and asked for water. When William felt an angry look in his direction, he turned to brother, but he had already looked in his direction. William turned to Brayton and asked that when the result of training would appear, would they lose their players of combat enthusiasm and power? When the Brayton replied that they would not lose, William said that he liked his confidence, but he needed the frequency of victories 50%. The Brayton was completely killed by this phrase, since before that, the frequency of their victories for the season was a maximum of 31%. The team captain sat and silently listened to their conversation, realizing that this was a large number, but since the director is sure, then everything will be fine. He also noted that William looks like his stubbornness to the ram, but he will carefully think through every word and the decision that he makes. He also noted that thanks to lawmakers, he was able to participate in the battle, receive a scholarship, and become a person in society. He was also glad that finally, after so much time, he could pay the team for everything she did for him. William graduated from his conversation with his brother, asking not to drip on his brains as they were going to just relax and relax. Having risen on the bench, he drew the attention of everyone to himself, shouting that he wanted to say something very important. He announced that if their team wins in half of all matches, he will personally invest in the team, as they deserve it. When he asked if everything was clear to everyone, the team answered him with a joyful cry, which greatly pleased William. After some time, William got up from the table and asked his brother not to accompany him, since he was not a girlfriend. He thought about the problems that if the enemies would ignore Mia and find Lucas, then their whole strategy will crash. He also thought that without a game of restraining, their chances of winning will sharply decrease, and help is needed to diversify their tactics. William thought they had sponsors and financing, and we need to use this to bring someone good to the team. After that, the call of the phone, which vibrated in his pocket, notifying the message received, was distracted. Having checked the message that came, he saw how Mason sent him a list of promising children from high schools. William decided that this was a good chance to change the composition of the team, despite the fact that the good guys have already signed contracts. He decided for himself that he would definitely find new talents, and that the kids should only wait for his arrival. The victorious series of the William team was interrupted in the 6th victory, since, according to expectations, other teams found a way to confront their strategies. Despite all this, the team captain stopped hesitating and completely focused on his team and offered a new strategy. At the end of the season, YSM had 18 matches, of which she won 10 and lost 8, and the percentage of their victories amounted to 55.5%. When summer came, William came to one high school in order to find new players there. Having greeted the coach of one of the teams, he asked him to conduct a small tour of school and students. He brought him to the hall, to which William was very surprised, because despite the dubious activity, everything was at a high level. Suddenly, William's attention was attracted by one of the players who trained away from the rest. Having looked at how he moves very quickly from side to side, he noticed that this player is very good and promising. The coach noted that the rumors would not hide anything from William, and in the future, this player is going to join the Phoenix team. William looked at his indicators and realized that they were too low, and he had to go down from heaven to earth. With each examined player, the hope of finding something normal in this team with William was falling, and the mood was spoiled. William was already tired of inspecting all the players, and the roof was already starting to go, so he was thinking of leaving here. He was frustrated by the fact that all the guys like double fishing boats. From them, it would be a good only paired with someone. When he was about to leave, his attention was attracted by the late student who appeared in the doorway. While this student apologized to the coach for being late because of the exams, William looked at him. Seeing William, that exercises were very surprised at his presence in this school and was even a little happy. Having analyzed him with an analyzing look, William began to ask him questions, starting with the question of whether he misses training because of his studies. He answered him that just because of his studies, he does not think that he could become a professional player, since he has very small statistics. After that, he added that he was a very large fan of William, to which William asked if he wanted to shake his hand. The student asked if it was possible to do this because they say that when he hears that someone was his fan, he beats this man. William reassured him, saying that he would not happen to him, extending his hand and offering him to enter his team, signing the contract. Hearing the proposal about the contract, the guy could not believe his ears since this last thing he expected to hear from William. William attracted not how much statistics of a guy who was at an average level, like his ability to shadow walking, which was very strong. William noted that at the level of the Korean League of this superpower, there is enough to survive and get big results. He decided that he had to get him, while no one else found him, and once again invited him to join his team. The guy said that he was grateful to William for his offer, but he does not even know his abilities and offers him a job. William thought that he, like everyone, should hang noodles on his ears from the category that he saw him in some competitions. When he said that he watched Telek and saw him on the channel about the Youth League, he received the answer that this guy was always sitting in spare ones. Not knowing how to get out of this situation, he specified whether his name was called Mark and said that he was looking for him because he was curious. William also clarified that when he saw him, he immediately realized that Mark had a hidden talent. Just no one knows about it yet. Mark objected again and said that his indicators leave much to be desired. Asama. The main thing. Super. So. And even with her, he is worse than others. William was indignant and asked if he was questioned by his experience, and said that he had found such outstanding players that they were playing in his team. After that, he said that this guy is also an outstanding talent, and this is his super Vakurl, which he just needs to use it competently. He said that he had seen a lot of superhumans, and at first glance he understands this, but now it is not yet known what Mark has. Mark carefully listened to his lecture and said that it is still very difficult to believe in such a thing. After that, William tried once again and asked if he was aware that he was supervised by a reflection of personal characteristics. When Mark agreed with him, William said that his super hell was perfect for him, and by making an effort, he will be able to develop her. He also added that he knows for sure that his super hell could rise several steps above the current level. When Mark did not believe his words, he invited him to argue, but for a start, he would need to join his team for 2 years. He also added that if he realizes that he was in vain in his team, he would pay him $300 million in cash. When Mark stood in shock and agreed from this, William immediately grabbed him and dragged him into the street without further words. They approached the parking lot to the William motorcycle, and he told the brand to jump on him. While they were driving along the road, Mark almost blew off the motorcycle, but William controlled everything so that he remained to sit. Soon the contract was signed, and William was pleased with his visit to this school for today. While Mark was shocked by the trip, and his mother was happy for him, William said that for a start, this contract is already not bad. He was delighted that in the first school he managed to find a player, and decided to try whether he could collect even more players. When he rode forward along the high-speed road, he was captured from what was waiting for him ahead and which players would come across him. When he arrived at the next school, he was announced that all the children had already concluded contracts, so William was left with nothing. Standing in front of the gates of this school in a stupor, he thought that this was just a failure, and he would definitely be lucky in the next school because there are a lot of schools. Having literally traveled hundreds of schools in their city, he was denied everywhere, since all talented children have already signed their contracts. William was so dissatisfied with the current situation that his face had already reshied beyond recognition. He stood in front of the gates of the last school, in which he will have a chance to find some talented player in his team. It was not necessary to describe the degree of irritation of William to understand how he was dissatisfied with that the only normal player did not want to fight. He said that for him, the battle of superhumans is just a hobby to have a fun time, and he is not going to go out onto the professional level. William noted that his superpowency is very good, as it allows you to identify weaknesses of opponents, and it cannot be missed. The coach of this school told William that it was useless, because this guy received many offers, but he refuses everyone, since he is stubborn. William thought that his super resistance was quite worthy, and asked if his parents were of professional matches. The guy answered William that his parents were by no means against this, since money is paid for this, and the reason is his ailment. He said that he wants to become a writer in order to create his works and give people dreams and hopes through the text. William remained even more irritation after this speech, realizing that this student was specifically ill with art. Suddenly, the idea came up with him, and he asked the guy whether William was really sitting in front of him, one of the seven savior. When he asked what he was asking for this, he told him that he could write his biography, and he could tell him different details. After that, he also added that he may even have a story that no one has heard yet, and she about the last dungeon. After this speech, the guy jumped up from the table and asked where to put the signature on the contract, and William was pleased with himself. After the guy agreed to the contract, William took him to the street, and soon they finished working with him. William replied that Mark cost him many times cheaper than this guy, and apparently this is because this guy is required in demand. The guy distracted William from his thoughts, turning to him, and William turned to him inquiringly. He asked whether it was possible to ask William one thing, and William replied that he could call his senior and could ask questions. He asked William how it turned out that he had no weak places at all. William was surprised at this fact. He explained to William that he first sees a person like him and does not see a single weakness with him with his ability. He said that he had the opportunity to apply observations to the players of the national team of France, but no one there is close to William. William asked what he wants to say with this, and did he want to know if there are still unique ones in the world as William. When he said that William could act as a player, William said that his plans did not include beating babies. After the guy nodded in satisfaction, William asked him if all these were questions for today. After that, he told him to return, and that their coach would contact him, and that he should just wait for a call from him. And it is time for William to move on to the main event. He called Mason and asked if he was free. He asked if William found standing players, and William replied that everyone had long been dismantled, which Mason was not surprised. William said that he has another player in signs, and he needs to visit one place but did not tell Mason where. When he arrived at the clubhouse of the Spirit of 2 Stars, he was immediately surrounded by security, and William said that he needed a team coach. They said that he was so unceremoniously stated that they were worried about the long-standing incident that occurred in the Blue House. In this case, William asked them to report on his arrival and said that while he was waiting, he would go for a walk. William walked around the club and looked at what they had there: stadiums, halls, houses, and hostels. He also noted that it seems that the club brings a good income, since wherever you look, everything is much better than that of the rest. He noticed that their site has only one advantage. You can easily go to the mountains, but this is not the best pleasure. Suddenly, William heard a voice behind his back, who turned to him and turned on him. The one who approached him asked for permission to introduce himself, and introduced himself as Logan, the director of the Spirit Club of the 2 Stars. William was surprised that the director came to him and asked if he was responsible for the transfer of players and a set of personnel, that he received an affirmative answer. William said that this was quite entertaining, because he was responsible for everything. The coach was responsible, to which he received an answer that their coach is multifunctional. Logan thought William as a slow off-bomb. It is not known when it is tearing, and you need to be careful with him. He said that they reported to him that he was looking for their coach and wants to talk to him about the player's transition to his team. William was surprised that they were in the know, but when William advised the coach to change Charlie's position, The whole top learned about it. Logan thought that if we give William and the coach to meet face to face, there would be a disaster, and suggested first discuss everything with him. William said that he was not worth it, since his tongue will dry out to repeat twice, and it is worth just going to the coach. When they entered the room and met with the coach, he was clearly dissatisfied with William's presence in this place. William introduced himself and said that he arrived at work and official duties, and asked whether the club of the spirit of the 2 stars in front of him. He uncertainly shook his hand, confirming this information, and began to shake, which greatly surprised William. Suddenly, a certain insight attacked William, and he asked if they had already met this coach somewhere before. He said that he was suspiciously familiar with his face, and he only continued to tremble and turn away from William's gaze. The guy standing behind the coach asked if William was familiar with their coach, to which William asked who he was at all. The guy introduced himself as the captain of the spirit team of 2 stars, and William asked what the team captain forgot at such a business meeting. The coach was justified by the fact that since the conversation concerns one of the team players, the captain has the right to know everything. William clearly did not suit this information, and he was not sure of her truthfulness, but he agreed and continued to think further. When the coach asked William why he was looking at him so closely, he did not answer him, but only continued to look at him. It turned out that William continued to think about where they could meet with the coach of the spirit team of 2 stars earlier. The coach said that they were seen for the first time, and he confused him with someone, but at that moment he wiped his face sweaty from fear. William did not believe him and said that he definitely saw him somewhere, to which he answered that this was not an important question, and they have other topics. When William sighed in displeasure, the coach of the club of the spirit of the 2 stars already struck, but he continued to stand silently. William said that he could not think when everything is in full swing in his head, and he needs to give him a minute so that he rummages in his memory. The director asked not to focus on this, but William ignored him, saying that this, obviously, was not the most pleasant memory. Still not paying attention to the words of the coach, William said that no matter how much he thought, it does not seem that it was from the category of everyday life. Suddenly, William attacked the insight, and he looked aggressively at the coach, which made him back. When he pronounced only one word, dungeon, the coach fell into a stupor, since William got into a point. He said that he had exactly remembered, and it is difficult to completely forget the moron who once acted on his nerves during a raid. William called the date 1993. The place is the temple of a restless soul, and he said that it was definitely that day. He added that he was going to kill you after stripping the dungeon, but for some reason did not do it and already regrets it. He also noted that the director even grew a mustache so that the returning William could not recognize him, then to get to the point and put the coach into a stupor. When one of the most powerful representatives of superhumans gathered in front of the entrance to the still unnecessary dungeon, everything was as usual. William said that there are a lot of traps in this dungeon, so they will not be able to go quickly, but therefore it cannot be very slowed down. Suddenly, his voice from the crowd interrupted him, which surprised William, but he decided to pay attention to such an arrogant person. This was just the coach of the club of the spirit of 2 stars, who at that time was very impudent, selfish, and self-confident. He said that they could calmly protect this dungeon, running through it, and William became famous only because he was well killing monsters. He also added that no one can pass this dungeon, and first of all, he talks about the strategy. After his words, William could not restrain himself and rushed to him to break his face, but his comrade stopped him. He told William that the work is more important, and it is necessary to finish explaining the plan, and then enter the dungeon. While he was leaving William promised the coach to see after, but he only grinned the departing William. He said that William is a show writer, and it is unthinkable for some youngster to organize a raid and leads it, and he will clean the dungeon better. In the dungeon there was just a crowd of monsters who had no end, and they climbed on the vast people in a huge amount. William said that you should not create a landfill, and tanks should replace each other and squeeze the enemy to move forward. Suddenly, William almost fell from the fact that some person flew past him and shouted to him that William would get out of the road. It was the one who interrupted him and doubted his plan, and he said that if they would hesitate so, they would never finish the raid. He also added that everyone should not listen to this pompous idiot, referring to William, and you should follow him. He said that after this dungeon his era would begin, but suddenly stopped in front of a barrier that sharply appeared in front of him. He remembered William's words that there were many traps in this dungeon, so they could not go quickly, and saw a hail of stones in front of him. He had already prepared for death, because he could not dodge. But William grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of the falling stones. He sat and looked at how huge stones fall in front of him, breaking into small pieces, and not understanding how he survived. When they announced that the path was overwhelmed with stones, they said that most likely they would have to return and stop the raid. They also announced that if you go around, it would take about 6 hours, after which William looked at the legend with a gloomy look. He said that he would talk to him later, brutally looked at him from above, then he led him into a stupor and forcing him to twitch with fear. The coach stood and recalled how he almost died in that raid, and the bones are still aching when he recalls this situation. The coach continued to pretend that he did not understand anything and said that he had noticed and confused him with another person. William, in response to this, said that they should talk face to face and told him not to shake with fear. He also asked him that he really thinks that after so many years he came only to take revenge. After that, William added that since they are going to talk normally, then it is better to leave the room and the director to leave the room. He also added that it makes no difference if they remained, but the coach asked them to leave and wait outside. When they were left alone, William has already confirmed that he ignored orders and cracked madly about his ways to clean up the dungeon. He also added that he carried garbage about the leader and the plan, and because of his mistake, the raid dragged on for 9 hours. The coach said that he was recalling this, and he was young and stupid, to which William said that he was even fewer years old then than him. The coach said that the past should be left in the past, and when they left the dungeon, William generally beat him to herself half to death. He also added that in this case they should definitely start everything again, to which William replied that he was right and to take revenge on him unfairly. After that, he thought a little and said that the coach should be beaten for a new mistake, which again entered him into a stupor. William said that even if he had already knocked out of him all the superfluous from him for the past, now he has noted a little bit again. He asked if he was ready to lap a new one and told him to come closer, adding that this time he would beat more tender. The coach asked William to slow down and asked what he was mistaken in, since he did not understand anything. William explained to him that he knew that he had the needing to messen to conduct changes in the team, and he, apparently, had a very huge courage, since he was arguing. William also added that if they want to finish with this, then the coach must stop doing business, as it hit and then remains with his teeth. When the coach asked what William was doing on the phone, he replied that he had to please his reporters and tell them his story. He also added, then he will come to an end, because the whole country knows about this, and William is enough to open his mouth. William, after the coach threatened him, did not take it seriously and said that he would not win him. When the coach asked what the conditions of William had, he told him that he needed to give Charlie to his club. He also added that the contract with Charlie remained only a year, and after 6 months, no one would pay for him, and whether this is the coach. When the coach asked what was going on for lawlessness, William replied that he had begun all this, and he should have initially made Charlie a tank. When William asked if he would resist the change of his position, only from personal beliefs, the coach angrily agreed. When he voiced William that the price of this player is 1,200,000,000 won, William did not agree with this. He said that when he walked here, he noticed that their equipment was simply excellent, and the club has no problems with money. He asked if this attempt to rob him was not achieved due to personal problems, and said to call the price, and if she suits him, then the coach would live. When the coach was shocked by the fact that his life was at stake, he was surprised at how William still wears the land with such character. When he called him the price of 1 billion, William remained this too dissatisfied with the fact that he dropped only 200 million. When he called him the price of 800 million, William said that it was not like a discount and had already begun to knead his fists. After a few more attempts, the coach literally burst into tears and said that he would give Charlie for 100 million and would not take away anymore. They agreed at this price, and the coach said that in return they would start with a clean sheet without any hostility and old grievances. William joyfully agreed with him, jokingly calling him the master coach of the club of the spirit of 2 stars. After a successful deal, he again looked at William and said that it was just the devil and now it's over. After some time, a few days later, Charlie arrived at the William team club, and William greeted him. He told him that from this day they were his team and called him Charlie's tank, which pleased Charlie himself. The news scattered on the news that Charlie had moved to the William team, and the deal was the result of negotiations with the coach of the William team. William sat and examined those 3 contracts that he managed to get and did not be pleased with them. At the time when he thought about where all talented school children had gone, Marie came home and said that it was hot and she was at home. Seeing William, she joyfully ran to him and asked what he was so much busy recently, since it was almost impossible to catch him at home. In response to this, he said that he was far from her, since recently Mason's wife complained that she had already forgotten how she looked. Paying attention to the book that Marie was holding in her hands, William asked her what it was. The book was a French textbook for beginners, which allowed students to take the first steps in learning the language. William teased Marie, saying that modern children have a hammered head, and textbooks help to deal with it at least a little. She said that French was very complicated, and suggested that he go to France with her, since she was so stupid. When William heard about France, he was slightly surprised, and after a small pause, he asked what it was. Jake did the yoke in his office and said that in Korea, all the necessary procedures are completed, and in Paris, everything should be completed. Marie thanked him for the service provided to her, and William looked at them incomprehensibly because he did not understand what he was doing here. Jake remembered how the Moreau brothers from France initially showed interest in her, and therefore, Jake sent them an official proposal. After that, Jake added that after this proposal, Marie signs a contract with a club in Paris and begins a debut in the European League. William listened to this and realized that most likely because of this kipish with the French language occurred. Jake said that they finished the conversation with Marie, and now he wants to talk with William on one topic. William said that first it should be explained that this happened, that they asked him to come. Jake explained that the brothers also wanted to invite William to Paris, and he was surprised why they needed it. Jake replied that he would be a translator for Marie, and plus they wanted to make a gift for him. After that, William remembered how they told him that they wanted to give him a weapon when they met. He said that he was recalling that he was offered weapons when they intersected. William said he was now too busy for a foreign trip, as he is getting the team to the beginning of the second half of the season. Jake was surprised that his team is looking for new players, and invited him to help with their search. William said that he could not make a request through such an influential agent, since his club does not have enough reputation. After that, Jake nodded knowingly and invited him to look for players in Paris, which again surprised William. Jake explained to him that according to the rules, each team could have up to 5 players of foreigners, and in France there are many clubs and players. William thought about his proposal and agreed as a result, since it sounded very interesting and promising. He said that this was a very good idea, and from the same day he began to gather and prepare for the flight to France. A few days later, they arrived in Paris, the international airport, along with Maria and her mother. They walked around the airport, breathing in the air of a new country for them and anticipating the case further. Mom Marie said that she had not been in Paris for a long time and it would be great to fly here with Mason, but he refused. William replied that there is nothing to be done here because the work of the coach burns a lot of time, and he told them to see the new house of Marie. William also said that of the minuses, this is only that even here, journalists get him, who had already patted his nerves in the edge. Then he heard a familiar voice and saw one of the brothers, who waved his hand and called to him. William asked him if there were so many photographers or reporters because of them, and whether the directors are obliged to personally come here. He said that, of course, because he personally controls the athletes, and is it not great if Marie receives the highest interest as possible? He also suggested that William give a small interview for his niece, which William was not very pleased. However, William agreed, and a few minutes later he performed in front of a crowd of reporters who, as always, had a lot of questions for him. When he was asked if he intends to become a player in the Paris club, he said that now his main task is to support his niece. When he was asked if he plans to meet with one of the former colleagues of the Seven Saviors, William was surprised at this issue. He said that he had abandoned the whole thing and chose a simple life, met a smart woman, and lives well, so do not bother him. However, William added that he was here for a while. He does not have time to look for him, but if he himself arrives in Paris, he will be happy to meet. When he said that this guy was a victim of fraudsters and he was sure that he was a bomber, the one they spoke about spat out coffee from his mouth. The spitting out of the mouth was Eric, one of the Seven Savior, who was currently unemployed and was the object of discussion. Ignoring the collar covered with coffee, the man was surprised that William came to France so quickly. Then he got to the deck of the yacht with several jumps, and without saying anything, jumped into the water like a professional swimmer. He shouted to a gray-haired man that he had an urgent business, so he was returning to France, but they answered that they were in the midst of the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, Lumiere, in Paris, arrived in Paris. William arrived with Marie and her mother certainly met. 2 twin brothers in costumes and sunglasses said that this was the day when Mr. William visited their club. They also added that since they still came here, it would simply be perfectly concluding a contract with this master. But the guy replied that his tribe would actively work instead of him, so let them take care of her, to which they immediately agreed. However, they nevertheless suggested that he also go through a physical test, because he had not done this for a long time and they will measure everything without mistakenly. In addition, they asked to sign a book with his biography for them, and they also plan a special event, and asked him to visit. They bombarded the hero with all kinds of news and requests, because of which his patience burst and he stopped them. After some time, Marie was already changing into her shape, picking up a dagger and a small sword in her hands, preparing for the dough. Through the screen, the girl was asked if she was comfortable and whether she was not constrained by anything, but she assured that everything was in order. Without wasting time, they decided to start the test, while the girl already got into the battles of her opponents. While phantom monsters, similar to the shadows, were created, she was told that she should defeat all the opponents who will appear in front of her. She had a time restriction, only 1 minute that had already begun, and the shadows immediately rushed in her direction. But Marie reacted to this. She was faster than them, and therefore left them with one jerk behind, immediately preparing to make a counterattack, counting on her speed. With the same sharp movement she approached them, waving her sword, applying each one by one blow, which was enough. After half a minute, a joyful girl took off her helmet, saying that it was fun, but it was a new record, 22 seconds. Immediately asked my mother and uncle, as she managed, in response to which she immediately began to praise, because she became even stronger. The girl smiled, saying that she trained diligently all this time, when suddenly one of the brothers offered to sign a contract. William thought that she was, of course, well done, because she is only 24, and this is the best period for the development of a Superman. In addition, he gave her quite accurate instructions, and the coaching headquarters here is much better. With all this, she will be able to twist her skills to the limit. Although the skills and aura are weak, it compensates for a good superlace, and it will be possible to take a central position here. And such a player cost only 400 million euros, after which he looked at the brothers, realizing that they could convince well. But suddenly the guy turned his head and heard not far from himself a voice that he asked, "Or this place, whether Mr. William is here." Marie was surprised to look at the man whom she had already seen before, while her mother noticed what kind of handsome he was. A guy stood in the doorway, while the hero remembered that the point is not that there was a 3 of the best players, and they say that he is as fast as his friend in his youth, although he would hardly be able to surpass him with his own dexterity. Mike Bernard is a member of the Lumiere Club and enters the top 3 players. William could not even think that they would meet like this. And now this man stood not far from them and carefully examined, giving every model smile. In 2005, after the 7 saviors, including William, cleaned the last dungeon, the war ended. Many super glides laid down their weapons and resigned, starting to live an ordinary life. And a new sport was born in the wake of this. This state of affairs contributed to the emergence of an increasing number of superhumans who wanted to declare themselves. And then hot disputes began. They did not know whom to consider the strongest person after the death of William. And this was the most discussed theme of the modern era. And although it was many superhumans in the ratings that swam up and down, there was one person who was invariably mentioned in every such dispute. The AC of the France team, the AC of the Parisian Lumiere, which is part of the top 3 teams of the whole world. And for 3 years in a row, this person became the best player. And today, he personally came to the headquarters, although he had a day off to see Monsieur William, about whom he was so heard. For a few seconds, they looked at each other, while the guy thought whether Mike was dying and why he stared at him. Then the blonde turned around and waved Marie, saying that he also wanted to greet a new colleague. Without understanding anything, the girl only answered him with a smile and waved her hand, trying to greet him in French. In fact, the girl was worried, asking her mother what that guy was talking about, but the woman also did not understand French. While the girls were enthusiastically looking at the T-shirt, someone turned to William, joyfully saying that he was very happy about his acquaintance. Looking at the blonde, the hero thought that this guy had at least a manner, but he still could not understand why he was so staring at him. But he decided to lower this moment, because this guy will be a cripple, Marie, so you should not think badly about him. When Mike got into a rack, the dumbfounded hero immediately reacted, deciding that he decided to attack, but thought that it was somehow weak. But the blonde only hugged him. The bewildered William listened to how Mike was glad to welcome him to Paris, and did not understand what devil he climbed to hug. Then the blonde asked for forgiveness, because for a start it was necessary to introduce himself, but the hero said that he knew him and saw the records of the competition. To which Mike replied that he was embarrassed to hear this from a person who had been his idol since childhood, but he was even like a moon before him. William thought that if not to praise someone like him, then whoever deserves praises, while the blonde was glad to meet personally. After that, the hero began to inspect Mike's abilities, thinking that with the exception of endurance, on average his indicators are 90. When he uses the ability of a double, it seems to be found not with one cool fighter, but at once with 2, double power. He also does not have where to grow, because not all characteristics have reached the maximum, but even at this level he surpasses his friend. In this situation of using the double, coupled with its combat skills, give endless possibilities. Endurance is least developed, but its indicator has already exceeded 80, so you can't call it a weak place. This is higher than the average tank indicator in the First League of Korea, but if you recall the Walker, who has already broken his potential. In it, both strength and endurance reached 100, and the potential of his dexterity was 96. If these two brushed away, there will be just a bomb. That is why people are delighted with the Battle of People, because the people always ask the question of who will win if this is fighting. Suddenly, Mike asked if William made peace with Walker, because since he went to Korea, he just did not pray at him. However, not so long ago, they seemed to be in some quarrel with each other, but William replied that the elder simply gave a couple of tips to the youngest. The blonde was surprised at such an answer, and the hero added that he was soft. And after they finished, he gave him advice for $10 million. Mike asked that he made the final decision when Walker burst into him, to which the hero agreed, because it was in the news. The Gemini immediately said that the news did not say who won, to which William replied that the murder did not reach, but he won. The dumbfounded Mike turned to Monsieur William, asking if Waker could really defeat one, on one. The hero looked at the blonde with surprise, asking why not, because he is also a man, in the same as they. The Gemini said that he showed his abilities to a young lamb who doubted himself, and even gave valuable advice. They wondered why Walker has become so good lately, to make a stronger player who in the future can become his own opponent. Here is the act of a brave hero who saved the whole world. They immediately began to praise William, who immediately asked them to calm down. And while the hero tried to calm two bald men, asking them to connect his charm, Mike was thinking about this victory. After all, even he avoids fighting this guy alone, although he is one of the strongest in France. And the vision of tactics, he is in a battle against the tank already in a disadvantage, but he cannot be sure of victory even under the conditions for choosing a card. He was considered the dead, so he thought that it was impossible to measure his strength with him, but he is alive, and he is here, and therefore he would like to fight with him. But at the same time, the hero was thinking about the t-shirt that this Frenchman, apparently, walks along the street, charming the girls with his eyes. After which the guy went to Marie, asking her to be careful with him, because he looked like a womanizer, but the girl said that he was not her type. Suddenly, the girl's mother, who smiled and asked who was then in her taste, if not Mike, unnoticed to them. Maria thought for a couple of seconds, after which she smiled and said that she liked the bold, strong, and daring men. Then she looked at William, blushing slightly, while the hero thought about her words about the strong and impudent, to which the mother replied that such people fall into trouble. But Marie said that a person who is getting into something is sure to do great things. The woman tried to convince her that there were caring men like her father. But the girl replied that she herself would deal with her personal life. After that, my mother shot a look towards William, who was thinking there that it could be a Waker, but it is unlikely. A little time later, Marie told her uncle that they would go with her mother for shopping. They would also buy something, asking him to wait. Mike also asked him not to worry because he would personally accompany them, however, or the blonde bothered him the most. But the hero said that he would survive thanks to this guy, because he would not want to go shopping. And the Gemini suggested that he go to the workshop, because there is something that they would like to give to Mr. William. Adjusted to the gift, he headed after them, entering a huge factory, which the hero immediately began to examine. It was a huge workshop in which people of different ages worked, but they were all tightly folded for hard work. Looking at the workers, the hero thought that the owners of the workshop had come, but no one even drew attention to it. After which they entered the weapon hall, and two men unanimously said that all this weapon was produced in their workshop. Inspecting the windows, the guy stumbled upon one sword, attracted his attention, which he immediately took in his hand and appreciated. To which he heard a question from the twins, felt the case on himself the period when the average quality of the equipment began to decline. It can be seen that their workshop went a lot of money, and this did not bring much benefit until the battle of superhumans appeared. They simply decided to take responsibility for the lives of their masters and did not lose. Difficult times played into their hands, but now they can give Mr. Williams something perfect, which was created personally for him. The men were very glad that this wonderful day came, after which one of them pressed the button, opening a separate window. It contained neatly folded metal pipes, below which there were two belts for their storage. Having held out a couple of pipes to the hero, he immediately asked whether it was his spear, to which one of the twins answered affirmatively, and he could take it. Having picked up one of the pipes, The guy asked how it works because he did not see the buttons there, because of which the task was a little more complicated. In one voice, the men replied that he would fill the spear with his aura, after which the hand and spear were surrounded by a blue flame. After a second, the pipe transformed, turning into a full-fledged spear with a length of full human growth. The twins said that the folding spears that he used to this day are also very good, but this spear was made by their masters. However, due to a large number of small details, it will be less durable than its current weapon. But now a digital copy is still used. William noted that the real dungeon was gone for a long time, so there is no work where the real spear would come in handy. The men advised him to simply take care of the spear, and he would serve him for a very long time, and the guy liked it. After which he asked what they made him to give him, after which he felt obligated. The Gemini said that they created it specifically for him, but he is not the only one who could use this spear. After all, if this is the spear of William himself, then his replica will be excellent sold. Then they give him a weapon, and he presents them the name of the world hero. To which the guy immediately exploded with dissatisfaction, saying loudly that he had no reason to be grateful to such traders. But they already appreciated his sponsorship, and if their idea pays off, then this will turn into a good benefit for all of them. According to calculations, the guy will receive payments for 5 years in the amount of 1.5 million euros per year. But this is not the end. After all, if he fights in official and unofficial battles with these weapons, then they will pay him 3 million euros for each match. At first, William turned away, thinking about this proposal because the hero, perhaps, would refuse such an opportunity. But for him, the owner of the club, this was too profitable an offer to reject him, and therefore he agreed. After some time, the Gemini asked the hero if he had read the contract, which he did not hesitate to answer. They reminded him that it is impossible to get rid of weapons, and storage is carried out by the person who entered into a contract. The men also asked if he was an official player in the Battle of Supermen, to which the guy answered negatively. Weapons that use supernomers can be submitted only by official athletes, but it has immunity. And the Gemini knew about this, but the hero will not be able to go customs, which he was very surprised, asking what to do now. After all, he really has no desire to break through customs control, but the Gemini immediately hastened to calm him down. But the brothers said that if the hero cannot take weapons with him because he is not officially an athlete, then he could become them. After a couple of hours, Marie returned with her mother, joyfully telling her uncle that they bought something for him. However, he only asked for a detachment whether they returned, to which he immediately heard a question from the girl. What was shaking for him? A few hours ago, the Gemini told him that he could register with the national associations of the battle. Because the lists of players each of the trance is still controlled by the World Association, so the place of registration does not matter. He needs to draw up all the documents for membership in France, apply for weapons, and calmly pass customs. But William again angered the bald shorties. I declare that from the very beginning they planned to do it in this way. Without losing hope and good mood, they began to deny this in unison, saying that it was pure improvisation. They asked him not to say that he thought that they had no interest, because the skill of negotiations is what allows them to move forward. Registration in the association will not create any restrictions or obligations. On the contrary, will provide them with more freedoms. After all, there are no more fans devoted to him than the Morrow brothers, and they even have the William collectible room. It was 17 years ago, Mr. William's things were exhibited there. They even bought a diary which he kept only 4 days. The hero was even more angry, learning that they had his diary, after which he rudely asked to call their agent. And before Marie, he said that if he needed money, he would participate in amateur competitions, but he is registered as a player. But the girl immediately slammed her hands, congratulating him on a sponsorship contract, adding that he was now a professional athlete. However, registration does not mean that he owes something to someone, but how infuriates that he contacted these two. They immediately offered him a contract with the Parisian Lumiere, but the guy immediately drove them away, offering to try out a new weapon. Marie said that it would be great if he became a player of the same team as she, like he and Dad many years ago. The guy thought out loud, because for him many years ago there were only a couple of months, because time passed completely differently. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice who asked that Monsieur William received a new weapon. Mike came up to them, who immediately offered to help him test him, not forgetting to ask his opinion about it. After all, tomorrow morning there will be a training battle, and even if the guy is still on vacation, but the next season is already on the nose. Therefore, he tries to train at least twice a week, which is why he wanted to make the company to the returned hero. William noticed that this little one was not even trying to hide his curiosity, but it was absolutely mutual. The guy immediately asked that this was an interesting guy with whom it would definitely not be bored to fight. Rather, on the contrary. Then he slapped him on the shoulder, answering that he was accepting his invitation, wanting to try to conduct a training. The next day, they arrived at the Parisian Lumiere clubhouse, near which several sportsmen were parked. Inside, there were a couple of dozen people who discussed the end of the vacation, saying that now was not the time to relax. William and Marie came there, who had already changed into a sports uniform and saying that she would destroy everyone. The hero answered her to relax, because if she is gushed with her military spirit, she will be taken for a simpleton. She looked like her father. When he first entered the dungeon, immediately wanted to be into the restroom, so he so concentrated that he fainted. She was a little ashamed of him, but she continued to smile, saying that the rest of those present were calm like bows. Suddenly, everyone was silent and immediately looked in their direction, carefully considering the newly entertaining strangers. However, they still recognized one, because William flickered in all the news which said that he flew to Paris. They already began to discuss this, that he was the strongest of the days of creatures living on the planet. And now, when he became immortal, there is no doubt about it. As a result, the owners of the club, the Moro brothers, still dragged him here because they all the time sang praises in his honor. Marie wondered that they saw his uncle and began to rush. But he was like her uncle, so who else could be so lucky? Suddenly, a tall, dark-skinned guy approached them, turning menacingly to William, trying to morally press. The hero immediately covered the girl, asking the stranger what he needed, to which he replied that he was the main tank of Lumiere, Chichi Lucas. However, this was not worried about the hero, because the guy looked rather dangerous but let him only twitch, as he would fall right there. But suddenly Chichi smiled and hit himself with his palm in the chest, asking if it was possible to get an autograph to this place. Relaxing, he painted his jacket, after which he pointed to Mary, who said that it was his niece and needed to look after her. The joyful guy immediately agreed, after which William thought that at first glance he seemed harsh, but seemed to be peaceful. It will be necessary for him to tell Marie to make friends with him, because judging by his abilities, this guy is a real monster. His skills were at a fairly high level, and he also owned 3 types of superpower, among which there was a revival and resistance. The AC of this team is Mike, but the main and indispensable force is Chichi, whose power was now checked by William. If you work a little with him and make an advertisement, then he will calmly enter the top of the fighters. Like Mike or Walker, he can also increase speed. It is better if Lucas was not a tank. But the main dealer, of course, its superpowers closer to the specialization of the tank. But suddenly he noticed the superpower of the strengthening of plants nearby, and thought that he liked flowers and all that. Suddenly, Mike came up to him, asking if he managed to meet Chichi here, while the heroes were surprised at his arrival. The blonde said that Chichi, in addition to his sports activities, heads the World Charity Organization to protect forests. Now it was clear where he got this green blessing, after which the hero noticed that the morning, and he was already sparkling like Baldman. The blonde smiled, answering that when he thinks that his dream could finally come true, he could not keep emotions under control. After which he said that his dream was to surpass William, and now it was an opportunity to be quite real and reaching. After all, the hero who saved the world, for him, the Superman of the next generation, was the only goal, the wall that he wanted to overcome. However, he died in the last dungeon a long time ago, because of which the dream of rivalry with him was obviously unrealistic. But he returned to the world of the living and stands here in the flesh right in front of him, which gave him a magnificent chance to show himself. To which the heroes only smiled, asking if he wanted to measure with him by force, to which the blonde replied that a person is a creature that knows how to dream. So now, as long as he is alive, he will never back down his dreams, and today, fighting him, he will also try his best. From such noble speeches, William also caught fire to fight, telling Mike that he was interested in seeing what he was capable of. Suddenly, the doors opened loudly, which entered the Moro brothers, next to which the coach stood, and behind the assistant. A man aged immediately smiled, clapping his hands, after which he said that he was glad to see them, introducing himself as a coach, Derek Goffin. Without wasting time, he immediately invited everyone to divide into teams, actively gesturing and waving his hands. The man said that their strongest couple, Chichi and Mike, usually lead each of their groups, but today they have a special guest. Therefore, William and Mike will be leaders today, and it was they who had to gather his team for themselves. Suddenly, the hero decided to ask how to create a team, in accordance with the position and balance, because this plays a decisive role. But Derek replied that in Lumiere, they share in their own way during training, which was very interested in William. But contrary to the hope of the subtleties of talents and an interesting strategy, They all share by playing stone, scissors, paper, after which they first of all distributed the William team, which, thanks to the luck, was Chi-Chi, Lucas, and Marie. While in the Mike team there were people unfamiliar to the hero, about whom he knew almost nothing, and could only guess. Then the coach smiled, saying that two very cool teams turned out, and therefore, it was time to start training. After 10 minutes, both teams stood in the huge arena in front of each other, deciding to spend this time for a fight strategy. Looking at the opponent's team, William thought it was a spacious temple in which the enemy was visible from any point. Here, the features of the landscape will not help in any way, because they simply are not there. They obviously planned to push his foreheads and t-shirt. The coach gave them 60 seconds to discuss the tactics of the battle. 5 seconds before the start, they will see a timer of the return reference. The hero used the analyzing look, deciding to first place his position, carefully examining his new team. And he immediately announced that Chi-Chi would be the main tank, saying that he would take the usual position, with which the guy immediately agreed. Then he pointed to Zlatovlaska and told her that she was tank in an attack. She needed to take a place between the main tank and the fact that on the front line. Their team focus on the tank that will stand on the attack line, while the main tank will actively move. Chi-Chi was surprised by William's professional approach to the arrangement of people in the necessary positions and strategies. He stated that the hero knows well what their team is, and what he is talking about now is their usual formation. And he chose the players excellently, because he believed that the hero was quite interested in Paris Lumiere. William also asked them to act as usual and pretend that he was not, and he himself would try to block the shirt. After all, he had no doubt that the kid gave his similar instructions to enjoy the entire battle alone. Everyone immediately realized that now there would be a confrontation between Mike and William, and now they did not know whether they could focus on the competition. However, they understood the strategy, which means that it is finished. It remains only to wait for the last reference. In the meantime, you can look at your opponent, who uses pair weapons. But during the battle, this battle style is annoying. But even having two blades, the person will use the one that holds the leading hand. The other hand is support. At first glance, it seems that there is no system in this style of battle. But there is a certain order, like the rules of breathing. Therefore, it remains only to find out Mike Levsha or Pravash. But at the same moment, the return countdown began with 5 seconds. Both teams strained, preparing for the battle, while the hero took out his new spear, which he was given to Moro. The coach's loud voice sounded that the competition began, and at the same moment William smiled and activated the spear. Suddenly, the coach decided to ask if Monsieur William knows that Mike Ambidexter has been using paired weapons. But they answered him that if he was not specifically interested, then hardly. And why would he be interested in such details? But Derek said that it would be quite difficult for him to fight, because Mike changes the scheme for using paired weapons at his discretion. The most observant more often fall into this trap. They are those who are used to thoughtlessly respond to attacks. And in addition, there is still a super lace of the double. And, perhaps right now, they have a chance to see the headlines in the news where Mike defeated William. At this time, the enraged battle of two teams had already begun in the arena, which were not going to give in to each other either in strength or speed. At the same time, the hero moved away from everyone, hinting to his main opponent that they will now have a duel. I did not have to wait a long time because immediately with him was a Mike, who was already armed with paired daggers and fled with him on a par. Without thinking twice, the blonde rushed towards the opponent, trying to start attacking, forcing the enemy to go into defense. If there is a large distance between them, then the hero immediately throws the spear, and therefore the blonde needs to urgently reduce the distance. The next second, the battle began, and their weapons connected, emitting sparks and parts of the aura to which they were fed. However, this was only the beginning, and the shirt only needed to gain speed to get around the shield and reach the flesh. Fighting with William, the blonde decided to make a feint, and immediately made a complete revolution, shifting aside for a sudden attack. However, in the way he met a shield that was ready for this kind of receptions, because the hero was also nimble, as expected. At the same moment, the hero decided to attack in response, using a meter throw that got past the target right on the floor. But at the same second, pushing away from the ground, the blonde tried to be next to the opponent with one jump. He understood that it was impossible to give William a break. I need to try to completely exhaust him without stopping the attack. At that moment, endless strokes of daggers from all sides, which came from both hands of the opponent, began to pour in the hero. However, no matter how hard he tried, William only smiled and skillfully repelled every attack, hiding behind a spear or shield. However, the hero not only defended himself, but also tried to analyze the opponent, while Mike saw a clear gap. He realized that now the very moment after which the blonde waved a dagger, firmly knowing that he would overtake the target. Suddenly, I completely stopped, putting the spear slightly in front of me, which immediately stumbled upon the sharp blade of the dagger. For a few seconds they stood silently and looked at each other while Mike tried to understand how he blocked him. While they had a second respite, the hero smiled and asked the opponent if he had a good reaction. The dumbfounded blonde realized that his opponent was calm as a bover, did not react to attacks, and intentionally opened. After which the hero sharply and suddenly waved a shield, pushing away a cunning guy from himself whose plan did not work. However, its advantages in speed. If you use it, you can win. But William hears how the gears work in his head. As a result, the hero decided to first take the initiative and go on a counterattack, which the opponent could not expect. One swing of a spear, and the blonde immediately made a somersault back, increasing the distance of a few steps to get away from the weapon. However, this was only the redress of William, who rushed forward, drinking a spear of a blue, almost black aura. Now he decided to arrange a real battle after he was able to appreciate the abilities of Mike in close combat. The hero was already at a distance of a step from an opponent who tried not to show a look, being completely concentrated on protection. The blows of the spear and the shield did not give the blonde for a second to somehow attack or intercept the initiative. The guy appreciated the pressure of the hero who was not going to retreat from him a single step, destroying everything he sees before his eyes. Mike thought that the shield and spear work as a single organism, but when you hold back the spear, it follows a shield, and vice versa. Although he does not allow him to leave the zone of his attack, he manages to maintain such a distance at which it is difficult to attack a t-shirt. As expected from William, he shows truly amazing skill, which makes him the greatest hero. However, one should only give him the opportunity to attack, and an avalanche of blows will fall upon him, which could not be allowed. In the beginning, he thought that he had found his weakness, but no. At that moment, William asked if the end of this fight came. Mike was very mistaken, and therefore alone he could not cope with him, because of which the blonde had only one way out. The guy's body began to twilight, and his eyes became purely white. It only meant that he was now using his superpower. After only a second, the hero saw two opponents in front of him, thinking that he had finally appeared. It was the same power of the double, which he wanted to look at with his own eyes, and to understand whether he could defeat him. The coach immediately cried out that William was cramping Mike, although he enters the top 3 superhumans, but still the hero owns a spear like God. A man with glasses noticed another interesting point that before this battle, William almost did not train and did not prepare. During the war, he fought with a variety of monsters in the dungeons, but of course he did not have a great practice of battles with people. But on the other hand, Mike is a professional player in the battle of superhumans, and yet these results are impressive. But if you enter the superiority zone, it makes no difference who is your opponent or the monster, and William clearly demonstrates this. However, mine activated my booty, and the course of the battle may change, because it is almost impossible to predict what a blow is going to inflict. At the same time, the doubles began to attack the spear, bearing, quickly reducing the distance, preparing to attack from different sides. Their main goal was to start crowding the opponent, forcing him to lose concentration and finally confuse him. However, William watched them too, given all the possible blows from the back that he tried to parry. The guy immediately began to pour blows from different sides, not allowing to focus on one. The spear and shield worked separately, trying to beat off every directed attack, not missing a single one. After that, Mike tried to attack his forehead with a double, but this did not give any results. He thought that he had it for the first time, because if it was another player, it would be first of all tore a distance with him. But William blocks all his attacks and does not allow him to act, let him attack dozens, hundreds of times, but not one of the blows reached him. It was almost impossible to resist him, fighting at the limit of his strength, but the hero coped with this. Mother tried to attach all his strength to attack the hero in the forehead, but then he met with a shield that did not give him this opportunity. While William reacted with lightning speed to every attack, the blonde thought if a person could have such a reaction. At the same time, the hero even tried to counterattack, almost reaching the face of his opponent, who managed to dodge. Suddenly, William spun, like a tornado, because of which the doubles had to retreat for a short while not to get under the blow. Understanding that the opponent retreated, the hero stopped, after which he got into the rack, preparing to take on new blows. Mike thought about the fact that it was unlikely that at least a step would approach victory. But he understood something for himself. This trace, which he observed under him, proves that William is now also not easy. which means there is a chance to win. He has to seriously strain, even though his skills are worse, but the speed of Super Hell on the contrary, so you need to continue to set. Whether the guy bothered that why the hero is so calm, maybe he planned something, and therefore should be on his guard. However, they cannot but admire, and whether it was worth expecting another from William himself about which legends were composed. But at the same time, the hero was in complete shock. Although he did not show it, he thought that this guy was stronger than he thought. One-on-one with him can still be tuned, but now when there were two of them, his attacks turned into a continuous storm of blades. If this continues, then the battle can drag out. And the problem is that he knows little about him, and the longer they will fight, the worse for him. I will have to disassemble its equipment during the battle. But the hero noticed that they both changed the leading hand almost without delay. William forced himself to get together, because that guy is not some scoundrel with a knife. He is a strong, trained fighter. Let him be faster than him. And he still can't find the system in him but despite this, there is some idea. He turned to Mike, saying that they are now dancing with him a sultry Latin American tango, and Vaybank was going. However, it was not worth repeating the blonde twice because he had already strained his entire aura and body, preparing for a new attack. Then he rushed forward in a split second, reducing the distance with his opponent, hoping to break through the gap. But as soon as the mic approached, the hero was a light, but with a sharp movement dodged, passing the blondes forward along the trajectory. In order not to go further by inertia, the blonde pierced the ground with a dagger, slowing down his sliding and not missing William from sight. However, the hero was faster and already stood in front of him, licking his spear directly into the opponent's chest, preparing to finish the duel. Suddenly, Mike's eyes lit up when he thought that William misses one small but obvious detail, namely the fact that there are two of them. And at the same moment, the blonde's double was already in the maximum proximity of the hero, waving his dagger. William nevertheless missed a blow, losing his hand right from his shoulder. But he did not feel beyond the pain. Derek and the Frost brothers stunnedly followed the course of the battle and shuddered at the sight of how the hero lost his leading hand. A man with glasses also shocked. I think that Mike could win and become the first to defeat William. At the same moment, the double landed next to the original, while all three watched the cut-off limb. But suddenly the hero said that he believed that the guy would definitely go on the attack. Barely imagine every chance, so it occurred to him. After all, it was necessary that he weakened the vigilance when he struck a decisive blow. And only then you can attack the one who exceeds it in speed. After which William put all his strength into his left hand, crushing the blonde with a shield, pushing him deep into the ground. In the end, he thanked Small for predictability, because now the winner was determined, even despite the huge risk. Suddenly, the hero realized that he had destroyed only a double. While the original watched this brutal picture, smiling, Mike told him that the battle was not over yet, after which he tried to directly attack him with a dagger. But at the same moment his hand was stopped by Chi-Chi, who managed to intercept her literally a centimeter from William. The hero said that they could agree on a draw, but his team won, and Mike forgot that in the first place it was a team competition. The victory still went to the William team, who, as soon as he got out of the capsule, said that it was more difficult than he imagined. Then he explained the t-shirt that if you are going to catch something annoying, like a double, this must be done to the end, and sacrifice. The coach approached them, saying that it was great, and he was able to resist the mic alone, even when he used a double. The hero smiled, asking if they wanted to hold another fight, to which the Gemini immediately nodded in the affirmative. William thought about the fact that the ambidexter blonde and owns paired blades. Before the new battle, he needs to see this entry. The coach asked if he wanted to repeat the battle with Mike, because he is already participating in training, so he could not stand aside. After that, Derek asked him to follow him into the Hall of Analysis of Matches, where they were met by a man who said that they had tried well today. William thought he was an assistant coach, but the man was called Gabriel. He helps to analyze training matches. After which he politely bowed, greeting the hero, to which William replied that he was also glad to get acquainted. Then he decided to use the analyzing look to look at the calm man, but saw only weak indicators. He immediately noticed that he was a Superman, but not an athlete, because for France his ability to be too low. Then he asked what the analytics department was doing besides the fact that he was reviewing a video of training battles. However, this is not just a method of some approximate calculations. The analysis of the technician of fighters is carried out in a more advanced way. There is a program that reads and records all the information about the battles from devices connected to the module. Thus, you can find out the numerical indicators of the ability to see the improvement of individual players. and the data does not lie. William noted that earlier supernome with sharp vision earned decently on pumping other superhumans or accompanying them in raids. In fact, everything was so. But the team using the system is very different from the one that does not. And all this equipment is needed to evaluate the players, and everything, starting with the software, is poured into a tidy amount. If you take the best equipment, then about 2.5 million euros are released, and you also have to pay a specialist who can use the system. William has an analyzing look, so he does not really need the device, but this thing can come in handy to his coach. If the data is objective, then this will reduce the percentage of useless garbage, which he is engaged in, like the spirit of the Superman. However, he does not want to spend 2.5 million euros simply to shut up the younger one, but right now he had an idea. He sharply turned his head and in a joyful tone turned to the Gemini, asking about whether they wanted to make a deal. He wanted to give them his combat data, and they are his system, and a person who can control all this technique. After all, his combat data will cost about so much, which the men thought for, because it will come in handy for those who fight in the same style. In addition, this will be a gorgeous addition to their video collection with William, which they managed to collect in many years. They could not miss such an excellent chance, after which their ears at the same time jerked, emanating the obvious answer. They agreed, because this is a great opportunity to find out better than the savior of mankind. Not in return for this he will give up the full. After that, the hero turned to Mike, asking him to prepare because the second round will be much more interesting than the previous one. William went to wash his hands, saying that it was not in vain that he flew to France. The wind shaft here is several fairly useful upgrades. Personal weapons, a program for analyzing abilities and a coach for it, but from the battle with people, the sensations are completely different. Not because there are no monsters, rather. The fact is that this is not a raid but sport. The need to kill, and death does not breathe in the back of the head. Who would have thought that fights could be so measured? It was the most for a long life, and the duel with Mike came out cheerful and busy. This is the first case after returning, when I had to strain in battle, because with people like him you need to calculate every step. Throughout his life, he met a lot beyond people can say for sure that Mike among them is one of the most powerful. However, he is still jerking, and somehow it is not solid to lose to the small one, after which the hero looked at himself with an analyzing gaze. The speed and power of Mike surpasses him. It is stupid to deny. But he noticed something that had never happened before. He has the ability to enhance, which can strengthen one of his parameters or superpower. Speaking of the super, sir, everything is quite difficult. And there are quite few accurate information on this topic because many are still trying to figure it out. But something is well known since the appearance of the first people, since some things are simply obvious. Super prowesses are formed in accordance with the personality of a person, or due to the reaction of the aura to some important experience for a person. This means that forces can be born at the moments of an emotional outburst, and a year before, as he escaped from the orphanage, this happened. After all, he heard quite a lot of offensive phrases in his address. They were like scars on the body that only dragged on. However, they do not disappear anywhere in his head so far, because of which this moment from life had a strong influence on him. He got out of the shelter, putting on his face, and you have a stone in your hands, knowing that if the director goes, namely, on this road. The guy stood on a small hill, peering on the road, which was lit in the middle of the night with lampposts. A few minutes later, he heard a roar of the motor, definitely knowing who was heading in his direction, because it was a director of the director. An unsuspecting man sitting behind the wheel did not expect a stone that would fly into one of the farm of the car. Due to the rather great strength and surprise, the driver lost control, and this was William's first memory of a throw. Part of the car remained on the road, and the headlight and the bumper were divided on a tree, which is why the director received a fatal injury. There are people who say that it is stupid to take revenge. However, only taking revenge, William was able to find out for the first time that he could smile. And now he heard that the next round begins in 5 minutes, and therefore he had a little time to prepare. He was thinking about strengthening, asking himself if this happened as a result of his extraordinary concentration during the battle with Mike. But it could also be that the whole thing is in the indicators of the willpower of 110 units, because for a person there is always 100 is the limit. The moment of complete concentration coupled with this indicator can be called a key experience that helped a new ability to develop. And now, there are just a suitable opponent to conduct an experiment in the next round to test the ability. At that very moment, Marie called him, who was able to scare the hero with her suddenness and depressed look. He asked how everything went at the tribe, because he could not see, because he was busy with a mic, to which the girl replied that she flew out first. She began to tell that she fell into excitement and lost her vigilance. At the time of teleportation, she was killed. That's the end. William smiled and said that at one time someone said such words, teleporting forward, "You are dying, so now, weave from behind." Moreover, these guys are not the soup set that they have in Korea, because Lumiere is a world-class club, so the teleport needs to be reserved. But he decided to cheer her up, asking him not to do such an sour face because the cowardly main DD is worse than a support without a superpower. Then she asked Lee to cope with her uncle in the second round because Mike is very strong, but the guy only called her name. Then he asked if she to think that he was just called the Great, but Marie reminded that in the first round his hand was chopped off. She doubted because in comparison with the double and his throw, they seem much weaker, but William asked her just to watch. After 5 minutes, two teams gathered again in the usual arena to start the second round, as they immediately heard the countdown. Mike thought that maybe, outwardly, he looked soft and kind, but as soon as he exposes the weapon, everything changes dramatically. At the same time, William thought about resisting 2 shirts, which characterization to increase him. While the coach's voice announced the return countdown, the guy took out a folding spear with a confident movement, preparing for the battle. At the time of these few seconds, the heroes decided for himself that the answer was obvious. He needs to strengthen one of the skills. After which the battle began, and both teams rushed to each other, exposing the weapon, trying to take an advantage at the very beginning. At this time, Marie was behind all, trying to evaluate the situation and not fly first, not making past mistakes. At this time, the hero jumped from side to side, looking for an opponent, thinking that he used the strengthening, but does not feel changes. But he decided to check what would be directly in the battle. But for now, it was necessary to pull the mic to one-on-one. After a moment, his opponent was already standing opposite him, confidently heading in his direction, whom William called to himself. While the blonde looked at him with a cold and predatory look, the hero only smiled, asked to attack him in full power. At that very moment, Mike got into the rack, holding his paired blades tightly, not forgetting to carefully monitor the actions of the opponent. I know that he could not cope. The blonde immediately called on the double, hoping to repeat the outcome of the last battle again. But as soon as the double appeared, a spear flew towards the original at a huge speed, which could not be expected here. The blonde looked at the shell with surprise, not understanding why it was a similar attack, from which you could easily dodge. However, Mike noticed that it was pretty fast, but William immediately said that the guy thought about being dodged. Suddenly, the spear accelerated, and Mike bounced back, but at the same moment the spear changed the trajectory, sharply heading towards the double. The plan worked perfectly, and the hero said that he was able to bounce, even if the attack trajectory had changed, but the double movement was a little late. Blonde dumbfounded the gaze of the disappearing double into William, agreeing that he really thought so. However, he also noticed that it was a very strange attack because there was an explosive acceleration in the middle of the flight. It was not there before. In the data on William, which he looked through before, there were definitely no cases when the spear accelerated in flight halfway to the target. He did not understand that it was, but now it was clear that he would have to fight alone, which would be very difficult. Mike did not know if the enemy had some kind of secret, but in order to prevent a quick defeat, he decided to temporarily retreat. He had to first increase the distance because it is dangerous to approach, since he had only 30% of the aura. William noticed that the kid had made a clever move, but at the same moment he rushed after him, starting from the ground and making a jump. He said that the double was over, and he threw his pride without delay, deciding to rely on the team members. Loosing a spear, the hero asked if he had expected to lose the double so soon, because now it was too late to dump him for him. The spear very quickly approached the goal, and William decided to declare the second training match finished. As soon as they left the capsule, Mike immediately asked for the third round, turning to William. "I wish to take a match rematch." Smiling, the hero said that he was tired, so he would like to finish it, but the blonde did not really suit such a situation. The guy asked him to give him another chance, to which the hero replied that nothing would change. Ask if he could win. Having thought a little, he hit his palm with his fist, making a decision to make a third final battle in order to solve everything. A signal about the beginning of the battle again sounded in the arena, after which the mic immediately called a double, without wasting time. William approved this idea because it is better to use all the possibilities for full than trying to look cool and limit yourself. However, now the blonde tried to be at the limit of his strength, fully concentrated on the battle, and now he had already headed towards the hero, trying not to give him space for the maneuver. But the spearman was sure that he would cope with him. Having tightly squeezed the spear and nourished it with an aura, William also emitted overwhelming power because he was also concentrated on the battle. His unsystematic attacks, speed and blows in a double bunch, he saw everything that could pose a threat to him. After that, the hero used eviction and began to twist the spear above his head, not letting the opponent too close. When they approached a sufficient distance, William decided to attack, at the same time hiding with a shield. Mike again decided to fall asleep with his attacks, forcing his opponent to retreat back, thereby clamping him into a corner. After that, one of the doubles did not decide to get around the hero in order to attack him from behind, while the original distracts him. However, this did not work, and they again began to attack the forehead, using two pairs of hands, hoping to break through the gap in defense. William respected that the guy was pressing him without stopping, but he should not allow him to try to come from behind. It is necessary to limit them the space for maneuvers, because if one of them enters behind, then he will fall into the trap. Therefore, you need to move all the time in such a way as to keep both in the field of view of both, and its task is to spend a minimum of effort and to wash off T-shirt. After all, perhaps he is faster, but this is not enough to catch him. You need to be more active because he will not be picked up to him. Running in the arena, the hero tried to break and maintain a distant distance, trying to use time against rivals. The next second, he noticed how the two had already caught up with him and were directly above his head, waving his daggers. However, they did not achieve the goal, and the blades landed on the floor, while William was able to bounce back, glancing after them. Although he still moves quickly and his movement becomes more accurate, but he again forgot something important. After which the hero jumped high, making a somersault back, holding in his head that they have a team competition here. Because of what the hero landed in the thick of the rivals, and the hero decided to shake the mental mood of the opponents. Everyone was immediately surprised why William was here, because they knew for sure that they were now holding a duel with a mic. One of them ordered loudly to dodge, but it was too late, and the hero already threw a spear in one of the opponents. The team sounded too late, because of which the other spearman did not have time to evade, and his chest pierced the hero's weapon. Meanwhile, Mike did not understand what was happening and why the hero decided to change tactics by attacking his comrades. At the same time, William took out two more folding spears. I think that when you are in a hurry, a gap appears in the technique, after which he looked at his main opponent with a cunning and stained look, asking him if he was ready to be a brawl. However, such a layout of events could not arrange a blonde who immediately rushed into the attack, not allowing the hero to attack the allies. Having opened two spears, William washed them with an aura, forcing them to be filled with energy to arrange another tricky attack. The dull blow of the doubles, the guy again attacked the enemy from the opposite team, getting rid of one more. Mike only turned dumbfounded, realizing that they were bypassed and ignored, again attacking his allies. The joyful hero asked if he could dodge, and saying that, he has in mind at the gate in the air, which is almost impossible. The next second, he threw two spears at once towards the blonde, while he was in a double in flight. He had no chance for a maneuver, and therefore had to urgently figure out how to dodge incredibly fast shells. Looking at each other, the doubles immediately realized what they needed to do, after which they connected the feet of their legs, wanting to push away from each other. This helped him get away from a crushing attack and at the same time land faster and faster, which did not make much difficulty. But at the same moment, Mike realized that it was again a trick, as a result of which two more allies died who were pierced by spears. At the same time, the hero flared up with a fight, praised the opponent, saying that he was aiming at him alone. I killed two of his comrades at once. It is great that he left the attack using the double, but now he noticed what happens if he overlapped the review to his comrades. The blonde is so focused on speed that he does not even see his partners, so he should still be better to cover the rear. At the same time, those who observed the battle were in complete shock, because every new battle of them looked completely different. The coach said that he thought that William was running away from Mike, and he sought to limit his maneuverability and speed. The Morrow brothers added that he used the enemy's attack against him, and Mike was in a hurry, because William is the best. However, Derek was sure that their speakers would never lose and could show something else, because he believed in his strongest player. But Gabriel noticed that this would not be easy, because Mike no longer controls the situation, which is why he loses concentration. But moreover, that in general it could happen for such a short period of time, since William calmly withstands all the attacks. All four observers could say is that all this was too surprising, and therefore they simply continued to look. However, Mike decided to completely push the hero from his comrades, trying to attack him from all possible sides. After all, he is talented from birth, trained a lot and became a real master, and even after endless attacks he still breathes evenly. The result of stubborn training makes itself felt, because at the same time it can defend himself from the flurry of William's blows. From the first and until the last blow, the time was selected perfectly because it remained only to stay until the victorious end. However, the hero also attacked the blonde, trying to fend off his attacks and strive to exhaust him, knocking his breath. It is very difficult to use such tactics because the hero is inferior to the enemy in speed, but skill helps him. If he manages to act like that, then he is able to calculate every step at the level of vision of the future, and therefore can win. The hero's lateral vision noticed how the double of Mike flies from behind him, who tried to move as silently as possible. However, the hero picked up the right moment to turn around and wave the spear, directing him towards the creeping. While the blonde was in the air, this throw was impossible to fend off or dodged, and it seemed that it was the end. But at the same second, before the double, the original jumped out, which successfully beat off the spear to the side, preventing one of them from perishing. Do not waste time. Not they began to move quickly, wanting to directly attack the hero, who immediately began to bounce back. Gabriel said that he later wanted to show the notes to the battle with a tank, so that they would see how to use the shield more efficiently. William is ordered with a new, impeccable technique as soon as he feels that he gets into the trap, attacks, and immediately changes his position. Retreats at the first opportunity, and even the shield uses as a weapon, which he was now able to get into Mike. He was able to block this blow, but strength pushed him a certain distance from the hero, and he realized that he was too far, and he urgently needed to get closer, but at that very moment he noticed that his double had already pierced the spear. He watched in shock how his copy slowly disappears while he was trying to stand on his feet, losing concentration. Only now Mike realized why it was William, the savior of mankind. The number one among all superhumans. The invincible that he returned to the world of the living in 17 years, which was now approaching him. I declare that only two were left again. The hero slowly walked towards Mike, smiling and clapping his handle on the shoulder. I hoped that the blonde would decide to surrender. However, despite the destruction of the clone, the guy was not going to give up because he really wanted to defeat that very hero. He grabbed the blades tightly and returned forward, while William was completely relaxed, and it was a great chance to overtake him. However, the hero did not lose concentration, even being close to victory, because you can never underestimate the enemy. And they did not cross their guns, looking into each other's eyes, because none of them wanted to give a decisive victory to the opponent. After the battle, Mike was holding his head, sadly saying that it was incredible, because he was so simply smeared, leaving no chance. However, William praised him, saying that he was better than Walker, and now he understands why that guy is not included in the top 3. He also decided to give the blonde free advice. Try to hone his strength a little more because it will not be superfluous. The hero said that he would become even cooler because he has where to grow. The indicator of power is far from maximum. While Mike thanked him for the advice, Derek approached them, joyfully saying that they both fought very well. However, he clarified that once it seemed to him that Mike could win. But then with every new attack, William proved his superiority more and more. After which he asked in a professional tone how he managed to calculate the movement of T-shirt when he used a double. The hero thought that because of the unsystematic attacks of this maltz, he still had to strain, because his work with a double and the level of skill are good. However, when he used strengthening and improved his indicators, it was not difficult to cope with him. However, he did not say this to them, only with surprise answering that all because it was he, at which he received only surprised glances. Toward evening, they stood at the gates of Lumiere, while Derek thanked William and Marie that they agreed to take part in training. The hero replied that it was fun, after which he asked Marie to train well to his next arrival. The coach asked him not to worry, because they are not one of those who pay such a salary to players for beautiful eyes. Now Marie looked suppressed. After all, today she did not kill a single player for all the matches when she was banged in the first. She became too careful, apparently nervous. But the results of the training are still good. In the second round, she made 1 program in the third. 3, he stroked her head. Then he smiled and told her that everything was fine, because it was just a training, and therefore do not hang his nose. But suddenly the girl shuddered and said loudly that he said correctly, or the first time everything went not so badly. Then her eyes flashed, and she told her uncle not to worry because she will be in perfect order and will train more. He thought that he was really not worth worrying, and it seems that he had nothing to teach her anymore, so he asked her to be smart. At the same time, the hero noticed that he finally had free time, and therefore he needed to test that thing. When it came to the night, William stood opposite the mirror, carefully read the description of the ability to strengthen. It was not clear to him alone, namely, the moment about the strengthening of one of the super-cheated, which sounded quite interesting. Indeed, in the case of enhancing the physical abilities of the effect, it is obvious, but if you strengthen the superpower, what will happen? The guy smiled, eagerly wanting to answer his own question, after which he activated the strengthening of the analyzing gaze. The enhanced version allowed the owner of the ability to see more characteristics and skills, and the video was available to him. He immediately began to view the video description, noticing among the characteristics of leadership and tactics, which were not there before. Looking through his characteristics, the hero realized that now it would be much easier to look for young talents, because the information was more detailed. Then he decided to check the reinforced version of the throw, thanks to which the abandoned object returned back. William immediately grabbed the toothbrush, screaming that this is excellent, and now there is no need to run after the spear, but you need to check. He threw the brush, and the one, like a boomerang, returned to his hand, while the aura remained at the same level, which means that there will be a bomb in the battle. With this ability, it will become even cooler, which means that rivals who want to win it will not remain at all. But there is still something else. The last and possibly the most important super lane, it was very interesting what would give an increase in immortality, which is already too much. Using the strengthening, the hero noticed that his limbs immediately began to be covered with aura, making them more light. However, straight from the limbs and aura began to cover the whole body of the guy, who was surprised to watch metamorphosis. After a couple of seconds, he already soared in the air, holding a spear in his hand, being completely covered with aura, and not understanding what was happening. The enhanced version gave the body to the body for 2 minutes to turn into a stream of aura. All the attacks were invalid, and you can go through objects. The dumbfounded hero examined himself, asking that the aura was instead of blood and flesh, giving completely new sensations. He tried to examine himself from all sides, still in the air, asking himself how to test his capabilities, after which William recalled that he could go through objects, and this was the most obvious that could be checked. Without thinking twice, he directed himself to the window. I hope not to break it, and not to fly down from a fairly large distance. However, this did not happen. The heroes were not hung in the air, watching many houses, in the middle of which the Eiffel Tower stood. Having gained a flight, the guy realized that everything was working, and therefore about the attacks, so that it was useless to beat him. But he did not know whether he could concern something. William wanted to return and again try it with a toothbrush, when he suddenly felt something was amiss. He noticed that the source of the unknown aura was in the direction of the same tower, but the hero knew to whom she belonged. There can be no mistakes. This is definitely a creature from the dungeon, William smiled, because he could not confuse this aura with nothing else. It was the same second he rushed in her direction, waving a spear that I took with me to test my new ability. But now he was interested in that those monsters survived, and without thinking twice, he sent a spear towards the source. The hero's mood immediately rose, because it was a reaction to the aura of the monster from the dungeon that could survive. The guy flew after the spear. I feel that the freak was still nearby, which means he could be overtaken and destroyed. He was incredibly happy, because it would be bored if they all died, for nothing would replace the excitement of the dungeon. At that very moment, he decided to continue, when suddenly a notification surfaced before his eyes, which he completely forgot about. It was a notification that 2 minutes passed, and now there would be a return to the bodily shell, after which the guy began to pull back. Opening his eyes, he immediately felt that he was a meter from the floor, on which he landed, dropping on one knee. From anger and indignation, he destroyed the wall next to him with one wave of his hand, realizing that the goal was left from him. He spared and asked why it was impossible to end later the action of this effect, because it was this restriction that prevented him from finishing what he had begun. After that, he began to wonder how long the strengthening is restored, and whether it was possible to become a ghost immediately after returning to the body. So suddenly he calmed down sharply, looking at his hand, after which he realized that he no longer felt the aura of the monster. At the same time, in some temple, an inhuman voice said that he did not know that the task would be so difficult. He asked the third to be condescending. Because the spear suddenly flew, he pointed to the stomach from which the weapon stuck. Holding a clawed hand to him, another creature in a cloak stated that he did not need his excuses, and there are many more people in his place. After which the monster said that it was not the time, because he is waiting for the beginning of the light, which, in his opinion, should come soon. Once in his physical body, William hastened to return to a state of increased immortality as soon as possible. Here it is worth highlighting 2 points. The first, When it is in this state, it passes through all the items. No attacks are acting on it. But he himself, being woven from the aura, can inflict hit the matter, which gave him an incredible advantage in battle. And the second, this time he did not feel the energy of the creature from the dungeon. There were even thoughts that it simply seemed to him. You can attribute it to the imagination. No matter how much he was looking for, he never found a spear that threw into this creature, which means that he still hit. He fell into someone who dragged her in his body, leaving no trace. From this only the only conclusion can be drawn. When it appears again, the hero will never miss this moment, while he watched the Eiffel Tower for a long time. The next day, Gabriel arrived at his house, accompanied by the Moro brothers, who immediately greeted the hero. One of the twins reminded him that in exchange data, he asked to find a person who could control the system. William agreed with them, to which they replied that Gabriel to go with him, because it was he who understands this system. The hero was surprised at such a statement, deciding to check the man with an enhanced analyzing look to see something new. All indicators of the man were weak, but the aura, tactics, and leadership were noticeably higher than everything else. Also, his superheated concentrations for 6 hours said that he was literally born to become a coach. Gabriel asked not to doubt his abilities, because 3 years ago he was the head coach of the reserve team of the Parisian Lumiere. William was surprised that he suddenly decided to go with them, because YSM is a team of the 2nd Division, so he could regret his choice. However, the man knew what he was going on, but he had never been to Korea before. And even more so, he did not work with someone from the 2nd Division. But he saw him in the game. These sharp line to get into Lumiere easily explained Maishek. She will take advantage of the chance to get into the William team. He thought that it would be interesting to even just watch them, to which the heroes replied that since he had made such a choice, he would not dissuade. Neither the payment will be worthy, because he is still a qualified specialist, but Gabriel only waved his hand, saying that he was not talking about that. The hero did not understand anything why he would go to Korea, but not want to be a coach, to which the man replied that this was not enough. After all, the post of head coach or complete management of the team is, of course, a logical outcome, given his abilities. But only he even now can become the head coach in Lumiere. Therefore, a trip to Korea is an objectively huge minus for his career. Then he decided to offer that YSM would go to the 1st Division during the year, and with his arrival in the team, they will take 1st place. That such explosive success will not hurt, but only will help his career as a coach. But therefore, he had one condition. When he voiced him, Moro's twins, I looked at the man in shock, but he did not pay attention to them. I asked the hero if he agrees. For several seconds, the hero was thinking about such a serious proposal, after which he held out his hand, agreeing to such conditions. Without thinking twice, Gabriel shook his hand, offering William to immediately conclude a contract to go to Korea. The Gemini said that this is even more connected by William with their Lumiere, and now it will be impossible not to mention their club when it comes to the hero. In truth, they have already posted his photo with the official social networks of their team, although it was just training. After all, they should boast, and at the same time advertise themselves. They also proposed to meet in honor of the signing of a weapon contract. Arriving in Paris to find new players, William unexpectedly acquired the system, and Coach Gabriel. I also became convinced of my abilities. But when he returned, his photographs continued to publish for some time on the official pages of Lumiere on social networks. Then rumors leaked that William registered in the Battle of Superhumans as a player. This caused the hostility of the rivals. Among them, the main opponent of the French club, the best team of Germany, reacted most negatively, at the head of which is Enricaps, one of the 7 Savior, also widely known as Berlin Lightning. At the same time, there was a stormy activity near the YSM building, where several workers unloaded a new super read system. Gabriel, meanwhile, led the installation process, taking on the role of a full-fledged leader in this matter. At this time, the players watched him around the corner, asked each other in a whisper if he was a new coach, not forgetting to mention the system. After all, no one in the country does not have one who would know how to work with it. And this is a program like not even all the teams of the 1st Division have. After some time, William came to them, who hoped that they had trained all this time properly, and gathered everyone for a general fee. When everyone gathered in front of him and could clearly hear him, he loudly stated that last night he had a dream. He was an old man who said that he was his ancestor, and that he had many difficulties because the ancestors did not have. And also he called him 6 digits. At the same time, the listeners were sincerely surprised at his story, believing the director for a word. The hero said that he did not need it, and ordered the ancestor to fail. But he told him these 6 numbers right in his ear, so each of them came to him. He decided that it was such gratitude from God to the one who saved the world, and he just wants the hero to win the main prize in the lottery. One of the girls asked if he bought a lottery ticket, but he negatively answered, adding that he was not engaged in such a garbage, after which he said that his lottery ticket is them, because this season they will have to try very hard, and they should show that they are underestimated. Then he cleared his throat, deciding to go further, saying that for their further growth he brought one person from France. He pointed with his hand to the man. I will add that their new coach is Gabriel. The hero was a lot of effort to persuade him to come. After that, the guy added that his annual salary was more, so he asked to take care of him properly. Then, the man in glasses decided to take his word for himself, introducing himself and saying that he would temporarily take the post of head coach. Their current coach will help him as a senior advisor, which is why he expressed his gratitude to him. Why did he start talking about new tasks? Because the purpose of this season is the transition to the first division, and the next is to lead in it. Everyone was in shock, but he continued, saying that if they follow his plan, they will certainly achieve success. In return, 3 times a year, the club director will take part in the matches. He pointed with his hand to William, who smiled significantly. Gabriel also said that it would be great if he, the director, also took part in the competition, which caused the hero's surprise. The man explained that with him, any team will be invincible. But if he looks at the same, then his growth will come to a dead end. If he goes to such conditions, then YSM is guaranteed to go to the first league, or he will be with them within 1 year before the championship. William took a little more time for thought, after which he showed his fingers that he would perform 3 times in a year. But this was enough, because if he plays even only 3 matches, this season will definitely go to the first league this season. And he will demonstrate all his coaching abilities on the example of those games in which he will not participate, with which the hero agreed. This very strongly inspired William, who hoped that the turn would not reach him, and then asked Gabriel to try. Sometime later, they immediately started the first training under the leadership of Gabriel, starting a group hunt. In a huge old estate, several players fought with skeletons, destroying them one after another, spreading to the full. The system perfectly analyzes the abilities of superhumans, and now in the table of each person, specific figures of their abilities were visible. These were almost the same indicators that the heroes saw with the help of an analyzing gaze, because for him, it was not a novelty. Gabriel pointed to 3 players that they used their strengths well, but one guy embarrassed him. He pointed to an inconspicuous guy, saying that he was bad in everything and did not understand why William took him into the team. But the hero pointed out that he was still pumped. But Gabriel did not see the potential for any development in general. The hero admitted that the technical points can still be honed. It is unlikely for great progress, and he will be at the weak link in the team. But some kind of Gabriel was not right, because the hero saw something completely different in this guy that the system could not notice. The hero suggested draining him as a second tactic, because he is always calm, assembled, and he cooks a pot well. After hearing the detailed explanations of William, the man summed up the overall result, after which he decided to engage in his training personally. He also added that the 2 players that he had recently acquired are quite promising, because they can also be dragged quite hard. One of them uses superpower and marks unnecessary actions in advance and acts as efficiently as possible. But the second player did not cause such trust, and therefore the man asked the director what he turned his attention to. The hero only looked at the new coach, trying to choose words so as not to give out true information. At this time, Gabriel said that no matter how much he watches the guy, he does not see anything special and talented in him. But the hero knew that the system would not show this, but he himself clearly saw one single indicator that almost reached the maximum. Then, the director said that his eyes were never mistaken, from which the man was better surprised. Pay attention to these words. After which William asked him to wait a bit, because very soon his lottery ticket is a big jackpot. After a while, Gabriel looked at the training plan, asking one man whether he was still doing the teams of the team. He admitted that this is a real miracle, that he has achieved such high results intently. He also clearly knew that the name of this miracle was William, who possessed an incredible instinct in relation to all supermen. Then he decided to change the training schedule because it is necessary to lay strong grounds before the second half of the season. The second training under the guidance of the new coach included testing of speed, in which the archer was the leader. However, one of the weakest took the 14th place, for which all this was too fast and unexpected. At that very moment, the captain ran to him, from whom he asked if he would die of this, but he hastened to calm him down. The coach said that he had adjusted the training system for their level, and they have similar training every day. After that, the captain asked him to keep up. I himself escaped ahead, leaving the younger to think about what he heard. But he could not stand such an intense run. One of the weakest stopped, noting that it was like some kind of madness. He could not catch up with them, and therefore, in despair, asked them to run together, but no one heard him. After training, Gabriel again confirmed that this was some kind of miracle because he had already reviewed the video from training so many times. The average characteristics and training systems are characteristic of the team of the second division, but something confused him. He did not understand how the players were able to achieve such results in such a short time, having almost nothing to do with him. He noted 5, one of whom began to defeat opponents more often and make effective programs, and the other has established itself as an excellent main DD, while the other 2 have repeatedly trained sprint-like athletes. The latter, after the transition to YSM, became a tank, and in a new position showed an explosive growth of physical strength. Gabriel was sure that William definitely had a hand in this, because their past coach clearly could not do this. Thanks to these 5, you can easily go to the playoffs, and the hero himself can participate 3 times in matches, so the victory is provided. However, he could not understand what was the meaning of changing the position of one of the players, because there would be no difference if he remained main DD. Again, I decided to revise the video from the training, asking himself why the director made him a tank with his abilities, after which he noticed some discrepancy and began to frantically clap on the keyboard, unlocking a little back. He noticed that the damage indicator that the enemy applies is different from the one that the guy receives. So, the guy had another passive ability, and he could not believe that William knew this, and therefore gave him the role of the tank. He immediately remembered the hero's words when he said that his eyes were never mistaken, but it was not clear how he succeeded. At the same time, the same weak guy went out into the street, sighing heavily, allowed to tell himself that he had overestimated himself. Suddenly, William came up to him, asking what he was depressed here, adding that he would not call him the director but simply to the senior. Then he praised him, asking him to continue in the same spirit, and when he sees him, to gut him with respect and joy. When they figured out this, the hero smiled and asked the youngest to tell his elder what bothers him. The guy sighed heavily again, deciding to say for a long time that he had the worst skills in the team, which is why he had very hard. After all, their captain, who is a year younger, has already taken a central position, and he does not stand the pace of training. But the hero decided to be a little sharp, saying that they were not like him because, unlike him, the captain was initially good. Having answered that this is all because of the superpower, William listened to the fact that the guy said that he could raise his speed, but he could not catch up with the archer. But the hero told him many times that his superpowers are developing in accordance with the efforts made. He also added that there were no guarantees, but they argued with him what the hero hastened to remind the crushed guy. The young man remembered this dispute and cried out, asking that for him a guy's life is some kind of joke. But the man again recalled that he promised to give him 300 million if the undertaking fails. But this is such money that should not be easy to earn. But William decided that he would not go, and therefore grabbed the boy by the t-shirt and dragging him on the ground, he said to go with him. They overcame an incredibly large distance, while the youngest asked why they went to the mountains, and even without preparation. The director replied that they were changing his thinking and a loser, because he does not want to throw 300 million to the wind. But the guy asked which adult would teach that the pursuit of success is more important to live modestly and honestly. However, the hero said that he had prepared the place where he would swing the aura, to which he was surprised that it would be in the mountains. William replied that the aura has some features. It becomes more active when you are in a suitable place. After all, the director himself began his way not from the dungeons. Therefore, when he got there, he felt like a right person. Previously, they turned to him like a worm and said that his parents abandoned him because he was a mediocrity and people like him are absolutely useless. When he was small, he constantly listened to this, and the director of the orphanage did not stand on ceremony, often beat the wards, and did not hesitate in expressions. This man hated him the most, so beat him especially often, and thereby the small henchman of the director treated him in the same way. The guy with a shock surprised to listen to the story of the eldest, unbelief that this could happen to someone like a great hero. But suddenly the man approached him, after which he began to stroke the head, saying that everyone has mental wounds. Smiling, William added that the consequences of these wounds can be overcome if he could find strength and confidence in himself. These words were very hooked by the guy, who for a moment even cheered up and wanted to completely surrender to the will of the director. After that, the hero said that since he was a loser from the diapers, they would go away from human eyes from which the boy started. He asked what he should do there, in this remote place, to which the man asked to ask not him, but his superpower. Having examined the terrain, the young man asked how to understand the cave in the rock, but the man did not understand that the guy was mumbling behind him. Without thinking twice, William replied that the place where he will train was there, after which he kicked him deep into the cave. After the guy landed, the hero told him that he was looking at the world gloomy, with pessimism, so this place is perfect for him. Then he told him to be located because he would come out after 10 days, for which the dumbfounded guy began to ask what he would eat and how to go to the toilet. In response, William twisted his face, saying that his elder gave him a wonderful place for training, and such trifles worry him. He also asked him to leave his cell phone because he also confiscates. The young man thought that the director had completely flown off the coils. He desperately thought whether he would die if he stayed here, and all his thoughts told him that he had to escape from here. But at the same moment, the hero returned to him, who stated that if he tried to get out ahead of time, he would catch him and let down his skin. When he heard the answer of the consent, he immediately changed in his face and joyfully said goodbye to the guy while he thought how the earth wears such a person. Then, he exhaustedly fell to the ground, spreading his arms and legs, trying to inhale as much air as possible and come up with what to do next. He could not believe it, because he couldn't, because nothing would work out, and even at school he was sitting on a bench all the time. And when he nevertheless went on the field, they did not pay attention to him at all, which he wanted so much and sought to achieve. After all, in fact, he is quite active and wanted to become a first class and demanded player in the battle of superhumans. But it seemed to him that it was absolutely impossible for him, but suddenly he remembered the director's words when he invited him to YSM. Then he said that if he made efforts, he would be able to develop his superpower, after which the guy rose from the ground. At the same second, his thinking has changed, because if the strongest Superman in the world said that it is possible, then you only need to make efforts. If so, instead of thinking, he must focus on the stream of aura, which immediately began to surround the boy. After 10 days, William looked into the phone screen. I watched the guy get out of the cave, ask him if he died. He was sure that this was one of his lottery tickets, after which he immediately decided to activate the analyzing look. Without thinking twice, the guy got out, being completely surrounded by aura, after which he heard the question whether his director was right. The young man was surprised to notice that he had been following him all this time. It was obvious here that he could not leave one for 10 days. William said that for the beginning of the second half of the season, there is still time, so it must be tried until then to master the new superpower. After that, the hero promised that in the first match he could attract general attention, which he had dreamed about for so long. Until the second half of the season, 31 days remained. But for now, the director returned to the headquarters with Ben, where they were immediately met. William asked the former director where Gabriel, to which he received an answer, that he was in the coaching form subgroups for the second half of the season. He wanted to ask something else, but the hero turned around quickly and led the guy inside, saying that he wants to introduce a new main character. Passing by the offices, he heard people talking on the phone said that at the moment the club's transfers are not included in the club's plans. After asking the coach about this, he replied that many teams want to take Lisa to themselves, and they act even from abroad. Everyone stirred at the end of the transfer window. One Arab team offered again millions of dollars for the duet of Lisa and Johnny. William was shocked by such numbers, and the coach asked if he agreed, but he did not want to sell them for such pennies. Even if you sell it, then only Lisa and Johnny, by no means. Gabriel agreed with this because it was Johnny that is real. The guy grabs everything on the fly, although only the basics were explained to him. The results are already excellent, and he understands his superpowers well. And if you add the director to this, you will turn out just a murderous tandem, given his passion for non-standard decisions in battle. The hero also wanted to observe him in the arena, in any situation, and he had already come up with a few tactics with the participation of the boy. Gabriel also said that if it concerns Supercell, then he could analyze Daniel, but William did not know who it was. The coach explained that this is the best support in the world, together with Mike and Ron, forms the top 3 strongest players. From the German team, Berlin Lightning, perhaps he has already heard of this, their coach, enrollment, one of the 7 saviors. He remembered a man with such a name who told him that he could not let everything go by herself because they were the strongest supermen. And they gathered to clean up the last dungeon, and the hero walks with a bottle and drinks as not in himself. Then William thought that he would have to go to chop the heads of the monsters with this Dushan, who is now a coach. And the support from his team enters the top 3, but Emre is the last one who interests him. But this should be looked at the boys. However, the hero called out to Gabriel, telling him that in the second half of the season it was necessary to change the list of main players. When he pushed Ben, the coach asked his name that recently the boy was not of great interest. However, William hastened to convince him, telling him that he would change his mind now, adding that he was facing their lottery ticket. A month later, the second season came, and commentators already welcomed everyone in the first match, which they had been waiting for so long. According to the second division, it was as if a hurricane has passed, and this hurricane has its own name, because today the game is a team that produced a real splash. After the presentation of YSM, they began to talk about their rivals, the Knights GT, who became a fatal opponent for former lawmakers, and after which they noticed that every time they see YSM, their main composition is changing, and recently they published the name of the new athlete. As far as they know, the director William personally chose this guy, and it was interesting how he would prove himself during the game. 10 minutes ago, the man gave the instruction to Johnny and Ben. They say that this match is their opportunity to show himself from a new side. The coach also said that they have 5 key players, 1 tank, 2 main DD, 1 range support with 3 superpowers. If the match does not present any amazing surprises, they will advance 5 together. Then he asked Johnny if he would take the command of this subgroup, what he thanked for the trust. The director did not forget to take the word, turning to Ben, saying that this is his first game, so he will not demand much. He only asked to take care of their rivals, which the guy only nervously looked at the man, gathering his strength. The match began, while commentators stated that the dungeon in which today's game will take place in inverted forest. A huge radiant tree hangs in the center of the cave location. This is a monster of Zadlan, which widely spread its vines and is able to suck the aura. It is worth someone to get closer to how he will immediately attack. Moreover, the closer they get to him, the stronger he is. They say that in fact, the tree is not one. These are a few toons that have absorbed just an incredible amount of aura. At the same time, Knights GT were divided according to the principle of 4-4-3. This is the best solution against YSM using deterrence tactics. Even if one of the groups encounters the enemy and loses, the rest at the same time will be able to unhindemically advance forward to increase the gap. YSM divided into 2 subgroups, but suddenly commentators noticed another person who is separated from the group begins to move alone. People were surprised at such a strange solution because they hunt a dungeon alone. Somewhere, everywhere, the boss himself can attack. Just madness. Commentators and spectators could not understand whether this division is on the principle of 5-5-1 or is it a tactical error. However, Ben confidently headed forward, immediately activating his superpower, deciding to immediately use a new skill. The first subgroup GT was surrounded by toons, and decided that they had not yet come in deep, where he would attack from all sides. Suddenly, an arrow landed in the ground next to them, and the opponents realized that Lisa had already caught up with them, following them. The captain of the subgroup immediately cried out that everything was fine, and it was necessary to continue at the same pace because now the most important thing is to find Johnny. At the same time, the guy thought that it was even better. Because they headed for them, they were in the other direction, they didn't prepare something. Running forward, one of the team members used perception, discovering signs of living beings in the surrounding space. As at the same second, someone shouted behind me to be careful, because they were very quickly overtaken by arrows, but the damage was small. However, perception sat down. This did not interfere, and he found 3 of the YSM team, which collided with the monster, 1 tank, and 2 DDs. He noticed another 1 kilometer from here, and he was 100% sure that it was Johnny who was ambushed. They were delighted and immediately ran in that direction, because as soon as they solved this guy, the opponents will immediately surrender. Lisa, who was watching them, stopped attacking them from behind that the first stage of the plan was simply perfect, after which she handed over to the ally that they were going in his direction, to which he answered that he had accepted everything and began to advance. Leaving the ambush, he was immediately asked where he gathered so that he did not even think to escape, because they are aware that his team is now fighting. However, the guy only took off his hood, asking why he had to escape from here, and now Johnny spoke to them. The opponents immediately recognized Chabert. I don't understand how it happened, because there was definitely a tank on the battlefield. At that very moment, the guy's allies said that the hunt was finished, and they are returning, approaching the rivals. GT immediately realized that Johnny was pretending to be a tank, thereby breaking them, like small children who were so stupid in a trap, after which they changed their weapons and Cheber, each returned to their role in order to continue to fulfill their plan. The same second, the guy who was sitting in an ambush threw the backpack into his hands of the enemy, sending them a small gift. proofing a backpack, and not immediately opened it, seeing the seeds of monster inside, which quickly grow, absorbing the aura from the environment. The tactics consisted in the fact that with the battle moving forward, the first subgroup gathered the seeds that I left behind the monster. Then they packed them so that they did not sprout, and sent to their ally to wait for the attack. As soon as the backpack was open, the roots immediately began to sprout incredibly quickly, spreading in all directions. A living plant immediately began to bind the entire GT subgroup, which could not quickly and independently break out of the put. Without wasting time, YSM began to attack rivals, because there is nothing more convenient than a completely immobilized target. Juan immediately committed one murder. Chamberlain took two behind him, after which Johnny also decided to take on one. At the same time, the third subgroup GT found out that the first subgroup had already been taken out, which means it was time to change the plan. However, at first they needed to finish the hunt, after which they regroup. He asked the allies if everyone heard him. The team was distracted for a second, because of which one of the processes grabbed their archer, lifting high up while he screamed. But the captain immediately got angry, the order of everyone to stand, because at first it was necessary to save a comrade who was very important. They don't say anything else. He rushed towards the process, raising his hand in which the shield lay to use it in the attack. With one jump, he reached a thick trunk that was able to cut down in one strong movement, thereby saving his comrade. Having descended to the ground, the captain was surprised to notice how his other ally waves his sword, simply cutting the air. Looking at this picture, he thought in shock that they were in a hurry, and it was not clear what his comrade was doing at such a dangerous moment. However, at first they needed to kill the monster, while commentators said what a desperate battle of knights GT. They were able to capture the monster, but spent too much time on battle with this creature, almost suffering losses. He turned into his head. The captain shouted at his comrade that now every second is the road, and he knows that why he was dependent. Not hearing the answer, the guy went up to him, grabbing his shoulder and asked if he decided to fight with air, starting to threaten. But suddenly the guy's head separated from the body, after which he fell to his knees, leaving the captain in complete bewilderment. The commentators cried out that Ben received one murder, and the guy standing next to him, in shock, tried to understand how it happened. Suddenly, Ben began to kill one by one, while GT clearly knew that there were no signs of approaching anyone. However, the guy from the YSM team was now next to them, completely merging with the shadow and approaching closer. Coming to the opponents behind his back, he began to slowly get out of the shadows, looking for the perfect moment for the attack. One of the knights in shock asked how this is possible, without even suspecting that his killer was behind him. At the same second and the second night, the mortal fate befell the hands of a man who was hiding in the shade all this time. Commentators shouted that Ben had two killings now, but the guy was only worried that the opponents noticed him. The captain looked at the shadow in front of him, in which the guy had just disappeared, completely lost from his field of view. He never saw anything like that, which was why it was difficult to follow him and understand how to fight against the elusive enemy. However, Ben tried to get rid of the last knight as quickly as possible to deprive opponents of another subgroup. Having got out of the shadows, the guy attacked, but the captain felt that someone was rushing into his back and managed to repel the attack. A sharp movement of the right hand in which the shield was located, the knight pushed the guy away from himself, tearing the distance. Holding on his feet, Ben noticed that he had a quick reaction. Therefore, it is impossible to act rash more. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, ours mentally asked her to the elder what to do in such a situation. Earlier, William asked what would happen if his sudden attack would not work, to which he received an answer that he would certainly be killed. Without a drop of mockery, the director said that he seems to be right, is actually mistaken, why the guy was immediately surprised. There is nothing unconditional in the battle, but incredible efforts need to be made to defeat someone who is much stronger. The guy perceived it as Brit Madmania, but the hero kicked him, asking him to listen to the end. Then he asked why he was his head, because now it's time to start using it for its intended purpose in the upcoming battle. Then the young man asked what he needed to do and how, to which he received an answer. That for a start he needs to limit the variability of the enemy's actions, to calculate their logic, because if he hides in the shade and waits for the attacks there, the opponent will act differently. He will go exactly where the shadow is smaller, and, probably, the moment of its appearance will wait, which is a very expected action. And in the overwhelming majority of cases, his rivals will think in this way, not giving the guy a chance. At this time, the initiative is in his hands, so you need to use it. Look for a gap in their defense with a strategy of a sudden attack, and after which, William handed him a box in which the crossbows of the dagger lay, at which the guy looked with great reluctance. Then he told him that he had no excellent control, as for example with Juan, so it is better to use a simple weapon in circulation. Remember all this, the guy gave himself a signal to stop reflecting, because right now his decisive battle will come. The crossbow is definitely shooting, and it is easy to manage with it, because initially Ben was main DD, so it is good both in shooting and in close combat. But even at the same time, his opponent successfully repelled the scent bolts, putting a shield in front of him, trying to understand the course of the opponent's actions. After the jump, the guy began to sink to the ground, immediately merging with a shadow and entering the back of the enemy, who began to turn around. And at this pace it will be difficult to get an advantage in his first battle one-on-one, because even the crossbow did not work against him. Then he decided to try to reduce the distance to use the dagger, although the boy thought that everything was in vain. However, the hero believed in him and knew that this was not a reason to give up, because if he did not release his hands, he would certainly turn up to change the alignment. Attacking from different sides on the captain, Ben desperately drove into his head that it was necessary to reduce the variability of actions. However, the knight also did not want to just stand and reflect every blow sent to him, because of which he himself went on the attack. Something that no one expected, the young man stumbled against the stone and making 2 somersaults plopped down to the ground. The captain looked incredulously at the guy lying in front of him. I don't know if this part was planned in advance or not, but Ben managed to come to his senses and immediately merged with the shadow, while the opponent, not understanding anything, asked what it was now. Being out of sight for someone, the boy wanted to burn with shame, asking himself how he could stumble. Moving behind the captain's back, he told himself that if he knew that he would come out, he would just jump. But then he heard something. Someone asked if their trump card was not too quickly opened, because he was a little surprised that the boy could merge with a shadow. At that very moment, the knight noticed exactly the shadow in which Ben was hiding, thinking that the small one was completely at a loss. However, this meant that he had a chance to take advantage of the situation, while commentators said that they were observing the exciting battle. Meanwhile, the second subgroup of the Knights and the first subgroup of the YSM team fight each other not for life, but for death. However, the GT subgroup was finished very quickly and they left only one player, and YSM was a step away from the victory. But something prevented them from just such an important moment, because right now Zardlin decided to act and went on the offensive. Seeds scattered earlier tied the first subgroup over the arms and feet, and the boss completely blocked the path to retreat. And by this moment, YSM had 5 players left to join Ben. At first, they will have to deal with the monster. Players who have fallen into the trap are waiting for a cruel fight with a monster, because if the guys lose, and Ben will catch, then this can turn the course of the match. And now the outcome of the match depends only on who will be the winner in a duel one-on-one, although they have the same chances. So far, none of them inflicted damage to the enemy, while the captain thought that not counting this superpower, the jerk was not a threat. After that, the captain turned his gaze sharply, at the same time hesitating his sword widely, aiming towards the shadow guy. He was already tired of this battle, and then he asked him to lose, but the young man only bounced back, moving away from the blow. Having landed on the ground, Ben immediately grimaced in pain because the front parts of the hips still hit the blade. Suddenly, the knight thought why he did not dodge. Was he really unable to hide in his shadow, in which he was completely invulnerable? Suddenly, it dawned on him that this superpower also has restrictions in which he can be disguised in the shade, but not become it. There is nothing unusual in this because superpower is often related to restrictions, and because of this hitch with a fall, he hurried and miscalculated. After that, the captain smiled viciously, realizing that he could not miss such a chance, because this is a clear victory. At the same time, the young man fully realized his mistake, because of which his nerves were now at the limit, and he tried to calm himself. However, he was going to find a gap in his technique, and he fell, and now he was stupidly substituted, so it is difficult to calm down. However, while he was talking about this, the enemy did not hesitate, and with one jump he was directly opposite the guy, waving his sword. The blade was approaching him faster and faster, but suddenly he told the opponent that it was impossible to beat so sweeping. After all, it is possible to drive a sword deep into the ground. From this phrase, the knight came into a stupor, but did not stop. At that very moment, the young man merged with a shadow, and the knight's blade, as was said, entered the ground, plunging quite deeply. Suddenly, the boy jumped out of the shadows, licking the dagger, thanks to the enemy, because he pecked at his trick. Now Ben was full of self-confidence, because the enemy was almost without weapons, while his dagger was approaching the goal. He did not specifically completely hide in the shade, but did he not think that this whole location was a continuous shadow? Everything was because the forest was turned over, which means that it was completely his battlefield, the victory on which he had just received. Turning around, the guy saw the cut of the night, while commentators chanted that Ben had 3 murders. For several seconds he could not believe what had happened, even forgetting how to breathe, trying to realize his victory, after which he sat on his knees and clenched his fists, restraining his cry, after which he shouted loudly that he had coped with the first duel. He felt his emotions. William smiled. Out loud told the guy who did not hear him what he could when he wanted. Commentators continued to scream that the new one was able to commit 3 murders, while the guy himself burst into tears with joy. The first game in the second division of the Battle of Superhumans ends with the deafening victory of YSM, the most effective player, Ben. At the same time, William smiled, saying that this is enough to go to boast of a lottery ticket. The new chip with Ben and Johnny worked perfectly in the role of the second tactic, which means that the advance in the first division will not be wide. Of course, he calculated everything, but was not too easy for him to win, because he expected some more resistance from his opponents. But on the other hand, it would be cool to once set the team with such successes to become the first in the world arena. Go down a few days later, William lay on the couch saying that after Gabriel took over the leadership, has nothing to do at all. Previously, he even controlled the past coach and scolded him periodically, but now he was deprived of even this pleasure. At some point, new series began to drive in a circle because he had already seen this one, and when he revised everything, there was simply nothing to do. After that, the man began to turn over the channels non-stop, with each new pressing the button of the remote control. This time, the TV defeated him, because of which he simply pressed the power button, deciding that today there was enough viewing from him. Holding the remote control in his hands, the hero grunted, "I think about how to take himself, having an incredible amount of free time with me." At the same time, a dark-skinned man approached the headquarters while William asked himself, was there really nothing interesting? As if sensing his mood, a man standing on the street smiled broadly. "I hope to please the director of the YSM team." Without thinking twice, Eric began to call the intercom, trying to call William as soon as possible to open the door to him. I didn't have to wait a long time. The door opened, and the hero with a surprised look asked who brought there, after which he looked at the man in shock. It was one of their 7, with whom they saved the world, the Red Star of France, whom the god Toporov called. The surprised man asked why he was representing him, but he thought that now the right moment to explain who he was. But he was more interested in what wind he was brought to Korea, to which he received an answer that he did not even bother to meet him in France. But the hero told the reporter that he would meet him if he arrived in Paris, and this went on TV in an interview on the air. However, at this time, Eric was fishing somewhere at the Atlantic Ocean, so I had to get to Paris. But a small accident occurred. As a result, he notably received from his wife, and she temporarily forbade him to fish, from which William concluded that the man had not changed at all. His wife is very worried about him, worries about him, although he constantly tells her to calm down. This guy will definitely not die with his death, because the fatum and the survival instinct are a superhelial, which manifests itself at a critical moment. Fatum increases luck. The instinct of survival increases by 30% of strength, dexterity, and endurance. Therefore, Eric's vitality at the level. It is simply impossible to die from old age or illness with such superpowers. But at the same time, Mom Marie came out of the house, learning a man. They immediately began to communicate, asking each other how long they had not seen each other, and giving friendly compliments. When they entered the house, the woman said that she did not have time to cook a lot, but at least something, after which she wished everyone a pleasant appetite. At the table, a black man began to say that he did not think that someday he could again eat with him at the same table, after which he asked why William hid that he was immortal, because everyone was so sad until he returned from the last dungeon. However, he did not hide it, because Super Sisla appeared with him after returning, from which Eric was surprised that then he was really ready to die. Why did he say that he was very impressed, after which he added that there was nothing special, just a small present. Rumming in his bag, the man took out a small stone on which the rune shining in turquoise light was carved. The return of the return. William was surprised that he still kept him. Well, that the man asked that the hero was more accustomed to such things. Now this is the point of 0, because only in the dungeons you can use they are no longer. But he grabbed pebbles as a souvenir specifically for him. After the price of the price, he received the answer that the stone could cost 10 millions, while each Superman had such a stone, so the price is low. It was cheaper than he thought, but now there is no need for stones, so no one needs them, and this can be activated about 7 times. the hero about the fact that now that he has a stone, he can return again to where he was not for a very long time. He was grateful to Jackie, who sheltered at himself, but this is not the place where he would like to be, even when he was engaged in ordinary business. 2 days later, he escorted Eric, who asked if he somehow wanted to go fishing together in the Pacific Ocean, but he was very busy. The men could not use the hero as an excuse to take off the ban on fishing because he does not engage in charity. But he offered to go on a trip with his wife, and the man also decided to take note of this, inviting him to France again. After he spent a friend, the hero slammed his hands, saying to himself that it was time for him to go on a trip. Having taken only the most necessary things into the backpack, he was already near the exit, telling the man in glasses that he would go on a trip. The question immediately sounded how long it would last, but William could not know this about 3 days. He used to disappear so much for a couple of days, not saying a word to anyone, because he has one secret place known only to him. Find in the backpack on the shoulders, the hero heard the question why the man was not in the know, but he was not going to answer him. After all, he did not allow anyone to know everything about him, after which he said goodbye, added that they would see most likely after 3 days. Well, go out into the street. The hero has already prepared his motorcycle, while putting on a helmet at the same time, observing the safety rules on the road. "I'll start the motor," he set off, accelerating very quickly and leaving the city while there was almost no traffic. Having reached the mountains, the guy parked the motorcycle at the side of the road, leaving him alone to stand near the road, and he went on foot. Co-oping the mountainous area, the hero stopped, said that it should definitely be somewhere here, which means that it was not long to go. He was pleased that Eric gave him a return of return, because without him could not be released without destroying the core of the dungeon itself. A decent amount of all kinds of different magic stones, skins, and skeletons of monsters, a special breed of minerals, and much more have accumulated here. At the same time, he needs to get money for the starting capital for the winter transfer, thanks to which he will be able to purchase good players. With such joyful thoughts, he decided to move forward, drinking his legs an aura to make a jump. He began to make his way upstairs, and with force jumps and overcoming an incredible distance, making his way higher. After a couple of seconds, the man landed on the flat surface of the mountain, creating small cracks in the ground with the weight of his body. Smiling, the hero noticed something familiar, namely a huge boulder that looked unnatural, clearly blocking the entrance. Without thinking twice, William pushed him away, opening the entrance to the cave, which obviously no one had visited for a long time, even he himself. The man noticed in front of him a cluster of pink energy, which emitted small threads trying to make itself felt. While everything went smoothly, the hero, practically without hesitation, approached this accumulation, slowly reaching out to him. The next second he seemed to suck somewhere, after which he immediately threw it in a completely different place. He had not been to his secret dungeon for a very long time, which he was now glad to see him, as never before. He gained full chest of air, after which he exhaled sharply, lift the dust through the huge hall, learning this atmosphere and air. When he gets into the dungeon, for some reason his body and mind seem to be updated, which makes him incredibly happy. But after he returned from the ladder, everything was not bad, but right now he feels at the peak of strength. He recalled that after capture, if you do not destroy the core, use a return stone for the release, you can create a ghostly dungeon. Walking around a huge castle, he noticed that he had not felt this smell for a long time, because only the dungeon makes him feel alive. After all, after returning, the hero constantly regretted that he had cleaned them all, and if he returned again, he would do the same. However, he really lacks this, because he had to die there until the very end. It would be life with despair and bright colors. After all, this place where William first felt the taste of life, then, at a young age, he was told a secret that ordinary people did not know. A person is not able to defeat the creatures from the dungeon. He has not yet gone there, therefore probably he does not know, but only superhuman feels it. That is why when a young Superman awakens, he puts all his strength in order to properly train him. However, at that time, William, covered with abrasions, did not care because he was only interested in the dungeon, so he stood here. Well, then why did he come to life after the seemingly ideal ending of his life? Because this peacetime was completely not for him. Returning to the dungeon, he only became convinced of this, and when Eric spoke on the topic, he seemed to return to those glorious days. Even the demonic scum that he felt in France did not appear recently when he experienced a new ability. Then he decided that he had some kind of heresy, but literally right now, a violet haze was hung near him. William immediately paid attention to this, noting that the dungeon was already cleaned, so it should be empty here. He doubted that the dungeon could find another Superman, because when he removed the stone at the entrance, he would not say that he was recently shifted. And this could only mean one thing, that not all his opponents died. And there was a chance that he could have fun again as before. Without thinking twice, he took out a folding spear. I only think that it would not be easy since he did not take equipment with him. But this was not so important because the excitement from the battle would cover this flaw, after which he shouted into the darkness so that he would come out and fight with him. Having prepared the spear for the battle, the hero got into the rack, preparing for an unexpected attack on either side because he could not see the enemy. At first he thought that he was heard, but he did not lose concentration and peered into something, hidden in the shade. Suddenly he felt a familiar aura that was behind him, because of which William immediately froze, trying to catch the source. He turned around. I understand that the trace was leading there, because the instinct for all evil spirits has never been deceived. There would be only one here, and if he is attacked during the crossing, this can only be added. However, he did not feel fear or discomfort. On the contrary, the hero now seized fun and impatience. Without thinking twice, the man threw back his backpack and rushed forward. I hope to find the enemy there and how to have fun with him. Before this dungeon was sealed, there was a laboratory, and some demons synthesized modified other monsters here. The cameras were made specifically for the creatures that this hellish breeder brought out, but in the end, it was his dungeon. 17 years ago, William cleared under the ground and made it his secret place, deliberately leaving the nucleus untouched. As a warehouse for different treasures, trophies, and expensive mascara of monsters, but he could not remember what was there. After all, he threw everything there in a row, and while he ran along a long bridge, he desperately tried to remember, but unsuccessfully. At the same time, he was excited by the future battle, which the hero had been waiting for so long, and wanted to start him quickly. He heard some continuous shuffling sound, or a monster that crawls on the ground as a snake or a plant. It was excellent for him because somewhere there something good awaits him, after which he mentally asked the creature to crawl out. And at the same second, literally a few centimeters from his face, a sharp spike appeared, flying in his direction. William managed to stop abruptly and bounced back, while the enemy's attack walked on the ground, bypassing the hero. He carefully landed back to the bridge, trying to consider what kind of monster he will have to fight now. In front of him in the air was Zardlin, whose weakness was that he reveals a vulnerable place when he is nervous or swallowing prey. And given the size of the carcass, it is not surprising that his presence is felt everywhere, because he decided to eat in his warehouse. If you describe this monster of one phrase, we can say that it is a demonic agricultural culture. He absorbs everything that comes to him, minerals, precious stones, corpses, and so on. Why he extracts an aura out of them and accumulates it. If you yourself cultivate such a flower, then it will be possible to absorb an aura out of it. A rather practical monster, which can also attack people. He remembered, cleared the dungeon. There was such a horror story, but after that to carefully examine the location, like any other. He destroyed all the seeds to a single one, because the ideal is his second name in ordinary life. But during the hunt, he simply has no equal. He could not look at the seeds because if you leave them, they immediately begin to absorb the things surrounding them and grow to huge sizes. And therefore, the search for destruction of seeds is the basic principle of stripping. But if he actually made a mistake, then this is not at all fun. However, the monster was also not going to wait long, and directed his processes towards the hero, wanting to get enough of him. The monster was angry, feeling that an unknown person who was now standing right in front of him was going to hunt him. However, William easily repelled every attack, preventing the monster from approaching from any side and give it an advantage. Having guessed a convenient moment, the man used an enhanced throw, which was supposed to get directly on the target. Finging from all processes, the spear flew right into the head of the monster, hoping to deal with him in one fell swoop. The weapon reached the goal, creating an incredible explosion of the aura that was supposed to, if not to kill, then very loosen the enemy. But the guy immediately understood that this was not the end, and therefore made a high jump, reducing the distance between the monster. He extended his hand forward, began to call his spear so that it would return back because the attack was not over yet. The weapon obeyed and immediately began to fly back, while the hero with a deft movement grabbed him. But instead of retreating and changing his position, the man again swung a spear, wanting to kill the contrary creation. He began to cut all the processes that poured in his direction, trying to protect the head of Zaldrin, who sensed danger. However, these attempts were unsuccessful, as a result of which the hero was already approaching, throwing it behind his back, licking widely. The second blow was much stronger than the first, which created a shockwave, tearing a monstrous plant into pieces. Jumping back, William watched the monster falling to the ground, and his processes rushed his head lifelessly. He sighed heavily. He thought that it would be great if the demon had left the seeds, and he dumped it, because it was harder to fight without equipment. 17 years passed after the closing of the last dungeon, and although the civilization of the demons was destroyed, those who created such monsters could not die. Perhaps part of the demons remained, and now they again plan the invasion, which may mean a great danger to humanity. However, the hero only mentally asked the freaks who survived to hold on, because he is looking forward to meeting them. An hour later, the man finished melting the seeds of the monster, deciding to take one to every fireman with him, putting it in a bottle. William looked around, trying to fully make sure that absolutely all the seeds of the monster were destroyed. Then he turned to this potato, threatening her to try the prophecy again if she wants to die. However, he could not understand, because he is perfection. Would he have allowed such a miss, and is it possible? But in order to get answers to these questions, first you should look around and find out what is happening here, because he has not yet reached the main one. Wherever he looked, the monster gobbled up, but he thought to sell something and welled good, but it was empty around. But suddenly he remembered that there was one room that Zardlin would never open, even using his seeds and all his strength. He reached the door, which was sealed with gold chains. It was a sarcophagus cave where the core of the dungeon was stored. This place is built so that it is difficult to get to the core. And then he left many magic stones in this cave. And judging by the appearance, the seal on the door was in order, after which William made a little effort to remove the seal and open the door. He opened his eyes wide. In the form in front of him, only a huge red core, constrained by chains not radiating aura. Whether he was embarrassed that the monster could not get here, but all the magic stones disappeared somewhere, and there was no explanation for this. For a person, such stones are simply shiny, but for demons they are like oil or coal, which have incredible value. And at the same moment, the hero was attracted by something else that was an entertaining one. Right in front of him lay his spear in folded form. Definitely, it was he who received him from the Moro brothers, and it was recently, and this could only mean one thing. He remembered the situation that happened to him in Paris, after which the man smiled, realizing that he had almost found a fugitive. Without a doubt, if his guesses are true, he will come to pick up Zardlin, which means that it was only necessary to wait for him. But suppose the core would collapse before the monster was collected, it would have become huge losses, but one thing was clear. This core was also a local warning device, which made it clear to the demon that one dungeon was left. And suddenly the man felt a demonic aura coming somewhere from behind his back, and turning around, he began to wait. Without touching the floor, a real demon slowly flew to him, from which a dark aura bleeding his soul blew. He silently looked at the hero, who joyfully said that he knew that they had not yet died, and therefore the fun was not over yet. The system of changing the color of the aura depending on the results of hunting in the Battle of Supernomers originates from demons that use a similar system. They are divided into groups, and what exactly the demon belongs to, it can be determined by the shade of its aura, red, the third level. And this demon was far from the lower, who at that moment pointed a finger at the hero, saying something in an unfamiliar language. However, he often heard this word, and therefore the demon definitely said a man, after which William said that he was also glad to meet. Then he said that when you pick you up, it is usually customary to answer, or he only learns to speak human language. Demons quickly master their language, but they cannot learn the language of demons, it is too complicated. But suddenly the demon said the word man, sharing it by syllables, while the hero was delighted with his first word. However, he did not stop there, asking if the person came alone, and the guy was surprised that he was able to pronounce a whole proposal. The demon repeated his question, to which William replied that he prefers to work alone because he had difficulties in studying third-rate languages. His interlocutor replied that he knew the language he speaks well because this is a second-level language slaves communicate on him. Then the hero perked up, sarcastically asked what it was, to speak in the lower language that destroyed the civilization of the demons. This took off his demon, after which he said that if they had not hidden in the shrine, this would never have happened. Remember the past? The man asked about the shrine, because he exactly talks about the last closed dungeon. The demon was indignant that the vile little people dared to use the word in recent speaking of the shrine. But William did not let him agree. While he was able to distract the demon with a chatter, he himself directed the spear in his direction, deciding to attack without warning. However, the demon managed to dodge in time, simultaneously insulting a man who dared to attack him so suddenly and brazenly. And at the same moment, the hero asked if he knew that the demons were their prey, trying to show a mockery in his voice. After all, if a person hunted for them, he could get wealth and become famous, so they killed with great pleasure. They ate, drank, and had fun, and a dungeon or a shrine, for them they were just a gold residential. And right now his prey was a demon that stood in front of him, and all that was required of him to entertain the hero. The annoyed demon said that the little people were and remain only cattle, after which he asked how they dared to go against them. But William said that he was too talkative for the one who destroyed this very cattle, which he talked about so much. However, the demon was not going to stand aside and began to call on snakes woven from the aura, which implicitly obeyed his will. Speaking in the demonic language, he ordered the snakes to attack to destroy the impudent violator of their peace. The hero at this time was waiting for a convenient moment, letting the enemy closer to himself, remaining completely focused. There was a loud explosion, leaving a small cavity in the ground which was empty, while we were surprised that the guy disappeared. But suddenly the man gave his voice, being behind his opponent, but his attack passed by even using increased dexterity. William asked, in the know, or the one that was in their shrine was very huge, probably 2 times more than him. Then they began to continuously fall asleep each other with attacks, not being able to inflict any damage to the opponent. The demon became interested in how he knew this, but the hero so far decided not to answer this question, dodging the attacks of the snakes. Then they looked into each other's eyes when suddenly the demon began to understand something, while the guy only smiled. But this was only more angry with the demon, who wanted to personally destroy the little man who was mocking him. However, William was not going to be distracted for a second, watching each movement of several snakes striving in his direction. Then he raised a spear over him, starting to spin it, thereby creating a semblance of a shield that snakes broke. And as soon as they were over, the man jumped, saying that the demon would not be able to close his mouth with such miserable attacks. When the hero stood opposite his opponent, he noticeably strained, taking slow steps back and trying to understand who is now in front of him. Then the demon stated that they did not show anyone the core of the shrine. The lower races did not even have a chance to see him. There was only the only person who could know about him, to which the hero replied that this man William, and he was he. The dumbfounded demon immediately roared, repeating his name and saying that he was his blood enemy who should pay his life. But the guy thanked him that he himself came to him because he was afraid that he could no longer hunt them. But this was more than enough to finally angry the demon, who gathered all his forces and again sent the snakes on the attack. However, this was still not enough, and having made a force jump, the guy began to chop snakes along their body. Then he was able to get as close as possible to their creator, making a blow and throwing him back, knocking down his ability. This hitch was enough for the demon to lose control and substituted under the direct blow of the concentrated William. The man made a throw that threw the demon to the wall, leaving the spear sticking out of his chest, causing unbearable pain. While the weapon shone with an aura, the demon's body went limp and lost any colors, making it gray and withered. However, the hero was a little disappointed because he did not think that it would be so simple, but only one throw was needed. But he knew that he had not died yet, because they would modernize his own bodies and could support vitality with the help of aura. So he will not die until the whole aura is spent. After which William asked if he was ashamed for what he was talking about lower races. They identify themselves in accordance with the performed functions. Thus, the role of the search is to look for places where you can get aura. This demon is engaged in searching, which means that there is nothing special in it. It is a lower level to me, but not the highest. The demon woke up, realizing that you couldn't spend the guy, while the man decided to ask him something, pressing the spear stronger. Bess replied that he would not answer him any question, but the hero was absolutely sure that everything would be quite the opposite. Holding a spear hilt in his hand, the man asked the question whether all the demons died. I wish to find out the most detailed answer. To hurry it, he pressed more and more on a spear, while the demon asked what he had in mind. William asked. They simply hid underground and licked the wounds, or their civilization after the war is no longer subject to restoration. The hero added that the albino, with whom he fought on their holy land, was very entertaining. He wanted to fight again with someone like that. The demon did not understand who was talking about, but the guy specified that his aura glowed white, which means he was a master. The angry demon, exhausting in pain, said that the man was too arrogant, and their race survived, which William was right away. Great ancestors and original light continue to lead them, although the master, who heard their voices, left them. However, they are still in great order, and the guy said that judging by what he was muttering about, he would soon arrange a self-break. But the demon said that initially the light prophesied that the same prophet who would lead them to the ground, where the light falls on, will appear to earth. The man was right, and the body of the demon began to glow. I himself began to scream, something about the original light and that he was too dark. He asked to shine with them and lead to the ground, where the light falls, after which bright rays appeared from his mouth and eye, owing the danger. There was a deafening explosion, embracing an incredible area with it, and when the smoke divorced, the burned demon lay without limbs. Being still alive, he slowly opened his eye, noticing William in front of him, who managed to activate increased immortality. The dumbfounded demon thought that it was the prophet, after which he handed him a group of hand, saying what a warm radiance of the aura. Then he asked him to lead him, unworthy, behind himself, but he only asked him to darken faster, from which the demon was shocked. The demon did not immediately realize that in front of him was not a prophet, but a completely living opponent, surrounded by aura, lifted his fist for the last attack. The last words of the demon was something about the prophet, which sounded very inaudible, but after that he made out the last breath. Returning to his physical body, William said that he was finally dead, but admitted a strong small one turned out to be. Wiping his hands from dust, the guy said that he could also prophesy something, but it was much more true and clearer. Now you will not have to look for a shelter when demons undermine themselves, because enhanced immortality protects against any damage. When it ended, he decided to show off in front of himself, but all because he is the strongest person in the world. No, in the universe. When he got out with the help of a stone, he said that for once he decided to breathe fresh air and visit the dungeon. Well, here it was not without adventure. He recalled the words of the demon, who said that the same prophet would appear on the ground. The hero did not know which prophet was talking about and what kind of spiritual awakening he had in mind, but now he would not know this. He tried to recall something similar from the past, but decided that the demons had updated the repertoire because he had not heard this before. Although they carried such nonsense at a time when their seed went to raids, he had already heard such prophecies. If there really was something like the original light or prophecy, then why the demons were not in the know that they were losing? Suppose that the prophet will really appear, but the demon will still be extremely difficult to revive, and the return ceased to appear to me. According to the researchers, it was built more than 10,000 years ago, and the dungeon was a kind of mechanism. He accumulated aura from all over the world, and once the demons who bathed in this inexhaustible source of force lost control. The contrary case cannot be understood why the creatures who created a high-level civilization decided to invade their world. There are several different hypotheses about the reason why they invaded them, but no one could find out the reliable reason. Judging by what the hero had seen, the surviving demo poisk for something accumulated an aura, but it would not just crank it while William is alive. But he had so many hopes on demons, with whom he had not seen for so long, but this meeting was not the same he was counting on. That demon executed only fear and despair, continuous doom, which in the root was different from the previous confidence. If everything happened in the good old days, then before the self, Bryup I would have pulled time and invite friends. But this time, he seemed to have no way to do this, which is why the hero was disappointed in this battle. After which he began to move away from the cave, telling himself that he had to return home because he cannot sleep in a gifted dungeon. At that moment, the pink sphere, which was a transition to the dungeon, began to sharply exhaust the aura. After that, her color turned into red, hinting that the core was completely destroyed and the dungeon would be closed. At the same time, another approached the body of the destroyed demon, saying that he was sorry, even though the search returned to the light. But there is a problem. After which he looked at the remains of the monster, saying that Zardlin had ripened and was almost ready for harvest. It was also a big loss. However, this was not the only place where you could profit from an aura. Moreover, they learned that the hated William is alive than all the living. The demon, exuding the white aura, said that this time he would certainly die, and therefore now they will prepare for the reception of the prophet. The man, who was like a man with white hair and in a white suit, standing behind him, replied that he completely understood his words. When the guy returned home, Jackie said that he was 3 days, but returned much earlier than the promised deadline. The tired hero sat on the sofa, asked why he was so muttering, to which I heard the question that he came to the mountains and immediately left. He nodded in the affirmative. He heard another question whether he brought a mountain ginseng, but in reality, he brought something better. He handed the bottle to the man with glasses, asking how he thinks how much money he could get for the contents. Taking a bottle and straightening his glasses, the man began to carefully consider what was inside, already learning the find. He was shocked by the seeds of Zaldrin, who did not move and only silently looked at the man doing nothing. When asked where he got him, William replied that he had grabbed from a warehouse into a dungeon, but first killed the monster himself. The worried Jackie asked if he knew that because of one such lake, the whole city could turn to chaos and devastation. After all, except for the players in the battle of superhumans, then the rest of the population is ordinary people who have no idea how to fight. And even in the battle, a strong Zardlin acts in the role of the final boss, which several experienced people hunt. But the hero was interested in how much he could get, if he sells it, to what the man replied that if he needed money, he would give as much as he needed. But William said that he does not need money, because there should be institutions that still study demons, and he was going to give it to them. After all, demonic civilization is discharged early. These creatures could not die so easily, and therefore wait for an opportunity to attack. To which Jackie replied that there is the most interested in the world organization to study demons, and this interested William. As it turned out, this was the International Association of the Battle of Supermany, in which the YSM team was now playing. At this time, Lisa pulled the bowstring, releases 3 arrows while commentators said that she had no equal jumps. Having filmed the arrows with aura, she launched them into a fish-like monster, which immediately felt an attack from above. However, it was too late, and after the brutal restraint of the opponents, the girl successfully took the monster to her piggy bank. Having landed on the ground, she saw a guy in front of her from the team of rivals who was holding a shield and a bilateral axe in her hands. It does not withstand such impudence. The opponent was the first to go on the attack, saying that this is very infuriated, to which the girl immediately responded. Lisa began to quickly dodge every attack, while the opponent asked her if she could calmly stand still. However, after each at the gate, she replied that she could not stand with her, after which she asked to catch her first. After all the futile attempts, the guy stopped, barely restraining anger, while the girl built a cute physiognomy, saying that she regrets. After which she jumped high the air, while the enemy called her bad, for which she immediately thanked him. At this time, William watched her game, movements, and tactics, smiling and rejoiced at the success of this girl. After all, she achieved incredible results, although she had high indicators only in speed and tactics. But if you raise leadership and speed to the maximum, you can sell such a player to another club for a decent amount. However, recently, she became the club of the club, so he was not sure whether it was worth selling her at all because many were coming to look at her. Although, in some, there was another favorite, Ben, which quickly destroyed opponents one after another without catching their eyes. Now, you can't see such a spectacular battle as in the first game because it is not particularly visible, therefore it does not cause much interest among the audience. But in terms of tactics, the kid copes well, and he will unhindingly grow to the middle-level players when the team gets to the first league. At the same time, the rest of the team successfully coped with the remaining rivals who could not provide worthy resistance. As a result, the game was completed with a score of 10-0, and with a huge margin of YSM completes the second set, which is why this team goes to the playoffs. All the audience was literally delighted, with loud cries supporting their favorite team, not holding up joy. Jackie approached William and asked if they really entered the playoffs, and the hero was surprised that he came to district competitions. The man added that he was walking past and decided to look, because the International Association of the Battle asks them to provide them with a seed of Zardlin. But before, he shook the air and told him about danger, but he reasoned that they were unusual people. In addition, they have William. The man added that when the hero bought a team, he thought that it was just fun for, but in just a year they left the playoffs from the last place. The number of fans and the sale of tickets has increased greatly. In addition, the number of video views with them grows literally before our eyes. However, the teams that they face in the future will be stronger than all their past rivals, and whether YSM will be able to win. In response to what William smiled at, and in a completely relaxed voice said that this would happen without any problems. Jackie was surprised how sure he was, because it seemed to him that YSM tactics were obvious to everyone, therefore measures would come up with it. However, now they had an interview with the coach of the winners team, and at the same time, a correspondent approached the man. Having greeted Gabriel, she said that he speaks very well in Korean, and it is hard to believe that he came to them recently. Then she began to ask if he was worried and how he plans to prepare for the playoffs for his team. Thinking, the man replied that they had no reason to worry about the playoffs because he thinks that the Champions Cup is already in their hands. He also decided to explain that the club director promised him something before he accepted the invitation to YSM. Everyone was looking forward to the continuation when Gabriel said that William would perform 3 times as part of the team during the year. The coach also admitted that he sympathizes with their rivals. At the same moment, all the audience, including Jackie, were in complete shock. After that, a man in glasses turned to the hero, asking him what this means, trying to get a more detailed answer. William only smiled, throwing his foot on his foot, answering that it happened, and now he could not do anything about it. The next day, there was a team meeting in which William said that the newcomer will debut in the next match. He has little experience in the battle of superhumans. Therefore, he asked to teach him everything, after which he greeted his senior comrades. This will be his first match of the official league, and they pay him little, so he also asked to show understanding. After that, the man smiled terribly, said that he hopes that they would become an example for him, because he can trust him. Everyone who saw his face at that moment was a little scared. They did not strain. Without answering, I will try not to give in to intimidation. Gabriel added that starting from this moment the director would play with them. In addition to this, the hero asked to take care of him. After which the coach said that since they finished meeting with the newcomer, now they should go to the planned meeting. The first rival in the playoffs will be the team that took 3rd place, BC, which are very serious opponents. Lisa and Johnny debuted in the match against these guys, so this opponent is already familiar with our deterrent strategy. Since then, they began to approach matches much more careful, especially when dealing with rivals using similar tactics. Unlike them, the BC did not look for new players during the transfer and eventually hired one guy from the youth league. At the same time, William, he thought that if you look at the record and not a direct broadcast, then the analyzing look is useless. However, he faded in time and looked at the match with this kid in order to find out his strengths and weaknesses. I also find out the superpower. And this force was surveillance, which made it possible to track the location of 5 living objects that are in the field of view of the owner. William said that they directly openly declare their intentions using this power because they took small only for the sake of the match with them. The coach agreed, because the boys' physical indicators are low and there is only one super hell, but she poses a serious threat to the team. Ben is hiding almost all the time in the shade. On Johnny, it works at a distance, supplying the command everything you need. Thanks to his abilities, the guy performs several important functions. At the distance at which his forces work is limited. On the other hand, he has only one super lace, but he can determine where a person is if he has already noted him. As a result, they receive a situation where the enemy team reacts much faster than them. In other words, the game of restraint does not make sense. One of the players raised his hand and asked, "What is why the director participates in their match?" And they will use another strategy. They thought that the game would adapt to the director, but they would play the game as usual, and Lisa, Johnny, and Ben will still be leading players. The coach decided to explain that the place of Chuck, who covers him during the match, will take William. I replace the guy. To which the player replied that they would not be able to play their usual game for restraint, but whether it is worth using their trump card only for this. He met the answer from the director that he himself volunteered for this, because of which the guy was noticeably surprised, not expecting such an answer. A smiling hero looked at him, who stated that he wanted to try something, because this match was an ideal opportunity. Who is the strongest Superman in the world? This issue has always been a favorite topic for discussion, and first of all compared players from top 3. It was they who were considered the first candidates of the name of the strongest, and users from around the world led hot debate on the internet. But Korean users in all threads had only one thing left: silently observe everything from the side and not lean out. It is probably worth mentioning that 17 years ago, after the death of William Jackie, he resigned and became a coach who was able to rise high. Therefore, in the comments, he was not compared with other players, and he did not become a part of the Holivars who went around him. However, everything changed when William returned to the world of the living, because of which Korean commentators began to argue on this topic. In the comments, they wrote that you are their reality, William, definitely the strongest Superman, and even foreign people agreed with this. For some time, Korean users calmed down, but you might think that the great hero is before that. When the commentators roared that the player William destroyed all the opponents, he proved that even in the battle he had no equal. And ultimately, after a charitable match, debuting as a player, he still decided to enter the game field again. After all, he is a world legend and the savior of mankind, who has reached a lot and committed during the war with the demons. Previously, no one paid attention to the matches of South Korea in the 2nd division, but now the audience was like ever, and all thanks to the participation of William. Looking at the players standing in front of them, the audience hall chanted the names of the players and the team as a whole, without restraining emotions. The hero was pleased when he heard his name, which is wearing from the stands, realizing how much he is popular among people. But another player said that this is great, and he would like to get a 10th or at least 100th of his popularity. After which they entered the arena, welcomed their opponents, standing opposite each other, trying to remember those with whom they would fight. The rivals thought that William had carried out the players of the national team and did not imagine what he would do with them. While the YSM team shone with joy, because if they win, they will get into the first division, although the director alone can win the match. At this time, the hero decided to activate the analyzing look and view all rivals to find out all their trump cards. But as he thought, not a single interesting player, all without exception, did not stand out with anything interesting and entertaining. Suddenly, he paid attention to only one inconspicuous guy, while commentators asked the players to enter the modules. And while all the games diverged, the guy from the BC team examined his opponents, taking all the sight he needed. Not at the same moment, William approached him, greeting him, wanting to talk with the one because of which this match would be a little complicated. The dumbfounded guy greeted the hero loudly, while William noticed that all his indicators remained unchanged. The hero knew that the guy was energetic, but why was he so yelling? Because his ears rang in his ears, because of which the guy cried out again loudly. Then the man asked if he determined the target for tracking, because of which the guy trembled sharply, looking at his opponent. Without thinking twice, he agreed, as well as the fact that he took on the sight of the hero, who only smiled good-naturedly, hearing the answer. But the next second, and his smile was replaced by gloating when he said that he also has a goal in the form of a guy. Hearing this, the young man tensed, not even risking to move, trying to understand if they have some plan in order to neutralize him. After that, the first match of the YSM Def against BC began. The location for the first game was the Canyon of the Bizard. At this time, William asked Johnny to recall the training and also work, which he agreed to, not forgetting to grab binoculars. The man gave the command to start work, after which all the players besides him moved forward, occupying their positions. Seeing how his team went forward, he stated that he should also prepare, after which he began to knead. Commentators said that YSM, led by Johnny, came into motion. It seems that they are going to use the containment tactics again. This usually consists of 6 people, including Chuck. For today, William, who was still standing still, entered the field instead. They all know that not a single monster will appear at the start point and earn hunting glasses. Staying here obviously will not work. All of them, including the audience, wondered what the director of the team, who only smiled slyly, conceived. At the same time, the first under the BC team already fought with the monster, attacked him, using all their forces and advantages. Then, they were told that Lisa and Ben are approaching the second subgroup. These two were objects for surveillance. They know that they have a way to cope with the tactics of deterrence, but still decided to act according to the usual scheme. The captain of the BC said that it was easier for them, because it would be very difficult for them. They would face it right away with William directly. But they could not waste time. They decided to act according to the plan, asking the trace of the trace not to go far in order to inform them of the enemy's movements. They asked where the hero is now, to which they received the answer that he was standing at the start point and did not go with the rest of the team. They were surprised, but the captain decided to release predators from the cage, if they insist that, because their team has a great position. Their aura is already purple, so they need to put and drink more hunting glasses to make it white. After which he ordered 3 long-range fighters to follow him to cut the wings of the restraint group and join the rest. When the BC found out that William would participate in the match, they decided to pull the time and hunted to increase their chances against him. The battle system allows you to accumulate hunting glasses and at their expense to increase your indicators so that you can wrap your favor any situation. When you fight against William, it is clear how it all ends, so the BC want to increase their chances against the hero. Plus, they are going to destroy the YSM holding group, and for this the team is required to follow 3 players from a safe distance. When YSM start the game to contain, you need to act according to the plan, as well as avoid the hero until they reach the maximum improvement. The captain was pleased with the plan, because he is perfect, and if everything goes smoothly, they will be able to win the first set and go to the first division. But at the same moment, the guy noticed something incredibly fast, flying in their direction. Having managed to react in the last second, he sharply moved the body to the side, leaving the shell, which could immediately withdraw him out of the game, thereby violating the plan. But at the same moment, she turned out to be dumbfounded. I understand that the spear still reached the original goal and they lost their tracker. They did not understand what happened, because William stood at the start, but in fact he simply decided to use an increased throw of the spear. He was able to get into the target not even seeing it, used for this not only his strength, but also the abilities of another player. While the commentators insisted that William had one murder, the man thanked Johnny for this, who played a decisive role. Somewhere in the distance, a guy who used visual telepathy smiled in order to convey to another person within a radius of 3 kilometers. The captain of the first subgroup was shocked that the spear could fly already here from the start point at which the hero was now. He was panicked when he realized that their most dangerous rival was outside the zone of their reach and attacks at a huge distance. Suddenly, a second spear flew to them, killing another comrade of them, who could not expect something like that, because of which he could not defend himself. Commentators chanted that William already had 2 murders, while the BC subgroup looked at the murdered comrade. Turning to the second group by radio communications, the captain asked them to answer, saying that there is a hero attacking them. And at the same moment he heard that William already had 3 murders, but in their subgroup no one fell into anyone, which means she attacked another. The second group asked how the first could forget about surveillance because right now they are attacking the hero from nowhere. A spear flew to them and killed one of the archers. It is obvious that William got up to them and easily dealt with them. A few days ago, the man told Johnny that he was able to get into the target even with 2 kilometers if it is visible, then there will be no problems. Of course, the distance is quite large, but such a throw in strength will have a slaughterhouse. And in addition to everything, the effect of surprise. The guy was surprised at such a statement, while the hero decided to talk about his important mission in which he will play a key role. The man had in mind the part, if the goal is visible, while Johnny tried to understand what the director wanted to convey to him. And at the same second to the guy came that it was a visual telepathy, thanks to which he could convey to William everything he sees. The guy said that with the help of broadcasting that he sees any problems with onions, but the hero asked him not to bathe. Johnny smiled, agree with the man, saying that he would go to where their rivals will be clearly visible. William smiled, raising his index finger up, and specified that he should climb as high as possible for a good review. It took the young man 10 minutes to climb to the top of the cliff next to the waterfall to find a suitable target. Pointing that he was in place, the hero immediately asked him to cut his telepathy, after which the guy began to concentrate his aura. The man immediately realized that the ability earned when he felt something unusual, looking forward and saw not his hands. Johnny asked how far it was to the goal, to which he received an answer that it was possible to get closer, a little closer for more convenience. After which the hero asked what about the binoculars, and whether he could convey what he would see in him, and then asked him to send him binoculars. When the young man received the instrument did not look at him, he asked again, better or was visible to the director. The man agreed, after which the guy offered to make a throw to him, because he himself is very interested in what would come of it. And looking at the tall tree that stood alone on the rock, the hero said that their goal was the Christmas tree that had to be found. However, the guy was not sure that it was precisely a spruce, but William replied that he was not versed in the trees, but since it was coniferous, let him be a Christmas tree. After that, he flooded the spear with an aura, trying to take a tree on the site as accurately as possible, trying to take into account all the small nuances. Then he threw the spear using his superpowiality so that the weapon was enveloping the stones interfering in the path. I observed binoculars. Johnny noticed that the spear landed a few meters from the target without even catching it. The man noticed that this is slightly different from when he looks with his own eyes because he does not throw from the place where the guy stands. Let him be pretty close, but decided that he would get comfortable after several shots, after which he ordered his spear to return. Immediately on command, the weapon leaned out of the ground which I had landed, did not immediately begin to fly right into the hands of the owner. For the first time, the dumbfounded young man saw such an ability, asked what it was, to which I received an answer, that just a cool receiver. William was within the power and not that, because he still did not show anyone increased immortality, but he would not do this in the game, after which he again aimed, trying to aim as accurately as possible, and then made a throw, I hope for the best result. This time, the spear landed several meters closer to the tree, but it was still far from the ideal, because the person was much smaller than the tree. However, this was only redeemed by the hero who was not going to deviate from his original goal, deciding to try more and more. The next attempt was almost accurate, but it missed only 30 centimeters, because of which the spear did not even scratch the bark. At the next throw, he was able to touch the tree only with the edge, but this is almost in the apple, which means that there was very little left. The information that Johnny transmits is the direction of the wind, its speed, optimal for catching a corner. All this must be taken into account. But this will be enough to derive the formula of sensory perception and bring the throw to the ideal. Now he decided that this throw would be decisive, because he spent rather clear calculations in his head, because of which he could not miss. There was a loud crack and a small explosion that was able to separate the top of the tree from the base and discarded a certain distance. The team, which watched him into the monitor screen, asked if he man, comparing him with God, for he has divine talents. Gabriel, who also watched him, said in French that he had a divine talent, adding that success was ensured this year. And now in the game, the commentators chanted that William already had 3 murders, because he killed 3 minutes from the starting point. At this time, Jackie asked how it was possible, to which Marie's mother replied that Johnny could give another what he sees. The man heard about this. The catch is that the viewing point and the point of the throw is in different places. The direction of movement is different. Jackie wrote the biography of William, describing the events that the author saw with his own eyes because they are best friends. For example, when he from 100 meters hit the boss a vulnerable place the size of a flea, but then the readers considered that these were all fairy tales. The hero's achievements were regarded as excessive, and everyone agreed that the author was under great impression of what he saw. However, it turns out that Jackie never lied, and William has just proved the veracity of his stories, and people will be able to see it with their own eyes. But what he saw for the first time, namely the fact that he was able to return his weapon back, which had never happened before. The commentators were also surprised at this, screaming that they did not believe their eyes, because the spear that he abandoned returned to him. Such a layout of events completely pleased the hero, who smiled, knowing that he could surprise everyone, but was not going to stop there. At this time, the second BC team fought with the dragon, and the captain asked them to carefully concentrate on the hunt. The captain of the team said that according to the first group, William was hit from afar, but with such a distance the force of the throw decreases, and therefore, he is aimed only at long-range players with weak protection and those who do not have a shield with them to recapture the shell. Then he turned around and sternly stated that they all defended vulnerable allies and adhered to the initial plan. Being in the distance, the hero asked the opponents that they know that a deterrence team was coming to them, but still continue to hunt, and whether they thought that it was a little enough to adjust their strength, adding that they were too careless. Then he took out his spears, starting to throw them one with another, perfectly selecting for himself the goals in which I can definitely get. But this time, the man decided not to attack the opponent's players, focused on killing as many monsters as possible. Stunned BC, they could believe that they took the monster directly from under the nose, with whom they fought with such zeal. But William did not stop there. I returned my spears back, again putting them into opponents and monsters. I try to use all my strength. The man threw it non-stop and returned his spears, not giving the opponent time to regroup and respite. The BC captain understood that they had lost a lot of Wyvern, thinking that YSM initially planned to be the first to remove the trace. For starters, he wanted to replace the position to regroup because they needed a new strategy, when suddenly he was warned that the spear was flying again. All players successfully dodged, suspiciously examining the gun that was not even going to return to its owner. In training, William called Ben, who greeted the director, and he reminded him that he would call him the eldest. It's not to blame for the back of the head, the guy apologized, asking if the man was training here and why he called him. The hero smiled, answering that the guy should work out a salary. And having heard this, the guy was in earnest, not knowing that he was waiting. And now, during the game, Ben himself was in the shade to implement the strategy that William prompted him, discussing him in advance. The guy sharply got out of the shadows to attack a girl who was closest to the spear and could not expect a sudden attack. Commentators proclaimed that Ben was one murder, while the guy rushed forward, looking back at the fallen enemy. William said that they focused on his person so much that they completely forgot about the rest of the players, although they call themselves pros. The rest of the players told the director that they had already finished, after which they asked that they were going to the collection point and ending the game. The man smiled, agreeing with them, add that he would delay them in distant attacks, so far let the fishing rods beg. A little time later, YSM players finished off the remaining rivals, while commentators said that this was an impeccable victory. It was the end of the first round, and everyone already understood who became the best player of this round. It was unconditionally William. When he ended, the hero awkwardly lost his head, answering them that he was always magnificent, although no one had heard him. Then Gabriel approached him and bowed low, noticing how well he worked. He came up with such a good plan. The man asked if the audience was satisfied with, to which he received the answer that they were completely delighted, and the reaction to the game is very stormy. The hero liked this because he arranged an excellent show, but it's time to end it, because the BC is waiting for a real massacre. The second round will be held in a dungeon known as 1,000 Bridges. It is a cylinder, inside of which suspended bridges are stretched. They are so dilapidated that they can crumble. It is only worth stepping on them, and not all the real ones. Some of them are a visual illusion. In such a dungeon, players should be careful, and first they have to determine which of the bridges are real, and only then move. Meanwhile, the YSM team coped with spiders that filled the entire location, not giving the players the passage. However, these babies are not the only threat here, because there are also alpha spides with special and unpleasant abilities. With the help of the web, they kill their victim, but after the zombie controlled from the cocoon comes out of the cocoon. And now, under their control, there were already several deaths, which the players had to resist so as not to be in their place. William noticed that he got a good job, collects corpses, and lets in an entrance. For him, it was a little nostalgia. After all, he remembered how one zombie climbed out of the cocoon right in front of me. Then he was very scared, but not everyone appreciated his memories. Then he decided to estimate that ordinary spiders in the dungeons are approximately 4 up to 50 individuals, and alpha pieces are 8, and all of him. He decided to leave the zombie for his allies while he himself got his spears, knowing in advance how he would fight. He decided to use the strengthening of the throw, after which he began to send several copies at once in 8 lap opponents. Each of his weapons in an instant reached the goal, thereby bringing him an incredible amount of experience, but that he dealt with them alone. The whole team was surprised to watch its leader, surprised that he had fun in full, noticing his smile. A few minutes later, the man completed the hunt, while the color of his aura gained red, noticeably strengthening it. The dumbfounded allies asked each other if it seems to me that the director coped through Chur quickly. Suddenly, the hero called Johnny to him, asking him to share an aura with his beloved elder, to which he immediately moved. The guy could transfer his aura for another person, thereby quickly restoring an ally in battle, which was useful for William. Having rejoiced at such a useful comrade, he stopped him when suddenly a loud voice ordered them to stand, because of which they began to turn around. The voice added that there was nowhere to escape. Having looked closely, the YSM team noticed all its rivals, standing at a distance from them. Nothing immediately asked the director what they would do, because the BC is caught in a trap, and they are now standing on the bridge in an unprofitable position. The captain of the opponents thought that the mouse got into the mousetrap, and this day would go down in history, after which he said that now luck is on their side. But William only smiled and waved his hand, saying how it was unexpected for them, and they probably had to puff to come up with such a plan. After that, the man's face in an instant changed to crazy when he said that since they were all here, they all together feel the charm of free fall. The dumbfounded captain of the BS did not understand what the words of the hero, from which did not believe either fear or doubts, as if he knew everything. But the man said that this is what the body was, because he had not yet returned his spear back, after which he immediately raised his hand up. If you use the same number of aura when throwing and returning, then the weapon will fly back at the same speed as when starting. At this time, the enemy did not understand what the man was talking about, but already noticeably tensed, realizing that their plan was moving. Spears pierced the ground, and the floor under their feet began to crack, and all the players, including the YSM team, began to fly down. All the heroes of the hero did not know in advance what would happen, because they shouted to their director that there was a psycho, a maniac, and a madman. Before the game, the last coach shouted to the director that he knew that he was the coolest Superman on the planet, but is it really necessary? William asked him not to worry and listen carefully, because he must understand that everything was seized with him. Due to the specific structure of the bridges, it is easy to stumble and die from the fall, and the enemy will try to use it. The coach replied that in the event of a bridge break, their team will also fall down, and it is not known whether they would be lucky to fall on some other bridge. After that, the hero spoke that the bridge number 5169 is an illusion, 13 real, 121 real, 677, illusion, 518 dilapidated, 428 real, and the bridge number 888. Pouring at this time, the coach asked how the director was able to remember absolutely all the bridges, to which the man only got angry that the coach decided to doubt his plans, after which he asked if he could shake the kids. And now, during the game, the YSM team was able to land on real bridges, which did not slip away from the look of commentators. However, the hero watched the rivals, noticing how well they fly, but they needed to help a little with it. In the meantime, all the rivals flew down, letting the bridges Illusions. The hero caught up with their jumps on the walls, wanting to pick up himself. Smiling and choosing the goal, he asked whom he would start because he did not want all the rivals to simply fall from the cliff. Without thinking twice, the man made a few more jumps, after which he sharply rushed down, noticing his first goal. He said that Uncle William would not allow them to die a stupid death, and advised him not to be afraid of the land to them, because he would not be. He will definitely kill the 6 in the air. Along with this, he began to get his spears and immediately bring them into action. Without hesitation, he began to throw shells, gets clearly at the target which, due to a free fall, could not dodge the spear. Now the man flew next to several rivals who could not group in flight, unlike a man. Knowing in advance where the real bridge is, William clung to the handrails of bridges, thereby slowing down his fall and making the movement more convenient. At the end of the fall, the rivals were getting closer, but the hero could not allow them to fall just like that, so he again pushed away from the wall. Without wasting time, the man rushed into battle, commits 3 murders, and behind them the 4th. The commentators were just delighted. William destroyed the rivals one by one. Listening to the voices of the commentators, I can imagine what show he could arrange for the audience. However, this was not the end. The man pushed off the handrail, as if from the edge of the ring, incredibly quickly rushing forward. The man closest to the next opponent, the man said that the final part of his air show came, namely surfing on the wall. Putting the spear into the enemy's chest, the hero stood on him with his feet and began to roll along the wall, humiliating the opponent as much as possible. Having drove a short distance on it, the man left him on the bridge and bounced himself, jumping in the lower location, leaving the opponent to die. Going to the very bottom, the man noticed several people from the opposite team, which was still alive. His eyes lit up, smiled, asking that they did not die, and even managed to land successfully, which he was sincerely surprised. The BC tensed when they saw the hero, but according to their eyes, it was clear that they were not going to give up, about to fight to the end. But this was even more redressed by a man who smiled angrily and stated that they had come to the trace of his comrades. All of them began to attack William, who held spears in both hands, easily fighting off each impact of the opponent. He circled around them thinking that they had overestimated themselves, because it was clear that the guys trained, but this would not help. Proving this, William caught the enemy's attacks with his bare hands. I think that catching a person is much easier than a demon. The next second, the enemy's head was cut off in the next second, simultaneously forcing the rest of his comrades to bounce back the spear. The dumbfounded commentators shouted that William had already earned 7 murders, acting alone, while his team took a breath. However, this was not yet the end, after which the man with 1 jump was on top of the next enemy, planting a spear in his chest. Another murder was added to his account, and at the same time 2 more enemy attacked him, who lost all hope on top. Their attack passed by because the hero made a somersault, moving away from sharp blades, but he was not going to go too far. He was still in an unfinished somersault, putting his hands on the ground and bending his knees, waiting for one of the opponents to attack. I didn't have to wait long, and as soon as the man noticed the enemy, he immediately straightened his legs, hitting him right into the chin, taking him out of the battle. But he wanted to kill him immediately, but he felt how another opponent was getting to him. I try to be invisible. Going to the hero from the back, the guy hoped to attack stealthily, thereby earned at least 1 murder for his team. However, the William murders meter only increased when he turned around and saw new attackers who wanted to deal with him. But from this, the man deprived and smiled, asking them if they knew why they could. But all because they are so breaks that the hero simply did not notice them, after which he decided to finish a magnificent performance. After a couple of seconds, he watched the remaining rivals disappeared. The commentators chanted 11 murders. The end of the second round came, in which William remained alone in the place in which he had just been surrounded by several rivals. Commentators shouted that the man was able to deal with the whole BC team alone, adding that this man was not a man. Well, of course, William has already shown them a pure victory in a charitable match, but now there was an official game. Spectators and fans shouted his name with enthusiasm that he was an invincible legend, and they were also delighted with the murder alone. At the end of the match, the man noticed that nothing special, but Lisa said that this is the first all-kill in the history of the Korean League, after which she added that there were still no players who easily crank up something like that. To which the hero replied that he could defeat the team from the first division, because at the charity match there were children just from the Premier League. And he is even sorry for the BC team because they were like children who were sent to fight with adults, and now they looked very depressed. William smiled and said that he would leave them alone, to which he heard the girl's question, that he would still miss the 3rd round. Suddenly, Gabriel approached them, saying that the enemy's team was morally defeated, so he will put players who have little experience in battles. But the team director smiled, saying that this is a good idea. If they lose, he will be released in the 5th round. To which the most calm coach only nodded, asking the man not to worry because he was sure of something, namely, in the fact that this will not happen. After which the man squeezed his hand into his fist, showing faith in his new team. So it happened because the winners of the 3rd round was the YSM team, which completely suppressed its rivals even without a strongest player. After the game, William decided to take an official but small interview, ask how he evaluates his successes in today's game. The smiling hero replied that everything was great, because they were able to completely destroy the opponent's plans, not particularly straining. He also added that they themselves saw everything, but he did not demonstrate half of what he is capable of, because of which he feels slightly guilty. That is why he did not enter the field after the 2nd round. To which the correspondent replied that the rivals team was grateful to him for this. And then she asked if he wanted to say something to them with the next opponent, the SP team, to which she immediately received consent. Having cleared his throat, the hero grinned angrily, saying future opponents, pointing a finger at the camera that they have not a single chance. After the interview, they heard the fans chant the name of their team, while commentators voiced the final score of the game. It was a pure victory of ESM, and William showed the world the incredible range of his spear and made the first in the history of all kill in an official match. This team cannot be stopped, and therefore they were sure of their victory when the 2nd game began against the SP team. And after they started, the hero's tactics were approximately the same as in the 1st game, so he tried to be away. He made his branded throw to the distant distance, which commentators briskly insisted, admiring the skills of a man. After all, as he said in his interview, SP had no chance, which is why in the 1st round the hero earned 3 murders and 7 assistants. When they went out for a break, the spectator stands of the loud shouted his name, and he answered the public with his hands. In the 2nd round, he earned 8 murders and 2 assistants, after which the 2nd playoff game ends with the deafening success of William. On the internet, all comments were dedicated to this match, and specifically one player, and according to people, he was the strongest in the universe. At the same time, in the office of the owners of the Lumiere Club, someone shouted that the other was not expected from him, and it was amazing. While they were watching the video, the man asked how he thought of such a distant throw technique and why he hid his talents for so long. Johnny is only support. His abilities are definitely small, but how William adapted his superpower is incomprehensible to his mind. He could not think that visual telepathy could be used like that. And if they want to see William's throw in their club, you need to bring him here. But the Moro brothers in unison said that this was a trifle in comparison with the opportunity to get a player like William. After all, this throw will become a real brand. And thanks to countless fans, they will be able to appreciate its greatness in monetary terms. His throw is just something with something, and they are obliged to see how William plays in the form of their team, and therefore we need to apply all his strength. After all, he once said that he would not take part in the battle of superhumans. They could not hope for him to the team. But now, although this is the 2nd division, but William still joined the professional league, being an official player. And this means that it can be hired as a player if they have enough motivation for this, but it will cost it. Of course, many teams will want to invite him, but they are ready to give absolutely any money just to get a hero of mankind. And at the same time, in Berlin, Germany, a man entered the elite building, telling a friend that he was very busy and difficult to see him. This man was the owner of the Berlin Lightning Club, John Berman, and Emre came to him because of a set of players. The director replied that since he was going to personally discuss this topic with him, this means a rather serious and major transition. To which the bearded man with the most serious face replied that he wants to hire William, with whom he had previously fought side by side. There are countless teams in the Battle of Supernoons, but of all, 3 main ones stand out. The Moro Brothers Club, together with Mike and Chi-Chi, the core of the team, the star composition creates a game that millions admire. Their indestructible tandem is ready to destroy every opponent who dares to make a bite in their first place. The 2nd team is the US national team, a strong defense, the center of which is Gerald, who, after a shield, opened a 2nd wind. As well as the team that one of the 7 savior trains, the strategy developed by Emre is impeccable. The suppression of the opponent. All 3 are eagerly competing among themselves for the right to call the strongest. On the Parisian Lumiere and Berlin Lightning is irreconcilable. And now John Berman was thinking about the fact that Emre wants to buy William because they should not miss such an opportunity. To which the director replied that he would constantly improvise during the match, and this would spoil the whole strategy for them. Plus, it's no secret that William and Emre have always been like a cat with a dog that always gnawed with each other. Even when there was a raid the last dungeon, one said that it was necessary to go, to which the second answered that it was suicide. The rest looked at them, as if at the performance, because this is 151 disputes of two people who entertained so well. In ordinary times everything is fine, but as soon as it comes to dungeons, these two are ready to gnaw the throats to each other. John said that William does not recognize anything authority, so the coach is not a decree, and therefore they will do without him. Still, they are one of the strongest teams that were able to achieve many victories without resorting to improvisations. However, Emre was not sure about the director's words and tried to find an argument that could change his opinion. He said that in 21 in the World League of Champions, Lightning lost to Lumiere and took only the second place. In the 22nd story, the story repeated, they again missed the victory and turned out to be the second, which the director had already looked differently. And until 2020, they walked with them on equal terms. They had the same number of victories in the Champions League, but they began to take up positions. The gap between the teams increases, and even New York Bears are gaining momentum, with which John could not disagree. Therefore, Emre added that if they miss William, then most likely Lumiere will buy him, and he will go to them. The director decided that the man would continue to play for Korea, because it is doubtful that he can be active in the European League. Closing his eyes, one of the heroes replied that he would also like to think so, but William would be better in the Great League. He had no doubt about this for a second, and he was even ready to argue with the director that everything would be as he said. He sighed heavily. The director realized what his best player was driving at, after which he asked what the price of the issue was. With a confident tone, the man replied that they needed to go around the Moro brothers at the auction, so they would need 180 million euros. John lost the last drops of calm after he heard the figure that named, not wanting to believe in it, after which he shuddered and immediately jumped from his chair, asking loudly how much he just called it. At the same time, the YSM team began the long-awaited finale of the playoffs of the season against the team of the Ocean Empire. William himself took part in this game, thanks to which the team expected a 100% victory in the playoffs. But, despite the importance of the match, unrest among players and spectators is not observed, because everyone was prepared as much as possible. Other teams thought that it was time to prepare for the next season, because the upcoming battles would be much tougher. Now, the main question of the match was how to defeat William, who entered the field already in the first round. And as soon as the round ended, the hero earned 11 murders, thanks to which he brought victory for his team at the very beginning. Then Gabriel said that one round would be enough from him, but he wanted to participate at least in the second. He said to the coach that he would like to test something. Their team does not have much experience, so you need to get it. The hero immediately agreed with this because it is necessary to use any chance, and he will return after the second or third round. In the main composition of YSM, large changes occurred. The field came out to be a Norman along with Quentin, complement each other. Norman switched to the position of Sabtank, and it is worth noting that he has high leadership and tactics. He raised his strength to 85, overtaking Norman, becoming a main tank, because his dexterity and speed reached the limit, and the aura reached 81. Persistent and powerful. Quentin goes ahead, and Norman is placed in the rear to close the gaps in defense because he better sees the picture. Thus, Quentin has turned into a player who can easily play in the first division of the Battle of Superhumes. The director demonstratively praised them, while the coach said that their strengths were finally opened. I noticed that how Sabtank Quentin and Mill's stupid habit of doubting what to do, protect or attack, all because he was DD for a long time. And if he does not have a clear role, the old habit will again manifest himself in the worst light. The director also wondered how Norman argues. At that time, Gabriel paused to reflect on the answer. He was too late in a weak team, so he believes that if he stands, then everything will be fine, which is why he plays the principle of patience. Such moments he begins to grab only some separate important points. They become not up to thought-out tactics, after which the coach noticed that Johnny was very suitable for the role of the team's tactics, as the director read, then asked what secret he had. To which the heroes replied that before he personally gained people for each raid in the dungeon, but there was no permanent team. Traitors, cowards, fools. He saw many guys, the fun was the time, but this was how he learned to understand people. Perhaps Gabriel will begin to read people as an open book when the experience is gaining. But the coach only said that he would try. He also added that when Johnny hones his tactical abilities, he can be appointed the main tactic of their team. Suddenly, a man sitting behind them raised his hand, telling the director that he was interested in one question. The last coach of the team turned to them, which the hero was not very happy about, and the man did not understand why he was treated like that. Why did he say that out of many different clubs they are increasingly coming requests for the transition, but they do not sell anyone? After all, the prices of players will take off when they go to the first division. But the man specified that the transfer was requested for it. William was surprised when he heard that they wanted to hire him into a well-known foreign club, and we are talking about more than 100 billion out. Gabriel advised him to go to Paris, but the hero said that they would better make a prestigious team from YSM. The internal stated that they should become the best in Asia, but this can be achieved without his help. However, they will not be able to win the World Cup, because the World Tournament will no longer be able to win alone. The hero was slightly upset, because he admitted that if we talk about international games, he had no complete confidence. Then he suggested hiring strong foreign players, but the coach doubted that such would go to Korea. After all, you need to take into account many points, starting with the basic, the level of the team, conditions, payment, housing, and much more. In the best case, they will be able to hire a promising but still unknown player, but the chance of development in the Korean League Mall. Then the hero asked that he needed to make Korea in the battle no equal, to which Gabriel received the affirmative answer. Having sold it now, they will be able to provide themselves with the supply of equipment, its maintenance, and will also attract good players. All this will be regardless of their position in the league, but William decided that this is not the decision that can be made hastily. Moreover, right now they have more important things to do, namely the last round of the playoff game in which the winner will decide. Everything goes more or less smooth. Their nuggets, of course, are strong, but in the skills of the Ocean Empire surpasses them. They won one round, but then these aquaphiles pulled themselves together and returned their fighting spirit, which is why they were able to take 2 rounds. They were originally a team from the first division, although they flew out of it. But the purpose of this game is the selection of worthy players. Gabriel immediately said that the director would have to try a little more. The man immediately replied that he would not have time to blink an eye. Looking at the director, Gabriel noticed that he stands out in the total mass, which meant great changes soon. And no one knows how to change the global rating of the Battle of Superhumans with his arrival. Now this game was more important. After all, she will determine the winner of the playoff season, which will be able to go to the first division, falling into a serious league. Williams selected the 7 main players. With the remaining candidates, they concluded a second contract. After the victory in the playoffs, 3 people went to the second division, 1 in the first, because of which they were able to earn a lot of money. Gabriel presented to William, saying that 4 players were sold for all, for whom they received a very tidy sum. The director asked that they received more than they initially planned, and there was the result of the fact that they worked on weaknesses. After that, he stated that it was urgent to replenish the game composition, to which the coach A began to list the necessary players. They need 1 quick sub-tank, as much main DD as possible, and most importantly, a range DD with a high accuracy indicator. Lisa is pretty good in this. On the damage she inflicts is not so great, and in high-level battle every blow on the account. However, the director has already made a small list, asking the coach to see and supplement, and he himself to cheat with him later. 2 coaches were surprised that the hero prepared the list in advance, because of which they were very interested in who he entered there. One of the men reacted calmly, while the last coach opened his eyes wide from shock, stuttering. Then he cried out, asking questions. Seriously, the director decided to do this and was going to hire this guy. In response to this, William only smiled, pointing his finger at the coach, after which he replied that this type was excellent for them. The next day, William decided to go to a meeting with a potentially interesting player whom he wanted to recruit into the team. He recalled Gabriel's words to go to Paris, because having received a lot of money for him, they would be able to attract players. The hero understood that the coach was right and arguing, after which he thought about whether he would go to the Parisian Lumiere. From all these thoughts, his head fell ill. But at first he had to come up with how to advance his own team. As expected, Gabriel accurately pointed out the position that seemed necessary to him, namely, range DD. As a director, William watched quite a few games of the second half of the season, after which he made conclusions. The first division, the 2nd, 7th, Asia, Eastern Europe, and Latin America, they do not have a good attitude towards players. Given all this, the list of William was obtained in which he was able to introduce about the most interesting players in his opinion. In total, 29 players were selected for games with other teams, and William wanted to replenish the composition with this list. Now he was in high school of Sanchun, where he was interested in whether there was a guy named Kim among their students. However, the last coach announced that this guy had already managed to sign a contract with the Spirit of the Two Stars. The hero was familiar with this team, and also knew that they were forever from them, and the wine and their director were. They crossed this guy out of the list, after which William asked what about Trevor, because they were obliged to erase them into powder. The chubby man rubbed his head, replied that this young man had already resigned, which the director was surprised, because he was a high school student. But the whole thing was that his parents owned several buildings in Canham, because of which the guy decided not to be a player. After which the hero turned around, saying that he had nothing more to do here, and therefore only waved his hand, saying goodbye to the coach. The man looked after the hero, trying to understand what was happening in his head, while deciding to turn to him. He asked him to wait, after which he said that there was one guy whom he would like to recommend to him. The guy's name was Marcus and he launched last year, but the heroes were interested in why he did not get a job in any team. But then he heard the answer that he was still thinking whether to stay in battle at all. It was this statement that attracted William. The coach heard that the guy contacted a bad company, but as a player he is quite capable. The main thing is to find an approach. Holding his ear, the hero replied that he was not fond of the processing of garbage, but they already lost 2 candidates. Moreover, if the coach recommends, it means that you can make a good player from the guy, which was the power of the hero. Well, suddenly, the man asked if the coach understands that if the boy dies in his hands, then everything will be according to the law. The man tensed but replied that he understands and asked to take care of him, adding that Marcus differs from those hooligans. Hearing a man's request, William decided to make an exception and move away from the list, daring to trust his colleague. Now he can judge the player. Just looking at him, he will immediately understand he is good, obedient, or nap. The coach did not retreat, saying that although Marcus is now at a crossroads due to family circumstances, he is truly talented. William asked what his position he had, to which he heard that he was a dealer of near battle. Hearing the answer, he was surprised at a pleasant coincidence, after which the hero agreed and smiled, pointing a finger at the man, asking where this guy is now. At this time, in a computer club, one of the visitors shouted loudly to the whole hall that people did not know how to play at all. He very much attracted the attention of other visitors, loudly cursing, not sparing a rich vocabulary. And suddenly they turned to one of the guys, saying that these morons do not know how to play at all, because of which he turned around. The displeased Marcus only looked away. I replied that they are apparently stupid as traffic jams, and therefore it is useless to argue with such. Suddenly, the administrator of the institution approached one of the noisy players, forcing a high school student to distract from the game. A man in age asked, "He could not be a little quieter here, because his screams interfere with others, and it is also forbidden to smoke here." The guy who was above the administrator did not like this, answering that they are already adults, which means you can smoke. The man wanted to clarify that there was a sign prohibiting this, but he did not have time because the guy's hand was already reaching for him. He pushed the elder. The huge student asked if the old man was looking for death, but he did not answer, frighteningly falling to the floor. The impudent guy said that the Superman behind him, and if he went against him, he would fly away from one blow. Hearing this, Marcus only turned his head, asking his comrade to sit down and calm down so as not to provoke the conflict. Putting out a cigarette butt, a huge high school student replied that he would sit down because he asked a Superman, with whom it was better not to compete. But at the same time, he twisted his face and asked the old man to disappear, and also not to climb him anymore, because of which the administrator was frightened. After some time, the owner of the institution dejectedly examined the sick hand, about which the cigarette was brazenly extinguished. He did not know what would happen to the country because of such villains, and when his club managed to become a brothel for such a rabble. He did not hear a man who asked him whether the bad kids were hanging here. Seeing an unexpected guest, the administrator fell into a stupor, disbelief that the same hero stood in front of him that could help him. At the same time, the teenagers continued to play, shouted loudly, filled fields with insults and cobbles. They were so focused on the game that they did not notice how a man came up to them, who put his hand on his shoulder, one of the guys. The young man did not like that he was distracted in such an impudent way, but at the same time he flew out of the chair. I did not wait for an explanation. William specially put on his helmet so that no one saw his face, after which he examined Marcus, saying that he really was not bad. The dumbfounded guy turned his head in his direction, not expecting to see a stranger because he did not even hear his approach. After that, The whole company drew attention to his person. I said the most arrogant of them that my uncle had been guarded. I do not answer. The hero waved his hand. Send the mouse right into the face of the guy who was the first to give a voice. This was enough for him to lose consciousness and fall his face directly onto the keyboard, from which the others were in shock. Without lowering his hand, the man said that it was terrible and disrespect because he was neither a friend nor a brother. After which he asked if they decided to run into him, while the guys asked each other where this psycho came from. Approaching them, the man said that he was hoping not to attract attention, even put on his helmet, but he could not pass by a handful of rude. He grabbed a cigarette from one of the guys, simultaneously pushing him with his elbow, asking whether they were taught at school how to talk with the elders. But without hearing the answer, the hero cut down a red-haired guy with one blow, simultaneously extinguishing a cigarette picked up from his hands, after which he pointed to the plate, saying that it was written there, not to smoke, and immediately ordered them to read. And at the same moment, the guy decided to attack him from behind, waving a keyboard, aiming directly into the man's head. A loud slap sounded, and the keys scattered in different directions, unable to withstand such cruel treatment. The smiling guy who dared to attack the hero said loudly that it would be so with everyone who would go against them. But suddenly he froze. I understand that he could not inflict any damage, and the next second he was already flying through the entire hall. Seeing the young man lying unconscious, whose blood went with his nose, William tiredly said that he wanted in a good way. However, the teenagers began this themselves, and therefore, on his part, this is self-defense. After which he tightly squeezed his hand into his fist. The guy looked dumbfounded at a man who easily scattered their comrades, not knowing what to do. But the man only flared up more, saying that since they do not know how to choose friends, then I will carry into collective responsibility. However, the guys gathered in their hands and began to knead his fists, and one of them grabbed a butterfly knife, looking menacingly at the man. After that, two of them rushed to the hero, not even suspecting what awaits them, because now they threw the instinct of self-preservation. Only Marcus did not attack anything, who noticed his eyes under the helmet and realized that somewhere he had seen them before, after which he realized who faces them and immediately decided to stop his comrades, asking them not to contact him. After all, then everyone would end. But it was too late. The teenagers began to wave their fists and weapons. But from such a demonstration, the man smiled wider and wider. I understand that he needs to be extremely careful. After all, these are just children whom he could easily kill if he uses a little more strength than he needs. However, he was not going to bask with them. And then he held out his hand to the face of one of the guys who widely waving his fists. With one light movement, the hero knocked him to the floor without even moving, thereby showing that they were not an equal to him. The second guy fled to him with a knife, shouting to die, but uncertainty was felt in his voice. The young man was already a step away from William, who was not going to dodge, maintaining maximum calm. Suddenly he waved his palm, saying that it was too easy because this attack was obvious and open. The knife did not even have time to touch the hero's clothes. The guy immediately carried away from one slap, which made him scroll through. Having fallen to the floor, the red-haired high school student lost consciousness, and the man remained standing in the same place where he was originally. Then he took off his helmet, asked Marcus, why not chat, when all the obstacles were passed for this conversation. The dumbfounded guy immediately called William by name. He replied that he was aware of his name, after which he greeted the guy. While they met, the hidden girl was watching them, who stuck out the phone, leading a live broadcast. With a whisper, she began to turn to the audience, asking them whether they were watching carefully because now there was such a mess. That guy in a helmet, like kittens, scattered a bunch of guys, after which she specified in an excited voice that it was William. An hour later, the man sat in the same computer club and asked teenagers if they thought about their behavior. All the guys were sitting in a respectful bow. Fear trembled. I hope that the hero will do nothing else to them. Not hearing the answer, he repeated his question, after which all four were alarmed, answering loudly what they thought. However, William declared that they were not going to become new people only because they were beaten. However, the man did not suit such an answer, after which he jumped up from his chair, deciding to register the young ones a couple of times. After all the teenagers lay down on the floor, being completely exhausted, William asked to dump everyone except Marcus. At that very moment, he pointed to everyone with his index finger, adding that they would not even think to run away from here but kneel down and crawl. Then he turned to Marcus, asking why he allows himself to smoke in the wrong place, which he heard an apology. The man concluded that since he has something to regret, then a couple of lessons would not hurt him, but the guy did not understand this statement. While he was trying to figure out anything, A hero of the hero immediately flew into his stomach, who decided to knock out the whole spirit from the boy. Having folded his hand in a fist, he stated that the feeling is just a plague. This is because he is more superly than an ordinary person. While the teenager somehow tried to draw the air, thinking about the man that he was just crazy. The guy did not understand what was happening, and what this William forgot here, it was also not clear where he knew him. Having cleared his throat, Marcus tried to kneel, telling the man that he seemed to understand why he had come here. And then he asked if the coach told him about this club, to which he heard a serious affirmative answer from the hero. Wiping his cheek, Marcus said that he had come in vain and he was not going to participate in the battle, no matter how he was persuaded. William listened to the guy, after which he offered to talk seriously, but he said that he did not want and there was nothing to talk about. Sitting on the table, the young man desperately thought that a man would really brazenly beat him only because of the unwillingness to play. But, according to rumors, William does not resort to violence for no reason. Besides, he saved humanity at the cost of his own life. The hero again asked the guy to devote a little time to him, to which he heard a negative answer and the request to leave. The man did not like such speeches, after which he grabbed the guy by the jacket, saying that he was smeared from him, as if from a fly. While the boy was trying to make excuses, William again hit him in his stomach, throwing him a few meters back. While the guy was flying, he angrily thought that the dignity of the hero of mankind was going to hell because he simply did not. Then he grabbed the guy by the leg, while he was unconscious, and dragged him to the exit, saying that they would talk without prying eyes. Turning his head, the hero noticed a girl who was crawling from him, who kept a selfie stick that was attached to the phone. Seeing her equipment, the hero asked to delete her photos and videos, add her that he does not want to spend strength on her yet. The girl guiltily replied that there were no files in the records because there is a stream on the internet, and right now there was a live broadcast. He asked her name. She immediately replied that her name is Beauty Nari, clarifying that it was just such a nickname. When asked why she streams here, Nari replied what the condition is, a broadcast in a club with a spar, which is why she would receive 10,000 stars. William did not understand what the girl was talking about and what stars of speech, after which he looked into the phone with interest. When he got into the frame, the audience immediately began to write a ton of comment in his honor, including enthusiastic and funny. Suddenly, the telephone screen shone with colorful lights, proclaiming that Nari's beauty was transferred 10,000 stars. The girl's eyes shone when she began to thank some sayonara, while the man still did not understand what was happening. After that, the girl began to dance something strange, saying that this is her sincere reaction to 10,000 stars. But at this time, the commentators wrote that William is in cultural shock and in his expression facelessly, after which he asked that 10,000 of these pieces were standing as 1,000,000 real, to which he received an answer that there is a commission. Nari also clarified that her family lives with money from streams, and she does everything to earn money and food. The hero looked at the young girl with surprise in how she bursts, speaking about how she earns a living. He remembered himself in his youth and the question from the senior knight, is he not enough to come to a dangerous dungeon? But the self-confident William replied that he had nowhere else to go, because in order to survive, he must use any opportunity. While the girls donated 100 or 1,000 stars, the same sayonara sent another 10,000, forcing the phone to sparkle. Seeing this, Nari cried out, almost fainting, along the way thanks to the generous viewer for the next 10,000 stars. Looking dumbfounded at the girl, the man grinned nervously, said that she was just crazy, he was doing this. Suddenly, on the phone screen, the inscription jumped out that the broadcast was completed, and the girl thought that the charging was over. Suddenly, there was an unexpected bell that Nari could not expect, because the administrator from America TV called. I immediately picked up the phone, quickly answering the questions that the man asked her on the other end of the wire. After a few seconds, the girl cried out, asking for why she was blocked and she should not be stuck for 3 months. Her voice immediately began to tremble, while William looked at her in surprise, asking what happened. She replied that the site administrator said that she was blocked for 3 months for the demonstration of violence, and this is a violation. The hero decided to correct this situation by asking the girl's phone for a minute, while she looked at him incredulously. The man repeated the request, extending his hand because he wanted to help that she would not lose her only earnings. He immediately grabbed the phone, asking if they were engaged in the site, after which he introduced himself and asked why they would block the small. He was replied that violence was shown during stream, after which the man asked if they were talking about a fresh broadcast. Then he again asked the question whether they believe that the public punishment of hooligans is what it is worth condemning for. Then he added that they will have to answer for his words because he is already going. In addition to everything, he decided to clarify his name. Frightened, the voice replied that they had an emergency meeting and decided that the girl had stolen the fight, not intentionally. Therefore, they decided to make a warning, and also asked to observe the decent in the future to avoid violence. Hearing this request, William looked at the unconscious guy, who was still holding his leg tightly. Having answered with solid consent, he released the young man, politely promising to try more of the like and not to do on the air. Having returned the girl the phone, she with sincere joy noticed how her viewers again began to write surprised comments. She began to say that she really was given the ban just. But Mr. William talked to the site administrator and decided everything. The audience was immediately surprised that there really would be no punishment, and the hero of mankind was able to cope with the 3-month-old ban. An irritated man asked why they have so fun. They could also laugh if this happened to them. But suddenly he translated the topic, saying that he would like to apologize for the turmoil caused by his methods of education. And with this person, they will solve all issues in normal conversations, and he hopes that there will be no more misunderstandings. He also turned to journalists if they watch streams and plan to write an article. Let him not forget to mention his apologies. And why did he ask Nari to turn off the broadcast? If she also ended with explanations, the girl also said goodbye. Then she thanked the man, because thanks to him she was not banned. And the broadcast came out just excellent. How they were left alone with Marcus, the hero said that now no one would hurt, so he asked to tell what the problem was. The young man replied that he had a difficult situation in the family. The money that his mother earns her is barely enough for him. But the hero noticed that the guy did not tell about his father, asking what he was doing when he heard that he was drinking and playing gambling. Starting to understand the whole situation, the man specified that only his mother works, to which he heard an affirmative answer. Then he grabbed the guy by the breasts, said that he was the same as his father because, although he did not drink, he was sitting down his pants. He sits in a computer club all day, smokes like a steam locomotive, and plays toys, with which the boy agreed to guiltily. William did not calm down and continued to sit on the guy, forcing him to think carefully about the truth he heard. Then he asked if he wanted to return to the battle and become a professional player, or he intends to continue to burn his life. These words made Marcus think, after which he did not confidently address William, trying to choose the right words. Why did he shout loudly and confidently that he had left the battle? Not because he wanted this, everything was just the opposite. He really lacks matches and training, thanks to which he felt a really good person. Such an answer was surprised by the hero, and he decided to find out what truth is hiding behind the hooligan behavior of this guy. Marcus said that when he had just begun a player's career, while his mother was not at home, his father, having drunk, accidentally set up their house. His grandparents almost died in fire then, and he had to quit training to take care of them. But contrary to such a sad story, the man asked if he always said so much, after which he asked him to finish quickly. He decided to ask the final question whether the guy would play or not, to which he immediately heard an affirmative answer. However, the guy had one condition. He wanted his father to quit drinking so that the hero would teach him the same, as he taught the guy today. Having finished with Marcus, William went to another high school to find one very talented player. In front of him was a young guy, whose name was Jin, who owned two quite useful for the tank of superpower. But for the tank, it has a low indicator of power. Barely reaches 80, willpower 91, dexterity 81, endurance 88. This is exactly the fast sub-tank that Gabriel was looking for, because the man asked, as the guy believes, what was his feature. He replied that he did not have too much strength, so he complements the protection with a shield. He also has a pretty good technique. The hero replied that from that moment, he would raise him as a mobile sub-tank representing their country. Jin joyfully exclaimed that he was entering, to which the man said that they would definitely contact him next week. Taking the signed contract in his hands, the hero headed for the exit, saying goodbye to the new player, and he reciprocated. The young man could not believe whether a dream is a reality because the proposal and what? From the team of the 2nd Division. But suddenly, William returned and asked if the guy has any personal problems requiring urgent solution. He specified that perhaps someone in the family needs a solid thrashing or something like this, but he refused. The next destination of the hero was a billiard club in which he wanted to find one person, but not a player. Opening the door of the signs, he greeted everyone, simultaneously examining all the men who were present at each other. Everyone immediately gangled, recognizing the hero. One of them said that recently they said that they had troubles in their area, to which William only smiled, answering that since they had already heard everything, it means that there would be nothing to explain. Then he asked which of them was the father of Marcus, after which people began to call the same man he was looking for by William. He came out of a man who was a fucked man unfastened by a white shirt, who stated that Marcus was his son, and also asked what he needed. The hero asked if it was true that after the wedding he led his business for 5 years, after he began to drink and play gambling. Then he slammed his hands, congratulating the man on the fact that his son became a worthy professional player. For several seconds, Marcus's father tried to understand what the hero was talking about, asking for his son a professional athlete. Then the hero smiled broadly, saying that it was for this reason that he came to fulfill the desire of such a wonderful person. Other present also began to congratulate the man, saying that it was worth drinking for this, and he must be affixed. After that, the father of Marcus decided to ask what kind of desire there, to which he heard the answer that nothing special. William took a bottle from the bag, saying that Marcus asked him to give him a life-giving and medical shake. Having rushed forward, he waved a bottle, saying that this was done so that he stops making friendship with a green snake. After that, an incredible number of blows showered into a poor man who did not expect something like that. He courageously endured every new blow. I try to keep myself conscious and not to scream from the pain that he experienced. But suddenly, William broke a bottle of a billiard table, realizing that he had a taste too much, but it was necessary to finish the matter. Angry anger, the hero said that while he was walking, he was thinking about how to make him really quit drinking. And then he dawned on him that it should be scared to even just look at the bottle and drink even more so. Then he turned to the rest of those present, asking how close they are with this person. But no one understood the question. He specified that they wanted to say that they were just sitting and watching their friend through their family and just drank for 15 years, playing cards. If so, then they are the same garbage as he, and therefore, for them the hero has a couple of cuffs for the prevention of everyone. At that very moment, all the visitors were frightened and washed off, leaving the father of Marcus sitting on his knees, alone with William. However, this was far from the end, after which he took a new bottle from the bar, deciding to continue to beat the poor fellow. The hero said that Dad was born at 77 and he, a year earlier, after which he asked if he would call him the eldest. The man did not understand what he had in mind, William, but he went to the door immediately closed it, saying that nothing special. Holding a smile and smiling broadly, the hero added that he was the same senior in the courtyard who decided to teach him. The next few minutes came from the room with heartbreaking screams and sounds of beating that poured on a man. A little later, near the apartment building of the family, the dumbfounded wife asked what happened to her husband. William brought a tattered man home, asking if they were the family of this master. At that very moment, everyone was surprised at the hero. Parents asked what he made them a son, to which they received an answer, that he had a preventive conversation about the dangers of alcohol. Then he acquired a beaten man and asked if he would touch the bottle more, but what he heard an affirmative answer. But the sincere answer was not enough, after which William's eyes lit up, and he asked if he would play gambling. Frightened and trembling to his death, Marcus's father began to agree repeatedly, hoping that they would not beat him. Then the hero turned to senior parents, saying that their son was on the verge of life and death because he greatly beat him. But he was cured the Superman with the ability of healing, so that he was worried about anything. He was just a little battered. William sincerely smiled, saying that if their boy begins to lay over the collar again, let them call him right away. Sometime later, the hero asked Marcus if his prevention worked, to which he answered affirmatively, and after which the man stated that since he had held his promise, let the guy take a contract with him tomorrow and come to the office. The guy did not expect that everything would happen so quickly, but he had not played for a long time, so it was necessary to bring himself into shape. Having rejoiced at a new chance in life, Marcus joyfully said goodbye to the director that they would see him tomorrow. At this time, in the YSM office, the last coach asked why the director was considering this player as a candidate. Gabriel replied that he was underestimated due to mental problems, but the guy's physical abilities are not bad. However, one point was haunted by a man that this athlete with their director did not get along as much as possible, up to the conflict. That night, one of the clubs gathered an incredible number of people who danced to pop music. In one of the corners where the tables stood, one of the guys loudly hit the glass, saying that all this is very much infuriated. It feels that he lacks something in his life, and despite his talent, the work of their team is simply terrible. Two of his comrades immediately began to reassure the nervous guy, saying that such a player like him still look. But then he only got up and, staggering, asked to give to go to the question of where he was going, and did not receive the answer that to the toilet. They began to whisper that they were afraid, that this moron was again plunging into something, and even thought to follow him. Closing his eyes, the fair-haired guy walked along the corridor, quietly cursing under his breath. I don't understand what he deserved such a fate. When an unknown person passed towards him, a drunk guy irritatedly stated that all this was because of William. After all, this freak said to remove him from the national team, after which everything fell and began to crumble. But at the same second, the man whose face was hidden by a cap, glasses, and a mask pushed the thoughtful guy. Having dropped it to the floor, they returned to get acquainted, quickly asking for forgiveness, while the fair-haired guy slowly rose. Seeing how the stranger silently leaves, singing the motive, the guy was very angry, shouting loudly the pushing. Still kneeling, he ordered a stranger to stand, and while he obeyed and froze sharply. In an annoyed tone, the blonde said that he had touched his shoulder, now he wanted to escape, after which he asked if the one who he was knew. But the stranger only turned around silently and looked at the drunk man, intentionally showing that his face was completely hidden. The blonde only irritatedly thought that he could not even consider his face, not understanding who even let him into the club. Slowly taking off his glasses, the stranger asked if he turned to him, from which the guy, who was sitting on his knees. This voice seemed very familiar to him, after which the man took off the mask, saying that no one had been throwing him for a long time. After all, he already began to forget this feeling. But when he saw the face of a secretive man, he immediately surrendered on the blonde, full of fear. He recognized William, but did not understand what he was doing here. And the man said that he hears from here how to creak the screws in his head. However, it was time to finish, and after these words, a fist of the hero flew into the blonde's face, whom the haggard guy could not expect. This was enough to completely cut down the opponent. I wished to take him to a secluded place and talk. But at the same moment, two people approached them who decided to call for their comrade, but he did not answer. Then they froze sharply, learning William, and did not know what to do when they suddenly heard the question whether they were with him. But, without waiting for an answer, the hero firmly stated that he was taking the guy, and this issue was not discussed so as not to do worse. A day earlier, when William calmly filled out the documents, there was an unexpected phone call that disturbed his peace. He was called from an unknown number, and he wondered what was still for the anonymous, after which he picked up the phone and greeted calmly. He was immediately named by name, introducing himself as a hunter, deputy president of the Battle of Superplies in Korea. After that, the hero asked the year of his birth, to which he heard the answer that he was born in the 65th. Well then, he wondered what reason the vice president calls him, and as it turned out, the matter was personal. However, the man needed specificity, while Hunter was surprised that he was not aware, because it was about his son. But the hero only irritatedly replied that he did not know his son, but he shut up in a midst, starting to remember the past. A little earlier, he was interested in one rather arrogant young man, who his father is, to which the guy twisted his face and asked if the hero of the vice president of the association knows, whom, in his opinion, everyone should know. Hunter said that they had already met, and this is no secret to anyone. But his unbearable son has problems with teamwork. So far, William did not understand what was the essence of the matter, but the man continued, saying that his son was removed from the national team from his presentation. And the heroes, it seems, at first glance determined the problem of his son, but he also understands everything, otherwise he would not call him. The vice president agreed with this because this is his fault that he raised Simon like that because he does not have a mother. At that very moment, the hero asked that he wanted to give his kid for re-education, because he called not to read, after which the hero laughed, right away that he was not a hiring teacher, while silence hung on the other end of the wire. William already wanted to throw the phone, when suddenly Hunter's loud voice said that today his son was fired from the team. And now Simon woke up, trying to understand where he was and, as always, hit, feeling pain throughout his body. He began to look around, realizing that he was lying under the light of a lamppost, allowed to ask various questions. Suddenly, he noticed a man in front of him who said that he had barely ripped his eyes, and he had already gone a lot. He immediately recognized William and asked why he dragged him here, to which he heard the question why they were sitting where there were no surveillance cameras. But the guy was only more frightened, saying that it was not he who began a fight, because it was he hid his face and specially pushed him. But the hero said that in the news this would be presented differently, where Simon, who was kicked out of the team, beat the legendary hero. And all this was only to let off steam, but the boy only got angry stronger, asking who would believe it. But the man did not calm down, saying that he already represents a comment that it was too much and that he was another major. But the guy said that he would tell reporters that he was framed and threatened, but he would not listen to such a reputation. William added that he had already tapped his ass for many people, but he had never been convicted, and the whole thing was only in one. He beat only those who would not mind that he was prescribed life, giving fists, just like a guy who was sitting in front of him now. However, his case was special, and the heroes will give him a chance to end his shit life. But this is a one-time action. Simon shouted that he would not dance to his tune, because his friend drove him out of the national team and prevented him from going abroad. Having interrupted the boy in a half-tongue, the man made his branded threatening look, asking whether he had not confused anything. Then he cried out that he was supposed to contact you. And after that, the young man received a powerful slap in the face. The hero said that he was driven from the national team because of an unstable psyche and an absurd nature, and everyone knows that. But for starters, it would be worth starting to filter the speech, to which he heard the question that, in his opinion, he was to blame. However, the man ignored this question, saying that the guy was poked again, after which he hit him on the head. William asked how much he had to be beaten, so that he began to speak respectfully with the elders and was not forgotten. He thought about how much this boy was enough, but then cried out that he had forgotten where he had climbed and hit him again. A dumbfounded boy asked himself how this psycho became a hero in the eyes of mankind, and he should tell his father about everything. But the man reminded him of the words about the chance to finish the shitty life, after which Simon drew attention to him. Smiling frighteningly, the hero decided to be brief, telling the guy to join YSM, with interest awaiting his reaction. The dumbfounded guy, holding on to the sore cheek, and opened his eyes wide, asking the man if he was crazy. But this was another mistake in which Simon forgot to contact you, because of which I got a fist on the head. While a huge bump grew on his top of the head, the young man thought that this guy calls him to his team. He could not understand why such a proposal received it. But at that very moment, William asked him to listen. People will speak terrible if the news comes out, how he drunk beat the savior of mankind and his reputation will fall. And then not one team would not call him. At that time, the guy listened carefully to the hero, realizing that he was right. However, a miracle will happen. William will appear on the stage and extends his hand to his help, which is why the guy was even more surprised. And since he is called the hands of the kings of Dasa, the public will consider that the young man can give a chance to correction. And then they will hug on the camera and build a photo, in which case he will remember tonight with a smile. He also added that rumors will become better if people see that they get along well, and he will speak with Jackie personally. For some time, the boy did not find what to answer, but after he asked what the man would do if he refuses. After all, he is a real Grey Cardinal who arranged a tyranny here, in response to which the hero only viciously glanced in his direction. Then he said that if someone hears him, he would think that the hero has a special power, so you need to be quieter. He also asked him not to blame himself for the fact that he was an idiot, because the guy did not know how many similar to him he came across during the war years. But at that time, with whom the problem was more serious, then there was an unbalanced girl with colossal power. She could easily begin to peel her own with her fright, and the guy simply could not imagine how it infuriated when the enemy came. Then someone warned William that the danger was behind, and turned into his head, he saw a fiery hand. But the man was not afraid, rather on the contrary, smiled broadly, because it was too expected for such as him. But at the same moment, some extraordinary magic began to squeeze and injure an incredibly large monster, chained in armor. The girl shouted that she would take this healthy man, and let them go further to clean the last dungeon. The hero did not want to brag, but as a result of this girl became the heroine of China, and this boy could not win a single league. But contrary to his bad character, William told Simon that if he was with him, he would win everything. After all, his difficulties do not scare, like the guy. He had time until tomorrow, and this could be his last chance. After this conversation, the guy headed for his father, who told him to go to YSM, which Simon was very surprised. After all, his father himself opposed the Seven Saviors, but the man corrected him, said that they saved their world. He only did not want his reputation to the hero to suffer in the event of a loss of the national team, but they did not have time to conduct an audit. However, everyone knew about the coaching skills of William, and in fact it was he who raised the coach of the national team. Jackie's abilities are still in question, but if he teaches the team as William would teach her, then this is a great joy. And before his son, the opportunity was open to learn from him directly, so there's nothing to think, you need to go to YSM. But Simon said that William hates him, to which he received an answer, that he had a bad relationship with enrollment. But he without hesitation went after him in that last raid, and William himself even set them in his life above his. The guy could not answer such a speech, only stuttering, I realized that his father is absolutely right, and he has a chance. The next day, the Future Hypers Club visited an unexpected guest that no one could expect. The joyful William waved his hand and asked if he could coffee, turning to a very surprised man. After all, he does not like to walk around the bush and wanted to go right away to the point, because of which the head of the club was a little tensed. After that, the hero laid a contract in front of the man, offering that 1 billion for Simon, whom he was ready to buy right now. The man in a suit loudly slapped his hands on the table, crying out that this was impossible, to which he heard the answer, that this proposal was for a reason. However, the director cried out that the Arabs gave 3 billion for the boy, but this meant that they changed their minds, so it makes no sense to bargain. William could come again when the Malta is expelled from the national team. Then they will be able to agree on 100 million. Therefore, nothing can be done. Besides, the owner of this club is the vice president of Future Group, with whom he is familiar. He asked him to call, joyfully recalling how about 17 years ago he was at a banquet at Future Hotel. Then, one young man molested the girl, offering her to drink together somewhere in silence, refused something. At the same moment, the hero looked aside, who was already quite drunk, and therefore was in a great mood. Looking in their direction, he noticed the main treasure, which is in the city of loneliness, namely, in a bottle of expensive alcohol. He went in the direction ahead, pouring a couple, not even paying attention to what force he pushed them away. The man asked them not to stand in his way, after which he stated that they had finally met, turning to the bottle. Several guards immediately ran to the guy who had dropped William and began to ask if everything was in order with him. However, the red-haired guy did not pay attention to them, paying to William and asking if the one who he was knows. Not understanding anything, and the drunk hero only specified that he was a guy sitting on the floor, thinking that it was obvious. The security immediately bent that this master is the president's native grandson, and they will not be able to step as a step in Korea. With the most calm look, William grabbed the arrogant guy by the face, preventing him from butting. Having angered, the man said that he was William, who was completely growing without his parents, who could have been naughty on someone. Well, after that, he grabbed the vice president and held him hostage, continuing to be intoxicated. And then he forced them to sacrifice at least 50 billion in the children's fund, which was a rather huge amount. Since then, Vice President has a seizure every time he hears the name of this person, because of what the director agreed. But William smiled, straightening himself that he would take the kid for as much as 500 million. After which he got up and pushed the contract closer to the man, with a storage, a threatening face, and asking him to sign. A few weeks later, at the YSM club, the old coach welcomed 3 newcomers whom William dragged into the team. Gabriel said that they were not bad, and although Simon sags a little in physical indicators, he has excellent control of the shield. After all, if his problem was in any other area, it would be necessary a lot of time to solve it, but training will help here. However, he cannot also highly appreciate the indicators of Marcus, but this is normal because he was idle for a whole year. If he works, he will become a good main DD in Korea, and therefore only remain to drive him with intense training. The coach knew that the hero's opinion can be trusted because he would observe his results extremely carefully. However, as it is not regrettable, none of the players except Simon can participate in the matches right now. At that moment, the fair-haired guy felt that someone was looking at him all the time, because of which he decided to look around. Above, behind him, he saw William, whose face directly said that he was following his every movement. Gabriel added that it seems they need to find more guys to make a new composition, but it was very difficult. The director said that he could hire 1 or 2 players from another country because the transfer season is open. Toward evening, Marie, who joyfully greeted all those in the house, entered the evening. William asked why she came to which he heard the answer that she was living here and came to rest a bit. Then she asked if the man gathered in Paris because of her. I received the answer that it was difficult for someone to adapt without an uncle. But the surprised girl said that she was quite good at the team and already participated in many matches. Hiring Marie was a successful solution, and she without problems scored a passing score, which she immediately took advantage of. Let the tribe cannot claim the position of the captain in the Parisian Lumiere, the best club of the Battle of Superhumes. But she was often assigned the role of joker when the team was in a difficult situation needed a change in tactics. Without thinking twice, the hero decided to take advantage of the analyzing look in order to look at his niece again. The man was noticeably surprised because it seems that the baby has grown up so well for such a short period of time. The force increased by 6 steps, from 72 to 78. Endurance, which did not exceed 67, is now already equal to 75. And extremely high leadership, but if she pays attention to the study of tactics, then they will be worse than world-class players. But he said, or that he thought that after so many battles to her go, they drank all the brains, and now in the head of a sawdust. This was angry with Marie, But the man did not calm down, jokingly offering her to conduct a test for the knowledge of the French language. Suddenly, the door opened, into which Jackie entered, saying that he was at home, after which he noticed a daughter next to William. The hero decided to examine the man with an analyzing look, but his indicators were noticeably worse than Marie. While the girl was delighted with the return of her father, he asked the hero why he looks at him so strange and intently. With a sigh, the hero languidly replied that he simply thought that he could not jump above his head, no matter how hard he tried. After a little time, they set the table to spend a common family dinner in a narrow but cozy circle. Jackie asked if William would return to his team now because he heard that he had taken Simon himself. William said that he was good, although the character can be improved, but this should not be done immediately, but gradually. In view of what Jackie replied that then he would not drive him out of the team, with which the hero immediately decided to agree. However, the team still needs a couple of a person, so William is going to look outside the country. In their time, this was not the case. Now all those who have good abilities, who had parted where after the death of William. The battle was invented and began to be held only 10 years ago, so Korea suffers from the consequences of leakage of talented guys. However, according to Asian analyses, recently Kazakhstan is gaining momentum and their results are constantly improving. William asked if it was strange that the conditions are much better in Korea, but there was no development for promising players at all. After which he thought about Kazakhstan, and Marie at the same second asked to take her with him if he decides to go there. However, he is not going to hang out with her in Kazakhstan, to which she replied that there are many picturesque and beautiful places. Also, the girl noticed that the most respected Superman there is William, which the man was sincerely surprised. For this reason, there are a lot of superhumans that own a spear. Any position combines a spear and shield. This is a very strange trend, although the hero really liked it, after which he still decided to go there. At this time, Jackie burst into tears, realizing that his daughter would again spend more time with his uncle than with his own father. However, Marie hinted to her father that this time they would go with his uncle together, so he could be alone with his mother. William continued to meal, missing the rest of the dialogue past his ears because the most basic was already decided. However, the rest of the dinner was in complete silence, diluted only with a quiet ringing of dishes and cutlery. A few days later, William and Marie went to the city at the City International Airport to reach the city. Turning his head, the hero immediately noticed a familiar face, greeting Timur, who personally came to meet him. He was Comrade William during the war with the demons. They met when they cleaned the dungeons in Russia. However, the hero was sincerely surprised, asking what he was doing here because he should meet a person from the Battle Association. In response to what the man smiled, that he was the president of the association, and William joked that he and the only worker, after all, there was no one to even send. But Timur personally wanted to meet him, after which he asked why he did not call in advance. But the point was that the man did not have his number, and his old phone is now exhibited in the museum as an exhibit. Then he heard the question of what brought him to Kazakhstan, and the hero honestly replied that he was looking for players in his team. Timur was surprised at such a reason, after which he proposed in this case to start with their team, which he could demonstrate. Stunned by such a statement, William was only able to repeat two words, namely their teams, which the hero needed. Seeing the surprised expression of the face of the savior of mankind, Timur only smiled broadly, rejoicing that he could surprise him. They headed towards the club, while Timur said, "Maybe this is not his level, but everything is not so bad." The calm manner of William replied that the same thing with his chicks, after which he asked that the man and president and director of the club, to which Timur replied that he had a football club because he worked as a sport minister at one time, and all thanks to William. When the hero decided that they could start players of the players, he immediately felt something approaching him. On some instincts, he was able to dodge, simultaneously intercepting the spear, incredibly quickly flying in his direction. Holding someone else's weapon in his hands, he turned his head towards an unfamiliar girl, asking her what it was. However, she did not answer, instead of which she rushed forward, attacking the man with her bare hands, trying to hit. Wanting to apply a counterattack, the man missed, forcing the stranger to retreat, after which she clarified his name. After which she said that her name was Sasha, and then she offered sparring with her, and at the same second, she got into a combat rack. Some time later, the girl stood with a bump on her head, while the hero later asked that it was Timur's daughter. At first, the hero thought that she was acceptable, but after he heard that sometimes he was saying something too rude, and his daughter was dear, William carefully examined a friend, saying that this does not make sense because she cannot be him with such an appearance. Timur said that she went to her mother with beauty, and she got the power from him, but somehow their genes were too cleverly mixed. However, this was said by the one who flew with the daughter of Jackie, with which the hero immediately agreed, because her mother's contribution is huge. After a short conversation, the men turned their heads towards Sasha, and William activated the analyzing look. His eyes opened widely in surprise when he saw the indicators of such a fragile and delicate girl. All its indicators, in addition to leadership, exceeded 70, and some, because of 80, also surprised her superhelial, increasing strength. For a few seconds, the man stood in his tracks, trying to realize the whole potential inherent in this girl. Among the women known to him, she is inferior to only one Charlie, who is now the heroine of China. Yes, from her possibility, Marie will smash it to the fluff. And not only her, because she had crazy talent. With proper development, he will allow the girl to compete with top players on different ones, with the exception of Mike and Chi-Chi. He was a little interested in Sasha, because of which he asked what position she plays in, hearing in response that she was a tank. After which the hero smiled slyly, asking her if she wanted to fight him, because now he was ready to accept her offer. Having slapped his fist against the palm, William told her to drag the equipment, because now the duel will take place in which he will check it. Sometime later, they were ready to move to the training arena and waited for the loading of their avatars. Wearing the helmets, they moved to a test site, which stood fully armed in front of each other. And while the man stood relaxed, Sasha had already accepted the combat rack, being completely ready for battle. Putting in a spear on his shoulder, William looked at the girl in surprise, saying that her stand is very familiar, after which he immediately realized that this was his stand, which he used in all his battles when he went to the dungeons. But the girl did not wait for the command or some signal, immediately running into the attack, wanting to be the first to strike. Swinging with a spear, she screamed loudly, directing the gun towards the man, preparing to throw him into the opponent. The spear flew quite quickly, but William reacted with lightning speed to such attacks, calmly dodging. It does not throw a spear, but it compensates for the speed of attacks, clearly used its skill increase in force. Its indicator itself is only 72, but using the ability to grow to 101, and this allows it to go beyond the limit. Without even having a special forces for shots, the girl was able to quite throw a spear just due to physical strength. If she can reach the maximum for her strength of 87, then completely new opportunities will open for her. Namely, using the increase, it will be able to increase strength to 122, which was a rather serious addition. While the man was thinking about this, he calmly beat off Sasha's attack with a shield, which did not stop for a second. She tried to get the hero from different corners, putting quite a lot of strength into each attack, but to no avail. William appreciated that she also had a close battle at the level, but there was something that was too far out of the overall picture. After that, the man himself went into a counterattack, making a sharp movement that successfully caught the girl by surprise. He waved a spear, applying a vertical movement, finding a gap, which could only be protected by a shield. However, Sasha arrived in a completely different way and made a somersault back, dodging the attack sent to her. William smiled, thinking that she did not block the blows, rather evades them. It turns out, the control of the shield is lame. The tank, due to the specifics of the position, is more likely to be attacked, therefore it usually treats the shield better than with weapons. There are two reasons why William uses a round, not a tower shield that many tanks use. Firstly, relying on his excellent technique, he is sure that while noticing the enemy's blow and blocks him. Secondly, a small shield allows him to be more mobile and dexterous in view of the smaller muscle mass than that of other tanks. In other words, William's equipment cannot be called a standard choice, because he picked it up thanks to experiments. Looking at the girl, who was already a little tired of the battle, the man gave out a clear verdict that his style did not suit her. It also has great power, and if it increases the ability to handle the shield, an excellent tank will come out of it. But at the same time, it laid the excellent potential of dexterity and speed. Our not account only interferes with opening up. If the daughter of Timur continues her sports career as a tank, then the path to success will take her too much time. She definitely should change her position, but for now, it's time to teach her lesson, proving her words with a deed. The next second, the hero smiled angrily and sharply rushed into the attack, waving his spear to deliver the first blow. However, Sasha somehow managed to dodge, immediately bouncing back, not even trying to take the blows on the shield. But the man was just beginning to increase the pace, conducting attacks from different sides, using both a spear and a shield. The girl decided that she would definitely stop the next attack, whatever she should not, because she should win. But the hero grabbed the spear with another grip, pressing the girl's shield into the ground, preventing her from dodging. Without hesitation, he threw off his weapons, swinging his left hand, in which he held a shield to deliver a decisive blow to them. There was a loud explosion when a man hung over a girl, shaking the earth under her, proving his superiority. However, it was only a small scratch on it, and the whole main blow passed next to her head without causing her harm. Without removing his fist from her face, William asked if she saw the last blow, but the girl did not answer this. When the battle ended, Timur joyfully said that as expected from William, after which he began to ask about his daughter. The hero replied that there was potential, but Sasha was upset because she was defeated in a battle for which she trained for a long time. Rising to his feet, the hero asked if her father taught this style, guessing what answer he would hear now. Sasha replied that given her strength, Dad made her a tank, and also said that William's style was suitable for her. Timur added that in this country, he teaches to fight in his manner best of all, but then he had already encountered a condemning look. William told Sasha that he was one of those people who hold a shield and a spear and distributes force between defense and an attack. And he does not stop at one thing. His pose is equally intended for evading or counterattacks after parrying. However, she is inclined to instantly give her whole body that when attacking, when protecting, and this prevents them from switching quickly. But given this important feature, with its style, it will not be able to fully reveal its true potential. So he offers her to take a two-handed spear and become a main DD. And the shield only interferes because without it she can more effectively use force. But while the man burst out, the girl firmly stated that she did not want to change anything, because of which the man froze, asking. Crossing her arms and brazenly turning her head, Sasha again stated that she did not want to change anything, because she was satisfied with everything. Surprised by such persistence, the hero asked that she refuses his priceless advice with such solid determination. This was able to force a man to lose his temper, who showed his whole appearance that there would be a massacre now. But Timur immediately asked him to calm down and asked why he did not like his daughter's styles, in response to which he heard all the arguments. However, the father said that Sasha is not only strong, but also fast, because thereby she is definitely similar to William. But just because of her indicators, a girl is better to change her position and use a two-handed spear without exchanging. Contrary to everything, Timur raised his index finger and waved his head, saying that William did not understand the female heart. The hero asked for what he was talking about, to which he received a joyful answer that the dream of any tank is to be like William. However, this was never an argument because of which the savior of mankind hit his friend knee-deep, forcing him to jump in pain. Timur said that she worked hard for 18 years to become like him, so he asked not to say such words to her. After listening to a small speech, William repeated his age, after which he began to think about something, leaving for a short time. Then he abruptly realized what he heard and gazed dumbfounded at the girl, not believing how old she was now. He again carefully examined her with a sleep to his head, noticing how she trembles slightly, and only now she realized that she was 18. Passing by Timur, who was kneeling, William thought only that this was incomprehensible like the mind. Indeed, at this age, not everyone was given so good to beat, because of which his interest in the girl increased. He abruptly grabbed her by the shoulders, enthusiastically thinking that it was a rising star, for which it was not a pity to give 100 billion. He smiled and asked her if she would go to Korea under his responsibility, wanting to hear only consent. At the same time, Marie, who listened to their conversation, shuddered sharply and asked loudly why William made such a decision. The media around the world immediately paid attention to William's business trip to Kazakhstan. Large clubs call and offer him astronomical amounts, including Paris Lumiere and Berlin Lightning. When it became known that William does not mind this, his photographs from the airport scattered on social networks. Rumors about his transition to a foreign club multiplied at an incredible speed. The curiosity of people was on the verge. And when the man left the airport in Korea, he was immediately surrounded by reporters asking about him goes to the European League. They asked which club he would choose, because many argued that the purpose of his trip was to prepare a transfer to the EuroLeague. After listening to all the questions, the man pathetically took off his glasses, pretending to be seriously thinking about the answer for everyone. Suddenly he smiled sharply, answering that of course it would be Lumiere, at the same time behind him, and Sasha stood silently. Then the hero said that now he has one project that requires special attention, and he is more important than the transfer. A little earlier, Sasha refused to go to Korea because they say that many famous clubs and managers call William. Both countries are on the same level by the standards of the World League, so it will better immediately go to Europe. After all, what is the point of going to where William himself will not be? Then the man thought before giving her an accurate answer. He smiled maliciously, asked himself, divorced him, because there was no official information about it anywhere. Although the transfer commission is simply astronomical, 100 million euros, if he goes to Europe, he will receive a lot of money. But this girl can become a professional athlete of this level, that in the future the price of 100 million will only make her laugh. He did not know what to choose, money for a transfer or a potential star of a global scale, which would definitely pay off. Well, there is nothing to think here because he said that he was not going anywhere, in response to which he received an extra gullible gaze of a dark-skinned girl. The man added that if once we are in Europe, he will definitely take her hand and take her with him. William could not believe that he refused such an amount for the sake of an incredibly talented player, to whom he had already promised everything. Retell the story. The man finished that it was a really great deal in which he was incredibly lucky. After hearing him, Jackie uncertainly and worriedly asked why he came back without Marie, but the hero only smiled. He asked his father that he did not know, because she suddenly had an urgent business and she returned to France. Arriving at the YSM club, William decided to introduce Sasha to Monsieur Maxime Blanco, a fencing coach from France. The fair-haired man purred something about, while the hero translated that he had only greeted her. He did not say anything aloud. The girl only bowed low, showing respect for her two new mentors. The hero translated that Maxim is meticulous, and she still has to prove that she is worthy of coming to his country. After which William joyfully asked Sasha to show this frog how incredible power she possesses. Sometime later, she moved to the test room so that men could personally evaluate her abilities. Through the screen, William asked her to say when she was ready, after which he would release any monster she wants. After thinking a little, Sasha began to crush, saying that before they start, she wants to ask the hero. She asked who he fought with when he first participated in the battle, at which she received a surprised look of a man. Starting to recall that if we consider the avatar testing for the beginning of the start, then the first was definitely a death shot. Proudly going forward, the girl said that then she would also fight him, thereby proving that she was really worthy. She looked at the flying monster, which created the sphere of pure energy, which was directed right at it. Without any warning, the sphere immediately shot a ray that destroyed everything that was touched, up to the stone. The only thing the monster saw in front of him was a rather long and wide ditch, from which clouds of dust rose. I don't understand anything. The monsters published a questioning roar, after which he raised his eyes and saw a girl flying on him. The spear plunged right into his eye, swinging in two hands, thereby increasing the power of her blow several times. The monster immediately drew and torn, while Sasha's eyes sparkled due to the use of her superpower. The test was over on this, while Maxim blushed and observed dumbfounded at the final result of the battle. Looking at the completely calm girl, he cried out loudly that it was elegant and truly incredibly. Then she asked William his opinion, to which he said that it was necessary to finalize a couple of moments, and it would be excellent. She began to be annoyed, because in such cases he should praise her. Then she asked that Maxime would now conduct training. But the man asked her not to worry because he would simply replace him during his departure. He took her under his responsibility. Then he said that when training begins, she would see that Maxim is much better than a coach than he is, and does not give a dissent. And so, when the beginning of the season they have a month, during this time they will make two of the girl the main star of the discovery. Then the time has come for intensive training and preparation for the new season in which they should win. And a month later, commentators welcomed the audience, saying that the time had come the first and opening match of the season. While the audience enthusiastically chanted the name of their favorite teams, the commentators in everything burst out, representing everyone. Today, we played BC from Seoul against YSM, and the first team is undeniably strong because every year goes into the playoffs. But their rivals were the superstar of the first division, which only now was able to go to the Premier League, overcoming difficulties. They say that this game cannot be missed, and whether there was a good reason, definitely, and this reason is YSM players. All the athletes of the team are noteworthy in that they were personally selected by William, who was called by God's eye. Commentators saw many familiar faces, but there are dark horses, the exit of which they were looking forward to. After all, they were sure that newcomers would be able to prove themselves, and they would again receive a sea of emotions from an incredible match. Having examined his new team, the hero smiled that everything was just gorgeous, because they have almost no flaws or weaknesses. The composition of the YSM team made up 3 tanks, 4 main DD, 3 rain DD, and 1 support, which had their own strategy. Ben can not only tank, but also play for the dealer of near or long range battle, using a superpower or a crossbow. Quentin is another 2-in-1, a tank and main DD, which was remarkably coping both in the attack and in deft defense. Also among them was Huan, a nearby dealer, capable of switching to support regime, and vice versa. These were very flexible players. They also had a trump card, Simon, who does not introduce psychological pressure, but can beat in a huge area. William asked Gabriel whether they could defeat the Souls, to which he heard a confident affirmative answer. But the main event of this match, which put all Korea on the ears no more than a month ago, was Sasha Akhmetova. She left the shield and changed her short spear to two-handed. The girl trained diligently and achieved fantastic results. The higher the indicators, the more difficult it is to increase them. We are moving to the position of main DD, and Sasha develops surprisingly quickly. Although it took about 3 days to convince her to change the style of the game, and the girl refused to part with the shield. Gabriel was very surprised, and William said that because of Sasha he refused 100 million euros to grow a star from it. Turning his head, the man noticed how Maxime was glowing with happiness, saying so that Sasha was more likely to open like a flower. The hero displeasedly noted that if someone hears it, he will decide that he learned to such horrors from him. But now there was something more important than the strange behavior of Maxime, because now he will be able to look at their stars. He asked the small to shine so that he did not spare that he refused 100 million, and commentators announced that the first location of the Tomb of the Soldiers. Before the match, Gabriel said that he hopes that they would try well in the first match of the new league. Suddenly, one of the players raised his hand, specified that they did not hear about the strategy for this match because it was very important. But the coach replied that he was not, which introduced all the players into a stupor, but the man said that YSM was time to show his power game. After all, they are already capable of this, and therefore should defeat the enemy in a direct clash, using improvisation. The Tomb of Warriors is a place with bad glory, and until William cleared it, very many put their heads there. The dungeon, like its copy, has the shape of an inverted pyramid. On the lower floor, the core is protected by unusual monsters. And now the YSM team has encountered the Ostrom and Omila, who were monsters similar to plants. Commentators said that they did not see that one of them was trying to play for restraint, as it was before. And now, they openly dealt with the hordes of monsters trying to accumulate as much experience as possible. This is progress for the team, while Williams said that it evokes pleasant memories of the past. He specified that in the old days there was little information about the dungeon, so he did not even know which monster would jump out. Everyone rejoiced at the end of the raid, but for one guy caught and took the roots, and she could take control of him. As a result, the poor fellow had to chop off his head, but he should be grateful for he died earlier than he managed to feel pain. The coach in shock asked himself that he, not for a second, killed a poor guy, and the director talks about it so every day. But the hero distracted the man, said that both teams were ending the hunt, and it was time to meet face to face. The first YSM group, consisting of 6 people, received sufficient experience thanks to the hunting for monsters. One of the players handed over to the walkie-talkie that they finished, after which he asked how the other comrades were doing. They also finished, while the BC also completed the hunt, being on the opposite side from the first group of YSM. The team of opponents had 2 groups of which consisted of 6 people, and the second of the 5. One of the BC players gave the team to go to the next section to continue the cleansing. Suddenly, a few arrows flew past his head covered with a violet aura, sticking to the floor near him. As it turned out, Lisa and Ben were already approaching them, who were very fast and owned long-range weapons. Without wasting time, the BC immediately built, preparing to defend themselves from the sudden attack of the rivals. The girl immediately drew attention to how fast they were, because perhaps they knew that they were following and monitor YSM. The opponent said that the hunt is over and there is no monster that they could steal, so they can join the battle. He will try to detain them, and let the rest try to find Johnny if they catch him. Then there will be no surprises. And while the BC captain instructed their comrades behind them, a thorough observation from the ambush was already conducted from above. Sasha and Quentin have already arrived at a planned position in order to make an unexpected attack that the enemy does not expect. Johnny immediately handed them to them by the radio so that they waited for his signal, and his order was immediately accepted by the expectant guy. The BC annually includes the top 5 teams of the first league, if not for the director. Otherwise, they would have problems in the off-season. But now they really can cope on their own. The team from Johnny sounded at the same second that it was time to advance. At first, Quentin doubted it aloud, but seeing how Sasha rushed forward, jumped after her right into the thick of the enemies. They decided to take advantage of the effect of surprise, starting to quickly attack the opponents while they are confused. While Quentin straightened up by rivals, from behind Sasha decided to attack 3 people at once. But the girl was ready for this, because she immediately took out 2 spears folded to use them in battle. Her movement was incredibly fast. The reaction surpassed herself when she reacted to every separate attack. In the next instant, she had already fought back from 3 rivals at once, parrying and fighting off the swords with 2 spears at once. The girl's eyes lit up when she used her superpower, after which she spun like a tornado, throwing away the opponents away, and they in shock asked that this crazy was doing. She was able to throw out 3 alone. Well then, she stopped abruptly, and then jumped the air, straining her whole body, starting to wave her spear. Pushing back, Sasha threw one of her copies, aiming directly at the opponent of Quentin to help him. But it was a distracting maneuver, because the red-haired guy felt something sharp hit him in the back. It was Ben, who got out of the shadows to make a blow behind, dissecting the enemy's body, not allowing him to defend himself. Commentators shouted with might and main that Sasha and Quentin came only a minute ago. One of the opponents had already fallen at Ben's hands. This girl attracted a lot of attention because she had just carried out 3 attacks alone and made an assistant. To use throwing as a feint, when she throws a spear, the word should be printed in the minds of the enemy. The girl took out anything another spear, collecting all her strength and again losing her way to make a throw. She had already taken on the side of the one in whom she wants to attack first, because in front of her were 2 swordsmen and 1 tank. The girl thought that if the first rush passes successfully for the match, then she would certainly kill someone for them. He took a throw. The rival's tank noted that the spear was flying in her direction, but his protection is enough to stop him. However, everything was not quite as he expected, because the girl rushed forward and caught the spear right in the air. Having made a very fast reversal, Sasha immediately changed his position in order to apply a crushing attack from another corner. However, a very tense guy managed to put up a shield in front of him so as not to miss such an attack. In the next second, a real struggle began. The girl sewed on the tank, preventing him from taking her breath. She crowded him, forcing him to completely go into defense, while the guy was shocked by her incredible speed. Contrary to everything, Sasha was completely calm, because she knew what she needed to do, so she continued to attack. She was sure that very soon the enemy's gap would break, because of which she stuck the spear directly into the ground with force. The guy jumping up in the last second was delighted that he could dodge, but in reality everything was completely different. Sasha used a stuck spear to bounce away from him. After a moment, she was already over a shocked opponent. She used inertia like me, the land received from the blow, and jumped to strike a final blow. Having landed behind the opponent, the girl's eyes burned with the fuse of the battle, while her opponent could not believe his eyes. Sasha turned around, simultaneously folding her spear, after which I noticed a guy whom she was able to defeat. Commentators have skipped that Sasha had 1 murder, while the girl still watched the endangered enemy. Having dealt with the most important problem, the girl jumped up, aiming at the next enemy with 2 blades. She grabbed the spear with 2 hands, directing the tip to the enemy to hit him with all her might, not giving this a chance. She missed a little, and the blow passed on the ground, but she was able to knock the weapon out of the enemy's hands, throwing it away. However, Sasha knew that this would happen. Therefore, while the unarmed guy was in flight, she ran in his direction. The opponent did not understand how it was generally possible to resist such, while the girl dealt her decisive blow. Commentators announced that Sasha had a 2nd murder, and the shocked Johnny said that the coach was right. Then the guy shouted to everyone to stop the hunt and run here right now, because they will win if they continue to go ahead. Then he aloud began to comment that the girl killed 2, and he did not receive a scratch. And this was surprising. William only thought that in so much a short time her dexterity was able to grow from 80 to 81, and skills from 76 to 78. Is it possible to compare the athlete with the indicators of 78 war 78 and 78 war 97? Of course, there is no increase in skills, depends on concentration and experience. At this time, the girl asked herself whether she looked at least a little on William, but she realized that she was not enough speed. However, she could fix this, and now she did not understand why she only insisted that she wanted to be exclusively with a tank. After all, the dealer's position is also fun, and right now she was able to truly feel the value of her abilities. William told her that if a teammate dies, while she is blind from the thirst for murder, it will be a disaster. She should have a team in the priority, and not the last blow to the enemy, because if the newcomer is greedy, they scold him. Because of which the girl dodged the enemy's blow, turning her head and seeing Quentin fights. She realized that the guy had hard and therefore ran in his direction, shouting to put his back. Quentin immediately obeyed. Slightly bending forward, the girl soared into the air with him, directing the spear to the enemy. The guy who was not expecting saw anything. A girl appeared from nowhere in front of him, who threw a spear at him. She hit the target clearly, while commentators noted that Sasha already has a third murder for today's match. This girl is a newcomer in the team. I already laid 3, BC from Seoul, and YSM showed an excellent game at the very beginning of the season. And in the first round, they won YSM. The team earned a beautiful and pure victory with a stunning score of 9-0. Sasha Akhmatova showed herself perfectly. This girl is the new main DD YSM if they understood everything correctly. She proved and demonstrated what it costs. In just one round, not in vain, the club director went a long way to Kazakhstan. They were looking forward to the following games, which would take place very soon, and as soon as the players are summed up, the second round will begin. A little time later, Simon closed in the toilet booth and looked angrily into the phone, biting his nails, leafing through the ribbon. He read the comments that people wrote in his direction, most of which were quite negative. This was very angry with a guy who unknowingly asked aloud how these freaks could write this, not knowing the whole situation. Suddenly, he heard a voice nearby who said that even moving to YSM, Simon is so player, and was even more angry. 2 BC guys said that Sasha showed a good game, although there was nothing really interesting during the match. Although the girl is almost like a player of the first league in Europe, which looks like a violation of balance, it is great that Simon is not shown yet. They began to laugh and say that they pinched his pride, after which they called him a poor thing, and the guy only listened. However, the last phrase took the guy out of himself, because of which he left the booth, asking those that they said now. But they were surprised at the sudden appearance of the guy, but one of them told the other that everything was fine, after which he smiled maliciously. He thought that they could use his temperament against him, thereby provoking rash actions. Then he asked aloud what they said wrong, calling him empty back. But Simon knew that they would disqualify for the use of forces outside the match. The guy endured with all his strength to not rush at them. But he was able to restrain himself, asking 2 to wait for him here. Suddenly, a loud knock came from the booth next to which Simon stood, which was able to scare the present. Then a loud, almost hysterical laugh came from the same booth, forcing the others to look at each other questioningly. The annoyed Simon decided that someone else decided to laugh at him, because of which he decided to ask who was laughing there. Before he went to the door, it opened sharply, demolishing him from his feet, and a relaxed William came out of the cabin. "I noticed my player." The man laughed in his palm, immediately asking him for forgiveness, still continuing to laugh. The guys from BC froze, learning the hero and realizing that he heard everything that they told his player, and therefore could do something. The man said that he had heard an interesting conversation, so he decided to join. Really wanted to see Simon's face. After all, not every day he is pronounced in fact. Then he asked that these guys had nothing more to say, but they only apologized. William was a little upset, but then turned to Simon, asking him to apologize to the players from Seoul. The dumbfounded guy looked at his director, asking what on earth because they insulted him, but the man was of a different opinion. After all, if he lived a worthless life, he would have developed, as he yells at these 2 cute guys during the competition. The hero tilted the guy, saying that he was sorry that, being with the son of the deputy president of the association, he has no personality. The man spoke all this on behalf of Simon, who was still dissatisfied with what was happening, and William looked slyly at the guys. Then he calmly led the blonde to the exit, because they need to prepare for the next round, passing by BC. Having passed the guy forward, the man froze the doorway, saying that he forgot to tell them something very important, namely that this time the guys were lucky, and while he said this, his eyes were filled with anger. After all, now the boy is learning to live in a new way, so he will pretend that he did not hear their conversations, after which he retired. When he moved away from them, he added that the next time he would kill them. Along with this, he left the mark on the wall. On the bench, the YSM spare ones said that they would be divided into a team of deterrents, of which Sasha will be, and a hunting team. The guy considers this match as a test of how effectively a tactical weapon called Sasha works. He and the coach and brother evaluate how well their good old tactics will work in the first league. Firstly, the captain decided to give instruction for the players of the deterrence team, explaining to us the essence of their work. However, Simon decided not to listen to long speeches and instructions, instead of which he paid attention to the bench of the opponent's spare command. This again infuriated the boy, who thought they were laughing at him, but they would still dance to him. The second round will take place in the dungeon of an anthill. It is teeming with huge and sinister combat ants. It was a huge maze formed by ants, in which it was possible to get confused very easily. A nightmare. And on the lowest tier is the queen. And in order to get to her, players need to defeat all her defenders. Commentators and spectators were looking forward to seeing how both teams would show themselves, because each of them worthy of victory. Everyone was wondering who would win, arrogant and decisive BC or calm and maximum collected YSM. The team of restraining, including only 5 people including Sasha Akhmatov, went on the road. The hunter team watched the escaping team raised a column of dust, wanting to quickly start completing the task. Turning his head, Juan said that since they had already left, then it was time for them to go, because they need to destroy a lot of monsters. The hunters team consisted of 6 people who came across a huge flock of ants a little later. They very quickly dealt with every ant, while not receiving any damage, trying to cover the allies. The battle did not last so long, after which the sword pierced the last ant, which gave experience to the whole team. Juan was surprised that the hunt was so fast. Probably everything because the ranks of dealers were replenished with new talents. After that, the guy ordered to go to the next zone, but one of the players stated that one of them was not enough. The guy pointed to the place where Simon was supposed to stand, but he was not there, because of which everyone began to ask the question of where he went. At this time, the guy fled in full speed in the opposite direction from his team. I wished to achieve his goal. He was sure that he could show the morons from Seoul what an explosive area is, and that it should not be ignored. During these pleasant thoughts, the sound of a walkie-talkie sounded, after which Juan was worried about where he was and where he was heading. The guy asked a lot of questions, asking him to return, but Simon only turned off the sound so that he did not interfere with him. Juan irritably noticed that the guy chopped off the connection, after which he ordered the team to continue the hunt. Their task is still the same. 10 minutes later, Simon got to the destination, finding a small group of opponents, but has not yet protruded. He saw only 4 people, ask why only they are here, because the deterrence team should already be here. Simon planned to join the deterrence team and launch an explosive sphere from a safe place. However, he did not count on this, but they did not notice him, so he would definitely kill him and quickly dump. After which he concentrated his aura, creating a sphere of fire, after which he launched it into opponents from a long distance. Having rejoiced at his great victory, he asked himself how much a person hurt, hoping for a complete victory. When the smoke was dispelled, all 4 stood on their feet and shouted that they expected the guy who had come alone and everyone to prepare for the defense. The dumbfounded blonde in shock asked that they were waiting for him, which means that there were not even wounded among them. At the same second, the archer began to release several arrows, and the other guy said that he was predictable, and he was given a provocation. Everything went clearly according to their plan, while several arrows have already landed in front of an embittered guy. Simon realized that he voluntarily fell into a trap due to his anger and stupidity, but now there was nowhere to retreat. In addition to the arrows, 3 people rushed to him, one of whom was holding a tower shield in his hands, so that in which case it was to cover his own. Instead of the retreat, the guy decided to give a battle, sending the sphere of fire straight to opponents, but they successfully dodged. He was able to discard 2 swordsmen, but the tank approached him closer, very quickly reducing the distance. The blonde became embittered that if he came closer, he was definitely a kayak, and therefore he needed to break the distance. Simon decided once again to use the fiery sphere so that the tank himself would move away from it, dodging the flame. But as soon as he held out his hand, only a weak haze burst out of it, making it clear that his strength was running out. He stunnedly realized that right now he had overheated, about which he had completely forgotten at the wrong time. Simon's ability, the explosive sphere, made him the best range deity in the First League and gave him unprecedented glory. However, you can use up to 5 spheres in a row, then you need reloading, the restoration time of 150 seconds. The guy made a bet on a quick rolling of superpower, but forgot that too frequent use causes overheating. Depart from opponents, he stumbled and fell, while the BC group came closer to him, saying that he was caught. However, 3 people did not notice how something was happening behind them. The commentator said that Sasha received 1 murder. Without understanding anything, 3 guys turned their heads with surprise, noting that their archer was easily overcame in the back. At this time, the girl raised her head, noticing 3 more guys, after which she slowly took out a spear from their dead comrade. Simon also did not expect such a coincidence, which he played very much into his hands, because of which he did not die. But at the same time, someone sharply grabbed him by the scruff of the scruff and dragged him back. And one of the BC from the corner of his eye noticed his disappearance, and the opponents immediately realized that YSM had made a bait from the blonde, while the comrades closed his mouth below the guy at the bottom of the cliff. But the guy was released, twisting his head, immediately asking Johnny how long they were here, because they did not agree so. He also asked why they were hiding, but his comrades answered him that he was the only one who acted out of plan. These words made him think, because of which he was silent, because he had nothing to say to such a remark. Simon said that they had to save him before, at those waited for a convenient moment, and everyone knew that he would come. Even the fighting ant, who risked his life, knew about this to protect the nest from destruction. Then the blonde realized that they were waiting for him to come to, which Johnny replied that the director personally told them so, retelling his words that Simon will definitely behave like the last pig and decides to go alone. The blonde dumbfounded the words of his comrade, not believing that the director was able to read his actions so clearly. A little earlier, William said that if he was called the weakest dealer of the first league, he would be ashamed to hear this. But Simon has to be patient, although there is no need to think a lot here because this game is arranged on the principle of finding it destroy. And the man only mocked. I asked the guy that he would not even try, and the blonde realized that the man was playing all this time. Johnny said that Lisa and Ben said that almost still and would join them soon. Therefore, they also need to go slowly. But Simon only lowered his head, thinking seriously. Why did he rose sharply? Asked the two comrades that if he launches his spheres from here, he will be able to kill many. The guy understood that William could predict all his actions because he was just like an open book for him. But now he decided to rewrite the chapter a bit, showing what he was capable of, proving William that he was not the weakest dealer. After which he began to concentrate the aura, and his eyes shone with blue light. But far from the flame burst from his hands. Simon believed that life is akin to walking on a rope, because in the past he lost the love and trust of Korean fans. After all, he abused a superpower, trying to recoup on others, on which he projected his personal problems. But after his transition to YSM, public opinion began to gradually change for the better, and the guy felt it. Maybe at some point he lost himself, he thought, as always, quickly. So he immediately decided to grab, and for nothing to let go of a rope called William, as a result of which a long whip escaped from his hands. The next second, one guy from the BC team shuddered, realizing that he was connected and could not move. At this time, joyful Simon realized that he was able to overpower himself and used his new superpower. Then he turned loudly to Sasha, and the girl immediately rushed to an immobilized enemy. Everything happened in the blink of an eye when the Tide guy was defeated, and the girl was already behind him. To help Sasha at that moment, Simon decided to remember the team game so as not to get in the forehead after the match. When he realized that William set up all this, the boy immediately went to work with Sasha. Now you cannot worry for him. Moreover, he saw how the hero took care of Sasha, because if she is a dealer that he cares about, then all the murders will be her. Everyone has a desire to make points, but if you do your own part of their work, this will help the team. However, the guy should master the weapon because he does not know how to use the sword, unlike him. But he taught him to hold the spear. Looking at him with an analyzing gaze, the hero noticed that almost everything but willpower reached his limit. He still has where to grow, so you need to drive him. But in the end, it will be better to sell it, and to replace someone abroad like Sasha. It will not even be in fraud, because he will personally train the malts, and he will show unprecedented results. After these words, Simon used the fiery sphere, such an enemy standing in front of him, blinding everyone around. However, the charred guy was still alive, although he was completely defenseless and could not do anything. But at the same moment, Sasha flew up to him, achieving the enemy with a slight wave of spear, earned 6 murders. After that, the match was declared finished, because it was clear who the true winner in this one-sided battle. As everyone expected, the YSM team was the winners of the first game in the new season, winning 2 sets in a row. It was their debut in the first league, because of which, come back, all the players even jumped up to the joy of victory. All of them smiled and waved their hands, simultaneously waving the viewer, trying to pose on a camera for journalists. William and Gabriel watched them on top, after which the director noticed that the children were growing so quickly. The coach said that this is all thanks to the director, because he collected and prepared an excellent team, and the hero agreed with this. He also added that after Sasha, the first who catches the eye is Quentin, which develops perfectly in itself. Many of its indicators grew by 2 or 3 steps. To endurance and willpower rose by already 5 points. Further, Jean, who, although it was quite young, was not frightened by the level and worthy of won both matches. At that very moment, one of the players pulled himself over his cheek, because of which she blushed right there. Marcus glanced at his hand, telling himself that this is all for real, because not so long ago he lived as a discharge. If he had not met William, his life would go downhill, and everything would be much worse than before. Suddenly he noticed a director who did not look at him, and it was not clear what the man was thinking about now. William nodded to Marcus, showing him his approval, after which the man saw a mutual nod as a sign of gratitude. William said they defeated the BC and they were a strong team, after which he asked who the next enemy was. Gabriel answered him that the next would be the spirits of the 2 stars, to which the hero replied that this was the team of that mustachioed man. He and the coach converged that he would not send him again to evaluate the hospital bed, and he would sell him Quentin. William got angry, said that apparently he had already beaten the mustachioed, but how he infuriates that he could not remember this. If they had fought, their coach was already feeding the worms, but William always forgets about cases of assault. But then the director said that he would not go. And to the question of Gabriel what he says, the hero asked if this club was good. The coach immediately nodded, answering that they were some of the applicants for victory, and the results of the analysis showed this. Having turned his head, the hero said that he would have to get together, but Gabriel said that their players make up solid competition. But William replied that he was going to get to himself because when they have Quentin, he does not want to lose to a strange coach. After which the hero smiled, saying that they should trample the spirit of 2 stars, but the coach did not understand what was in his head. Then he said that they agreed that he would enter the field 3 times, and now, as he understands, they do not take this condition. William agreed because he is ready to make an exception for these guys, after which he joyfully hit his palm with his fist. Gabriel also smiled and said that this game would be too simple, but it was even good for them. The next day there was cloudy weather, and being at home, Jackie asked William if he had lost the seed of Zardlin. Delivery of the bottle in which the seed was located, the hero replied that he always carries it with him, without losing sight. The dumbfounded friend asked that he went to Kazakhstan with him, to which he received an affirmative answer. He immediately began to insult the hero, asking what would happen if the bank crashed, after which he immediately presented the news. However, he saw William's displeased face, who said that he was not Jackie, because his hands were growing from his shoulders. After that, a man with glasses stated that the World Association wants to buy this seed, and at the same moment the hero was very surprised. But Jackie again decided to ask where he came from, to which he received an answer, that he simply picked him up. A friend said that they asked to keep the goods intact and safety, because if it was left unattended, it would sprout. They will have many problems if something goes wrong. People can die, and they will be responsible for this. William only displeasedly asked what he was muttering, after which he advised him to breathe fresh air. The hero. I thought about the fact that so far he still somehow had no reason to think about it, but now everything is different. After all, they even have a system that looks like his analyzing look, which allows you to accurately evaluate the performance of fighters. During the war, they did not even dream of this. But now William was interested in one specific question. What is generally the World Association of the Battle of Superhumans, which has such technologies? Suddenly, at the same moment, a doorbell rang out, because of which both men turned their heads towards the intercom. William immediately asked the owner of the house if they were waiting for anyone, but Jackie replied that he certainly did not invite guests. The man with glasses with a confident step went to the intercom to look into the cells, who decided to disturb them at such an hour. However, the call did not subside, and the one who stood on the street was a very persistent person, endlessly pressing the button. It was very strange Jackie, who froze, looking at the screen, while William asked with interest what happened. At that moment, a man looked at the camera of the intercom, scaring away with all his appearance, still continuing to call. Jackie's excited voice asked who he was. I hope that this person is not some kind of crazy. Having broadened his eyes, the stranger said that his name is Pietro Anella, and he is from the World Association of the Battle of Superhumans. Hearing where the stranger came from, the men immediately decided to let him in, after which he introduced himself again. A man with pale skin, tired and white hair put his hand on his chest, respecting the heroes. Without wasting time, William decided to take advantage of the analyzing look that he speaks to evaluate the level of the person with whom. Its indicators were rather weak, especially the power of will and leadership, but he had a strong superpower. The hero thought that he was like a person, but some kind of muddy. While Pietro extended his hand, William immediately thought that he had poisonous hands, he was without gloves, and this could definitely be some kind of trap. However, he decided to personally check everything, shaking his hand, that, in theory, he should now die from the poison. However, nothing happened to him, which means that he has no insidious plan, after which Jackie also shook his hand. Thanks to his ability, he saw him superpower, and other people will not know anything until Pietro himself tells. While two men talked, William thought about what this person needed if he did not poison him. The hero asked if he was acting. He replied that he only helped in working with dungeons during the war. It was quite entertaining for William, because excluding the willpower, all his abilities reached the maximum. Supermen are getting more slowly, but this small one looks like he was over 50. And he also has an incredibly low willpower. Another interesting point, no matter how cool the fighter is, if he does not train, his indicators will fall. And this man has almost all the maximum indicators and is able to at least now join the battle. Suddenly, Pietro opened the cases, saying that they pay a $500 million in cash to do without prying eyes and ears. Looking at the two suitcases with money, William aloud said that this was much more than he could assume. Having rejoiced at such a sum, the hero agreed, after which he handed the bottle with Semyon, calmly giving it away. Having accepted the bottle, the man apologized, after which he went out into the yard with a frozen step, while two men watched him. Without any words and explanations, a man from the World Association carefully threw a bottle to the ground, but she did not break. However, this was not suitable for Pietro, who decided to complete the begun by his feet, after which he began to furiously trample the seed. William thought that this time he, too, did without his poisonous scientists. Well, the behavior is already unusual now. Perhaps he has severe stress, but as soon as the man finished, he said that the seedling was over. Looking at the destroyed seed, Pietro said that the president of the International Association sent them a message. They were surprised when they heard that in the near future the president would like to meet with William. Jackie laughed, asking that the head of the International Association wanted to meet this Bolvan. Then he cried out loudly, asking that this was not a joke, and the president of the International Association wanted to see him. Pietro immediately gave an affirmative response, after which William Whisper asked Jackie with what this president is famous for. A friend replied that so far this person has rejected any proposals about a personal meeting and does not even appear at events. No one knows anything about him, nor his gender or age. Only one thing is known. The president is the creator of the battle. Then the hero turned his head, asking Pietro when he could meet him, to which he received an answer at any convenient time. Rejoicing, the hero asked what was possible tomorrow, while Jackie thought and club affairs, because the season is still going on. But Pietro replied that this is a great option, and he would prepare everything, after which he will come tomorrow to pick it up. It was the end of the conversation, after which the representative of the association got into a luxurious car and left. Jackie noted that the hero had a socially rose, and he is terribly interested in knowing what the president of the association looks like. However, William said with the most serious look that if this president is generally a man, but his friend did not understand him. Pietro has a good super lace, but he did not use it for reprisal against the seed of the corner, and instead trampled it. And for some reason, their guest hides that he had interesting abilities, and this was very suspicious. After which the hero said that Jackie was careful, because Pietro was wrong with this, but the man only gave a sharp comment. But William asked him to simply check it, and tomorrow they will know everything, because the situation is interesting. The next day, they arrived in the province of Albert, Calgary, taking advantage of the passenger plane. Leaving the airport, William was surprised to ask that the International Association was in Canada, to which he received the answer that she was in the USA, after which the hero was surprised to ask why they were here. A man with bruises under his eyes replied that they were here later, that the president is now not in the main office. They went to the Rocky Mountains of the Jasper National Park, where there was no hint of any office. William incredulously asked that the president was living in such a place, while Pietro nodded, that almost. When they climbed on one of the mountains, the hero again asked that they needed to climb the mountains to meet him. The man in the suit did not answer, but after a couple of seconds he took out a return of return from his bosom. Then he said that the coordinates of the return are aimed at the place where the president is currently located. Pietro also clarified that this is a special stone of return, because it was made here, and this greatly surprised William. After all, he did not know that people have technologies that allow you to reproduce complex artifacts of demons. Then the white-haired man concluded that if he uses it, he would immediately fall into the place he needed. After the dungeon disappeared, Super, bursting no longer carry return to me, but he has one with him. This time, he decided to trust the words of a suspicious man, smiling and activating the stone. He did not know where he would go, but he was sure that he would definitely cope with any problem that would arise in his way. The next second, he made a teleport and found himself in an incredibly huge dungeon in which there were no walls. The man smiled, noticing that the atmosphere was simply magnificent because it evoked pleasant memories. Suddenly, an incredibly huge monster appeared behind him, who was very surprised at the sudden appearance of a man. William reacted with lightning speed to the attack, having managed to dodge his paw, which was more like a blade. Having left a fairly large distance, the man immediately used the strengthening of force. Then he rushed on the monster with a huge jump, not even taking out the spear, deciding to kill him with his bare hands. This was enough because after a second, the hero sank to the ground, holding the monster's head in his hands, recognizing Manta in him. It was a monster that appeared at the end of the war with demons. Then, the creatures felt that the dungeon was becoming smaller. Then they abandoned all their strength to get to William and the Manta attacks, using the absorbed and accumulated aura. But the man only smiled, telling himself that, as he said, this muddy type Pietro who sent him here. After all, it seems that he prepared a grandiose party for him, while a crowd of monsters looked at the man. This time the hero decided to get his spear, saying that he would enjoy it with all his heart until he destroy everyone. Then he smiled manic, said that they had so many limbs that he could arrange incendiary dances to them. An hour later, the man defeated all the monsters who were in his way, reaching one interesting door. Not wanting to stand on ceremony, he decided to break there by force, breaking stone doors into small pieces with one blow. Then he flew inside, still holding the spear as ready, because the monsters could be hidden behind this door. However, everything was not entirely true, and the hero was sincerely surprised by folding the spear and asking himself what was happening here. He looked at the huge hall, in the middle of which stood a lone coffin, but William could not see the body from this place. Suddenly, vibration went throughout the hall, and the body lying in the coffin began to tremble and then slowly move. The next second, the otherworldly voice announced that a man was discovered, and the body lying in the coffin began to rise. Anxiety was announced, after which someone announced that the process of destruction had begun, thereby rejecting William. Covering his face with his hands, defending himself from gusts of wind, the hero swore loudly, after which he noticed a figure soaring in the air. He asked who was in front of him, to which he received an answer, that he had a familiar voice that they heard before, after which they called him by name. The dumbfounded man looked at the figure hidden under the hood and loudly said that he knew her. Pictures of the past immediately surfaced before his eyes, and he unconsciously returned during the war. He looked at the girl whom I had thrown back the hood, showing with all my appearance that she was not a man. It was a master. The girl, similar to the ghost, agreed with the man, answering that one day she carried this burden under the name Master. William asked what kind of form it was because there used to be a demonic hypostasis, but now, for some reason, it looks like a person. She replied that their true appearance is not different from them, but they change their appearance in order to act more efficiently in battle. But the man noticed that this was an unexpected meeting, because it seemed to him that she had died. But she really fell from his hand, and also she could not cope with her mission so that her demonic eye would not return to the light. Someone imprisoned her in this body. For some reason, the hero made fun of this, after which he asked if the master was furious, feeling like in a cage. But she does not feel such a feeling, and the man was punishment with this original light in order to punish the retired. But when he returned, she is grateful to him. At that time, the man thought that they would just fight right away and would not talk. But the girl only silently looked at William, wanting to hear at least some answer, but the man decided to keep silent. After a few seconds, he still asked what kind of nonsense she said, in response to which he only received a surprised look. Then the master replied that there was nothing surprising here because the goal for which she was placed in this body is to kill him. Getting into the rack, the man said that even so she still had her own opinion, but she stopped him. It's not why they don't rush like that, because the program only orders to kill, but does not say when it is necessary to do this, so they will talk. He asked if she could control the demon as before, thinking that he was only a moment, but he did not see her movement. Even if it is not a non-proceeding, it is difficult to use the force that once controlled all the demons, and the one who returned it is one of the adherents. William said with sarcasm that it was great to talk about rotting corpses, to which the master asked that she had just said an obvious thing. The hero did not understand what she was trying to say, but at such moments, it is more advantageous to fight him. Otherwise, everything loses its meaning. But she said that the man was trapped, having come here. He himself knows that since he came with a smile on his face. He should be interested in who did this, and let the girl not know who specifically, but she could help find out. She is not angry with him because he once defeated her, and even now is trying to finish her punishment, fighting again. But in response to this, the man only smiled, said that this time he would try to turn her not into a ghost, but into dust. The master only closed her eyes, saying that she was confident that the one who revived her was going to start a new war. He distorted the prophecy of the original light and pushes its family to death, is going to arrange a new catastrophe. William thought that she unleashed a war, but if they want to live in this world, he would have to live among people. However, the girl said that nothing would come of it, because they already learned that their joint existence was impossible. Before the invasion, they watched them, looked at how they fight each other in the name of the world, and they said that they were born in different places, that they have different skin color, that some have something that others do not have. And because of these differences, they died and killed each other. They saw all this and made specific conclusions. Demons cannot use the aura under the sun, and even in the moonlight, only an insignificant part is available to them. The sun, the moon, and stars filling the night sky only interfere with it and do not allow the use of power to the full, and they did not pose a threat to their existence. And they could not ignore this, so they created monsters. They had to protect the demons, but bringing the aura to their world, these creatures contribute to the appearance of superhumans. But because of this, all of humanity was on the verge of extinction. Then William asked why they began to spin around them again. Well, to explain this, you need to turn to the origins, but the man stopped her, asking to tell everything in 3 sentences. There was an awkward silence, after which the master asked if it was possible to try to fit all at 5. Slightly surprised, the hero agreed, asking her to lay it out quickly so as not to lose precious time. If the demons die, then they become souls. Upon receipt of the priest's post, the ability to hear the voice of souls appears. Among others, it was distinguished by the fact that she could understand the ancient spirit, that is, the original light. Everything in their world began with a prediction given by the original light, when suddenly a man retold him. Without hiding surprise, the girl asked that he knew him, to which he replied that he had recently heard from the demon. In the past, it seemed to her that she was this prophet from prediction and did not see anyone else worthy of calling a prophet. Another demon, the king, equal to her by power, tried to stop her but unsuccessfully, and soon the balance was broken. Now she understands that her outstanding appearance became the harbinger of the disaster. And when she heard the prophecy and interpreted it as it seemed right to her and led the army to the ground. After all, they're the world where the light falls, but ultimately everything led to the death of her people and her. The man said that everything was due to greed. In that war, many people survived existing hell, but for him she became a kind of salvation from many personal troubles. Suddenly, the man realized that he himself did not feel hostility to the demons because their murder is a forced measure. Then he decided to clarify that someone resurrected her, to which he received an answer that, most likely, these are surviving adherents. The master was sure that they were still following this prophecy, but the hero did not understand the essence of the words said. Suddenly, he realized that he was sent here by the one who put the girl into this body, putting a seal on her. It follows that the topic who plans to start a new war is the senior adherents, new enemies of mankind. And in order to be able to unite her family and manage her as a servant, he should be at least an elder. William realized that the master was not enough, and he needed to deal with the senior priests, but he did not have a plan. But since he is a hero, he cannot just silently observe how the number of villains grows, to which he got an answer that it makes sense. He needs to defeat the master, and the power that controls her will disappear. Then she will help him with the remnants of strength. Raising his spear up, the man smiled and stated that this was a very good venture that could work. They postponed this moment for a long time, but the girl can no longer resist the order to kill him. Well, after which she announced that now they would begin to fight, while activating the seals in their hands at the same time. A sharp flow of the aura escaped in all directions, thereby pushing a man who somehow held on his feet. As long as control is valid, she will fight at the maximum even if she does not like it, and therefore he needs to survive and win. Covering his face with his hand from dust, he replied that she was also careful because he is going to use his best blow. But the master replied that she knew that a man did not have a dangerous attack for her, and therefore she was not particularly worried. However, the hero only smiled, with a trick in his voice, saying that it was before, but now everything is different. After listening to him, the master began to create huge seals next to him, saying that the mortal battle had begun. She caused the spirit of one of her ancestors. She is not in the best form, and the spirit is not particularly strong, but together they can break it. William only replied that he had not seen this for a long time, but it seems that since then their number has decreased slightly. The girl agreed, clarifying that the quantity changed but not quality, which is why this is still a dangerous ability. After little preparation, the girl extended her hand in front of her, pointing it to the man, announcing the fire. From the seals that circled around her, the rays of the aura began to break through, sweeping away absolutely everything in their path. All that the rays concerned immediately turned into dust, because of which this attack could be fatal for William. The master watched a huge veil of dust, which rose as a result of her first attack, pivoting to see the body of a man. It seems that it was too much, but unlike the Holy Land in this place, there is too little space and nowhere to hide. Suddenly, the hero replied that it was cute, because she was so worried about him, because of which the girl was sincerely surprised. A hero, who used the strengthening of immortality, came out of a cloud of dust to her, thereby surviving a deadly attack. Seeing her reaction, he smiled, asking how much she was surprised that after that he was not off. But the master could not believe his eyes, after which she asked in response where a person could have immortality. She called him an idiot, and could not believe that he was behaving so carelessly and recklessly in the battle with her. It is hypothetically possible to achieve the highest level in the human body, but the shelling of an aura can be killed even when it is intangible. Hearing this, the man froze in shock, rudely cursing to himself, after which he decided to cancel the action of the amplification. But she stopped him, saying that she could harm her so much about the immortal, so he should remain like that. After that, the girl in a calm tone advised him to attack and not fall under the fire of the rays. Then everything will somehow form just like then. But the man did not understand at all what the master was interpreted about. For some time, William was in a stupor, after which he said irritably that they would fight in this form. Then he jumped sharply, heading for the girl, incredibly quickly reducing the distance for the attack. Now the hero was as focused as much as possible on the battle, tightly squeezing the shaft of his spear, residential, to overtake the target. But contrary to his will, the master was not going to give up so easily, extending his hand in front of her, creating a spell. They contacted, creating an explosion of incredible power, illuminating a huge hall with a bright light of blue and dark purple aura. However, this did not lead to anything, after which the girl called to the spirit, urging the ghosts consisting of a dark aura. This was not scared by William, who flew right on them, wanting to destroy them at once, but he had a more important goal. He decided to use a feature that he once checked at home, becoming passing through ghosts. As he thought, it worked, after which he began to approach the master, who did not expect such a turn. She again put her hand in front of her, wanting to stop the man with her ability, again creating a ray. But even this did not stop the hero, who could change the trajectory directly in flight, thereby dodging attacks. Smiling, he thought that in comparison with the last dungeon, this fight is just nonsense and simple fun. After which he was still able to reach a master, but she successfully beat off his every blow, moving throughout the hall. In parallel with this man, rays from seals attacked, while not a single attack was able to achieve the goal. But William decided to accelerate even more, after which he rose above the girl, sharply waving a spear. He was sure that this blow could inflict irreparable damage to her, but put a transparent barrier in front of him. Thanks to him, she was able to evade, after which she decided to increase the distance, realizing that it became dangerous. Looking down, the girl noticed that part of the dome in which she was located was cut by a spear. But the man did not stop there, inflicting another blow to the barrier, making another gap in it. After which he turned around, saying that the fight is simple, so there is nothing to pull, because you need to finish quickly. After these words, he rushed into the attack, wanting to finally destroy the protective dome, reaching the girl. William struck one by one, realizing that with such a pressure, the master could not hold on for a long time. The man also noticed that the girl began to grunt and weaken. I understand that he almost achieved the result. Having a small pause, they both noticed that the protective dome was completely crackled and began to collapse. The next second, he simply crumbled, skating into thousands of small fragments, depriving the master of protection. It was a decisive moment, which is why the man decided to take advantage of the girl's confusion. He pierced her palm with a spear, and at the same moment the seal on her began to disappear very quickly, self-destructing. The huge seals that flew around the girl also began to disappear, but the man did not dare to pull out the spear. But the next second they landed on the ground, while the hero returned to his physical shape. Then he asked if the girl got out of the control of imprisonment or the order to kill him is still in force. Having sank to the knee, the master replied that it was all over because his attack destroyed the remnants of filth in it. Clutching the spear tightly in his hands, the hero asked if she was sure because it could be some kind of deceitful trick. But as evidence, she said that she was about to crumble to dust, But for a man it sounded unconvincing. This happened because it is weakened, and the body, which is not able to cope with the too strong spirit, begins to break up. But thanks to his immortal body, their battle ended quickly, because otherwise they would have to fight for many days in a row. As the last service, she will return him back in time, at the moment when he only entered this dungeon. However, the one who has taken control of her has already noticed the abnormality of her body and will definitely appear here. After all, he will have to find out what happened here, because the control of the girl is completely destroyed. Approaching her, William recalled that she said that she would show him the same president of the association. She is obliged to stop him so that he does not enter the dark path, but now she herself is on the threshold of death. However, the master maliciously stated that she did not say that she would talk to him, but the man did not answer. At that very moment, the smile slept from her face, and her eyes opened widely, after which she announced that he had come. They turned their heads in one direction, observing as part of space cracked, radiating a dark aura. The clawed paws began to break this gap, and the voice from the inside began to ask that the force put into the body of the master evaporated. The demon was sure that she nevertheless fulfilled her purpose, and William was finally finished. But after these words, the senior priest froze when he saw a living hero below, because of which he was in earnest. He began to desperately ask that even the master's forces were not enough to kill him forever. The man noticed that this demon spoke Italian, and it should be he sent to him Pietro. Then he stated that he had already killed her once, 17 years ago, and now she was even weaker than before, so he could not lose. The dumbfounded demon said that this could not be, watching how the master and William were fooling around. Then the hero said that since he was here, he should greet him properly, observing the norms of decency. After that, the man said that, it seemed, someone needs to be taught manners. The girl immediately agreed with his words. And the next second, William again used the strengthening of immortality, and the master filled his hand with an aura. Seeing their duet, the demon froze dumbfounded, asking how an ordinary person could reach the level of immortality. Then he stated that he was not the time, after which he simply disappeared, deciding to escape until they simply destroyed him. The hero asked the master whether the demon escaped, to which the girl answered with consent, keeping a calm face. But this only angered a man who screamed that that demon was running away, and she would not do anything to catch him. After hearing a reproach in her direction, she held out her hand in front of her, immediately opening the position of the demon, who went into invisibility. Turning around, the senior priest scaredly turned to the master, not knowing what to tell her to leave alive. The girl firmly stated that she would not let him go. At the same time, she only strengthened the bonds holding the demon. Having tied it up, she turned to him as the third, asking him to say whether his hands are all that is now happening on Earth. But the senior priest was not going to give up so easily, trying to activate his abilities in order to escape. For a moment he succeeded, after which he again disappeared, as a minute ago, wanting to get as far as possible. However, the master again revealed his location, grabbing him back into the pewts, holding the fugitive tightly. She said that she did not allow him to leave what was happening to her and why she was on the side of this person. But she does this not because one with him, because the girl already told the demon so that he would not be greedy and not jumping above her head. Having angered, the third asked how undead can receive someone, because, it seems, she still imagines herself a prophet. After which the demon shouted loudly that they found a real prophet, not a dummy, which she was, but the true. However, the master proudly suffered insults in her address, looking menacingly at the senior priest whom she considered a fool. A few minutes later, the demon was completely covered with abrasions and bruises, but tried to be conscious. He stated that torture would never force him to speak, but the girl's patience began to come to an end. The senior priest asked him to kill him better, but William said that he was noisy, and therefore asked him to hit him again. Without waiting for permission, he waved his fist, after which he hit the third in the face, drinking all the nonsense. The demon lost consciousness. The man thought that he had overdid it, but the master hastened to calm him down, saying that everything was in order. She folded her hands in the castle, adding that now he would revive him so that they would not spend too much time on his awakening. The next second, the demon inhaled the air loudly and opened his eyes wide, trying to realize where he was. The master suggested seeing how many such procedures would be needed for him to speak, and this strained the priest. Then, the girl began to ask in the most serious tone, who was the new prophet they found? A little time later, the demon raised his hands up and replied that this was the first senior priest, who declared himself a prophet, adding that he was a new prophet and the master instead of her. But realizing disrespect, he managed to improve in time. Then the girl asked that he could hear the voice of the original light, to which she heard an affirmative answer. But the master said that this could not be, and the demon, hearing this, was sincerely surprised. I don't understand what she was talking about. He asked if a priest could lie who could hear the original light, but it was that it was not a lie, but an illusion. And this was even more dangerous, but the senior priest only asked about the illusion, wanting to learn more about it. After the girl unleashed the war on the ground, she could no longer hear the voice of the original light, and therefore, the spirit could not command them to continue this war, and the first only manifests the thirst for power. Well, if a voice really turned to him, then someone deceived him and uses him, then she asked what kind of spirit it was. Vitya did not take the wrong light for the original light. He only stated that this could not be, calling the master the apostate. Then he shouted that the fake prophet was blaspheming here, but they would not make a mistake, as she did. William immediately entered the dialogue, saying that he again did not respectfully turn, after which he hit him strongly. The demon flew into the wall, after which he bounced off her and fell right on the floor, face down, but still remained conscious. Raising his head, the priest said that they would answer him for this, because he had the last plan for such a situation. After that, his body began to glow and stain gray and white colors. Added that he would take them with him. There was a loud screech. From his body began and go the clots of a black and white aura, as if threatening enemies. William said that he was going to blow himself up, and it was very dangerous, but the master asked him to relax. Just in case, the man took out a return of return, but decided to trust the girl who extended her hand forward, and after which she only clicked her fingers loudly, as a result of which the demon, destructive demon, simply disappeared. The hero asked where he disappeared, but the girl herself did not know and simply moved him to another place so that he would blow himself. But now, when they finished, the girl, as promised, was ready to send William back in time. However, the man decided not to rush and asked what she was about to do, but she did not understand the question. If you leave this body, then sooner or later it will capture it again, so it will self-destruct, so that it is not used as a vessel. Then, the man asked that since she did not care if she wanted to look at the sky or something else. She was surprised at this issue, and the hero added that since this is the end for her, why not see the earth? And if she is worried that her body is used, he will call her familiar, and she will incinerate her into nothing. The master was surprised that William decided to offer her as if to his close friend. To take it to the ground, on which the light falls, it looks just like a prophet from the prophecy, because of which she smiled. The girl said that the man was still not all right with his head, but he again invited her with him. Then she agreed, touching the stone of the return, which the hero had long held in his hands. They successfully teleported, while Pietro said that he sent William to the dungeon without any difficulties. As a result, this turned out to be quite easy, but until the last he did not leave that something was wrong. But he tried to be careful. The man sighed heavily, added that it was good that William does not think with his head, but with muscles, when he suddenly heard his voice. Two people flew right over his head, while the hero asked what this man had just said about him. He did not have time to react in any way, because of which he missed a blow to the head, which trampled him directly into the ground. Without rising, he asked how so, and William decided to mimic him, looking at the trembling body. Then he said that he also has a return of return because after the raids he accumulated a lot of useful things. He also added that he killed the senior priest, his mentor, and therefore believed that he had coped very well. Then the hero asked that he had learned the divine language of the demons and washed his own brain, adding that they were all wise men, such. After which he crouched in front of Pietro, preparing to give him a slogan, and asked, after which a loud sound came. A minute later, the man found a master soaring a few centimeters above the ground, who stared at one point. Without moving, she said that here it is, the blue sky, and this is sunlight. There was a feeling that she was talking to herself. When William approached her, the girl decided to take her gaze from the sky, looking in his direction, waiting for questions. Departing from Pietro's lifeless body, the hero asked the master how she, to which he received an answer. That was all over. Then she said that such a warm light is very strange because she thought that this body would soon collapse, but it only strengthened. She thinks she will be able to hold out longer. And the man asked if she would die, but she was already dead. The girl only said that she could look at this sky longer because it is so warm, light, and comfortable here. He asked how long she was going to lie here, to which the girl replied that not counting the recent, her body had not moved for a long time. Under the sun, she has no way to use the aura, and it is also difficult to speak, after which she seemed to be discharged. More and more annoyed, William asked the lady what she would order to do with her, telling herself that he did a good deed. After which he decided to return to Pietro's body, saying that he had not met with the president of the World Association. This man is probably somehow connected with him because he decided to shake him. I hope that something will fall out. After a couple of seconds, a stone of the return jumped out of which the golden aura emanated from his pocket. The man was glad of such a find, but he first saw such a stone of return, which means he was special. And if the pail did not lie, and even if it is a trap, he cannot blow some president there. But he decided not to waste time and hop of his luck, after which he immediately activated the return of the return. He felt how he began to move, but the next second he fell into a stupor, expecting that he would be in a completely different place. He ended up in a field that was planted with grass and yellow colors, which did not really look like a dungeon. But what was more strange is that this field was at the top of one of the ice mountains. For a man, this place was felt as strange and alienated as possible, because of which he did not dare to come forward. He began to tell himself that this is the top of the mountain, the snowy mountains around everywhere, but here the flowers are growing grass. In addition to everything, he noticed a small, lonely standing hut, which seemed to call to enter it. But William's life experience suggested that even if there is a peaceful landscape around, then this is still a dungeon. He grabbed the spear tightly and headed for the house, while the sunlight was beaten in the eye, which could not be simulated by aura. He pulled the door hand, which was open, because of which the man strained more and more every second. Entering inside, William noticed a lonely girl and also smelled the smell of tea, who hung in the air with a pleasant aroma. The stranger gave a voice, telling the man that she was late, while the hero activated the analyzing look. The Queen of Demons said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, while he carefully examined her characteristics and superpower. The dumbfounded William could not believe that the Queen, whom no one had ever seen before. Demons do not have names. Instead of them, they use their role, so that it is easier for them to designate each other. And this is the first time when a man sees a similar name, although he met an incredibly huge number of demons. Now a beautiful girl was looking at him in a human form, by which you can't say that she is a demon. Another ruler, the king, tried to stop him, but to no avail, and the ruler that the master was still alive of. The monarch, whom the master deprived of power, was forced to observe the war, and now the head of civilization by the demon stood right in front of him. For a few seconds they examined each other while the girl gave time to the man to see herself. He noticed that the queen's aura 199, excluding the master, was the first time he sees something like that. But even more, he was surprised by her two superpower, namely the prayer and the view of the prophet, which could be available only to her. She can hear the original light, but the master said that she had not heard the voice of the light after the invasion of demons to the ground. And the superhelity of the prophet sounds too abstract, and it is difficult to figure out what this ability specifically gives. Suddenly, the queen smiled, sitting down at the table, inviting a man to join her over a cup of tea. Then she, continuing to smile, said that he had already seen her strength with the help of his ability. These words once again surprised the man because he did not tell anyone about the analyzing look. He asked what she knew about his strength thanks to the gaze of the prophet, to which he immediately received an affirmative answer. Then the girl again said that she was waiting for him, and the hero, with undisguised surprise, asked what she was talking about. Taking a sip of tea, she asked if he had thought about how he managed to survive in the last dungeon. Waiting for an answer to me, the queen said that it was she who decided to send him back to the ground. This information finally shocked a man who tried to realize the reality of her words. Having gone into himself, he squeezed his hands into his fist, asking himself that the demon saved him, but did not understand why it was needed. The girl said that he found immortality himself during the battle, but without her he would get stuck between the worlds, but William did not believe. After all, he destroyed the saint for the demon in the ground and killed a bunch of her fellow tribesmen. She should have no reason to save him. But in fact, when they destroyed their civilization, the queen read fate, noticing something unusual. There she saw William, who was the savior, because it was such a role that he was destined by fate. It was difficult to accept the fact that the Messiah was the destroyer, but in the name of her mission, she could not miss the opportunity. The prophet will appear, which has reached spiritual awakening. He will lead them to the ground where the light falls. The man listened with a serious look as the queen repeats the prophecy that he had already heard. However, she also knew the last part of this prophecy, which no one could know except her. Evil will enter the open door, so the prophet must prepare the savior in the name of the righteous goal. Then the queen fell silent, letting William think a little time about what he had just heard. Suddenly the man grinned, saying that the prophet is her, not a master, although everyone considered it differently. She thought that the day when the evil was coming was the day when they lost their holy land and fell, but then she used the gaze of the prophet. She managed to see the savior, and he was William. But the man did not believe in the prophecy, so he asked what she needed. The queen said that the senior priests are not those who entered the open door, but William listened carefully to her, after which she continued, saying that the real evil still did not show herself and is in imprisonment. She created the battle of superhumans because she hoped that overlords would not forget with her how to fight even in a peaceful period. The monarch, who has lost his people, and a woman who is fighting for humanity. It seems that the demons appeared before him in a new world. The man closed, repeat that he did not believe in all predictions and other nonsense, but she saved him, so that he had a duty. Adjusted by the girl asked that they would cooperate, to which the hero replied that she knew in advance that she would be so. Then the queen asked in surprise how he got here alone, because she personally sent Pietro for him. The hero smiled, asking that this pail is still from her, after which he began to retell what had happened. So several hours passed, while the man told her in detail about everything that happened in the dungeon. Sometime later, the master opened her eyes, realizing that she was transferred to a place that was not Earth. She immediately jumped, starting to twist her head and ask where she was, and the queen said that the elder priest was rather strong. The hero asked how long she was familiar with Pietro. She replied that he was a man, but helped her, even knowing that he was dealing with a demon. Then he asked if she could stop the senior priest before, but unfortunately this was impossible. The reason was in the sacred language, but the master told the queen that she had not had such forces before. But the woman smiled, saying that she began to hear the speeches of the original light 2 years before their sacred land disappeared. It was a secret that she kept from everyone because if she had revealed him, she would be killed by one crazy master. The girl apologized because she was not even a real master, not to mention the prophet. She also turned her back to the light. She added that it was all her fault, while the man assented, saying that it was she who were to blame for everything. But now she wants to help, because in that evil from the prophecy there is something special, and she was close to hearing the voice of the light. Each time she plunged into prayer deeper and deeper, and once finally tuned in the rhythm of the original source. The girl only thought that a little more, and she would get to the original light, managing to hear it. Some time later, she heard the question that she was looking for him, because of which the master froze, listening. The voice was like a real one who urged her to go to him. He did not subside, continuing to appeal the girl to him. If she did not know how the true original light sounds, then she would easily believe that he was talking to her. The voice came from somewhere from afar, but it seemed to her that it was worth lending her hand, and she could reach that side. Suddenly, William rose to his feet, asking that it was his senior priests for the original light, after which the man smiled, saying that he understood everything, adding that they could find and destroy him. Both girls silently watched the evil smile of a man who was too pleased with his venture. This was angry with a master who said that he would only wave his fists, but they first need to find out that it was at all. When night came in this dungeon, the master lay on the field, spreading his arms to the sides, saying that it was very beautiful here. Suddenly, William approached her, without particular interest, asking what she was doing here, to which he received an answer, that she counts the stars. He said that she was lying here for 6 hours, but the girl replied that he sees it every day, so he stopped noticing beauty. Putting his hands on the belt, the hero agreed with her, saying that the sky is clear, the stars are bright, the view is really not bad. But after some time, he began to think irritably, and then how long she would lie here because it begins to enrage. Suddenly, the master jumped sharply, as if she had realized or felt, showing tension with all her appearance. William did not understand what caused such behavior, when suddenly the girl said that someone was coming here. Without wasting time, the hero immediately directed his hand behind his back, wanting to prepare for the battle, taking out the spear, but did not find the weapon. Get angry. He remembered that he had not taken a spear with him, which was so necessary at that moment. The next moment, 3 demons appeared in front of them who were wrapped in red cloaks. Then they turned to a person, showing anger and saying that this land belongs to the queen. Without wasting time, the hero used the strengthening of force, simultaneously asking who they were, to which he received an answer, "What is very beautiful here?" 2 German girls began to say that this place where the queen lives, this is the very earth where the light falls. William dispelled strengthening, and the master said that it seems these demons are in no way connected with the senior priests. Suddenly, one of the demons noticed that William was standing next to the master, and the 2 girls were immediately scared, clasping each other. The man noticed that these knew him, after which he said that he was the one that destroyed the last dungeon. The girl Kolka commented on his words, after which they began to insult each other, and the demon heard that the queen invited them. Since he knew about this, he must have been her servant, although she was in order, of their usual demons, not so much survived. Then he looked at two girls who trembled with fear, after which he asked why he dragged these two. As it turned out, the demon found them aimless wandering around the world. They planned to live in a residence. But he is not going to talk about it, because no matter that he was invited by the queen, he is the one who destroyed their sanctuary. The master said that another room was prepared nearby, probably it is for them. The dumbfounded demon asked why the girl was on the side of this man, but she was already used to such issues. Then she said that she told about this for a long time, so they will go immediately to the main one, because he owns observation. And this demon also has a unique ability, but at the same time William decided to personally verify her words. But he activated the analyzing gaze, noting the two rather entertaining superpower that he possessed. The man thought that this was an excellent ability. He is an observer, and at the same time could create objects. Then he again asked that his name was the observer, and without waiting for an answer, he grabbed him by the cloak. Smiling broadly, he grabbed the demon and master in one fell swoop, while they asked what he was doing. But he did not want to tell everything now, answering that he had a great idea that could work. After a while, the queen said that she had not yet found the key to the mystery of that voice, but most likely, it was some kind of ancient spirit. All due to the fact that they lost most of their history, but William said that everything was fine, offering to ask themselves. Why did he ask three interlocutors if they knew the dungeon of the popular grave, but he already knew the answer in advance? However, he still explained that it was a dungeon where the emperor rested, Ancient, who died 1,000 years ago. Before the last dungeon appeared, there were dungeons, which were believed to be impossible to pass. There were many of them, for example, 1,000 legs, a laboratory of the executioner, an anonymous tower, a guillotine, a forest of anger, and a fiery crevice. But it was the people's grave that was considered the most difficult, and the full name of this dungeon is the City of the Malin Grave. They say that from the dungeon to be an emperor who ruled in the past by demons, but it was too long. Before moving into another world, in order to forever edit after death, the emperor buried 10,000 dignitaries and subjects in a tomb. When the emperor rested, the folk tomb was sealed and turned into a dungeon, where the leg of the living did not step for millennia. And then William invaded it, who ultimately was able to defeat the immortal emperor. It was perhaps the largest raid in the history of mankind, for the cleaning of which it took 57 superhumans. In fact, the emperor was even more complicated than the master who was in the last dungeon. The girl noticed that the emperor to materialize and ask him, a pretty good idea because he is undead? She will call him when the commander will create a body in which it will be possible to instill a spirit. But for this, they need materials. But the queen smiled, asking the hero to lay off the spear because, at the moment, there was no need for him. After all, he can crank it all in the virtual world, after which the woman clicked her fingers. A bright light shone behind the man, and when he turned around, he saw what had never been here before. With undisguised surprise, the hero immediately recognized the battle module that are used for the game. Then he looked at the demon who came, saying that this kid helped in creating the game, and the queen agreed with this. She does not think that the emperor will willingly answer the questions that interest them, but if he attacks, then in the virtual world it will be safer. Looking at the module, the master said that she realized what kind of system it was, but she immediately noticed a small problem. After these words, she noticed two pairs of surprised eyes on herself, and the man immediately began to ask what was the problem. She replied that she had a very weak connection between soul and body, and when she enters the virtual world, the physical body would collapse. However, she was needed to call the emperor's spirit, after which she asked the girl if there was any other way. William stated that she needed not a dead body, after which he invited her to simply move into someone. This was fulfilled because during the war, studies were conducted to master the bodies of people with supername. But the experiment was stopped due to the unwillingness to enter the body of the lower human being. As an example, the master invited the man to imagine that he took possession of the body of the monkey to win the war. But the girl will not refuse this time because before them there was just the necessary material, namely Pietro. He was a man who helped the master, after which she told the queen that if she felt a rejection, let her stop. Shooting her head, the woman replied that if someone washed his brains with a sacred tongue once, he would never become the same. In this case, the girl decided to start right now, crouching over the body of Piero, after which it began to say something in the language of demons. After several offers, the room was illuminated by a bright light, which was able to blind all those present. They made their way better than this light through the windows of the house, creating the feeling that something would explode there now. However, the light went sharply, after which the hero wiped his eyes, glancing at the master and asked what changed. The girl replied that the experiment was a success, She just rebuilt this body so that it corresponded to its original appearance. Her body was too weak and she could not put her aura in this body because the human body has restrictions. However, she was pleased to feel alive again and hear her heartbeat. And at that time, the man appreciated her with his gaze. She had several new abilities, which he was surprised. But the girl pushed him, passing by. She immediately went outside, saying that now she could walk freely in the sunlight. Without turning around, she asked William to give her 1 day, which she now really needed. After all, it takes some time to get used to this body, and 1 day should be enough for this. A day later, William looked angrily at the master, asking her what it was, trying not to break. A noticeably blessed girl blushed slightly, holding a snowman dressed in a hat and a scarf in her hands. She immediately hid him behind his back, answering that she just went outside to get used to it. But the man had already seen everything. Then he grabbed the girl under the arm, after which he asked to throw it away and go faster. She agreed with him. After which they began to load their avatars to enter the virtual dungeon in order to ask the emperor. The master was as calm as possible, while the hero could not restrain his joy from the upcoming journey. They immediately entered the dungeon of the popular grave, and the man immediately asked where the monsters, but they were not necessary. The queen appeared on the screen, who said that they recreated only the emperor so they could enter the boss's room as it is. But they should be careful because the temperature refused to be a great spirit, hoping to gain eternal life. And even during his lifetime, he was so evil that he killed 10,000 for himself. If he does not make contact, she hopes for William. She also added that she changed his avatar a little so that he could use it without any restrictions. Rejoicing, he specified that he could fight as much as he wanted, because of which his interest began to grow more and more. When William and the master entered the dungeon, the restless queen said that he hopes that everything would go smoothly. The hero asked the master if they could defeat him together. She replied that if he was striking the soul of the boss, it would work, because the most vulnerable part of the undead is the soul, and the person who has entered the kingdom of spiritualization does not even know this. Demons sent a group of researchers here to study the testimony of ancient history preserved in it. Sometime later, they got to the huge door, realizing that it was an entrance, after which they began to push the doors together. Entering inside, they found a huge room, which was intended more for giants than for people. But then they discovered in front of them an emperor, chained golden armor, who imperiously sat on the throne. The emperor's soul was lonely in space, states that his duty is to be a good ruler for his subjects. After all, only he can protect the world and its inhabitants from any evil that will threaten his empire. When his virtual body got up from the throne, he noticed 2 resters of peace who brazenly broke into the hall. Without hesitation, he grabbed his blades, making a huge jump, being opposite the uninvited guests. As William thought, in front of them is just a shell, but he poses a threat to very serious. Around the night, a gold aura shone, which very much pressed on the hero and master, because of which they tensed. But this did not have such a great surprise for the man, so he easily deal with this pile of iron. While the girl should find the soul of this knight, and the hero will have to overcome the old enemy again. The emperor immediately understood his intention, as a result of which he sent his blade to him, calling for battle. The next second, they moved so quickly that the human eye could not keep track of their movements. They crossed their guns, and William, in addition, repelled the knight's blows with a shield, flawlessly fearing every attack. The man was surprised how strong the knight is, but he is still cooler, and now he packs this thug with special grace. At this time, the master, surrounded by a silver aura, watched the incredible fight of 2 monsters. However, in order not to waste time, it is time to start searching, after which she sat in the lotus pose, starting to concentrate. The emperor, the one who had the authorities more than anyone else, the one who refused to accept death and release ambitions, the selfless tyrant, which unconditionally believes in his case, relying on this description, the girl found what she was looking for, after which she ended up in the spiritual world, being completely weightless, and immediately noticed the emperor. Surprised by the new guest, the knight asked who she was, because no one was once approaching his soul. Being at a fairly large distance, the master said that she came for you to return something belonging to him. After that, with the help of her superpower, she created a projection that showed William's battle with his shell. In surprise, the emperor leaned forward slightly, not believing his eyes, immediately learning his body, which was lost. Having noticed what he had been looking for so long, the knight rushed forward without unnecessary questions, wanting to return his own. The same second, the hero heard the girl's voice, who screamed to be careful, and at the same moment a bright light shone. The golden beam immediately sank to the emperor's body, creating a strong wind mixed with lightning. Such a turn of events dumbfounded a man who noticed that some changes had just occurred. Now the knight in front of him looked much stronger than before, emitting an overwhelming dark aura. Due to the surging force, a small crater was even formed around the knight, which only proved his strength. Heroes thought that if he reacted by a moment later, then it was so I would definitely smear him. At that very moment, the emperor shouted loudly that he returned to his body, while his eyes lit up in red. Then the knight began to look around, noting that the emperor is here but nobody, and none of the subjects met him. He said that he did not feel any of his faithful subjects, realizing that there was no one left except him. Then he looked at William, noting that his face seemed familiar to him, but it was difficult for him to remember where exactly. The man smiled and rejoiced that the emperor did not recognize him, although the girl was not so optimistic. Suddenly, the knight said that this man had pierced his neck and destroyed all his troops. Hearing this, the hero only swore. The emperor said that he was the only person who was able to defeat him, and he wants to tear him into pieces. But a strange situation develops because in front of him stood a priest who climbed into the human shell and the man who killed him. But he did not know if he could survive this time, but his speech was interrupted by the master, asking for something to tell them. He realized that she wants to ask about a lost story, saying that everything is repeated to hide the wrong story. The words of the original light should always be correct, and the wrong ones are erased secretly from everyone. But he did not understand why they were trying to find out something if they step on the same rake, after which he called them miserable. After all, the only way to exist for them is to live under his rule. For he is the savior who stopped evil. No one but him is able to write a story that they will not forget. At that time, the queen drew attention to these words. The master said that now he is also a forgotten story, because he was destroyed many years ago, and he is just a monster. Get angry! The emperor asked if she could chat when he would tear her throat, after which he rushed to her. But the self-confident girl did not move, completely not afraid of the attack, saying that they needed to know something. William faced the master, taking a blow to her shield, while the girl was interested in the forgotten history of the past and about evil. But the knight only grinned, answering that this is the only entertainment that he had left, because they took everything else. Having bounced at a decent distance, the knight said that he would not tell them anything, no matter how they want it. However, if they can defeat him, then he can change his mind. But all this depended only on their capabilities. Having accepted the proposal of the emperor, the girl also decided to use the aura hit, while William used the strengthening of immortality. Realizing that his interlocutors agreed to such an offer, the knight rushed forward. The hero and the master did the same. They began to step on each other, but the girl decided to help the man with attacks from a long distance, while William took on a close battle, repulsing the enemy's blows with a shield and wanting to pierce it with a spear. The emperor became interesting for the astral form of a man, to which he replied that with the help of this, he would once again count his teeth. But the knight did not succumb to provocations, agreeing that he was surprised. Ask how a person can play with this. This question made the hero lose his temper, because he did not understand what the emperor had in mind by the word to play. But the next second, he decided to personally demonstrate the difference in their strength for a short while bouncing back. The emperor activated his astral body, which changed the color of his chainmail to dark brown. The dumbfounded hero asked that he too could be so, to which the knight asked not to consider himself the only good warrior. And the next second, outside the imperial hall, there was a deafening explosion heard per kilometers. William was able to keep the first attack, but decided to retreat, while the knight chased him on his heels. Unable to catch a man, the emperor sank to the ground, and the hero asked how he could use such a technique. A second later, the hero returned to his physical form because immortality has a time limit. He cried out that 17 years ago he did not use the astral form, to which he received the answer that then the situation was different. And this condition is too expensive to resort to it unnecessarily, but he used something else. Grabbing his blade tightly, the emperor transferred his weapon into an astral form which worked separately from the body. But the man thought that his weapon was then simply strengthened by the aura. But at that moment, the knight silently disappeared. The next second, he immediately found himself above the hero, directing one of the blades in his direction, but he managed to put up the shield. However, this blow was so powerful that William noticed how his faithful shield became covered with cracks. After that, unable to withstand the pressure, he broke into two, scattering steel fragments throughout the district. At that very moment, the queen loudly ordered William and the master to go down, but the emperor's blade overtook the girl. This knight seemed strange because it seems that he didn't even cut him. Perhaps this is because he is now a ghost. Because of what he had a bad connection with the physical shell, or there is already something else that he does not know. At this time, William, who returned from the dungeon, broke his helmet with a loud knock, not believing in his defeat. Anger surged at him, and he began to angrily ask how he could cope with him last time. The master added that she was also quickly thrown out, but if she could cause a strong spirit, she could have caused damage. The queen asked them not to be upset, because while they were there, she found a lot of things, because the emperor knows something about her voice and evil. The man said that he looks a little angry with shock after returning to his former life. But if they continue to fight until he feels better, maybe something will work out. They decided to take a short break, and sometime later a man called out a master sitting on the field. He decided to tell her what happened after he killed her in the last dungeon, because of which the girl was surprised. The walls began to crumble, and a bunch of new demons ran. Then the man felt that his end was close. Standing with a broken shield and bloody blood, the man realized that he had no chance. This feeling was drunk, and then he fought literally like crazy because he had nothing left. However, this was not like despair. Rather, on the contrary, he was ready to have fun and fight to the last breath. He noticed that in this he and the emperor are similar, because he wants to fight to the last until he feels alive. He has one joy left: swing a sword, and they will entertain him until he himself is bored. He smiled, wondering if they could survive evil without finally overcome him. The queen who came up said that their primary goal is to stop the older priests and voice as quickly as possible. The man knew this, but not always everything goes according to plan. He does it not because he wants to just fight with evil. In any case, they must do everything possible to quench his thirst for battle and force them to lay out everything. After all, the hero was sure that the emperor was known quite a lot, and this information could help them. After a while, they returned to the dungeon again, and the emperor said that it seemed strange to him how they disappeared. However, he knew for sure that they would return, after which he asked what magic was behind this, being intrigued. To which William only twisted his face, answering that this was a virtual reality, simultaneously roughly lifting the emperor. Having again prepared for the battle, the hero said that this time he would definitely dance to him, and the master activated the seals. Such speeches redressed the knight, who immediately forced his weapon to take an astral form and became in the rack. The man again began to take all the blows on his shield, while the spirits of the girl tried to overtake the emperor. However, this was useless, because the knight managed to dodge the attacks and at the same time to push his opponents. The man did not understand why it was so hard, because if he weakens the concentration when blocking the aura, then the spear and shield would break. But the enthusiastic emperor began to ask if they could win if they were running away, because they said that they were interested in something. In response to this, the hero smiled, glad that the knight remembered the details of their transactions, after which he prepared for the new round. The master was the first to join the battle, who used the blow to the spirit, directing several shells at once to the emperor. Looking at this picture, William understood that it was useless, because they just needed to choose a convenient moment. Seeing such a force, the knight noted that it was funny, but it was not difficult to repel such an attack. Following this, the emperor began to easily beat off every spirit sent to him, having managed to get bored a little. Having dealt with the latter, he froze in one position for a few seconds, leaving the blades behind him. William decided to use this second hitch to make his attack, reaching the emperor's head. However, the spear met a sword on her way, and the knight respectfully said that it was a good attempt. And at the same moment, the knight disappeared in front of the man, facing him, stringing the decisive blow to the master. The emperor said that this is still not enough, and William, noticing the disappearing girl, realized that he was stuck. And the next instant, the knight faced the hero, advising him to come up with something more interesting. Then he applied a crushing attack with a blade, tearing the man's body into a bunch of small parts. The battle lasted 3 minutes and 37 seconds. They lasted too little, so the second attempt also ended in failure. When there was a raid, a lot of supermen participated in it, and the boss was damaged in a circle. The attackers constantly changed. But then the emperor was weakened after the demon expedition, and now his physical strength at the peak and only 2 are fighting with him. Regardless of how strong William is, the emperor is a complex enemy, and the problem was in the indicators of 2 races. The difference between them is even more than between an adult and a baby, but nevertheless they continued to fight the master. However, the maximum duration of the battle was only 9 minutes 41 seconds, but they still lost. After 6 attempts, the man was incredibly angry, swearing loudly and breaking everything that would fall by his arm. The devastated master said that something needs to be invented because her blow is useless, for now he is very weak. Sitting on the floor and turning her head, she turned to the frozen hero, asking whether she had heard her thoughts. Without turning his head in her direction, the man calmly asked the counter question if he could repeat it. However, the girl did not quite understand what exactly he was talking about, because everything could be tried to repeat anything. William turned and smiling said that he was about weapons with the rest, but the girl could not answer it. She knew about the astral body, but they do not use weapons, so she had never seen anything like this before. After that, the master advised the man to ask the emperor personally to teach him this technique. After all, the man himself said that the emperor wants to fight until he was satisfied, after which she offered to imagine in his place. Thinking over her words, the heroes began to understand the meaning of the idea, answering that this is an excellent undertaking and it makes sense. After some time, they met with Boss for the 7th time, and he was already ready to meet their former guests. The emperor wanted to give the beginning of the battle, but William interrupted him, throwing a shield under his feet, discouraging his opponent. The knight thought that his patience is running out due to the fact that he could not win, but the man asked to explain how he did. The emperor did not understand at first, but then it dawned on him that the hero wants him to teach him a new technique, to which William cried out that this was the wrong battle. When the opponents were not on equal terms, he again asked him to teach. In response to this, the emperor said that he had repeatedly seen how he was doing this, because of which he himself could figure it out for a long time. But the patience of the man burst, because of which he used the strengthening of immortality, deciding to continue to fight like that. However, the emperor did not move, pointing his finger at him and asked the annoyed hero to release the spear. At that very moment, William calmed down, looking at his weapons, not understanding how this could help him in mastering a new technique. But contrary to everything, he obeyed, throwing his weapon on the floor, making an unpleasant ringing, which echoed around the hall. He received the answer that it was losing the astral form in this way, and the heroes noticed that without contact with his body, the weapon was returning to the original form. The emperor praised him for observation, after which he instructively asked to think about the reverse phenomenon. When he retains physical shape while the weapon is astral, this was the whole essence. However, it will be difficult to learn this in just one night, but the knight already watched how the man was trying. Suddenly, William asked if he was lying for an hour, but the knight replied that he was not happy to share this knowledge, but people had a short memory. Believing his words, the hero began to return to his physical body, saying that he could not understand. The emperor again said that this was the point, but the man did not understand. And what kind of essence, he said now. Suddenly, the king seemed to smile, after which he asked him to fall from here, and after these words, the blade began to approach the man. William lifted himself for his incomprehensible explanations, but before leaving, he said that he would be back. The 7th battle lasted 5 minutes and 3 seconds, and the emperor said that the warrior heard enough, and now he would just wait. However, he was not sure whether this person could figure out and learn a rather difficult reception. It will take some time until the next battle, but the man has already begun training with a complete astral form. Now he wanted to narrow her only to his fingertips. He firmly stated that he would do this, turning to the emperor. The master approached the hero, saying that creating an astral body for a weapon is not as easy as the emperor said. Then she asked if she would find another way to find another way, to which she got an answer that, as soon as she finds it, let her know. However, the emperor himself gave a hint how to make the rest of the body only for a weapon, which means that he would be satisfied if the hero can. And he and the master were the only ones with whom the knight could fight and get the long-awaited pleasure. But the girl decided to share her thoughts with the hero. But he simply drove her away, asking not to interfere. After all, right now he needed to concentrate so that he could at least get closer to the essence. When the night came, the master passing by heard the loud cry of the hero, who joyfully said what he had done. She looked in surprise in his direction, watching how he was in astral form, but his boots were physical. She looked at him in shock when he asked her to check out, because he was able to make a partial astral projection. The girl thought that a man possessed an ancient technique, which even she, a demon, did not know, surprised by the human line. She was wondering how far this person could go, while William only praised himself. For a second, the girl thought, after which she asked the man to take off his shoes in order to check something. He thought, looking at his shoes with surprise, not understanding why to do this, but reluctantly agreed. As soon as he did this, he slightly soared into the air, noticing with irritation that his legs were astral. He was angry with the fact that only boots remained physical. The master gave a sharp comment. She grinned at saying that although they really were in contact with the body, and the rest of the projections did not receive only boots. He could not help but notice that she was laughing at him, after which he said that it was actually very difficult to do. Suddenly, he noticed that the limit of the action of the astral projection grew by 2 seconds, which was the first progress. He decided that if we focus on the astral projection of only weapons, this would spend a fewer aura. So he will be able to maintain an astral projection longer, which is why the man was very delighted with progress. From this moment, he completely surrendered to concentration, every hour increasing the life of the astral body. It took him quite a lot of time so that only weapons could be in the astral, separately from the body. A week later, they again returned to the Emperor alone in order to once again give him a battle, whom he so wanted. The knight sitting on the throne immediately paid attention to them, telling the man that he had finally came. He noticed that this time he was not much longer, after which he asked how much time passed. Instead of William, a master answered, who loudly said that a week had passed, and the man only smiled. Insert from the throne, the knight began to sink to the rivals, not forgetting to grab his 2 huge blades. He lived too long but never thought that time could become so useless for him. But the hero offended him, asking him to stop chatting, because he does not want to see him like that. Hearing this, the emperor left his own sword and grabbed the helmet, starting to grin at the words of a man. Suddenly, the next second he burst into a hysterical laugh, which echoed from the walls of the hall. Then he grabbed 2 swords, making them astral, and then said that they managed to cheer him up a little. Then he abruptly stood in a combat rack, in a formidable tone, calling them humorists. However, now they will throw his jokes to the side. The 8th battle began, but even before the start of the battle, the master asked William to hold out for 10 minutes, to which the heroes answered, "These are trifles," because he can fight at least half an hour like that, because the life of the astral body has grown noticeably. And then he himself gave the command to start the battle, but the emperor, without wasting time, was already next to him. Turning his blades on a man, the knight laughed loudly, saying that this man had grown significantly strongly. But this time, William was also as assembled as possible and tried not to miss any of the attacks. Now he did not go into the deft defense, trying to counterattack, but the emperor only laughed again, calling him the insolent. Watching the battle from the side, the master said that now the battle will be interesting, but William is inferior to the emperor in terms of weapons. But even if so, all week he was preparing for the battle, after which wings grew out of her shoulders. And she herself gave the order to go to the souls of those whose lives were unfairly taken personally by the emperor. The knight was distracted for a second from the battle, surprised to notice that his late knights gathered around the girl. Suddenly the hero approached him, loudly asked him not to turn away, because of which the emperor returned to the battle again. The master said that these ghosts were ordinary people and now hate him. Let him try to cope with them. After all, they cannot find peace through his fault. After which she sent them forward, and they obediently rushed forward. At the same moment, William asked, did he not tell the knight not to turn his back to him, again insulting him? However, this time the man managed to knock out one of the blades of the emperor, who flew towards the called knights. In response to what the emperor said that when they only appeared here, it seemed to him that this battle would go along a completely different path. Suddenly, he grabbed one blade with both hands, completely leaving into the astral body, deciding to attack. And then the knight stated that this does not matter, because in the end nothing had changed, after which he began to attack the drafted, destroying every spirit that came across him in the way. He asked, did they really think to distract him with this? He reminded them that he was an emperor, but first he get rid of this miserable sight, after which he went to the master. The girl was shocked by the speed of the knight, but she didn't have time to dodge in any way, thinking that it was too late. Suddenly, William jumped out to her defense, who pushed the girl, substituting his shield and a spear under the blades. He managed to save his comrade, but all his weapons were cut into many small parts. Seeing this, the emperor of the city said that, as expected, everything is useless, because they cannot overcome him, even if they learned to use the astral projection of weapons and brought the army of the ghosts of his former subjects. Looking down his opponents, the owner of this place issued a verdict that they could not win, no matter how they want it. After all, the only one who had previously been able to stop evil was personally he was, and only he alone was able to. Having brought the blade behind his back, he asked what they were going to do with him, even if they could not knock him down. And then he said in the end that they should have training more, but for them it was an end, as for their world. William suddenly asked that he was the only one who can do evil can do, but that was what he wanted to believe in. After that, he asked if he was trying to get rid of all other demons who could easily replace him. Suddenly, behind the emperor, the spirit appeared, who first turned to him as his majesty, and then as a father. Turning around, the knight could not utter a word while the spirit said that he grew up, trying to imitate his father, who could overcome evil. But then he asked how he went out that he killed him, his son, with his own hands, because he did nothing. Suddenly the spirit flashed, screaming that he wanted to enjoy his power forever. And at that time, William attacked him from behind. He grabbed the blade of his broken spear, after which he put him in the emperor's neck with a sharp movement. Then the man said that this was a victory, and asked the knight to hurry and tell them everything before he returned. The emperor very late noticed a man sitting on his back, who abruptly bounced back, so as not to fall under the attack. But the knight recognized the hero, said that he did this, and therefore agreed to tell him about the evil and the abandoned world. Still in combat readiness, William and the master looked suspiciously at the emperor, thinking whether to believe his words. He began to tell that in the distant past their ancestors were powerful and great, but at the same time stupid, because they decided to divide and collide in the feud to find out which of them is better. So underground endless wars began, huge reserves of aura, which were mediocre. She created more and more powerful, dangerous monsters, the number of which multiplied day by day. And the moment came when I have ceased to obey their owners, deciding to give a fight. Then many demons realized their mistake, but it was too late to somehow counteract. But still, the ancestors were able to lock them in the space of time and erased all the mention of their existence. It was glad that they sent the monsters, deciding that it was done with this, after which they wanted to return as soon as possible. But one of the demons was locked with them, but he was terribly scared after he saw a huge monster in front of him. The monster was angry when he saw his enemy, but did not notice how something was approaching him from behind at incredible speed. And at the same moment, the monster, even more huge than the previous one, decided to devour his fellow tribe, without sharing friends and enemies. It was assumed that the monster, being locked like in a cage, will begin to kill each other until they die out. So it was, for some time, so they were left there unattended in a place that was called the abandoned world. William said that from the calculation that this is a problem with a small one, they did not talk about them to future generations. The emperor continued that this world did not at all become a mogi for monsters, because some were dying, while others multiplied. The abandoned world was filled by creatures born in the jerry of endless struggles, and these creatures evolved, killing each other. But once in the past world, something happened that no one could ever suggest, and even more so to allow. It is not known exactly when this happened, but a monster was generated, who exceeded the rest in everything. The only one of their kinds of monsters they never knew and did not think that he could have such a force. This monster is evil, whose name spread only to him alone, in view of the extraordinary danger. When the abandoned world became too crowded for him, he turned his eyes outside, wanting to free himself from imprisonment. And ultimately, he managed to find a way to get out. Let him needed it for some time. He invaded them with the monsters' army, and the emperor fought to stop him, but then they still underestimated them. Evilly evolved, and incredibly quickly, moreover, all other monsters also learned a lot fighting with them. At that time, he managed to send him back to the abandoned world and block the passage so that evil never returned. But the creatures born to kill were locked in a world where there is no one but themselves, and where their power does not find the way out. After that war, he was called the Savior, because he won, and did this at the expense of the skill of astral projection of weapons. William was very surprised at such information, when suddenly the emperor's helmet fell apart into 1,000 small fragments. The knight continued, saying that even in his time no one was capable of such a thing, which is why he was the only one. But now, the emperor first revealed his secret to someone else, realizing that this battle was no longer his concern. Then he turned to the hero, saying that now the savior is him, but he needs to become even stronger. After a while, the queen said that even the emperor could not completely get rid of him, and now evil has become even stronger. And now he is going to deceive the senior priests, so that they and his monsters will open the passage into this world. The master noted that they kill the monsters they created before their power became too great. For this purpose, they brought out monsters devoid of intelligence so that a good servant only collects aura, but do not use it. However, according to William, evil seems to have violated all the prohibitions that the girl had just said. She agreed, added that the ancestors specially removed all the restrictions because, in their struggle, they were ready for anything for the sake of victory. With a sigh, the man said that he was encouraging at least the fact that the emperor in his best years was this monster too tough. But he already seriously thought that he had defeated all the final bosses, and the rest of his life would be lying on the couch and watching dramas. From these thoughts, his heart only pounded frantically, and a smile appeared on his face, where joy mixed with madness. The queen said that at first they should stop the first priest because it was with his hands that evil tries to open the passage. They will go out for a trace of one of the senior priests and find out where their main one is hiding, but they will need William's help. The queen clarified that when they find them, they may need the help of the hero, with which he immediately agreed. And then he asked where they would start the search, to which the master replied that she had checked the old dungeon but there were no clocks. The problem was that priests could watch traces of their movements, which is why it becomes very difficult to catch them. Suddenly, William remembered that before that he had already met a demon, because of which two girls immediately reached his ears. Before the meeting in the end it brought him here, it was then that he got the seed of the Zardlin in his secret dungeon. That demon aura was red. It was unlikely that he was an important bump, after which he asked if he could replace his tracks. The queen realized who was talking about, but he was definitely not on their list for tracking, but perhaps she could find out something. If he had a red aura, then he could hardly erase traces, which means there is a good chance that there are clues. The woman decided to focus on this, after which she said that she would let them know if something clears up. Then she thanked the man for help, because if not for him, they would not be able to advance so far. Then the woman asked, perhaps the hero needed something, while he was pleasantly surprised by possible gifts. The next second, he began a deep thought process to decide and what he needs now. The queen said that he could ask for as much money, but the hero replied that he did not want to receive a large amount at once, after which he again returned to his thoughts, which seemed to specifically not want to give an answer to his question. Suddenly he was dawned, after which he began to clap a master on the head, saying that he would take her with him. None of the girls could predict such a desire, because of which the queen was very surprised, stuttering for a second. While the master herself was noticeably angry, asking the man what kind of nonsense once again he came up with. She was interested in what to do in the human world, to which she got an answer that they would play the battle. She decided that this was a stupid undertaking, because as soon as she shows her abilities, everyone would understand that she was a demon. Then William invited her to act differently, and not in the usual manner, using only teleportation and blow in spirit. The master really did not like the fact that she would have to limit herself quite strongly, not completely revealing. When asked why she should agree to this, the man replied that she was his debtor and must fulfill his request. But the girl asked how the debt was connected with the fact that he decided to ask the queen from her, to which the man replied that like this. William added that if she joins his team, YSM will be able to earn a fortune. The man also added that it is worth conducting several training in case of evil and learn to fight people. Looking at the hero, the master was forced to admit that to fight like this in the team was pretty fun. Therefore, she smiled that there really was reasons to tolerate him next to her for some time. But she thinks that not everything will go smoothly, because there are people who recognize her spirit, but William asked not to think about them. But it is necessary that she will go with him as a really existing person. Otherwise, everyone will begin to ask who she is. At that very moment, she began to reincarnate, deciding to use Pietro's larva with the help of aura manipulation. Sometime later, they together went to Jackie's house, who did not expect to meet the guests again. Entering the house, William again decided to present Pietro to his friend, asking if he remembers such a person. With surprise, a man in glasses agreed, saying that this was an employee of the Battle Association, after which he asked why he was here. Then he grabbed his comrade, asking why he dragged him, because they had to finish all his affairs. While the hero was thinking how best to present the information to his friend, he heard Pietro's irritated voice behind. He immediately recognized Jackie, saying that he was from the Seven that he used teleportation, and wildly infuriated him with this. The man did not understand such a statement, after which the hero turned to the master, asking her to show him. As soon as Pietro nodded, his body immediately began to change, causing a dumbfounded look at Jackie. The next second, a young girl was already standing in front of them, and William asked his friend to say hello to the demon master. Hearing who was standing in front of him, the man was speechless, and his glasses moved off his face, after which he asked that the hero was crazy. William asked what was wrong, after which his comrade lost the last drops of patience, crying out that everything was wrong. After all, he offers him to live in the same house with a demon, and also difficult but a master, but the hero asked him not to worry. And in addition, he clarified that Pietro washed the brains, and we will not turn the process so they replace the soul. But this did not convince Jackie, and even if only he was in the know, then if he tells someone, he will be taken for a madman. But suddenly, the man found another argument to refuse, screaming that she could not live with his wife and daughter. The hero thought that it looked like he was reading him, but that he brought him to the house of a homeless puppy. Grabbing the girl by the scruff, William asked not to be his soulless cattle, because this is just a house. However, their operation failed with a bang, because of which Jackie drove the demon and with him his comrade. But the girl said that everything was in order, because she did not expect that everything would work out, when suddenly a telephone rang out. Gabriel called him to remind him that a very important match for their team will be about to begin now. Commentators shouted that the divine YSM and the incredible spirit of 2 stars would converge in this match. The coach reminded the man that they had the middle of the season and he promised to take part in the match against this team. It is good that he was able to get through to him before the start of the match, to which the hero replied that he had important deeds. Then Gabriel noticed a silent person standing next to William, after which he asked who it was. The hero immediately presented him as Pietro, saying that he would now become a member of their team, which the coach was very surprised. The man agreed that this was very unexpected, but this man came across him suddenly and very on time. After all, they will not find another of this, and to make sure of this, he will show everything to the coach immediately after the match. A little time later, the commentators shouted that it was stunning, because YSM does not leave the spirit of 2 stars of a single chance. And most importantly, the reason is the new player, namely William, who killed the whole team alone in 2 rounds. In an interview, he said that if he plays too much, he would lose excitement, and plans to participate only against this team. After which he grinned angrily, adding that he would come out against her in every round, so that they would not relax. As soon as the video with this match fell on the internet, people immediately began to write how strongly the Williams reunion. Immediately after the match, the hero went to Gabriel and asked how he was walking, which he had just shown. The dumbfounded coach asked himself what happened to him this week, because the director, as if he had gone beyond. Smiling, William said that now he can allow another player to complete this predictable game, and they will do business. A little later, they returned to the YSM club, where they wanted to appreciate the capabilities of Pietro as soon as possible. Once again, Gabriel watched how a man easily spreads any monsters. He asked the director what it was, but he only continued to release more serious creatures. But they, one of the virtual monsters, could not leave a single scratch on the man, dying from his abilities. At the same time, the master, in the guise of Pietro, stood still, stretching his hand forward, using his seals to attack. During all this time, he did not budge, while the shocked Gabriel asked where he dragged this monster. In a sluggish voice, the new player asked if he could go now, looking at how the coach from shock even dropped the tablet. After Pietro went to them, William decided to introduce them to the start by introducing Gabriel. He then indicated that this is an employee of the International Battle Association and, moreover, a super sniper who recently became a player. With surprise, the coach asked that with such forces he was an ordinary employee, after which he began to ask him a mountain of questions. While Pietro is sluggishly but confidently answered every question posed, William stood nearby. The coach noticed that he has a super-sized teleportation, but for the first time he sees that with its help, they move 3 floors down. Then he asked what the name of the super lane is called for the attack. The newcomer said that this ability is a call that causes a phantom for the attack. Then the coach turned to the director, asked that he accidentally met and picked up such a cool newcomer. He agreed, clarifying that therefore he was not a whole week, while Gabriel tried to move away from shock. After all, he thought that the world seemed to spin around William, which helps him in search of such players. William thought that the rest of the players themselves grabbed the opportunity to come to them, but he essentially caught and dragged the master. Hearing these explanations, the coach said that he was very glad that Pietro wants to be a player at least now. After which they shook their hands, and Gabriel greeted him in YSM, in response to which the beginner replied that he would not let him down. Then the coach specified that since he was participating in the battle for the first time, he probably does not yet have an avatar, although this is a small problem. The man also stated that unfortunately the 2 super heli had him, which he had just shown to them. There are restrictions. William said that nothing is serious because teleportation is limited to the distance and the number of repetitions. And as for the call, it is comparable to Sarah's quenching beam, but it will be necessary to make adjustments, because this is a sport, not a war. Because of this, the hero awkwardly scratched his head. I understand that you can't get away from these adjustments. And after which the hero turned to the master, saying that he asked to control his strength, but it was already a minimum. Then he told him that it was necessary to agree that the force was not weak enough to use it. The coach indicated that the registration of the avatar would take some time, so he will have to ask the president of the association to wait. Then the hero took out the phone, deciding to call him right now, so as not to lose too much time. Arriving in the building of the association, a gray-haired man immediately asked the hero what he still needed from him at such a time. William replied that nothing like that, just wanted to ask him to wait until the avatar of the new player was created. When asked that he came only therefore, the heroes replied that he was going to solve everything on the phone, but he himself called him. After that, he asked that there were some complaints, to which the president got angry, saying that there were a lot of complaints and showed him the newspaper. The man agreed to a request about the avatar that there was another reason why he called him. The president said that a proposal for a match was received in Britain, which he could not ignore. William asked that this was a match where members of the national team compete, to which he received an affirmative answer. But the hero did not fully understand what exactly he wanted from him, although he guessed that they wanted to shove him there. Then he asked that he was offered to become a member of the national team, to which he received an answer, that this is a condition for the match. The president said that this is because they do not have so many chances to play against such a strong team as Britain. At first, William wanted to refuse, but then asked what he would receive from the game for the national team. Then I thought, asking another question, that in Britain there is a person who is now entering the top 3. He was also interested in whether he would come out on the field. The president immediately said that everything was so, but the hero still doubted. He thought that he would be able to protect from evil, but just in case, you need to look at what similar forces of the best supermen. Having solved all the issues in his head, he turned to the president, asking if there were any other proposals. Looking into the tablet, the man asked that YSM began to recruit foreign players, which gave a new opportunity. Namely, if he stops in Britain after this match, then he will help to pick up people to the team. William wondered where only to use those guys who used to fight only against each other. Suddenly, he remembered Jackie's words, who said that these days for superhumans, it was normal not to know how to fight. After all, such are already considered ordinary people, a nose aura, and they are already more prey, which will help to grow a bell. With a sigh, the hero smiled, agreeing to this proposal, but he asked to take the development of the match tactics for himself. And at the same time, in the same estate in Britain, similar to the palace, at the table was a man with long red hair. He held the phone in his hands, looking at the video in which William alone fought against the team of rivals. The man commented that he deliberately delved into the enemy territory. Each of his movement was verified and for something needed. And suddenly, she drew attention to the article, saying that she was written maliciously, and the title read, "Whether he was actually a hero." Real stars are just victims of the media, especially those who cannot stand injustice. But contrary to everything, it seemed to him that William was a very smart, polite person, because he was looking forward to their meeting. A week before the match A, William arrived in the clubhouse of the Korean national team, introducing himself to everyone. All the players looked at the hero dumbfounded, whispering in a whisper how he was in the national team. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice who turned to William as a director. 2 men immediately turned their heads. Quentin and Ben went in their direction, which were also part of the national team. The guy decided to ask when he came, but the man did not answer, deciding to look at their performance, noting that Quentin is in his place but not Ben. Their indicators were very different, and excluding the superpower, Ben simply has no abilities for the first league. He still ended up in the national team and pumped well. At that time, the guy looked inquiringly at the director. The man recalled that the young man said that studying for him is more important than the career of a professional athlete. He hardly convinced him to join YSM, offering a generous bonus, even if his career does not work out. And this guy was sitting a week ago in a pit to develop his skills, which, as a result, made him stronger. William broke into a smile, asked the guy that it was a long time, but the guy did not understand what the director was happy about. Pointing a finger at the guy, he replied that she was thinking about the kid, who was once accelerated about studying, and now he became a member of the national team. Ben was immediately embarrassed and blushed, rubbing the back of his head and agree with the director, smiling awkwardly. The man held out his hand, saying that he had looked after him all this time, and he showed himself a well done. Not believing that the director personally recognized him, the guy barely restrained his tears, shaking his hand to the hero who accepted him. The man smiled but thought that superpower could be used. But in addition to will strength, the indicators do not exceed 70. And while the young man thanked him with all his heart, the director thought that in the league above it would not work and he had to be softly sold. He stopped Ben's speech, asking where Simon, to which he received the answer that he was in the restroom. This meant that they would soon see. He also asked the others to convey to come to the conference room. A little later, when all the players of the national team gathered, Jackie decided to discuss the strategy for the match. The players who listened attentively to the coach, except Simon, who spinned nervously, were sitting on different sides. I bite my nails. The guy intensely thought that I had heard that William had already come, but he could not find him. At first, he decided that this was someone's joke, and he was used to be like a child, but suddenly he sharply felt someone's gaze. In a panic, turning his head, the guy shuddered when he noticed the very person he was thinking about for the last 5 minutes. The director looked at him through the eyes of a hungry beast, in which a threat was read and a message that they would soon be seen at home. Suddenly, a man was distracted from fun, another familiar voice, and a hand that neatly touched his shoulder. He noticed Marie and immediately asked when she arrived, but by the appearance of the girl it was clear that she was not in her mood. Marina is a sponge and asked why she was called for such an important match because Uncle could choose capable players. But the man said that in Korea there is no one the same as her, because only unhappy people gathered here. It was enough for the girl to hear the first part of the sentence, after which she clarified that she was the only and unique. The hero mentally agreed, however, if Sasha and the master become Koreans, then dealers like Marie will appear, but they do not have their citizenship. Marie was also delighted that her uncle also bears the form of Korea, but he only wanted to help the British back. A smiling girl asked that Britain hates him, reminding him of an article that was recently written about him. William replied that everything was true. He was still considered stingy, and in the last raid there was not a single British in the dungeon. Marie recalled that he cursed exactly the same 17 years ago because then there was a lot of news about it. I was an irritated hero said that there is no difference who got from him if he cleared the last dungeon and saved the world. The girl replied that Britain never beat France in competitions, and because of his words they are called British Umpian. Thinking, the man asked, so why they look at him like a wimp? Because they know about what he is capable of. However, their conversation was interrupted by Jackie, who asked to stop everyone to chat, after which he turned on the projector. There was a flag of Britain on the screen while the man adjusted his glasses and said that they would discuss the strategy for the match. Many people know this team, but he needs an explanation for someone who does not know. He indicated a laser pointer to William. Jackie continued, saying that the British team very often uses the tactics of knights and wizards. Contrary to the trend, reduce the number of tanks and the range DD, they have a very characteristic composition with 4 strong tanks. First, the frontline tanks go. As in the US power game, they pay their main attention to large tanks. They are called knights dressed in iron armor, who rule the battlefield, in view of their heavy uniforms. Range DD cover the rear. All these are players with superpowers of a magical type for long-range battle. In addition, the second main DD use long onions, so we can assume that they have 6 range DD. In any case, the destructive power of each individual range DD is so great that they can become main DD. Magus with staff are called the sorcerers cutting the sky, who became famous thanks to their super sizes. Seeing a familiar person on the screen, Marie, who was sitting behind William, said that it was an ice magician. Jackie agreed with his daughter, adding that shortly after his debut, he made a splash in Britain. In the 17th and 18th, he was recognized as a Player of the Year and nicknamed the Ice Magician, one of the top 3. His name was Roy Mayer. Jackie brought his face closer so that everyone could carefully examine the most dangerous enemy. Its first force is an ice wall that can instantly divide a large battlefield into 2 parts. The second force is a blizzard, the ability that will hook both the enemy and the ally, the slow, and plus the technique is absolutely zero, which reduces the range of strangers super heli and freezes the affected objects. The last force is an ice seal that seals one target in the ice for 20 seconds. This ice will not break under any attack. Depending on the situation, it can be quite skillfully used as the protection of the allies. In order to immobilize William and start the attack on the team, after these words, he again indicated a laser pointer to the hero. William thought that this guy had a pile of a lot of damn, and the British believe in him so that they even asked him to put him for a match. Objectively speaking, they will never be able to defeat them with their strength, so they must think. The hero smiled slyly, rubbing his chin. Ask yourself that these British women are going to defeat them. The next day, an airplane landed at the international airport, which brought British players to Korea. At the exit from the airport, they were met by an incredible crowd of journalists, which at the sight of them immediately began to click cameras. All their indicators were at a fairly high level, which made them players who were included in the national team. At the very end, the same swarm mayor came out, almost all the indicators of which reached their maximum. The news said that the national team of Britain is currently heating the international airport. Sitting in front of the TV, William could not use the analyzing look because he was looking at the picture. Then the man asked that they could not win, after which he said that he would simply create a good strategy. But then he reassured Jackie, saying that he was joking, because it is much more pleasant to win when you try so much.